Feels like drowning, dragged down by seaweed into the deep. Dizzy, head pounding, struggling to breathe, couldn't get a single gasp. Then a flash of light. Oliver reaches for it blindly, and the next thing he knows, he's sucked in. A man lies sprawled on the sofa, thick glasses like wine bottle bottoms hiding his face, brows knotted, cheeks flushed, breathing shallowly. "Oliver, you okay?" Oliver jerks awake, face to face with a striking young man in his early 20s, those gorgeous hazel eyes full of worry. Oh, nothing," Oliver replied reflexively. He blinks slowly, sits up, glancing around. The open-plan kitchen flows into the living room, sunlight pours through floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling over the fabric sofa. The cottage core decor makes the space warm and bright. Everything looks perfect except, why are there so many cameras? There are 2 cameras in the kitchen, 4 in the living room, several hanging on the corners, and not far away. There are 2 camera operators pointing their cameras at Oliver and the other guy. Oliver remembers, just seconds ago, he was up all night chasing a deadline, hammering out words in his study, screen glowing late into the night. How did he end up here, in broad daylight in this unfamiliar place, with this guy staring at him like they've known each other forever? "I just came down from upstairs," the guy says, handing Oliver a glass of water. "Saw you lying there motionless. I nearly jumped out of my skin. You looked off even before that, out in the yard." He scans the room, hesitates near one camera, then leans in close, voice dropping to a whisper. "Oliver, are you about to hit your heat phase? I noticed your face is kind of red." Heat phase, what's that supposed to mean? Oliver's pupils spike. He'd only ever heard that term in Abo fanfics. Suddenly, fragments of memories flood into his mind, memories that aren't his. Oliver keeps his face calm, but the fingers resting on his thighs tremble ever so slightly. After absorbing everything, he can no longer deny it. Yes, he, Oliver, had ended up inside the Abo romance reality show story he would read just 2 days ago. And worse, he was now playing the role of a nameless background character meant to highlight the alluring main protagonist. He was an ordinary Omega, a writer whose novel had never reached 1,000 saves or 100 comments, completely unnoticed in the crowd. In the original story, Oliver the writer barely registered at all. His only purpose seemed to be appearing whenever the main protagonist's charm shone brightly. When the main beloved character played piano and amazed everyone, Oliver was stunned and clapped. When the beloved one painted with lifelike detail, Oliver marveled and applauded. When the beloved one's singing went viral online, Oliver felt proud and cheered. When the beloved one finally held hands with the lead alpha male, Oliver was moved and clapped. Years after the show ended, when the beloved one married the main love interest, Oliver attended the wedding and gave a respectful round of applause. In short, Oliver the writer was a textbook example of a background character in a romance competition show. No personal storyline, an extremely thin personality beyond his profession, let alone any romantic pairing. Now, as Oliver the author looked at the young man before him with naturally tender, almond-shaped eyes, it suddenly clicked for him. No wonder he's so damn handsome. He's not just a character, he's the heartthrob himself. Theodore watches Oliver hesitate, assumes he is holding back for the cameras, and leans in softly. "Hey, I've got you, no one can hear us. You want to head back to your room, take a breather." Oliver gives a quiet nod. Perfect. Now's his chance to slip away from all these prying lenses and finally get his head straight, to figure out what the hell is going on, where this dating show even stands now, and who exactly is tangled up with whom. Oliver stood up and was about to leave when a commotion came from outside the door. Theodore's eyes lit up at the sound, his handsome almond-shaped gaze sparkling with delight. It's Henry Dude and Mr. Matteo back from grocery run. The names hit Oliver like a punch. Simple reason, those 2 were the main characters Alpha and the male second lead in the original story. Oliver freezes mid-step, turns sharply toward the door. Henry, the guy Theodore's always calling bro, is a top-tier alpha, and this year's breakout star fresh off an award for Best Lead Actor at just 22. In 3 years since his debut, he's already been hailed as a genius on screen, the main character in the original story, and the final winner of that chaotic romance competition. Then there's Matteo, the original second lead, also a top-tier alpha, a born outsider from old money who grew up cut off from his family. He's now one of the hottest names in business. Raised without love or approval from either parent, pushed out by his own bloodline, he learned to fend for himself young. That early struggle shaped him, kind and considerate, always looking after others, earning him the respect of the other cast members like a big brother they could count on. However, the lack of love in his childhood made him lack a sense of security deep down and developed a paranoid personality. Beneath his warm and polite exterior lay an ice layer that was hard to melt. It was extremely difficult for others to get into his heart, but once they did, Matteo would never let go. After the show ended, when Theodore chose Henry over him, Matteo vanished from his life completely. No contact, no goodbye, just silence. If he can't have you, then he'll never see you again. That's just how he is. In truth, the two had never shared anything more than a few fleeting glances and quiet moments. Readers only caught hints of Matteo's feelings through scattered lines and tiny cracks in his composed demeanor. Maybe he didn't even love Theodore that much, not really. Just enough to feel something new, the warmth of being seen by someone who gave it freely without strings attached. That small, fragile kindness was the first real comfort Matteo had known in 28 years, lived among betrayal and backstabbing games. And yet, the one who offered it never chose him. His backstory tore readers apart, and Oliver too. On the final episode of the show, he sat there, sipping his tea, shipping the main couple like mad, while simultaneously going through an entire box of tissues just watching Matteo cry. Matteo was Oliver's favorite character, his most beloved and also his biggest emotional letdown. And it wasn't random. It mirrored his own life too closely. Oliver had lost both parents at a young age and grew up in an orphanage, where the cold and warmth of life were known only to him. Every night reading novels became his only escape from reality. In college, he balanced daytime studies and part-time work while writing stories into the early hours, pushing through until graduation, finally managing to make some real progress. But then, before he could even savor it, he died from exhaustion and woke up in another world. Oliver let out a quiet sigh. Still, he was the kind of guy who took things as they came. Plus, soon he'd be face to face with his favorite character from the novel, like meeting a crush, only way more intense and thrilling. He rubbed his hands together, waiting for Matteo to walk in. Ding dong, your male second lead romance system is now online. Operator ID 188 at your service. The mechanical voice crackling in his head nearly knocked Oliver off his feet. Target love interest detected approaching. Host, remain still and maintain high mental focus. He knew there weren't many books where the protagonist got no system at all, and here it was, waiting for him all along. Oliver took a deep breath, then he tried to speak into his mind, so you're this male second lead romance system, and you talk about targeting someone. Wait, does that mean I'm supposed to date Matteo? Bingo, not bad for a host picked by 188. The system's flat, emotionless voice suddenly cracked like it had feelings now, and added weird wavy lines, sending chills down Oliver's spine. Your ultimate mission: achieve mutual selection with the male second lead by the end of this romance show. Fail, then you die. What kind of nonsense is that? You live or die based on whether I succeed in romancing Matteo. Everyone else's system was about leveling up, kicking villains' asses, taking down the trash, building wealth and power. But his whole thing was a death sentence. Oliver just stared, speechless. He started wondering if he should do some kind of spiritual cleanse after this episode, maybe burn some sage or pray to something more reliable. The system kept chattering on and on. Finally, Oliver got it all straightened out. Turns out the author had gone wild in a side story, lavishing pages upon the happy couple's lifelong love. Other cast members' endings were briefly touched on too, but when it came to Matteo, nothing, not even one word. The only thing left was a line buried deep in the original text. He never saw Theodore again. That hit readers hard, especially those already emotionally invested and desperate for closure. So they flooded the comments section, begging the author to finally give Matteo his ending. The author ignored them completely and had already launched a new novel. High-dimensional reader fury was messing with the low-dimensional story world. If left unchecked, this little universe might collapse any time. This mess caught the attention of the Novel World Administration. After investigating, they assigned the management of this fragile world to the male second lead romance system. And 188 selected a lucky soul from the high dimension based on capability and willingness. System detects host's emotional unrest is sky high, stands out like a beacon among readers. No hesitation, chosen instantly. He really is lucky, are not you? These systems practically gloating, Oliver gritted through his teeth. Was he supposed to send a thank you note to this thing? The system actually went red in the virtual cheeks. Host, you are being too polite, I'm the one who feels awkward now, but if you really want to write one, I'll keep it safe. He pressed a hand to his forehead, voice dead serious. So failing this mission means the world collapses, not just me dying but everyone in it disappearing. System, exactly, so you'd better pull your weight and get cracking on these tasks. Oh, and once you're done, the system will reward you accordingly. What kind of reward? Oliver's eyes lit up. This had to be the golden ticket. Think flawless skin that drives every alpha wild, a perfectly sculpted figure, rosy little lips like ripe cherries, silky smooth hair, you know the drill. Stop, just shut up, let me breathe for a sec. Good grief, Oliver had been fighting hard to keep his face blank in front of all those cameras. Thank God he'd brought sunglasses, they gave him just enough cover. Right after Oliver arrived in this world and before the system showed up, he had already come up with a plan within just a few minutes. Originally, he planned to quietly maintain the persona of an extra in the original story. First, he would get used to an Omega's daily life, then be a qualified cheerleader for the romance show, stalking the stars up close. After the show wrapped up, he would start his new life in this world. Now he wasn't even allowed to be a lazy fish. He had to chase someone in a super high-profile live dating drama, and not just anyone, a mystery man who was literally untouchable, the enigma known as the second lead. The truth was, Oliver had never once touched another person's hand in his life. His whole vibe screamed innocent virgin with zero clue how to flirt. And honestly, he wasn't even attracted to this guy, he just felt sorry for him as a reader. Now suddenly being asked to turn that pity into romance, impossible. If he were not still on camera, Oliver Woldvey sprinted back to his tiny apartment and burrowed under the covers like a scared squirrel, hiding from reality. Footsteps outside grew louder. Then two towering silhouettes stepped into the room, one after the other. The first one exuded an air of icy clarity, thick brows, sharp eyes, a crisp light gray casual suit, silver ring glinting subtly on his finger. Cold expression, no smile, barely nodded at people, like winter rain hitting pavement. Pure, intimidating alpha energy. Henry, without a doubt. Henry was the classic perfect top who'd only ever kneel for one person, the main character. And honestly, he was every Omega's dream guy. But Oliver wasn't into that cold, distant type. He preferred someone calm and courteous, politely reserved, someone like the second lead. Oliver grabbed the water Theodore had poured for him and took a long, sharp gulp to calm himself down, bracing for the arrival of the second male lead. Then he saw it, another top-tier alpha slowly walking in behind Henry, carrying a shopping bag. The man was towering, easily over 190 IQMA, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, dressed in a dark trench coat and black trousers that gave him an impossibly perfect silhouette. Up top, his features were sharp yet delicate, eyebrows like brushstrokes, long lashes like crow feathers, smooth skin with the quiet grace of jade. But then came the high bridge of his nose and the stern line of his jaw, a subtle hardness that balanced the softness and gave him an air somewhere between refined elegance and cold intensity, an unreadable depth beneath the surface. His gaze was lowered, eyes deep and quiet, mouth slightly curved in a smile that never quite reached his eyes. The long fingers holding the bag were elegant, deceptively low-key, but on his wrist sat a watch worth more than a downtown apartment. A Patek Philippe reference 6300G. Wearing something like that, he didn't need to say a word, the price tag was already written all over him. Oliver had no idea what the watch was, though he wasn't paying attention to accessories at all. His entire focus had locked onto Matthias's face, utterly unable to look away. His mind buzzed with 1,000 tiny voices screaming, "Sir, I'm ready." He'd imagined Matteo from the novel before, of course he had, but nothing compared to seeing this man standing right in front of him, flesh and blood. Real life just blew his mental version out of the water. Matteo was unreal, the face, the frame, everything. Exactly what Oliver had always dreamed of, that blend of quiet charm and dangerous depth he'd never been able to resist in stories, and now here it was, standing inches away, alive. Oliver stared straight at him like a deer caught in headlights, nearly choking on his drink before remembering to swallow, then coughed instead, accidentally inhaling the water and spluttering 2 quick breaths. His skin was naturally pale white, so even a small cough made the corners of his eyes glisten with moisture, flush red across his cheeks. The Omega's body wasn't quite right either, his face still tinged pink from earlier, and the water he'd just swallowed slipped down his lip in a faint trickle as he coughed. Oliver felt the dampness on his lips and wiped it away fast with the back of his hand. "Oh God! This is mortifying. What kind of social disaster is this?" Shoaldvi just skipped the water. Oliver wanted to vanish right then, heat flooding up from his neck into his face. To everyone else in the room, it looked like an Omega wearing thick framed glasses that nearly covered half his face. Staring at Matteo for far too long before discreetly clearing his throat twice, face turning pinker by the second. A suspicious droplet slipping from one corner of his mouth, then furtively wiping it away. For a heartbeat, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Matteo raised an eyebrow slightly, catching sight of the Omega's flushed face, watching him wipe his mouth like he'd just caught himself doing something wrong. What in the hell is this guy? A top-tier alpha used to being stared at, it was routine. But Matteo had never before seen an Omega actually drool over him, right there and then. If this is some new trick to attract Alpha's attention, well, congrats, he nailed it. That little stunt left a mark on Matteo, who took a slow, thorough look at the Omega. The thick frames obscured half the face, head slightly bowed, hard to make out the eyes, but skin was cold and pale, like someone who'd never seen much sun. Lips freshly wiped still glistened faintly, jaw sharp, dark hair swept back in a messy knot, thin frame wrapped in an oversized white shirt that looked like it might blow away in a breeze. All things considered, compared to other Omegas, he just seemed unremarkable. Matteo thought to himself, what was his name again? He'd skimmed the guest list before the show started, something about a Ejayang surname. Matteo considered himself to have a good memory, but this Omega had really been too unassuming before. But honestly, not someone worth remembering. Theodore, standing off to the side, seemed to catch the awkward vibe in the room and quickly changed the subject. "Henry, you've been a real lifesaver, mister. Matteo's shopping run was a nightmare. Where are Lucas and William? Why didn't they come back with you?" Henry shrugged. They wanted to grab some flowers for sprucing up the cabin. Oliver had just been stewing over his own social blunder, his usual knack for reading the room kicking in instantly, realizing everyone must be misread that lip-licking moment. Sure, he'd been eyeing the second lead with more than friendly intentions. He had wanted to leave a lasting impression, but this was way too much drama for an opening act. But then he heard Lucas and William mentioned, his focus snapped back sharp, all thoughts of self-punishment evaporating instantly. Lucas and William are both betas. Lucas was 27, a renowned music video director and producer, known for his polished work with major boy bands and girl groups. He brought maturity, calmness, and care to every project. Like Matteo, he knew how to look after people. But while Matteo masked it behind polite manners, Lucas treated everyone like little brothers, genuinely. William was just past 25, first gaining fame through a talent show with his cheeseball dreamer persona. His singing wasn't strong enough to make the final cut, but he'd since carved a name for himself in variety shows, known for straight-up honesty and unintentional comedy gold. These guests were all top tier, their backgrounds impressive, their records solid. Compared to them, Oliver, an unknown indie writer, felt like a placeholder. Speaking of which, this was the current season of Love Letter, one of China's longest-running live-streamed dating shows, company produced by Fat Duck Media and Apple. The entire show streamed live, with highlight reels edited post-recording and uploaded as cut-down versions later. Each season featured 4 alphas, 2 betas, and 2 omegas. What made it unique was its openness to all pairings, not just AEO or OB love, but Bo, even OUO couplings were fully supported. That kind of inclusive spirit was a big reason the show kept winning hearts over the years. The unpredictability of who'd end up together had fans hooked, never knowing what twist would come next. But even the best things get old. After a while, people just lose interest. So for Season 5, director Benjamin decided to shake it up, ditching the usual ordinary people, casting model in favor of inviting big names from entertainment, business, and sports, people already with massive followings. That way, ratings stayed high, buzz was guaranteed, and viewers got something fresh. Besides Henry and Matteo, the other 2 alphas who haven't shown up yet are just as hot. Levi, the effortlessly charming fashion designer with a global reputation, and Sebastian, the puppy dog rookie race car driver. Levi swept every major design award during college, and in recent years has been based overseas building his own brand. Though only 22, Sebastian is already an F1 champion, his wild driving style utterly at odds with his shy, boyish looks. And he's got a legion of mom fans and girlfriend fans chasing him. As for Oliver, he had no idea how someone of his status ended up being invited to the show. After thinking it over, he could only chalk it up to some mysterious system power. Or perhaps the original owner had gotten lucky by chance. Otherwise, it must mean that director Benjamin had made a serious mistake in judgment. Back in the production van, giant screens relay every move and expression of the guests in the living room straight to the director, producer, and writer's faces. Director Benjamin stares at one screen, a faint smirk playing on his handsome face. On that monitor, an up-close shot of Oliver. "Oh, what are you smiling like that? It's disgusting." The producer shoots him a withering glance. "You don't get it. This is the bomb I planted for our show." "I really do not get it. He has been here half the day just standing there like a statue," Isabella said with a doubtful tone. "You insisted on picking him as a guest, taking up one of our precious slots. Said he was a writer but has no notable works to his name. Not famous enough and not even any photos from his personal life, kept everything hidden so tightly, I thought he must be some big secret." Benjamin pauses, he squints at Oliver on the screen. "You'll understand when you see what's under those glasses." The 5th season of Love Mailbox kicks off on a small resort island in the southeast, where 8 guests will spend 1 week together. Right now they're in Phase 1, everyone's staying in the same villa, but as the show unfolds, they'll be split into different cottages, moving locations along the way. "Congrats, host, you've just completed your first task, getting the second lead's attention. Reward is now active, check it soon." The system suddenly chimes after a long silence. Oliver barely processes what happened when he's already been told. New mission activated. Make physical contact with the second lead within the hour. Oliver wondered if he had misheard. He had just met the second male lead for the first time, and the second male lead probably did not even know him. Was the progress required by this task too fast? Would not he really be regarded as a lunatic? After a beat, Oliver sighs. If the system's unreliable, then he'll just wing it. Then he asks, "So, any part of the body works for contact?" "System, given you've only just met your target, difficulty has been temporarily lowered. No restrictions for now." Oliver exhales. He glances over at Matteo and the others. Henry and Theodai moved to a corner to sort through the supplies they'd just bought, while Matteo headed into the kitchen to put away the groceries. Oliver realized that now was his best chance to connect with the second male lead. Otherwise, once everyone went back to their rooms for a nap, the task would expire. He bit his lip, then stepped up beside Matteo. "Mr. Matteo, let me help you with that." Matteo paused mid-motion, eyes flicking up to Oliver, sharp, assessing. After a beat, he murmured, "Sure, thanks." Oliver waved it off quickly. "No trouble at all, you two worked hard picking everything up, this is the least I can do." He read the look in Matteo's eyes perfectly. "Oh, so this guy actually does have a thing for me." But since it wasn't outright said, Oliver couldn't explain, and truth was, he wasn't indifferent either. The man was flawless from head to toe, exactly the kind of ideal he'd been chasing. Beauty right in front of him, he just had to hold back. They sorted the ingredients into the fridge side by side, standing close but still keeping a careful distance. No way for Oliver to make contact without making it obvious. No way this would work if he stayed passive, he needed to take initiative. Slowly, deliberately, Oliver edged closer to Matteo's side. Matteo's movement stilled just slightly, his gaze grew deeper, darker. Glancing at him out of the corner of his eye, Oliver took in every detail. No doubt about it, the guy was pure, brooding sexiness. Below the waist, only his hands were exposed. He thought for a second, yeah, touching Matteo's hand would be the easiest way to pull this off. Oliver cleared his throat softly, then looked down at the man's hands. They were long and clean, veins tracing faintly beneath pale skin as Matteo worked at tense with quiet strength. The bone structure was sharp, powerful. A platinum watch gleamed coldly on his wrist, radiating cool luxury. Oliver had originally planned to use the excuse of complimenting the second male lead's watch to casually touch the male lead's hand. However, as he stared at it, the words just slipped out of his mouth. Mr. Matteo, your hands are incredible, can I touch one? The moment the words left his mouth, Matteo froze, his hands stopped dead. Eyes went dark like ink, but beneath it, a flicker of shock shimmered deep in that obsidian gaze. Right then, the live chat on the Fat Duck video app, Love Letter box, exploded with rapid-fire messages. What the heck is this guy in glasses even saying? Does anyone know this guest? Out of all 8, he's the only one I've never heard of. Is it really just day 1 and already like this? Isn't this harassment? Mr. Matteo really had a tough start. On day 1, he was immediately targeted by Oliver, who seems to be all about taking advantage of others. Come on, do not be so harsh. This is a romance show, only 1 month. If you feel something, you got to make the move. Do not get ahead of yourself. What if Mr. Matteo actually likes this type? Mr. Matteosa, the kind that deserves a total goddess, not some average Jane. Step aside, please. Oliver didn't even notice the chaos in the chat. His only thought was finding a crack to crawl into. Social death was just endless. No, Oliver blurted, I meant your watch, it's amazing, total slip-up. He stared at Matteosa, blank expression, his voice shrinking with every word, so unsure he didn't even believe himself anymore. That watch costs over 60 million, how could it not be stunning? Bro, are you serious? Does Mr. Matteo even need a leg accessory? Matteo pressed his lips together, silent for a beat. Then the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint, mocking smile. Almost like he was laughing, but the amusement never reached his eyes. He offered his hand to Oliver. Go on, touch it. Wait, did Mr. Matteo actually agree to such a ridiculous request? I heard Mr. Matteo usually dislikes omegas who make a move on him, so I thought Oliver was in serious trouble. Still, it's day 1 on the show, he's a fellow guest, got to give some respect. With Mr. Matteo's status, there is no need to care about this omega's feelings, right? There are so many high society omegas who like him, and I have never seen him show any of them any courtesy. Oliver wasn't expecting the second lead to agree so quickly. His hesitation caught him off guard, but he forced himself forward, slowly extending his hand anyway. The omega's face was blurred in shadow, but their hands were flawless, like alabaster, smooth and unblemished, delicate and narrow against Matteosa's large palm. Matteo's hand could have completely swallowed that one. He lowered his gaze, watching intently as the omega tentatively brushed their fingers against his wrist. A long fingertip grazed the watch face, skimmed over the skin of his arm, then snatched back like it had been shocked. Like a skittish cat. The approach was awkward, clumsy even, but if he played along like some kind of pet, maybe this month wouldn't be as unbearable after all. Thanks, Mr. Matteo. Oliver brushed the surface of the watch and then yanked his hand back like he'd been burned. I swear, I just thought it was really gorgeous, nothing else. He meant it. Matteo still wore that half smile, no real emotion, just a quiet hum as he shoved the last bag of carrots into the fridge. Oliver knew instantly he'd been seen through. Oliver could not stay in this place for even a single second. He drifted out of the scene in a daze, and following the memories of his original body, he went to the second floor and found the room assigned to him. As soon as he shut the door, Oliver flopped onto the bed, rolling twice before burying his face in the pillow. He was wiped out, but the damn system wouldn't shut up inside his head. Congratulations, host, second task completed. Reward granted alongside first task. Oliver groaned, thanks a lot. The system took him seriously and launched into its usual spiel. You're welcome, this is what systems do. It's my job to help you complete tasks efficiently and get closer to the second lead faster, maintaining world order in the process. All missions are meticulously calculated for maximum effectiveness. Please keep up the good work. Oliver's head throbbed. What kind of mission was that right off the bat? Meticulously calculated. Fastest way to close the gap, more like the fastest way to get himself killed. The system wouldn't stop buzzing. He gave up trying to sleep and climbed out of bed to check what kind of reward he'd gotten. Oliver made his way to the bathroom mirror and finally got a good look at what he currently looked like. How could anyone wear such a hideous pair of glasses? And that messy hair, where even did he find that baggy shirt? He stared, horrified. Was that really the face he'd been showing off earlier? All that awkward, out-of-place behavior coming from that mess. Not all omegas are obsessed with looks, are they? How come the original body's even worse than me? Oliver trembled as he raised both hands and slowly took off his glasses. He wasn't holding out much hope for what he'd see, just praying not to be shocked. Once the glasses were gone, Oliver stared into the mirror and froze. Compared to just a moment ago, the Omega in the mirror looked like an entirely different person. The lower half of his face remained unchanged, pale skin, sharp jawline, clean-cut features. But those eyes, once hidden behind thick bottle-bottom lenses, were now fully exposed. Almond-shaped and clear, long, lush lashes framing them, amber irises glistening with a soft sheen. When they looked back at him, there was a subtle flicker, like stars dancing in the night sky, dreamlike and mesmerizing. To be stared at by those eyes felt like your soul might just vanish right then and there. The face was identical to Oliver's own, but somehow different. After a long pause, Oliver muttered aloud, "Did I ever look at people like that before?" Limited by perspective, all Oliver could access from the original body's memories were scenes directly tied to the novel. And in the story, this Omega had been nothing more than a background character, invisible and forgettable. So besides his job, Oliver knew absolutely nothing about him. That the face matched his own. After reading so many isekai novels, that was practically old hat to Oliver. Only, Oliver frowned slightly, making an angry look, and the young man in the mirror frowned back at him. But those affectionate watery eyes made the young man's frown look like a coquettish complaint. Suddenly, Oliver had an epiphany. System, do not tell me this is the reward. Host has found it, first mission reward. Gaze so intense even dogs fall in love eyesight. No wonder his gaze felt so strange. Oliver tried making sad, frustrated, jealous expressions. But no matter how twisted his face got, those eyes stayed soft and dewy, always sending sparks like a constant electrical current. After a long silence, Oliver wordlessly put the glasses back on. The original body was severely nearsighted anyway, and there's no optician's shop on this island. Might as well make do for now. What's the second reward? Please, host, untie your hair and claim the second reward. Perfect black long straight hair quality. Most other isekai protagonists got flashy perks, dimensional storage, top-tier spirit roots, game-breaking skills. But here, just a bunch of weird little things that seem completely useless. Still, people adapt fast. Oliver was already starting to get used to this bizarre system, even if it looked like it served no real purpose at all. He'd had enough of the original body's messy ponytail, so when he heard that, he just untied it. His dark hair cascaded down, falling all the way to his waist like fine silk, rich and smooth. Surprised at how long his hair was, Oliver could not help lifting a lock and stroking it. It slid effortlessly from his fingertips, silky and cool, feels amazing. He'd worn long hair before, but nothing this long, only down to his shoulders back then. And even that was just because he never made time for a haircut or didn't feel like going out. Given how rough the original body's hair had looked and been styled, no real care at all, he figured it wasn't too different from his own reasons for keeping it long. After claiming the system's reward, Oliver glanced around the bedroom and spotted a 24-inch suitcase. He opened it, just 3 or 4 sets of clothes, all plain white button-downs. Oliver figured it was time to make buying clothes a priority. Then he pulled his phone from his pocket and checked the bank balance. He'd only got a few thousand in digits. He opened up Red Tomato Novel, the app the original body had signed with, quickly scrolling through their author dashboard, and stared at the daily payout of $10. How did this guy even survive on $10 a day? Oliver figured it was high time he got back into writing, maybe start fresh just like before. Not only had to chase the second lead, but also build something real. Things were about to get busy. Oliver lay down on the bed, getting ready for a short afternoon nap. Just then, the director announced in the group chat for the guests that they would gather on the beach in the evening. This morning was just a casual get-together at the cabin, with no formal introductions. The real action wouldn't start till later tonight. The main plot of the romance show was finally kicking off. In the original book, the setting sun's afterglow added an overly beautiful filter to the handsome young man with a sunny and youthful disposition, causing everyone to notice the Odai, thus officially kicking off the love triangle in the reality dating show. But that didn't matter to Oliver anymore. He was focused only on one thing, the second lead who held his fate in their hands. At 5 p.m., 8 guests of Season 5 of Love Letter gathered at the beach. The sunlight now wasn't scorching like at noon, soft and golden. It spilled over the sandy shore, broken only by the occasional cry of seabirds. A breeze rolled in off the sea, lazy and warm. Oliver, on the other hand, was anything but relaxed. He'd nearly overslept, sprinting across the beach at the last possible second, just as the other 7 cast members were already gathered. The Omega, still catching his breath after a few quick gasps, straightened up and froze, eyes locked on the scene before him. On one side of the beach stood a tangle of camera gear and crew. On the other, the cast members themselves, standing in a loose cluster. Honestly, they looked like a dream for anyone who's into looks, pure visual feast. Besides Matteo, the second male lead, Henry, the main protagonist, and Theodai, the crowd pleaser, each of the other 4 brought something different to the table, unique in their own way. Among the alphas, Levi had those sharp, narrow eyes and a thin lip, the kind that practically screamed dangerous charm. No surprise he's a world-renowned designer. His outfit was meticulously put together, edgy details, bold textures, all of it flawless. Sebastian stood out as the only one who actually fit the beach vibe, a floral shirt and shorts, chestnut curls tumbling over his forehead. He grinned wide, flashing those sharp little teeth, cute as hell. But then there was that height, that frame. It reminded everyone he was an alpha, no hiding it. The 2 betas are no ordinary people either. Lucas has an intellectual and refined aura of a scholar. The well-fitted white shirt stands in sharp contrast to the cheap shirt on Oliver. It is hard to tell that he is a music video director. He looks more like a university professor who wandered onto the film set by mistake. William, the guy, was all over the place with his outfit, glitter, patterns, colors everywhere, but somehow pulled it off. Honestly, he looked far more Omega than Oliver did. Forget filming a dating show, they'd have an audience just showing up in their swimwear. Oliver glanced down at himself, his oversized shirt hastily thrown on, his messy ponytail looking worse than usual, and that thick framed glasses he couldn't escape from. For a second, he thought about turning around and walking away. But everyone had already seen him, so Oliver had no choice but to slowly shuffle over. Matteo stood at the far left of the group, the closest to Oliver. He watched as the Omega fiddled with his shirt hem, stepping slowly toward him, almost like he was nervous. Got that people crowd fear. He's bold enough when it comes to messing with you, but suddenly all shy. All right, everyone's here, so we're officially starting. Benjamin raised the megaphone and gave a sly smile. Today's day, one of our love reality show. Anyone know what usually happens now? William shot up immediately. Find your solemnity eye contact. Dead, I can't even. Only ever William would say that. Straightforward, dumb hot guy, still iconic. A whole new collection of William's iconic lines might be born after this dating show wraps up. Benjamin cleared his throat twice, then said, "You're not wrong, but don't you have to actually get to know someone before you can even see eye to eye?" William shrugged. "No big deal, face looks good, that's all it takes." He winked after saying it. Benjamin's speech left me completely speechless. Can't believe I'm stuck with my own gem. Theodai and Sebastian couldn't hold it in, snorting a couple of laughs. Oliver barely suppressed a chuckle too. Lucas glanced at the flustered Benjamin, face blank, but his eyes were slowly crinkling at the corners. William was pure entertainment, wild, untrustworthy, yet dead serious in that absurd way that made it impossible not to laugh. Sure enough, the experienced and shrewd director Benjamin quickly composed himself and said, "Walk forward for 2 kilometers. And the program team has prepared a delicious seafood buffet barbecue for everyone." Oliver perked up instantly, fist clenching in excitement. He was starving. The mental toll from reading those endless pages and the physical exhaustion from sprinting over had drained him dry. He needed food fast. Matteo shot a quick glance at his Omega's clenched fist beside him. Some strange itch flared in his chest. "But not every guest gets to enjoy it," Benjamin added with a sly grin. "From now on, walk together to the grilling station. Chat freely as you go, collect intel about your fellow guests. Once you arrive, we'll test each of you based on personal details. Pick someone you think you know best, answer 10 questions about them. Only those who get 6 right qualify for the feast." This game was basically forcing people to talk. Can already picture the awkward small talk coming up. What if someone panics? Social anxiety, hell, this is it. Oliver really hates socializing. 2 kilometers at a slow pace, half an hour easy. Having to chat awkwardly for half an hour with strangers, that felt like torture, worse than those body contact games where you had to bite off a sticky note from someone else's back. At least that one just required grit and a quick bite. Still, he'd prepared himself. He knew this was the first challenge of the season's dating show. In the original script, it was this very game that made everyone notice the heartthrob protagonist, Theodai. Theodai was the youngest, just 21, a fourth-year music student who'd already made waves online as a rising singer with several viral tracks on short video platforms. He moved through the group like a soft breeze, gentle, effortless, leaving ripples in his wake wherever he went. Oliver watched him with quiet admiration. Only someone like Theodai could thrive in the middle of such chaos and come out unscathed. He knew he couldn't do it. He couldn't be kind to everyone, not really. His focus was singular, his warmth reserved for one person alone. Ding, new mission unlocked. During the Q&A round, your goal is to get male lead to choose you as the guest they know best. Answer questions based on personal details about yourself. Wait, what kind of nonsense is this? Oliver's stomach dropped. Having the male lead pick him to answer meant he'd have to actually get Matteo interested in his hobbies, habits, life story. He figured the system would just want him to follow up on the male lead later, gather a few tidbits about his preferences, then pick him as the most familiar guest during quiz time and sail through. Who'd have guessed it was the other way around? Oliver stole a glance at Matteo beside him, still cool, unreadable, face blank as ever. Definitely one of those deep-cut types who could hide his entire psyche behind a smile. If it were about asking questions of the boss, he'd have no problem dogging him for details later. But having the boss actually get to know him, then being forced to pick him during Q&A, if this was social anxiety hell, it had to be in the 9th circle. Benjamin grinned and squinted. Everyone clear, off you go, 30 minutes starting now. Henry took off first, striding ahead like he didn't care about anyone else, focused only on the finish line. Then Levi followed, tossing a lazy smile over his shoulder as he glanced at the others before stepping forward. Theodai and Ulukas hesitated for a beat, then fell in behind Henry and Levi, trying to strike up conversation but not quite finding their groove, until they ended up walking side by side, chatting casually. William noticed Henry and Levi were moving too fast. He gave up on both and started hovering between Matteo and Sebastian instead. Oliver brought up the rear, still stalling over how to even start a talk with the male lead. Finally mustering courage, he took a step forward, only to see William lock on his target and stride straight toward Matteo. Oliver's shoulders sagged instantly. He had no choice but to fall back again, staying just out of reach, keeping distance from the group. So, Mr. Matteo, what kind of stuff do you usually like? Favorite food, color, and what kind of people are you into? William fired off the questions with zero finesse, launching right in. I read books when I am free, I am not picky about food, and I like white. Matteo seemed to answer William's questions casually with a good temper, but when he turned his head, he glanced at Oliver, who was walking alone behind with his peripheral vision. The type I like the reserved ones who do not deliberately come up with all kinds of excuses. Omega hovered hesitantly just behind them, clearly wanting to join in but unsure how, keeping a safe distance, caught between curiosity and hesitation. Too bad there was that damn pair of glasses on, he couldn't read Omega's expression at all. Does he even care? Would his eyes go red? Would he start crying? Then Sebastian suddenly pivoted, stepping right up beside Oliver and saying casually, "Hey there, Oliver." Oliver blinked, completely caught off guard. He stammered, "Oh, hi." After a beat he added with a sheepish shrug, "No need for Mr. or anything, I'm just Oliver, the one with 3 waters, the Ming." "I know who you are," Sebastian grinned, his smile wide and bright. "I memorized all the guests' names before they arrived. Your file's pretty thin, kinda mysterious. Perfect chance to actually meet you in person. No surprise he's got so many mom fans, he's an alpha sure but zero aggression. And his words, so thoughtful, never making anyone feel awkward." Oliver knew exactly how flimsy that mysterious label was, giving him any kind of credit at all. Thin files weren't from being mysterious. They were thin because there wasn't much to write about. The original body was 23, had written 3 novels, best one hit 1,000 saves and 100 reviews, daily pay, $10. Nothing compared to these golden boys. Sebastian asked something, Oliver answered, Back and forth they went, surprisingly easygoing, almost fun. When Oliver suddenly laughed at one of Sebastian's jokes, a shiver ran down his spine, as if he'd been locked in the gaze of some massive, dangerous predator. He snapped his head up, scanning ahead, just Theodore and William's backs, nothing else. Probably just being paranoid, Oliver rubbed the back of his neck, brushing it off. But he hadn't forgotten his mission. He was still waiting for a gap to open up beside the second lead so he could slide in without drawing attention, even though it felt awful leaving Sebastian like this. William seemed satisfied, nodding as he walked off toward Levi, ready to target the next one. Oliver really wished he could be more like William, so effortlessly social. Somehow, Theodore and Henry had ended up walking side by side at the front. Tall and broad-shouldered, slim and graceful, their silhouettes looked oddly perfect together. With William gone, Oliver stared at the second lead's back, wondering how to smoothly wrap up the chat with Sebastian without making it awkward. Sebastian was sharp enough to sense Oliver's distraction the instant it happened, so he smoothly wrapped up the conversation and drifted off toward Lucas ahead. Oliver felt a sudden swell of warmth, officially now a fan of the little puppy type. No wonder you've got all those mom fans, honestly, such a thoughtful sweetheart. 10 minutes had passed already. The guests were all long-legged and moving fast, so they'd probably reach the destination in another 10 or so. Oliver's heart skipped, just quickened his pace with 2 brisk steps to catch up beside the second lead. Matteo slowly turned, a faint upward curve at the corner of his lips, offering a polite, distant nod in greeting. That move gave Oliver a little courage, and he took a breath, then went for it. "Mr. Matteo, would you maybe want to get to know me?" "Wait, what's the guy with glasses even saying?" "Wait, did I just hear that right? He's trying to get Mr. Matteo to know him instead of the other way around." "Nope, you heard it fine. Me too thought my ears were playing tricks on me. He's got a real nerve trying to get Mr. Matteo to notice him, clearly just using the moment to sell himself. In a dating show, you're supposed to pitch yourself, unless you want someone else to come find you. Still, I kinda respect the guts. That's seriously bold. If I had half that courage, maybe Idvi actually chased down my crush by now." Matteo blinked, genuinely caught off guard. He'd expected another Omega to follow William's lead and bombard him with questions instead. But this one was asking him something first. He'd never cared about the countless people who stared at him, always too tired to respond. Yet somehow this guy kept doing things that felt different. Clumsy, shy, passionate. And what he hadn't expected at all. Matteo raised an eyebrow, glancing down at Oliver's slightly wild tuft of hair, a patch that had sprung up during his rushed sprint from the nap. He wasn't annoyed in the slightest. "Wait, did Matteo just glance at my head? Did something get stuck there, or what's going on?" Oliver flinched, his carefully rehearsed words vanishing like smoke. Matteo finally looked away, as if nothing had happened, voice flat. "Why would you want me to know you?" Oliver blinked twice, a faint pink flush creeping across his pale cheeks. He shoved the script he'd prepared straight into Matteo's face. "Compared to the other guests, my background's the most bare. Their range of questions is limited, so if you pick me as the one you know best later, the quiz should be super simple, way higher chance of getting it right." Oliver laid out his reasoning with all the earnestness of a textbook, making it look like he had no ulterior motive at all. He was genuinely just looking out for Matteo. But Matteo's expression stayed unreadable, his pupils dark and bottomless like they could swallow you whole. He didn't believe in people acting without strings attached. Every move had a purpose. The Omega's higher success rate was just another excuse to get close. "So that's how much you like me," Matteo thought, watching Oliver try way too hard to look serious while clearly desperate to be remembered. If Oliver could read minds, he'd have been blown away, completely wrecked for the rest of his life. But he couldn't, and right now, he was still high on himself for coming up with such a flawless excuse, convinced it was smooth sailing. He had no idea Matteo saw through it completely, and even twisted it into something darker. Once the words were out, Oliver felt instantly lighter, his steps almost bouncy. Matteo picked up on the Omega's quiet delight, a shadow flickering in his chest. Why is it so easy to please him? If I said no, would he still be like this, or would he actually be hurt? Pushing down the dark thought, Matteo's lips curled just slightly. "Thanks for thinking of me, then let's go with that." Oliver lit up like a kid at a candy store, spilling out his introduction faster than he could think. Mr. Matteo, I am Oliver, 23 years old, 175 centimeters tall, full-time novelist by day, and basically a hermit who lives for movies on the couch. Favorite fruits, grapes and cream strawberries. Got a serious thing for spicy food. And if it's cats or dogs, I'm all about the cats. Later in the afternoon, the system had told him the original persona was too thin, so his habits were rewritten to match Oliver's real life. Everything about Oliver had been synced into the Walidlani, meaning every question on the show would be based on this version. Oliver was practically handing over his bank pin. He talked for 5 minutes straight, terrified he'd left something out that might trip up Matteo later. He looked up and met Matteo's half smile, eyes sharp with amusement. Anything else? Oliver cleared his throat, a little dry from talking so much, and shook his head. That's pretty much it. Should be enough, right, Mr. Matteo? If there's anything unclear, I can go over it again. Stop chanting, please stop. Did not see that coming. This Omega can talk. I was about to fall asleep. Matteo didn't reply. Instead, he asked, You told me to pick you, so who'd you like to answer for? Oliver blinked, stunned, staring at the alpha. Matteo kept his calm. Who's your guest choice for answering questions? Honestly, I haven't even thought about it. Oliver really hadn't. His only focus had been finishing the task fast. Now he realized they were almost at the destination, with just 10 minutes left. Oliver started to panic. He'd missed his seafood barbecue feast. Noticing Oliver's expression shift, Matteo arched a brow, voice smooth and steady. You can't find anyone else now, just pick me. Wait, what? Mr. Matteosa actually pretty gentle, really looks out for Omegas. Poor Mr. Matteo, having to listen to all that rambling for so long and still helping that bespectacled guy pass the game. Stop calling him Eyeball Man, he's got a name and it's actually kinda nice. Who the hell remembers you if you don't keep banging on about Mr. Matteo like that? If Oliver weren't wearing glasses, the alpha might have seen how his eyes were sparkling like tiny stars. Oliver had no clue about Matteo's darker thoughts. All he felt was being helped. He thought, Matteo really is kind. He doesn't care about his awkward, rude habits and still watches out for him. He truly wanted to give Matteo a different ending, one that wasn't lost in silence, not alone. Not completely out of touch, not all alone. Oliver nodded hard, saying, Thanks, Mr. Matteo, I'm picking you next. He hesitated for a beat, then said, I'm kind of worried I might not answer some questions right. Could you maybe tell me a bit about yourself too, Mr. Matteo? Oliver actually wants Mr. Matteo to introduce himself. Honestly, the guy with glasses kind of pulls it off. To be honest, I am just as eager to hear Mr. Matteo introduce himself. Lean in, this is going to be good. Matteo's eyes flickered for a split second before settling back into calm. He'd gotten used to Oliver's little mind games by now. Just another way of digging deeper, right? If it was dating show logic, he might as well play along for the moment. In real life, an Omega like him would never even get close enough to touch him. He didn't mind playing a little game, flirtation was fun, but that was as far as it went. Little did the proud alpha know how hooked he'd eventually get on this love game. So much that he'd end up doing it with Oliver for life, even raising a kid together. Matteo gave a slight nod, a quiet smile playing at his lips, like you just did. Oliver paused to recall his own long-winded ramble. Hard to imagine the guy in second place ever doing something like that. He let out a sheepish chuckle. I guess I might have rambled a bit, just go with whatever feels comfy for you, Mr. Matteo. Matteo then really started telling Oliver about some of his hobbies and living habits. Oliver listened intently, not just to pass the quiz and win dinner later, but because he had bigger plans ahead, winning Matteo's attention. He'd made up his mind if this was a dating show, he might as well actually fall for someone. For Matteo, he wasn't going to be some invisible background character from the original story. He wanted that quiet, unreadable gaze to finally hold something real him. Matteo liked fish, winter, rain, late nights, and silence. Oliver filed each detail away in his mind. If he'd had a notebook right then, he'd have filled an entire page, and later, written a 1,000-word reflection just for fun. Oliver and Matteo were the last to arrive at the campsite. Benjamin was crouched by the camera, holding a stack of A4 papers clearly ready with his questions. Seeing them approach, Benjamin picked up his megaphone again. 30 minutes are up. Everyone must have already picked someone they would like to choose, right? Anyone want to go first? The guests exchanged glances, clearly waiting to see how others reacted before jumping in. Benjamin coaxed, "Answer and you can sit down straight away for the seafood feast. Get it done fast, enjoy it sooner." Then a soft voice piped up. "Shall I go first?" Heads turned toward the speaker. Surprisingly, it was Glasses Omega. Levi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. William and Alakas looked slightly puzzled, like they were trying to place the guy. No wonder William and Alakas didn't recognize him. Oliver had only spoken to Sebastian and Matteo earlier, and the original host's faint presence that morning had barely registered in anyone's mind, except, perhaps, the protagonist Theodore. Oliver's thinking was simple. If he waited any longer, he'd forget what Matteo had told him, especially if he bombed most of the answers. It'd feel like a betrayal after Matteo took such care to share those details. Plus, the longer he delayed, the more anxious he got. Might as well get it over with. First up, no excuses. Benjamin grinned, leaning in. "All right then, Oliver's first. Who do you think knows you best?" Oliver wanted to glance at the second male lead's expression, but felt a bit shy, so instead, he looked toward the director and said, "I'll go with Mr. Matteo." Instantly, several cameras swung toward Matteo. On the monitor dedicated to his close-ups, you could see him give a barely there smile when he heard Oliver's voice, his whole demeanor soft and composed. Oliver really seems to have a strong connection with Mr. Matteo. If I were in his shoes, I would be clingy too. I would even be more clingy than him. Who would not like an alpha like Mr. Matteo, who is gentle, handsome, and rich? Is it just me who prefers Sebastian? Mr. Matteo seems kind, but also a bit distant. Benjamin had already seen Oliver and Matteo interact back in the van, so the choice wasn't a surprise. He pulled out the A4 sheet labeled 10 questions about Matteo, then waved it proudly in front of everyone like he was showing off. "You ready?" William muttered, directors acting so childish. Laughter rippled through the group. The little moment eased Oliver's nerves just a touch. He locked eyes with Benjamin, jaw set like he was about to charge into battle. "I'm good, let's do this." Benjamin didn't waste a second, he launched straight in. Matteo's hobbies? Reading. Oliver had overheard William ask that just moments before, when they'd been walking behind Matteo and William. Matteo's favorite food? Fish. Preferred weather? Rainy days. Best time of day? Midnight. Favorite season? Winter. The first 5 questions were all stuff Matteo had already shared with Oliver. Nailing them made his heart lift. One more correct answer and he'd clear the challenge, score a full feast. "This one's actually this easy." You think it's easy just because you've seen from the God's eye view how Matteo told Oliver these things. No way those answers are on any fan wiki. His profile doesn't even list stuff like that. The real challenge isn't knowing the answers, it's getting Mr. Matteo to actually tell you. You saw how William barely got a few questions in before Mr. Matteo shut him down with that look of his. Oliver has some real skill. Benjamin drawled, "Don't get too excited yet, just warming you up." Then came the curveballs. Matteo's shoe size. How many relationships has he been in? Which part of himself is he most proud of? No prep, no chance. Oliver was rattled. He floundered through guesses like a man drowning. 42. Like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Most satisfied. His face. Everyone instinctively glanced at Matteo's face, then paused, struck by the sheer craftsmanship of it. Matteo had been grim-faced to start with, but when he heard Oliver claim he'd dated 5 or 6 times, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. What kind of image did he really have in Oliver's eyes? Matteo, known far and wide as a man who kept himself spotless, was being painted by Oliver like some reckless, womanizing playboy. When Oliver mentioned his face, though, Matteo's mood lightened instantly. The Omega was actually straightforward about it, so he really liked his face, But honestly, they'd all been staring at him for years. One more time wouldn't hurt. Mr. Matteo's shoe size is 43, according to him. He's all about building his empire, not chasing love, and the one thing he's most proud of, his hands. Congrats, you're dead wrong on all counts. Benjamin rattled off the answers, then followed up with, "What was Matteo doing at this time yesterday?" Oliver groaned, "I don't even know what I was doing at this time yesterday. How am I supposed to know where he was? You guys just want me to fail." Wait, did Benjamin just imply Matiosa never been in a relationship? Hold up, was he actually born solo? Like, straight out of the womb and still single? Poor guy, Oliver thought automatically, then paused, realizing he hadn't either. Well, looks like he'd just dragged himself into the pity party too. Benjamin held up the mic. Last question, what's Matiosa's biggest pet peeve? Oliver blinked, he hadn't even gotten that one right before. Instinctively, he looked toward the second lead, hoping for a hint. Matiosa's expression remained calm, unruffled, unreadable, didn't even glance in Oliver's direction. The second male lead was clearly a lost cause, so Oliver had no choice but to go over his brief interactions with Matteo and whatever details he could remember from the original novel. In the novel, Matteo was a bastard son, but after turning adult, he built his own empire, so dazzlingly successful that the head of the Innan family personally invited him home. Of course, he faced resistance from other members of the Innan family along the way, like finding his drink spiked or walking into his room to discover a fever phase Omega suddenly there. When they could not beat Matteo in business, they tried to bring him down with a scandal. Given how few Omegas there were, the state had ironclad laws protecting those in heat. Any violation carried brutal legal consequences. If Matteo had actually been lured and an Omega later accused him, he wouldn't just face public backlash, he'd be facing jail time. So even though Matteo was alert at the time and didn't fall for it afterward, he kept almost no Omegas around him. His secretary and assistants were all alphas or betas. Still, countless wealthy, high society Omegas kept throwing themselves at him, desperate to catch his eye. Every move they made drove Matteo absolutely insane. Suddenly it hit Oliver, he snapped his fingers and said, "Mr. Matteo absolutely hates being deliberately flirted with. Is that like calling out the thief while you're stealing? You know that too, don't you? I'd say you're the one who's been doing the most chasing right here." Benjamin choked for a second, glanced down at the question booklet in his hand, then burst out laughing. "Well, since it's the final question, let's leave it to the expert himself. Mr. Matteo, do you reckon he got it right?" The director's laugh was genuinely contagious. Henry, who'd just been watching Oliver drool over Matteo, couldn't help but smirk. Theodore had been playing the crowd all along, mimicking Oliver's reactions, keeping up a steady beat of drama while stealing glances at Henry. Now, seeing that unshakable ice face finally crack into something resembling warmth, he froze mid-motion. Oliver shot around at Benjamin's words, practically begging with his eyes, "You're my only hope for dinner." Too bad the glasses hid everything, no one could see past that fluttering eyelid. Matteo tilted his head slightly, puzzled. Was Oliver's face twitching? Everyone turned to Matteo, waiting for his verdict. Matteo paused, recalling the answer he'd given the producers. The most detestable people are those who scheming and smelling out every chance to climb. But now, staring at Oliver's eager Omega face right next to him, how dare he say he hated being played? Playing on purpose. The words rolled over his tongue and sank straight into his chest. Knowing full well how much he hated being targeted, yet still showing up right here. Since the show asked him to decide, fine, let it be Oliver's word. Honestly, he felt sorry for the Omega. He always went out of his way to get attention but never crossed a line. And honestly, he'd brought some fun into the mix. Might as well call it a reward. With that thought in mind, Matteo gave Benjamin a slow nod. He's right. Benjamin's grin widened. He glanced down at the original answer key, then leaned in with a knowing twinkle. Well, since the boss has spoken, I guess we all celebrate. Oliver just earned his first win of the game. Head over to the side and enjoy the crew's gourmet seafood feast. William was the first to clap. It was the first time he'd really looked at Oliver back when he used to shrink into corners, fading out of sight. Never thought someone like him would go so far for love and be the one to answer first. William said he was moved and deeply impressed, swearing he'd take a few tips from Oliver on how to chase someone. Oliver had no clue that an audience member had already quietly marked him as a sister in crime. Had he known, he'd have told William not to learn from him at all. He was fresh off the vine, brand new and awkward as ever. Right then, with the game behind him, Oliver's face lit up like fireworks, eyes crinkling, smile wide and sweet. Instead of heading straight for the side table, he stepped toward Matteo first, practically giving a victory speech. "Matteo, I wouldn't be here tonight without you. Honestly, I don't even know how to repay you. If you ever need anything, just name it, count me in. When Matteo heard Oliver say he didn't know how to return the favor, he half expected the next words to be, I'll give myself to you, as if by instinct. But even if Oliver had said it out loud, Matteo wouldn't have been surprised. Mind and face were different things, he still wore that calm, polished charm. Matteo gave Oliver a faint smile, his usually deep, unreadable eyes flickering with a rare, genuine warmth. And then he saw Oliver's cheeks flush like sunset sky, a quick nod, as if finally taming his own hands and feet before hurrying off toward the dining area. It is obvious Oliver has a big crush on Mr. Matteo. Whenever Mr. Matteo smiles, Oliver immediately turns red. To be honest, who can resist Mr. Matteo's smile? Mr. Matteo does not smile like that with everyone. I usually find his smiles polite, a bit distant. But the way he smiled at Oliver just now felt different. I might be weirdly into this. I swear I used to think Mr. Matteo was supposed to be with some legendary beauty, now I'm not so sure. Oliver drifted toward the food zone in a daze, picking a seat that let him keep an eye on everyone else. His mind was still buzzing from just seconds ago, the way Matteo had smiled. That smile, something totally different from his usual cool, reserved one. Oliver kicked things off right, and soon enough, the others started diving into the questions too. To everyone's surprise, the first mutual pick was Sebastian and Levi. Each answered a question about the other. Two alphas choosing each other, no love for the heartthrob Theodai or the easygoing Beta. After the round, it came out they were old family friends, grew up together. No wonder their answers had been so spot on. Then Lucas picked Theodai, while Theodai hesitated between him and Henry before finally going with Henry. At this point, Henry hadn't fallen for Theodai like he did in the original story, yet still radiating that keep your distance vibe, icy and unapproachable. Theodai was a sunshine kind of guy, but even he felt a little uneasy around Henry, someone who radiated keep out like a force field. They'd barely exchanged 2 sentences on the way over, so it wasn't surprising he'd bombed most of the questions and ended up sitting across from the dining area, staring longingly at the food just 5 meters away. William, even less prepared, he chatted with everyone just enough to be polite, not enough to really connect, and finally picked Levi, the one who matched his vibe best. Only managed 2 answers before Levi gave up and whispered a hint just to keep things from dragging too long. The audience was howling, the showmanship was flawless. Henry went with Lucas, citing proximity as his only reason. Predictably, Henry ended up sitting across the dining area, just like Theodai. Then it was Matteo's turn. He was now the last one standing. To his left sat the 4 who'd failed, Theodai, Henry, Lucas, and William. On his right, the dining area, Oliver, Levi, and Sebastian already digging in. Oliver was mid-bite, savoring a juicy bite of meat when he noticed it was Matteo's turn. He straightened up instantly, like someone had flicked a switch. Benjamin, all right, last guest of the night, Matteo, Mr. Matteo, who have you got your eye on? Matteo lowered his eyes slightly. A flash of memory played in his mind, the soft voice of an Omega tilting up a small face and asking him that one quiet question. Mr. Matteo, wanna give me a shot? He lifted his gaze, I pick Oliver. Oliver? A voice like velvet wrapped in frost, deep, cool, and impossible to forget. The long-haired Omega had stared at the Alpha on stage that night, the first time someone had said his name aloud. How could they make it sound so perfect? Oliver pressed a hand to his chest, as if he needed to keep his heart from leaping out of his ribs. Oliver's favorite pet, cats, favorite fruit, grapes and cream strawberries. Matteo answered without hesitation, perfectly. He'd actually listened, really listened. Oliver stared, wide-eyed, at the smooth way Matteo answered every question. For the first time in his life, he felt seen. Benjamin wasn't about to let this go easy, Alpha answering too perfectly, time for a little twist. Matteo had nailed all 5 questions so far, just one left to clear the game with ease. Benjamin glanced subtly at Oliver first. Before Oliver could even decipher what that look meant, he'd already turned back to focus on Matteo. Clearing his throat, Benjamin asked, So, you know what kind of eyes Oliver has? The moment the words left his mouth, every eye in the room snapped toward Oliver. The live chat erupted instantly. No way, Benjamin's always the one with the good questions. Wish I'd thought of that. Oliver's thick, rimmed glasses make his eyes look tiny, hard to tell what shape they are. From his outfit alone, he probably doesn't even have a good face to begin with. Seriously curious, what does Oliver actually look like? Take off the glasses, take off the glasses. Levi, sitting beside Oliver, gave him a teasing once-over with a smirk, while Sebastian looked downright eager, just as curious as everyone else about what Oliver really looked like. Most of the others went all out for the show, dressing to impress, constantly checking their look, even having personal stylists on standby like Levi and William, who tweaked their makeup between takes. Even Matteo and Sebastian, not exactly an entertainment, had teams behind the scenes managing every outfit and look leading up to filming. Theodore didn't have a stylist, but he was young, full of energy, and that slightly awkward, fresh-faced style fit him perfectly, giving off an innocent, almost delicate vibe, like a little white flower. Only Oliver showed up with one plain suitcase, simple, unassuming, even rough around the edges. If it weren't for the faint scent of suppression pheromones leaking from his neck every so often, you'd never guess he was an Omega. Matteo stared quietly at Oliver across the room. Under all those eyes, Oliver looked rattled, his mouth slightly open, hands unconsciously clenching together, as if searching for some invisible anchor to steady his nerves. He's scared by this crowd. Matteo thought it is probably better that Oliver does not want to show himself to anyone else. Just let me be the one to see. If looks could kill, Oliver Wildvi already turned Benjamin into confetti by now. The director was clearly trying to get him to take off those glasses. Oliver wasn't exactly thrilled to keep wearing those ugly frames, but the weight of everyone's eyes on him made it unbearable. No one was shouting for him to take them off, yet he could read the thick curiosity in the guests' glances like a book. Oliver winced at the memory of that soft, doe-eyed gaze staring back at him from the mirror at lunch. God, he still had no clue how to control his damn eyes. But if he didn't take them off, Matteo wouldn't be able to answer the next question. And who knew what weird trap Benjamin had waiting after that? Screw it, it's just glasses. A little eye contact won't kill anyone. If things get awkward, I'll put him back on fast. Oliver told himself, took a deep breath, and raised one hand toward his glasses. Matteo saw every flicker of hesitation and resolve in Oliver's face. He'd been about to skip the question, but now that Omega had made up his mind, no point holding back. Though he hated it, really hated it, having someone else share the view behind those heavy lenses. Oliver closed his eyes first, his left hand steadied the right side of the frame. Gently he pushed down. The glasses slid slowly off his nose. For the first time, Omega's whole face was laid bare, right there in front of everyone and streaming live to millions watching on screens across the world. Oliver opened his eyes. The chat froze for 2 seconds, then erupted like a waterfall, crashing through the screen at terrifying speed. Hey, still here, you guy who said Mr. Matteo should be with big beautiful O's sister. I only stepped away for a moment, is this really Oliver? Suddenly get it, eyes really do make or break a face. Forget everything else, I'm claiming my new wife right here. Why does Oliver have to wear such an unflattering pair of glasses? Let's all say it together, thanks Benjamin. Thanks Benjamin. The air on the beach, the warm, salty breeze, seemed to stop dead for a breathless moment. His eyes were pale amber, gentle and deep like autumn pools. They shimmered with quiet light, as if a fawn from some hidden forest had stepped into the world, wide-eyed and soft, drawing every look in silence, begging to be cherished. Eyes flew wide, mouths gaped in shock, some stared slack-jawed, others went quiet with thoughtful stares. The producer Isabella, who had been watching the monitor in the RV all along, finally understood what Benjamin had meant when he said those words earlier. Once you've seen Oliver's face after removing those glasses, you realize, under sheer beauty, every attempt at flair just looks flat. Charisma, a standout role, stylish looks, none of it matters anymore. He wasn't posing, he was the scene itself. Oliver noticed even the crew had stopped whispering. There hadn't been silence like this since the beginning. What's going on here? I'm not exactly ugly. I've never seen everyone go quiet like this before. Did I wake up with crusty eyes from napping earlier and forget to wipe it? Oliver felt awkward, glancing toward Matteo as if seeking rescue. Without even realizing, he'd already started relying on him. But when their eyes met, he instantly sensed something off. Matteo wasn't happy. That usual distant smile had vanished, his lips turned down, eyes dark and deep as ink, reflecting Oliver's image like a mirror. Matteo was furious, not just annoyed, but genuinely shaken. The moment everyone stared at Oliver with awe, his possessive instinct surged, raw and fierce. He didn't care how Oliver looked, beautiful or plain, as long as those eyes only ever landed on him. Why should anyone else look at Oliver at all? Wouldn't it have been better if things just stayed the way they were, low-key, unnoticed, just between them? Matteo's stormy gaze wrapped around Oliver, making his nerves tighten even more. Benjamin's megaphone screeched, snapping everyone back into reality. Snap out of it, mister. Matteo's still waiting for an answer. Theodore and Lucas turned toward Matteo in sync. Henry had barely glanced up when Oliver took off his glasses, just a flicker of surprise, then back to his usual bored expression. William ignored Benjamin entirely, still locked onto Oliver, couldn't help it. He was just into faces. What did it matter if his eyes kept wandering? Levi and Sebastian, sitting right beside Oliver, had a crystal clear view. From the side, his omega features looked even more striking. His lashes long and curled, eyes glistening with a soft sheen. Even after seeing countless beautiful faces, they couldn't help but admit, Oliver was genuinely stunning. If Oliver had walked in looking like this from the start, maybe he wouldn't have caused such a stir. After all, his current look wasn't that different from when he wore glasses. People really are visual creatures. Benjamin snapped back to focus. All right, Mr. Matteo, now you can answer that question, right? Oliver, what kind of eye shape is it? Matteo had already stopped staring at Oliver. He turned to Benjamin and said, almond-shaped. Congratulations, Mr. Matteo, correct answer. Please head to the dining area for your dinner. Matteo gave a quick nod and turned toward the dining hall. Benjamin then moved on to the players who'd lost the game, teasing them playfully about their milk and bread now being delivered with care, straight to their rooms, earning groans all around. Oliver wasn't in the mood for food anymore. He could only focus on the male lead walking toward him. Why had Matteo looked at him with such a cold stare? Did he not want Oliver to take off his glasses? Or was he just disappointed, didn't like what he saw? Was Oliver somehow falling short of expectations? Oliver's mind was a mess, thoughts swirling in every direction. He could not help it. He was just wired that way, always overthinking, always reading too much into things. He hadn't even realized. How exactly had this nearsighted original body managed to see Matteo's expression from across the room? Ding, congratulations, host, you've completed your third task. Crystal Clear Vision 5.0 reward has been unlocked. Please collect it. Only then did Oliver snap out of it, his gaze finally leaving the male lead as he blinked and scanned his surroundings. This was what the world looked like through nearsighted eyes. So sharp, so vivid, it was amazing. No more heavy frames, just perfect clarity, pure bliss. Oliver was thrilled that the system had finally handed out something actually useful. He loved it. Matteo watched the Omega frantically blinking and flashing his eyes around, and his expression darkened even further. Yeah, in Mr. Matteo's eyes, Oliver was just flashing those dazzling eyes around like he was flirting with everyone on the table. The dining area had a long table, with Levi and Sebastian seated close together, their positions separated by a small gap from Oliver due to the age difference. Matteo simply slid into the seat between Oliver and the other two alphas. This distance gave Matteo the perfect chance to get a good look at Oliver without his glasses. Oliver felt Matteo's stare like a blade through bone, as if it were peeling away every mask he'd ever worn. His jaw twitched slightly. He glanced sideways at the alpha and quickly looked down again. But Oliver had forgotten. His eyes now carried a look at me who can't resist buff. That one glance sent shockwaves through Matteo's chest. The Omega's eyes were soft and dewy, too shy to hold his gaze, just a quick bright flicker of amber across his face. Just that brief look held so much longing, it felt like it was spilling straight into Matteo's soul. Matteo felt once again and with crystal clarity just how much Oliver truly loved him. He'd seen too many eyes before, greedy ones, desperate for power, filled with resentment and hunger, ambition unbound, all of them filthy, making his skin crawl just to look at them. He wasn't new to people staring at him like they wanted something, he'd been chaste enough. But those others, they claimed love, said I like you, yet their eyes were hollow pits of want. Sometimes Matteo wished he could be a little dumber, just enough not to see through people so clearly, not to so easily catch the darkness in their hearts. But no one had ever looked at him like this, pure, unfiltered, bursting with feeling. He thought, Oliver really does like me. Oliver had no idea that because of that one look, he'd already become the image of someone hopelessly in love in Mattio's mind. But he could clearly feel the alpha's sudden shift from gloom to something much lighter. Mattio's mood swung like a roller coaster, up 1 minute, down the next. Classic alpha behavior, always unpredictable. Matteo hated greasy food. He took a few bites and set his fork down. The other three had finished eating too. They all headed back to the cottage. After all that chaos, finally, no more game, no more stress. Time to just breathe in the island's beachside beauty. Just like on the way over, Matteo and Oliver fell behind the others again. The sun was sinking, painting the sky in warm hues of twilight. As Matteo glanced toward the setting sun nearly brushing the edge of the sea, he caught Omega's gaze. Oliver noticed the look and gave a soft, knowing smile back. Sunlight spilled over Oliver, gilding his hair with a soft, golden glow. That moment, quiet, still, perfect, seared itself into Mattio's memory, one he'd carry forever. Back at the cabin, everyone too tired to do much else, they headed off to their rooms for the night. Oliver finally let go completely. This day had been a whirlwind of emotions and decisions. First, accepting he'd really ended up here, then dealing with a useless system that barely worked, then playing mind games with the other guy. That whole ordeal had completely drained Oliver, but the sticky island air pushed him to get in the shower right away. After the shower, Oliver finally felt like he could breathe again. His long hair hung loose, but it took ages to dry, long enough that Oliver started wondering whether he should just get a haircut once this whole thing wrapped up. He ran his fingers through the silken strands, hesitating. It was nice, hard to let go. Knock knock. Just as Oliver set down the hairraider, a sudden rap came from the door. Confused, he walked over and opened it, no one there. Then he looked closer. A pink envelope with a heart-shaped sticker sat on the mat in front of him. It finally hit Oliver, the rules of this dating show. Love mailbox, as the name suggested, meant letters were part of the game. Every first and final night at each location, cast members wrote handwritten notes to whoever they liked. To keep things real, the show insisted on old-school pen on paper letters, no texts or instant messages allowed. Then, after writing the letter, they hand it to their assigned production assistant, who drops it into a small mailbox outside each guest's door during a designated time window. Guests can check their mail first thing the next morning to see if anyone wrote them back. There are rules for the content too. Until the show ends, guests mustn't be overly direct about feelings like love or affection, no mention of those words allowed. It's actually for the sake of drama. Otherwise, if everyone just blurted out their crushes in letters, what would be left for the finale confession scene? Oliver crouches down to pick up the letter, shuts the door behind him, and settles at the desk. He opens the envelope. Inside is blank parchment in a soft pink hue, matching the cover design with a faint heart subtly printed on it. Ding, new task unlocked for host. Write a letter expressing romantic feelings toward the male second lead. Expressing romantic feelings. Just say, write a love letter to Matteo already. The show has its rules, can't use words like love or anything close. Oliver mutters, defeated. System trusts that as a writer, the host can find 10,000 ways to convey affection without saying the word. He knows there are plenty of ways still. It's only day one. Normally, everyone would keep things polite and guarded at first. Jumping straight into writing poetry for Matteo, I thought to just scream, I'm desperate, to everyone else. Oliver sighs. He knows the moment that letter gets sent. His feelings for the male second lead are officially on record. All those awkward moves he's pulled so far to complete tasks will now be seen as nothing but calculated stunts to get Mattio's attention. The system was quick on its feet. Whenever Oliver protested, it would go silent and play dead. Oliver resigned himself to his fate and picked up the pen, trying to come up with something. But after nearly half an hour of staring blankly, he still had no idea how to start. He grabs his phone and searches how to write a subtle love letter. The top results are all old poetry. Great poets wrote beautiful verses, but the emotions in those lines run too deep for day one of a dating show. Oliver lets out a long, exasperated breath. Guess he's on his own with this one. He closes his eyes, and memories of being around Matteo play through his mind like a slow-motion film. The first glance that stopped him mid-step, those strong hands with distinct knuckles, the odd mix of warmth and distance in his presence, the low rumble when he says Oliver's name, how effortlessly smooth he sounds when answering questions about Oliver. His heart suddenly pounds faster. And then it clicks, he finally knows what to write. Oliver felt like he finally knew what he wanted to write. He picked up the pen and wrote a single sentence, deliberate and firm. Then he slipped the letter into an envelope, double-checked in the WeChat work group who his company director was, opened up the chat with him, and sent a quick ping. "Hey, come pick this up." Jack showed up at the door within minutes and took the letter. Oliver tidied everything up, climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over himself, his face tinged with a faint flush. Wondering what Matteo would make of the letter. Disgust, surprise, or maybe just a flicker of happiness. Logically, no one should be unhappy to get a letter, but Matteo was unpredictable and Oliver just couldn't read him. The moon dipped lower in the sky as he drifted into sleep, worn out from the day. The second-floor rooms were assigned to betas and omegas, alphas all lived on the ground floor. Matteo glanced at his phone, 2 a.m. He'd already been asleep when he was jolted awake by faint scratching sounds outside the door. Just the staff dropping off mail. Not that they made much noise, Matteo just had a light sleep, and being in an unfamiliar place made him extra guarded, especially after everything he'd been through. Matteo only agreed to join the dating show because Benjamin had been his classmate from elementary through high school, and during those tough, lonely years of growing up, the Yang family had helped him countless times. Sophia especially doted on him, sometimes even treating him more affectionately than her own son. This season of Love Mailbox was shaping up to be big. Benjamin had been chosen as host, tasked with reviving the show's glory. He'd wanted it to succeed so badly he thought of Matteo immediately. Matteo wasn't that fragile boy from years ago anymore. He'd grown into a polished, high-powered business leader and the most promising heir in the Innan family, practically tailor-made for their ideal contestant profile. Benjamin reached out to his old friend without hesitation. Plus, Mr. Mattios'd been single for years, and Sophia'd been nudging him to finally find someone he loves, weighing all that in. It was enough to convince him to join. Footsteps faded away as the staff left. Matteo closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but it didn't work. He gave up, sat up, and decided, time to open that letter now. He decided to read the letter now. Matteo had no doubt the kid would write to him. That shy streak, just a glance and he'd blush, meant the letter was probably just a thank you for helping him through the game today. Matteo opened the mailbox and sure enough there it lay, a single letter. He snorted, pulled it out, tore open the envelope, and got ready to read just how long Oliver's gratitude ran. The moment he saw the contents of the letter, Mattios's pupils sharply contracted. Oliver's handwriting was delicate and flowing, like ink drifting across paper in a soft mist, and it barely matched his quiet, reserved nature. The note was short, just one sentence. "The world's good, but I want to touch the moon." At 6:30 a.m., Oliver's alarm blared on cue. The meetup was at 9, but Oliver had set his alarm earlier on purpose, just in case he overslept again, and it went off every 5 minutes. After 5 rings, he finally stirred from sleep, groggy and bleary-eyed, fumbled through the stack of plain white shirts that came with the original body, grabbed one, then shuffled into the bathroom to brush his teeth. God, how do you even make this hair look decent? Oliver ran a frustrated hand through his long locks. He only knew 2 styles, low ponytail or just letting it hang loose, but the latter was messy and impractical. On an island with constant wind, it'd be plastered across his face in no time. Just then, there was another knock on Oliver's door. He opened it still half asleep, hair a wild mess. A sharp-eyed woman stood there, sharp in that way people who have seen too much of life tend to be. Oliver recognized her the afternoon before. He'd seen her talking with Benjamin, probably the show's producer. Producer Isabella smiled at Oliver and said, "Good morning, Oliver. I am here to ask if you would like the show team to help with your hairstyle and makeup." For a split second, Oliver froze. He'd figured the crew couldn't take his outfit anymore and were stepping in to fix it. On a dating show like this, of course, the better you look, the more viewers you pull in. Isabella had already thought about it yesterday. Oliver's face was the show's biggest highlight, and his appearance must not be held back by his outfit. Since he was not good at styling himself, she decided to arrange for the show's grooming team to help. The crew's offer came just in time for Oliver, who'd been stressing over what to do with his hair. Isabella brought Oliver to another RV used by the production team, a vehicle specially designated for guests' rest or styling sessions. Amelaye the stylist nearly jumped when she heard she'd be doing Oliver's look. She was thrilled beyond words. She'd been stunned yesterday watching Oliver take off his glasses and had already fantasized about transforming him. That white shirt, totally wrong for him. She'd even sketched out what kind of style she'd go with if given the chance. And now Isabella handed her the opening she'd been waiting for. Oliver gave Amelaye a quick nod as they met at the round, softly glowing vanity table. Amelaye looked at Oliver's smooth, silken hair and said, "Oliver, with locks like these, you would really be a perfect fit for a modern Chinese-inspired style. If you are open to it, let me give it a try. I think it would look amazing." Oliver wasn't fussy about the style. Anything was better than how he looked now. He just nodded. "Yeah, sure, thanks, Amelaye, I really appreciate this." Amelaye first took a thin layer of hair from the top of Oliver's head, slanting it back from just above the ear and securing it in place. Then she teased the sides and crown for volume, left a few loose strands by the ears, and let the rest of his long hair flow down his back. And just like that, simple, elegant, classic Chinese style done. Oliver was speechless. The way Amelaye worked her magic on his unruly hair, it was like she'd tamed a storm in seconds. Not only did it look perfect, but there was this cool, almost icy aura to it that just fit. Omegas have naturally flawless skin, pale as jade, and really don't need makeup. Amelaye just added a touch of lip balm to finish the look. She stepped back, admiring her handiwork with a satisfied smile, then guided Oliver toward changing clothes. Take a close look at Oliver's face. There was something quietly cold about him, like snow on a distant mountain peak. Beautiful from afar, but too remote to touch. Yet his warmth came through in the way he smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners, softening that icy edge, pulling you straight back into the real world. Amelaye still went for a subtle color palette, choosing a pale moon white silk Chinese-style cross-collar shirt paired with sleek, flowy black trousers for Oliver. Oliver's look was complete. Isabella finished preparing for the upcoming recording session and returned to this RV to check on things, only to see Oliver just after his styling was complete. Even Isabella, who'd been in showbiz long enough to see it all, paused for 2 seconds before giving Amelaye a big thumbs up. Oliver quickly mumbled his thanks. "Thanks so much, Amelaye. This is the first time I've ever tried anything like this. It's stunning." Amelaye waved her hand happily and said, "As long as Oliver is happy, that is all that matters. Dressing up a handsome young man like you is always a pleasure." Oliver's cheeks flushed bright red. It was only 7:30 when the styling was done, and Oliver stepped down from the RV back to the cottage. Jack reminded him to check the mailbox later. Oliver hadn't even realized there was such a thing. Calling it a cottage was generous. Really, it was a seaside villa. Most of the other guests were still asleep or had not left their rooms yet. The living room was dead quiet. Oliver instinctively slowed his steps, then paused at the second-floor doorway, eyeing the show's custom pink heart-shaped mailbox. Truth be told, he didn't think he'd get any letters. Even if he'd been pestering the mail lead all day yesterday, why would anyone bother writing him? Theodore was sweet and thoughtful, William stunningly handsome with that artistic flair, Lucas cool and grounded. Matteo. Anyone could write to him without raising eyebrows. Still, the thought of someone writing to another person made his chest tighten for no reason. Oliver still opened the mailbox anyway. 3 letters inside. He stared stunned. In the original story, Oliver had never received a single letter, so he was fully prepared for an empty mailbox. Oliver's hands trembled as he pulled out the first letter and unfolded it. The messy handwriting inside looked like a dog had scribbled it. "What do I need to eat to grow up looking like you? From now on, I'll learn how to flirt by copying you." The second note had cleaner script, barely legible but still readable. Oliver in glasses V's, out, huge difference, but both totally adorable, looking forward to more. Oliver figured it was Sebastian. He was the only one yesterday who had called him Teacher Ajayang. A little puppy writing to him, Mama's heart melted. But he actually thought the glasses version looked cute, probably just flattery, but still kinda sweet. The first letter's blunt tone and shaky script screamed William. No one else had handwriting this atrocious, so out of place compared to the others. He'd assumed William would write to Levi. He'd said it himself yesterday during the game that Levi was his favorite type. Oliver couldn't believe William was asking him for dating advice. Was his eyesight really that bad? Learning to chase someone from him, a threat to just guarantee a lifetime of being single. Oliver carefully slid the two letters back into their envelopes, then tore open the third one. At first glance, the script was sharp and bold, clearly possessed that ancient Wei Jin elegance. Just 3 characters. Don't peek. Only one person would write something like that to him, Mr. Second Lead. What did don't peek even mean? Was Matteo refusing to let him look? Oliver scratched his head. He hadn't really been staring at Matteo, had he? He'd been trying to be subtle. Got it, no wonder Matteo still seemed so freaked out about that whole thing with Oliver staring at him while he was drinking. That must have really left an impression. Oliver did not even consider that Mr. Matteo might be warning him not to act too boldly or recklessly. Honestly, whatever the message meant, just getting a letter from Matteo had already left him glowing with satisfaction. The system suddenly popped up. Congrats host, you've completed task 4, reward unlocked, silky baby skin, effects applied immediately, please collect. Oliver was now used to the system's reward routine, and actually kinda looked forward to it. He happily tucked the letter away, then rolled up his sleeve to check out the changes on his skin. At first glance, nothing seemed different. Oliver reached out and touched his skin again. Wow, smooth. His pupils widened. This was actually silky baby skin. The system didn't lie. He couldn't resist giving it a gentle pinch, then froze as red fingertip marks instantly appeared on his pale, porcelain-like forearm. Oliver insists he didn't even squeeze hard. Guess being this soft isn't all it's cracked up to be, really leaves marks too easily. Oliver pulled down his sleeves, went out, downstairs to the dining room, and started preparing breakfast for everyone. He was used to living alone, and often experimented with all kinds of delicious food on his own. Since time was a bit tight, he decided to make sandwiches, which were simple and quick to make. Oliver added black pepper and salt to the beaten eggs, then poured it into the pan and heated it. Next, he put in the sliced toast, making the egg mixture coat the toast. After the egg solidified, he folded it in half and put the fried spam and a slice of cheese in the middle. And there you have it. Just as Oliver finished plating, Levi walked out of his room. The charming and suave Alpha was still one of the most stylish guests on this season's dating show. The Katire silver stud in his ear glinted coldly, exuding an air of confident flamboyance. Levi saw Oliver standing in the kitchen, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Good morning. Did you make breakfast?" Oliver nodded and replied, "I woke up early today. Since I saw no one else was up yet, I decided to make something first." Levi walked over and said, "Thanks, that outfit really suits you today." Being complimented by a top-notch designer, Oliver felt a bit shy and handed the sandwich to him. Hearing Levi and Oliver's conversation, Sebastian walked out of his room and said, "Smells great." The cute and boyish Sebastian was wearing an American-style vintage jacket and casual jeans today. His curly hair was tousled, full of energy. "Oliver made breakfast," Sebastian said excitedly, looking at the sandwich in Levi's hand. Then he trotted to the staircase and shouted towards the second floor, "Everyone, come down for breakfast. Oliver made sandwiches for us." After shouting, he turned around and walked towards Oliver, ready to get his share. He took just a few steps when Sebastian suddenly froze. Footsteps came from the stairs. Lucas, William, and Theodore upstairs heard the shouts and came down one after another. Matteo and Henry also opened their doors and walked out. At 8:30 in the morning, the 8 guests gathered in the dining room again, and the live broadcast of a new day of Love Mailbox officially started. William saw Sebastian standing frozen at the top of the stairs and gave him a friendly clap on the back. "What are you waiting for here?" He followed Sebastian's gaze and was also stunned. Oh my God, Oliver has a new look. Oliver is really a beauty with long hair. The new Chinese style suits him so well. Oliver stands tall and slender. The well-fitting moon-white Chinese-style shirt outlines his slim waist, as if exuding a faint cold fragrance. Matteo leans against the door, quietly watching the Omega who is gradually shining. He remembers the letter Oliver wrote to him. Touching the moon. In Oliver's heart, he is such an existence. Sebastian is full and says contentedly, Oliver, your cooking is amazing. Theodore nods in agreement. Oliver smiles and says, I am glad you like it. Sebastian thinks for a while and says, then I will call you Oliver, okay? Sure, Sebastian. Oliver says this on the surface, but in his heart, he is thinking about the nickname Puppy. Sebastian really looks like a golden retriever, so warm. Seeing that everyone has almost finished eating, Benjamin walks into the cabin with the PDS. Since they are indoors, Benjamin does not bring his iconic megaphone. He looks around first, admires this group of good-looking guests and says with satisfaction, you have all eaten well, right? We have got a busy schedule today. Today is the Island Carnival on Dongxie Island. Our guests are going to the Water Kingdom to participate in the carnival. Theodore and Sebastian, eyes light up. They have long heard that there is a big event on the island today and were wondering if they could find some time to wander around. Benjamin smiles and says, this is the first date of this season's dating show, you know. Everyone perks up immediately. You will need to work in pairs to try out the various facilities in the Water Kingdom. Each pair has to take pictures at the designated spots of the specified facilities, and the poses are predetermined too. Lucas asked, how are we going to be grouped? Benjamin smiled at him, then raised his left hand which had been hidden behind his back. In his hand was another piece of paper. Here are the results of the letters you wrote last night. Today's groupings will be determined by this. Since Love Mailbox is a live broadcast variety show, the old model in traditional dating shows where the guests could not know the letter writing results is outdated. With live broadcast letter writing, it is impossible to keep it from the guests. It is better to publicly disclose it the next day so that the guests can have a clearer picture of the situation and adjust their strategies as soon as possible. Benjamin said, guests who wrote to each other last night will automatically be grouped together. For those who did not choose each other, the one who received the letter can decide whether to be in a group with the letter writer. Benjamin glanced at the results on the paper and said in a flamboyant tone, you can guess who wrote to whom last night. William pouted and said, well, it was not me anyway. Sebastian echoed, nor me. Oliver gave an awkward smile. Levi's expression was unreadable. He glanced at Sebastian. With time running short, Benjamin did not beat around the bush and said directly, last night, 2 pairs of us chose each other. The first pair is Bo and the second pair is Ayo. Benjamin smiled and looked at Lucas and Theodore. Congratulations, you two automatically form a group. Theodore turned to look at Lucas and gave a bright smile. His thoughts were simple. Lucas had chosen him in yesterday's game, but he had not chosen Lucas. He felt a bit guilty, so he wrote a letter to Lucas. Henry, sitting in the corner, gave a cold glance and then lowered his head again. As for the second pair, well, I think everyone has an idea. Everyone looked towards Oliver and Matteo. Benjamin winked at the two of them and said, you two can be considered to have chosen each other for the second time. Oliver's eyes sparkled like stars and the corners of his mouth curved up. Although the second male lead was rather moody, he was still the male god in his novel. Who would not be happy to be in a group with their male god? The location is still the Water Kingdom. He could not wait to go and have fun. Matteo was sitting on the sofa. He was wearing a black shirt today and had changed his watch to another one, which looked incredibly expensive. Looking at the smiling Omega, he unconsciously clenched his fingers. Was he really that happy to be in a group with him? He had thought that Oliver was just a sycophant getting close to him, and he would not have minded playing along. But he never expected Oliver to have such deep feelings for him. Matteo considered himself no kind-hearted person. He always did things clean-cut and rejected others without mercy. He did not believe in something as ethereal as love, and he had never thought of spending his life hand in hand with anyone. So when he received the letter and understood Oliver's feelings, he first felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure, and then resistance. But when he thought about having to reject Oliver's confession in the end, he did not know how he could say those words of refusal. Benjamin continued to announce the result of the letter, writing, "Last night, William and Sebastian sent letters to the same guest. But this guest has already formed a group, so the two of them are on standby for now." William and Sebastian looked at each other in shock. No wonder they said there was no letter for themselves, so they sent them to the same person. Who is it? Who is it? Is it Lucas? I think the combination of a younger, cute guy and an older, steady one is really nice. That is not right. Did not William have a crush on Levi? Levi suddenly spoke up. Who did they send the letters to? Benjamin nodded toward Oliver, our Oliver. Levi pursed his lips and nodded. Oliver looked at William and Sebastian somewhat apologetically. I did not expect to receive letters from William and Sebastian. I was really happy when I opened them. William smiled at him. Do not feel pressured. Maybe tomorrow I will have a crush on Matteo instead. Everyone burst out laughing. William, the Playboy mode is activated. Love them as you meet M. Oliver knew William was trying to lighten the mood for him and looked at him gratefully. Benjamin added, Henry sent it to Theodore, and Theodore has already formed a group, so Henry is on hold for now. Theodore was startled, so those ellipses last night were written by Henry. But come to think of it, only Henry would be that perfunctory. Benjamin, finally, it is up to Levi. Levi sent it to Sebastian. Is Sebastian willing to team up with Levi? Sebastian put his arm around Levi's shoulder. Sure, why not? This is my buddy. Levi glanced at Sebastian in silence, forcing a smile. Benjamin said, okay, if you two are a team, then William and Henry will automatically be in a group. William's head spun at the thought of going on a date with an iceberg. Although Henry was many people's dream guy, in reality, you could feel his coldness even from 2 meters away. Would he really not freeze to death on a date with him? Then each group drew lots to decide on the task facilities. Oliver walked up to Matteo and said, Mr. Matteo, shall you draw the lot or shall I? My luck is not that great. Matteo replied, it is okay, you go ahead. So Oliver picked a paper ball from Benjamin. Now please check your task facilities. Everyone opened their paper balls. Theodore and Lucas exchanged a look and said, we got the go-kart boat. This project seemed rather relaxing. High-altitude rafting, William exclaimed, holding the paper ball. He knew what that was. It was rushing down a glass water slide from a high place, similar to a roller coaster. William's face paled. He was afraid of heights. Sebastian was eager to try and said, we got the water motorcycle. He was really good at this kind of exciting competitive sport. He nudged Levi with his elbow and winked at him, saying, bro, I will take you later. Levi had an enigmatic smile. Oliver looked at the words on the paper, then silently handed it to Matteo. Matteo took it and understood why he was silent. Only the two of them had not announced yet. Benjamin looked over and asked, what about you guys? Oliver cleared his throat and said helplessly, water floating bed. Wow, this is even more relaxing than a go-kart boat. Water floating bed, is not that just for sunbathing and sleeping? I only care if they are on the same bed. Nice, it is like my CP has slept together in a way. What, you guys are already shipping them? Were not you calling Oliver a stalker just yesterday? Oliver wanted to experience some exciting and fun water projects like water skateboards and jet slides. William looked at Oliver enviously and said, I really want to switch with you. Oliver looked back at him with the same envy and said, me too. Benjamin, can we switch? Benjamin showed his mysterious smile again and said, no can do. Do not underestimate any project. Just because the project is relaxing does not mean the task is easy. The guests got on the bus and headed for the Dongxie Island Water Kingdom. As soon as they heard that today's itinerary was related to water, before departure, William, Sebastian, and Theodore changed into clothes that were convenient for playing in the water. The other guests did not change, and Oliver definitely did not either. Amelie had carefully styled him, so he had to wear what she chose. But everyone brought clothes to change into after the task, because their current clothes were surely going to get wet. The Dongaksaye Island Water Kingdom has top-notch water entertainment facilities in the world. They even spent a huge amount of money on building a island snow mountain theme. The high-altitude rafting that William was going to experience later was to slide down from a tropical snow mountain. The bus took them to the main entrance, and everyone got off. Benjamin said, "Now, please divide into groups and enjoy today's date. You will know the specific tasks when you reach the designated facilities. Remember, you can only continue to experience other projects after completing the tasks, otherwise, you will have to go back." Everyone had different expressions. Sebastian gave a confident smile. Theodore and Alakas looked assured, while William frowned and glanced at the ice-cold movie star, likely thinking he would be wasting his time. Oliver held a map of the Water Kingdom in his hand, located the leisure area of the water floating bed, and pointed it out to Matteo. Matteo nodded to show he understood, and the two then made their way to the destination. Along the way, the second male lead did not say a word. Oliver felt a bit nervous. Yesterday, Matteo had at least responded to him gently. Why was he so cold today? Was it the letter he wrote that had bothered him? Well, come to think of it, confessing love to someone on the first night of meeting would make anyone seem flighty. Oliver sighed. There was nothing he could do, it was all for the task. He never expected that Matteo was actually silent, because he felt Oliver's love was too intense and did not know how to respond. There were quite a few tourists along the way. They were all dressed casually and happily experiencing various projects. Matteo disliked such a noisy environment, but he still maintained a refined and elegant look on his face, not showing the slightest bit of disgust. There were several PDs and cameramen following both of them. Many people, seeing this scene, took out their phones to take pictures of them, and some fans even came to the island specifically to see them. The advantage of a live broadcast variety show is that it is not afraid of fans leaking information at all. You can take pictures if you want. Anyway, the program is in high-definition real-time live broadcast. No matter how much information is leaked, it cannot compare with the quality of the official episode. Moreover, it can help the program generate more buzz. So as long as it does not affect the shooting order of the variety show, the program team generally will not stop it. The two arrived at the location of the water floating bed project. From a distance, they could see the logo of Love Mailbox and the staff of the program team. Seeing the two approaching, the staff handed them an envelope. It was still the familiar pink heart-shaped one. "These are the shooting actions you two need to complete." Oliver took it and opened it. It was a Q version painting. The Omega looked up at the staff slowly and said, "Let me confirm again. Do we have to pose exactly the same as this painting?" "Yes." "Does it have to be exactly the same?" "Yes." Matteo looked at the picture. In the picture, two Ichibai figures were lying side by side on a floating bed. The smaller one was lying on their side, with their head on the other's arm, as if trying to curl up completely into the other's embrace. Their heads were extremely close, on the verge of a kiss, in a tantalizingly ambiguous state. Oliver gritted his teeth. So that is what Benjamin meant. This kind of laid-back project made it easier for the program crew to stir things up with the shooting poses. If Henry and William's team had drawn this, those two would probably just turn around and leave. The staff pointed at the white floating bed in the middle of the pool. "Please get on it." The floating bed was white, shaped like the outstretched wings of an angel floating right in the middle of the swimming pool. Now there was a problem. "How do we get there? Can you bring the floating bed over?" Oliver asked. The staff said, "The middle of the pool is the designated location for this task and cannot be changed." So they had to get into the water and swim over. Oliver looked down at his carefully dressed look today, then at Matteo's noble black shirt across from him. Now he just regretted it, deeply regretted it. Why did not he change his clothes before setting off? He dressed so nicely, only to end up soaking in the water right away. Matteo did not seem to care. While Oliver was still hesitating, he just jumped into the water directly. When Oliver saw that, since the second male lead had already gotten into the water, he had no choice but to slide in slowly too. Sorry, Amelaye, the clothes she picked for him were so nice. The two swam to the middle of the pool and reached the huge white floating bed. The edge of the floating bed was very slippery. Oliver tried to get on it. He had just lifted one leg when he slipped back down. Now Oliver's upper body, which had not been completely soaked before, was now fully submerged in the water. The pale blue Chinese-style shirt clung tightly to his body, outlining the Omega's beautiful waistline. Matteo watched Oliver slip into the water, his gaze intense. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, then he swam over to the Omega's side. Oliver was making his second attempt to get up when suddenly a large hand landed on his waist. Matteo wrapped his arm around Oliver's waist, gave a little heave and lifted the Omega up, then he himself flipped up onto the float as well. Oliver lay sprawled on the floating bed, still in a daze. The second male lead had just put his arm around his waist. Oliver's face flushed bright red in an instant, and his ears gradually turned red too. He already had a fair complexion, and now he looked as rosy as a peach blossom. Oliver is blushing. Mr. Matteo is so boyfriend-like, lifting someone with one hand. Matteo looked at the blush on Oliver's face, the corners of his lips curving up. He had just figured something out, and the gloom on his face had now completely disappeared. The Omega gets shy so easily, just a simple hug and he is blushing like this. What about more intimate things later? Oliver crawled to the middle of the float. This floating bed on the water was really a standard bed, with a raised pillow in the middle. Oliver's hair was dripping, and his clothes were sticking wetly to his body. He sat in the middle of the bed, waiting for the second male lead to come over. He felt like he was waiting to be doted on. Matteo slowly shuffled over to Oliver's side and said softly, "Lie down." He then stretched out his strong and muscular arm, pressed on Oliver's shoulder, and with an undeniable force pulled the person down with him. Oliver suddenly found himself lying face to face with the second male lead on the huge white floating bed. He was still resting his head on Matteo's arm. Fortunately, there was still a bit of distance between the two of them, which gave Oliver some breathing room. Little did he know that Matteo had deliberately left this space for him, to let him get used to it gradually. Matteo had always been very patient. On the way, he had already figured it out. Since Oliver liked him so much and he could not reject him for the time being, he might as well be nice to Oliver first and see how far this Omega would go for him. A red light flashed in Matteo's eyes, like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time finally finding a suitable prey. Then, fearing to startle the prey, he suppressed his emotions for the moment and put on a human guise. The drone wobbled and flew above their heads. Clearly, it was ready to start filming. The staff on the shore in the distance shouted, "You can start now, you two are too far apart, get closer." Oliver's mind was in a mess. Since he was resting his head on the second male lead's arm, his eyes were directly facing Matteo's pale lips with only a hint of blood. The smooth and beautiful lip shape was perfect for kissing. What on earth was he thinking? Beauty can be distracting, beauty can be distracting. Ding dong, sorry to interrupt your intimate moment with the second male lead, but the system needs to assign a task. Please forgive me, host. The system's rippling electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Now the fifth task is being assigned. Please actively cooperate with the second male lead to complete the romance show filming task. And after the filming task is over, take the second male lead to participate in the high-altitude rafting project. High-altitude rafting is not that the one William Henry and the others participated in. Is there some secret to this project? Why did the system set its sights on it? Oliver closed his eyes. He did not care. He would finish the filming in front of him first. He intentionally sped up the progress, so he slightly moved his body towards Matteo's embrace. Matteo just lay there motionless, watching Oliver slowly move into his arms, but they were still a bit farther apart than the characters in a Ichibai drawing. The prey had entered the territory. It was time to hunt. Suddenly, Matteo's free hand slid along Oliver's waist and yanked him into his arms. Murmured against Oliver's ear, "Take your time." His breath tickled the Omega's ear, making him feel all woozy. From the overhead view of the drone, in the center of the clear pool floated a huge white wing. Lying on the wing were two figures, one dark and one fair. The tall alpha held the long-haired Omega tightly in his arms. The Omega, blushing faintly, tilted his head slightly back, and their breaths intertwined. The soaked clothes added a touch of sensuality to the atmosphere. Inside an extremely luxurious manner, the elaborate lighting fixtures cast a dim, cold glow. The owner of the room was a baby-faced Omega, But at the moment, he was glaring at the two people embracing on his phone screen with a look of coldness that did not match his appearance, along with the crazily scrolling congratulatory messages in the comments. His hands were veined with anger, as if he wanted to crush the phone and pull the people on the screen apart. The alpha on the screen had never treated anyone so intimately before. Why did this Oliver, who seemed to come out of nowhere, get to be with Matteo? Clearly, he was the one who was most compatible with Matteo, both in looks and family background. The Su family behind him could help Matteo secure his position as the next leader of the Ning group. What could Oliver do? Alexander sneered. Matteo is just having some fun. He was being magnanimous. The love lives of the wealthy were always complicated, and it was not uncommon for people to change their partners frequently. Anyway, as long as Matteo was not stupid, he would choose to marry into the Su family. He could accept Matteo having brief flings with others before getting married. He was waiting for the day when Oliver would be callously discarded by Matteo after he would had his fill. Oliver suddenly shivered, feeling as if he was being watched by a cold-blooded snake lurking in the corner. Matteo felt the omega in his arm shiver. His handsome brows furrowed. He tightened his grip on the omega's waist, then helped him sit up and signaled to the staff to end the task. Oliver was indeed a bit cold, and for some reason he felt dizzy and his face was burning. Could it be that he caught a cold just from getting in the water? That should not be the case. It is over 20 degrees today. An omega's body should not be that weak, right? Matteo was frowning as he observed Oliver's reaction. He also noticed that the omega seemed a bit off. Suddenly, a faint, sweet, fruity scent wafted into his nostrils. It was like the smell of grapes, very sweet. Matteo's pupils constricted instantly. This was Oliver's pheromone. He sensitively realized that a fire had also ignited in his own body, and he started to feel hot. Damn it! Oliver had no idea what was happening. He only felt that he was suddenly enveloped by the cool scent of the ocean and cedar, and his restless mood was instantly soothed. Oliver leaned on Matteo's shoulder, burying his face in the crook of his neck and rubbing gently. The pleasant smell was coming from here. Matteo's face was solemn. He gently patted Oliver on the back and said, "Snap out of it, we are still filming the show." The omega instinctively agreed with what the man said, but could only nod haphazardly, looking anything but sober. Matteo knew they could not stay here any longer. Right now, only he could smell Oliver's pheromone. In a little while that might not be the case. He dragged Oliver to the shore on the side opposite to where the program crew was. Leaving behind all the cameras and staff, Matteo ran away with his prey. Why did Mr. Matteo just drag Oliver away? What is going on? The staff and camera PDs also stared blankly as the guests walked away. But fortunately, they had completed the task, so the program crew temporarily closed the live stream of the Ning Ejayang duo. On the way, Matteo received a call from Benjamin, asking what was going on. "Oliver's not feeling well all of a sudden. I am taking him to find a place to rest." "Okay, if it is serious, contact me in time. The program crew has a doctor." Matteo grunted in response and hung up the phone. Then he put his right arm around the omega whose legs were weak. It should be that Oliver's gland patch was not waterproof. It got loose after getting wet, and coupled with him being held by himself, it must have caused too much psychological stimulation, and his heat cycle was triggered all of a sudden. Normally, for safety reasons, omegas would get a long-acting inhibitor injection in advance and carry gland-blocking patches with them as a double insurance before going on the show. But Oliver, as a half-baked omega, basically had no common sense. Actually, when he first arrived, this body already showed symptoms that the heat cycle was approaching. Theodore had quietly reminded him at that time. But later, Oliver got carried away by one thing after another and completely forgot about this reminder. Who would have thought that today, being so close to a top-tier alpha, and with the gland patch getting wet and losing its effect, all these factors combined and something went wrong immediately. Although Oliver was a newbie omega, he had read so many abo stories that he realized what situation he was in now. And he seemed to have smelled Matteo's pheromones too. Alphas also need to get an inhibitor injection when they are on the show and cannot release their pheromones casually. It seems that Matteo was provoked by him. Matteo almost half-carried Oliver and quickly walked towards a less crowded place. They came to the most remote northwest corner. It was close to the island's snow-capped mountains and there were almost no people around. Matteo simply bent down, hooked his hand under Oliver's knees, and picked him up horizontally. There was a public toilet and changing room nearby, but because it was in the corner, hardly anyone came. Matteo carried the Omega into a changing room and locked the door. Oliver put his arms around Matteo's neck, sniffed the cold fragrance of cedar and felt a little better. He choked and said, "Sorry, I forgot my heat cycle was coming." He had caused trouble for Matteo. Matteo wanted to put Oliver on the chair, but although the Omega looked weak, he was quite strong. He grabbed Matteo's neck and would not let go. So he had to sit down himself and let Oliver sit on his lap. Matteo asked, "Do you have any extra gland patches?" Oliver shook his head blankly. He had not seen such a thing in his original body suitcase either. Matteo let out a soft sigh. If it were someone else, he would not care at all. The Omega in front of him had red-rimmed eyes, and there were still teardrops at the corners. He looked so fragile that he could be destroyed at any moment, yet he was holding on to him so firmly, as if he was afraid that Matteo would abandon him. The look in his eyes when he looked at Matteo was like that of a devout believer. In this state, Matteo could not just leave him alone. Besides, since the prey had come to him on its own, there was no reason to let it go. The program team had been informed to send suppressants and gland patches over, but it would take at least half an hour for them to come from outside the main gate with the things. The situation that Oliver and he were in now could not last that long. They could only do a temporary marking first. Matteo thought that he was really in trouble this time. He actually was willing to mark an Omega he had only known for the second day, although it was just a temporary marking. But he had a psychological aversion to dirt. He would never give a mark casually like so many other alphas. Maybe he was also waiting for the most perfect prey. Oliver felt Theo's hand suddenly brush against his neck, fingertips tracing the sensitive spot below his jaw. There was a brewing storm in Matteo's eyes. He stared closely at Oliver and said, "Is it okay?" Oliver was confused. What was the second male lead asking if it was okay? He unconsciously voiced his confusion. "Can I give you a temporary marking?" Matteo repeated in a low voice, holding on to the last bit of rationality. He disdained taking advantage of others' distress. Even though he knew Oliver had a crush on him, he would not ignore his thoughts. Oliver, of course, knew what a temporary marking was. Compared to a permanent marking, a temporary marking could last from as short as 2 days to as long as a week. During this period, the Alpha and the Omega would also develop a sense of dependence on each other. But of course, it could not compare to the deep-seated bond of a permanent marking. Although he was not feeling well physically, he also knew that in his current situation as an Omega without suppressants, he could only rely on Matteo. Therefore, Oliver closed his eyes and nodded, which was an agreement. Matteo looked at the dazed Oliver, gently brushing back his long hair, the sweet scent of grapes spreading through the air. The cold fragrance of cedar and ocean, unique to an alpha, wafted over. Just like Matteo himself, contradictory and dangerous, yet making people unable to resist getting closer and indulging. His ears seemed to be blocked, and he could only vaguely hear sounds from the outside. Oliver felt as if someone had gone out and then pushed the door open and came in. A pair of cool hands touched the back of his neck and then gently stuck something to his gland. Was it Matteo? After sticking the thing on, the owner of the hands moved down to his back and patted him gently, like soothing a child. So gentle. In Oliver's memory, only when his mother was still alive when he was a child would she treat him like this. Oliver slowly opened his eyes. His eyes reflected Matteo's shoulder, and his chin was just against the smooth fabric of the high-end black shirt. The gentle and familiar cold fragrance lingered around him. The second male lead was actually still holding him. This realization made Oliver wake up instantly. He immediately tried to straighten up, but his waist was too weak, and he fell back into Matteo's arms. A soft chuckle came from above his head. So eager just after waking up. Omegas were really easy to get shy. Just a little teasing and they would blush all over, making the mischievous cells in Matteo's bones shout, eager to bully him even more. Oliver propped himself up on the second male lead's shoulder and finally sat up. Only then did he realize how ambiguous their posture was. He was sitting right on Matteo's lap. Oliver quickly stood up. This time he was extra careful and used a bit of force. Matteo did not stop him. Although he had briefly lost consciousness just now, Oliver still remembered everything that had happened. He did not have a blackout. He knew he had been temporarily marked by Matteo. The pheromones of cedar and ocean lingering at the tip of his nose told the whole story. Because if he had not been marked, and Matteo had taken suppressants and deliberately restrained himself, he would not have been able to smell Matteo's pheromones at all. But as long as there was a mark between the two, even if an alpha or an omega took suppressants, they could still sense the other's pheromones. Oliver understood that being marked was the best solution in that urgent situation. Matteo had saved him. Otherwise, if they had waited for the program crew to send suppressants, his pheromones would have spread, and maybe the whole park would have known that an omega was in heat. By then, it would not just be embarrassing, he might even end up in jail. In this world, the public security regulations have long stipulated that omegas must carry gland patches and suppressants in public to avoid situations like today. Oliver felt really tired. It seemed he had to catch up on the physiological mechanisms of omegas and the operating rules of this world when he got back. He pursed his lips, looked at Matteo, and said seriously, "Mr. Matteo, I am really grateful to you today. Without you, I might have been in trouble." Matteo looked very gentle and replied in a voice as soft as if luring prey, "You are welcome." Then he chuckled and said, "It seems every time you see me, you are thanking me." Oliver thought about it for a moment. It seemed that was really the case. Every time, because of the system's lousy tasks, he had asked something of Matteo, and Matteo had been so kind as to help him complete them. Matteo was really a great guy. Such a nice alpha. How could the original author be so heartless as not to give him an ending? Oliver looked at him with touched eyes and said sincerely, "Because every time Mr. Matteo agrees to my requests and helps me a lot, just saying thank you does not seem enough." A hint of darkness flashed in Matteo's eyes. Since verbal thanks were not enough, other ways of expressing gratitude were also possible. Of course, he wanted to say that, but he was afraid of scaring off the timid omega. So he still looked gentle and said softly, "Do not worry about it, it was just a small favor." Oliver was about to say something when suddenly, the door of the changing room was knocked. Benjamin asked through the door, "Are you guys done? Is Oliver okay?" Oliver quickly walked over to open the door and replied, "Benjamin, I am fine. I am really sorry for delaying the program recording." Benjamin, being a beta, could not smell pheromones. He looked Oliver up and down, and after making sure the omega was in a decent mental state, he felt relieved. "Are you guys going to continue participating in other events or go back and rest?" Matteo said, "Go back. Participate in other events." The second male lead had just said half of it when he was interrupted by Oliver. Matteo narrowed his eyes. The omega had seemed on the verge of fainting just now, but now he still wanted to stay here. Was he being so reckless just because he had been marked by him? Oliver felt like crying but had no tears. He did not particularly have to play in the water either, but the system had been frantically reminding him in his mind that he still had tasks to do, so he had no choice but to interrupt Matteo. Benjamin, of course, hoped the guests could participate in more events and record more footage, but he was really worried about Oliver's physical condition. So he said, "Do not push yourself. Your health is the most important. You have already completed the task and there is enough footage." "Thank you, Benjamin, for your concern. I am really okay. Thanks to Mr. Matteo, my head does not hurt anymore, and I am super clear-headed." To prove he was full of energy, Oliver even jogged on the spot twice. "Then let's continue. But if you really feel uncomfortable, stop the recording immediately and go back to the cabin to rest." Benjamin asked again, "Which event do you guys plan to go to?" Oliver turned his head to look at Matteo, hesitated for a moment, and decided to ask for his opinion first. "Mr. Matteo, how about we go for the high-altitude rafting?" How could an omega, who had just recovered from being marked, immediately go for such an exciting event? Benjamin glanced at Matteo suspiciously. Was he sure he had given Oliver a temporary mark? Matteo looked back coldly, then softened his gaze and looked at Oliver. "Are you sure your current state can handle this?" As far as he knew, most omegas were extremely delicate and clingy at this time. Why was his little prey so lively and even wanted to challenge an exciting event? Oliver gave an awkward smile. I can do it, actually. I have wanted to play this since I drew the lottery. I have been thinking about it for a long time. He sidled up to Mr. Matteo. The alpha was extremely tall, so he had to look up at Matteo. Mr. Matteo, let's just play this one. I promise I will go back right after. Matteo's eyes were deep. Was the Omega flirting with him? The second male lead kept silent and did not nod, which made Oliver a bit flustered. If you are really worried about Oliver, that rafting can seat 2 people at the same time, right? You 2 can sit together. Benjamin suddenly spoke up, and then he enunciated each word slowly. You pro-atecta him. Oliver had never tried this project before. He had thought it was like the ordinary scenic spot rafting where several people sit together. But listening to Benjamin, it seemed a bit different. Matteo sneered and said, Then let's go, however we must go back immediately after it is over. A smile spread across Oliver's face, and he nodded obediently. Besides checking on the 2 of them, the main purpose of Benjamin's knock on the door was to bring them a change of clothes. After handing the clothes to them, he left. Benjamin was a busy guy and also had to keep an eye on the progress of other groups. Oliver took the clothes, raised his hand to touch the collar of his shirt, then quickly put it down as if he had been electrocuted. Then Oliver left this changing room for Matteo and ran to another one to change. Before going out, he gave Matteo a shy smile. So he remembered the difference between alphas and omegas when changing clothes. That was close, Oliver thought. He had almost taken off his clothes right in front of the second male lead. He was about to unbutton the collar when he suddenly remembered the difference between alphas and omegas in this world. As an omega, taking off his clothes in front of an alpha was like admitting to deliberate seduction. Scared, Oliver quickly changed rooms. Before running out, he glanced at Matteo sheepishly, hoping he had not noticed his previous intention. The clothes Benjamin brought had a strong island style. For Oliver, it was a plain colored printed shirt and white knee-length shorts. As for Matteo, it was from his styling team. It was still a black custom-made shirt, but it was changed to a short-sleeved one. The man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Standing there, he was a walking clothes hanger. It seemed there was no clothing he could not carry off. After changing clothes, the 2 met up with the PDs and cameramen and headed for the island's snow-capped mountain. In order to attract tourists, the Water Kingdom on Dongaksaye Island went to great lengths and spent a fortune to build an artificial snow mountain. Moreover, several ski runs of different difficulty levels were set up around the snow mountain to meet the needs of various tourists. The high-altitude rafting they are going to play is one of the most thrilling slides on the snow-capped mountain. What on earth happened just now? Why did they leave all of a sudden? Should not the production crew explain this? The production crew must be just as confused. Mr. Matteo does whatever he wants. He's a big enough star that the show's basically bending over backwards to please him. Look at this place. Is not this the activity William and Henry were doing just now? High-altitude rafting. They actually came to do this. Oliver is quite bold. William was almost scared unconscious doing this. Oliver and Matteo stood at the top of the snow-capped mountain, looking at the long, winding glass slide beneath their feet. Moist water vapor blew towards them, and screams could be heard from time to time. Matteo glanced at the Omega standing silently in front of him and said, It is not too late for you to back out now. Hearing this, Oliver turned around. His expression was not the scared one Matteo had expected. Instead, the Omega's eyes were shining brightly, and he said excitedly, Why would I back out? Let's go quickly, while there are not many people here and we do not have to queue. Oliver's memories of an amusement park like this Water Kingdom only dated back to when he was 5. After he went to the welfare home, he never came to such a place again. No one would take him to play. And when he grew up, being busy with making a living, he did not have the mood for it either. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he miss it? After saying that, Oliver grabbed the Alpha and rushed to the staff member of the high-altitude rafting. The staff member looked at the 2 of them and said, Hello, customers, the boat is limited to 2 people. Do you 2 want to sit separately or together? Oliver said, Together. The grape-flavored scent became even sweeter, as if telling the Alpha how excited the owner of the pheromone was. Matteo looked at Oliver's eager look, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Omegas are always so easy to satisfy. They get extremely happy about the smallest things. Under the arrangement of the staff, the two got into the inflatable boat one after another. The boat was relatively small. Matteo was 1.9 meters tall, and after sitting in, he could hardly straighten his long legs. Oliver was slender and could only sit between Matteo's legs. From a distance, it looked as if the Alpha had completely encircled the Omega in his arms. Oliver sat with his back straight. If he relaxed even a little, he would lean against the person behind him. "Mr. Matteo, sitting like this must be uncomfortable for your legs, right? Maybe we should each sit separately." Matteo whispered in his ear, "Have you forgotten? Benjamin told me to protect you." He said the last three words in a breathy voice, which sent a tingly sensation through Oliver's ears. Matteo watched with great interest as the Omega's ears changed color. He thought, "This is so amusing." He was kind of getting into this love game. The ramp of the high-altitude rafting is steep, has a large curvature and a long course. The two's inflatable boat quickly shuttled through the snow-capped mountains along the transparent slide, like a free gust of wind, fearlessly rushing towards the unknown distance. Oliver could not help but shout. He felt like his soul was flying with this small boat. At this moment, there were no original book tasks in his mind, and there was no target to court beside him. The warm body temperature from behind came, accompanied by a faint, cold fragrance. In this lonely world, it seemed as if only the two of them were left between heaven and earth. Oliver thought that even without the system tasks, he would pursue Matteo. Maybe he would realize it a bit later because he was a slow to warm-up person. He probably would first regard Matteo as a good friend and then discover his special feelings for him during their interactions. Oliver quietly relaxed his stiff back. Just for a moment, the second male lead should not mind, right? If Oliver turned around at this moment, he would probably be startled. The nice guy Matteo in his eyes was looking at him expressionlessly, his gaze wandering brazenly over the Omega's fair neck, slender arms, and the smooth calves neatly placed between his long legs. The Alpha even sniffed gently at the sweet grape scent of the pheromones mixed with the fragrance of the hair as it fluttered, like a starving wolf. There was no sign of the aloof, proper gentleman he appeared to be in front of ordinary people. Matteo felt Oliver relax his back and press some of his weight onto him. The hands he had been keeping gentlemanly on the sides of the boat suddenly clenched tightly. Matteo suddenly thought that these hands should not be on the side of the boat, but should be pinching the Omega's waist. He also felt that he was acting a bit strange. He had been self-disciplined and well-mannered for so many years, but Oliver's arrival seemed to have overturned his 28-year-long perception. Even though they were wearing raincoats, their hair and bodies were still quite wet, but compared to getting completely soaked on the floating bed, it was much better. Oliver had a great time. In fact, at first his body was still very tired, but after sliding down he became energetic instead. Matteo looked at the Omega's loose long hair and said softly, "Let's go back. I am really worried you will catch a fever if we stay any longer." He put on that refined and elegant mask that Oliver was familiar with again. "Okay, let's go." Oliver looked at him with bright amber eyes and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Matteo, for accompanying me to play this project. I have always wanted to play it but never had the chance. Finally, I got to do it this time." After saying that, he walked towards the main entrance, but the Alpha beside him did not respond. After a while, a deep voice sounded, "Do not let me hear you say thank you again." Oliver looked at him in confusion and found that Matteo's expression was very serious. "Accompanying you to play is something I did voluntarily. You do not need to thank me." Okay. Oliver was flattered. He had been troubling the second male lead all the time, yet he said such things to make him feel no burden, saying that he did it voluntarily. Matteo was indeed a person gentle to the core. The prey had fallen into the net, being slowly paralyzed and eroded by the toxin called gentleness. Yet still unaware, regarding the beast as a reliance, not knowing what kind of tempest was to come in the future. Let him be free for now, Matteo thought. After their project ended, the live streaming room was temporarily closed again. The two had a simple lunch near the park, and the program team sent a van to take them back. In the car, Matteo was on the phone the whole time. It seemed to be about work. Oliver received a system notification that the mission was completed. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the 5th mission. You are really amazing. Given your poor physical condition, the system thought this mission was going to fail. It was just a matter of circumstances. Oliver paused, then asked, what if the mission fails? Not only will the host not get the reward, but the world line that the host has changed will move closer to the original story again. So if the mission fails, Matteo will still develop a crush on Theodai like in the original story. Oliver's heart skipped a beat. The system added, developing a crush is just part of the world line. More importantly, if the feelings of the second male lead go unrequited, it will be difficult to ease the sense of regret among the original story's readers, and the world will continue to collapse. So host, you must do the missions well. Oliver already understood the importance of the missions. For Matteo's sake, he had to complete every upcoming mission well. He just hoped that Matteo could look at him more often and not at others. Reward unlocked, check it when you get back. Can't look at it, wait till we're out. When the two entered the cabin, they found someone lying on the sofa. Oliver was startled. Taking a closer look, he realized it was William. William was slumped over most of the sofa, his long legs hanging down, looking listless. Matteo was still giving instructions about work to the person on the other end of the phone. He nodded to William and then went back to his room first. William did not sit up either, he said lazily. You are back, why are you so early? I thought you would be out until evening. It was only 2 in the afternoon at this time. The villa was empty, with only William in the living room. We have experienced all the projects we wanted to play. Since there was nothing else to do, we came back early. Mr. Matteo also has work to do. Oliver did not want to volunteer the fact that he had been temporarily marked by Matteo. William was a beta and could not smell pheromones, so he naturally did not notice. Oliver asked in return, when did you come back and where is Henry? William let out a cold laugh. He was called by the producer to shoot an in mid-roll advertisement. We came back at 11. So early, did not you complete the task? Oliver's question seemed to flip the switch on William's urge to talk. He sat up straight and started pouring out his grievances. The task we drew for the high mountain rafting was that 2 people had to sit in the same boat and then blow a heart kiss to the camera in the middle of the journey. This action was supposed to be pretty simple, right? It should have been easy to complete, and I am afraid of heights, so having 2 people together made me feel more secure. But Henry thought the boat was too small and insisted that it could not fit us both. Then the director's team discussed it and said we could each sit in our own boats, but the heart kiss action was non-negotiable. We had to do the action in unison to pass the level. William said resentfully, normally when you blow a heart kiss, you use both hands in front of your chest, right? That is what I did. But Henry did that single-hand heart kiss with his thumb and index finger crossed. In the end, we failed the task and had to come straight back. Oliver tried not to laugh and said, I think it is already pretty good that Henry even attempted to blow a heart kiss. William sighed, yeah, when I drew him this morning, I even thought he would just leave as soon as we got there. Well, at least he gave the task a try. This cold-hearted guy, I wonder who can catch his attention. Oliver thought to himself, of course, it is that sunny young lad from the Conservatory of Music. Normally, by now, Theodai should have caught the attention of Henry, Matteo, Sebastian, and William. But because he was always pestering the second male lead and taking off his glasses, it seemed that Theodai still only had a relatively deep connection with Lucas. Fortunately, Henry still wrote a letter to Theodai last night. Oliver definitely did not want to break up the original main couple. After William finished complaining, he felt much better and got up to go back to his room. Oliver also went back to his room to rest with him. As soon as he entered the room, he really felt how uncomfortable his body was now. A dull ache pulsed at the base of his neck, and he felt completely drained of strength. Before, he was just focused on mustering up the energy to complete the task. No wonder Benjamin and Matteo looked so incredulous when they heard he was going rafting. Oliver was about to change his clothes when he noticed a pack of something on the nightstand. He picked it up and saw that it was a gland patch. Was the program team being so considerate? They knew he did not have any extra ones and even brought it to his room. Oliver opened the outer packaging and found that there was actually a grape printed on the gland patch. It was his favorite fruit. They even knew to arrange things according to the guest's preferences. His impression of the program team instantly shot up 100 points. Oliver happily put away the gland patch and took off his clothes. He did not forget to check his reward. Pink cherry, this is way too pink. This shade of pink, zero pigment buildup at all. If there's a swimming challenge later, how the hell is he supposed to join in? Oliver sighed silently and changed into his pajamas. He took a quick shower, then had a hard time sticking the grape printed gland patch on himself. Since it was on the back of his neck and he had never stuck one there before, he always accidentally put it crooked. Just sticking a gland patch made him sweat again. Oliver was speechless and kind of missed the gentle way the second male lead had stuck it for him. He climbed into bed, ready to sleep soundly. Anyway, the other two groups should be out playing until evening before they come back. If his body was okay, he also wanted to stay at the Water Kingdom until evening. He heard there was a really beautiful light show at night. He wondered if he would have the chance to go and see it again. The Omega thought drowsily. Matteo was in the middle of a video conference. He would never let the dating show affect his normal work. These 2 days, he basically squeezed in free time or stayed up late to deal with it. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and the screen lit up, showing that he had received a reply. It was from his assistant, Owen. Mr. Matteo, the grape-printed gland patch you asked for has been delivered to Oliver's room. Matteo replied with a okay and put down his phone, then continued the meeting. The marketing director on the other end of the video keenly noticed that after Mr. Matteo glanced at his phone, although his expression did not change much, his aura seemed less intimidating. Just now when he was making the report, Mr. Matteo had his brows knitted tightly and a solemn expression, looking rather dissatisfied. The marketing director wiped the fine beads of sweat that had broken out on his forehead due to nervousness along his noticeably receding hairline. He wondered which big shot had put Mr. Matteo in a better mood. He was truly grateful. Mr. Matteo, who had made the marketing director feel like he was facing a life and death situation, was now sitting upright. He seemed to be listening attentively to the report, but in fact his mind had wandered upstairs. Is Oliver asleep? Has he put on the gland patch I gave him? A commotion came from downstairs. Oliver reluctantly opened his eyes and found that the whole room was plunged into darkness. It was already evening. He had slept the whole afternoon. Having just gone through the heat period and been marked, his body was extremely tired and could only regain energy through sleep. The beds in the guest rooms were all standard big beds, 1.8 meters wide. Oliver, who was used to sleeping in a small bed, huddled on one side and stretched out his arm to touch the empty other side. How he wished Matteo could sleep with him. Oliver even felt wronged. Why did not the alpha who marked him stay with him all the time? He groaned and buried his face in the pillow, not wanting to get up. After a while, Oliver became fully awake and then realized what he had been thinking just now. Help, is this what it is like for an Omega who has formed a mark with an Alpha during the heat period? He could not control his attachment to Matteo at all. They had only been apart for an afternoon, and he already missed him like crazy. This is just a temporary mark. What would it be like with a permanent mark? No, he could not stay in the room alone anymore, or he would start overthinking again. Oliver quickly got up, put on his clothes, and walked downstairs. The commotion on the first floor was indeed because the other two groups of guests had returned. Sebastian, with his chestnut-colored curly hair, was excitedly sharing how cool he had been on the water motorcycle today. Levi was sitting beside him, looking at him with a faint smile, and there seemed to be a bit of doting in his eyes. Oliver suspected that it was because he was so love-struck now that he saw deep affection in everyone's eyes. Henry was actually in the living room too. Although he was not participating in the conversation, he was sitting quietly in a corner of the sofa. When several alphas saw Oliver, their eyes suddenly narrowed. The reason was simple. The aura of a top-tier alpha around the Omega was so strong that it was impossible to ignore, as if announcing to everyone that this Omega was taken. Oliver had been marked. Sebastian's eyes widened, and he was about to rush over and ask, but Levi reached out and grabbed him. Oliver had been staying with Matteo all day today, and Matteo was a rare top-tier alpha. It was obvious who had marked him. Benjamin saw on the RV monitor that almost all the guests had gathered, so he arranged for each PD to notify the guests to get ready for individual interviews. There was no activity tonight, so it was a good time to record their individual interviews. Call Oliver first, he is not feeling well, so let him record first, Benjamin told PD Jack. Oliver did not notice the undercurrents among the alphas and went straight to the individual interview room. On the white background wall was printed a huge pink envelope logo of Love Letter Box, and in front of the wall was placed a simple wooden high stool. Benjamin and Isabella were both there, and he waved at the two of them. Benjamin nodded with a smile and motioned for him to sit properly in front of the camera. Isabella asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now?" She had heard about what happened to Oliver earlier in the morning and had been worried. "I slept all afternoon and I am much better. Otherwise, I probably would not have been able to get up for the individual interview," Oliver said with a bitter smile. After a few words of small talk, the interview officially started. The first question was a common one in dating shows, asking Oliver why he came to participate in the dating show. Oliver had long been prepared for this question. With a faint smile, he said, "I am a novelist. I just want to experience all kinds of activities, enrich my life experiences, and participating in a dating show is also a rare opportunity to gather materials." This answer not only made him seem less purposeful but also promoted his profession, building momentum for his new book in the future. Oliver thought his answer was perfect. Benjamin would not let him off easily and asked him about his impressions of the guests after 2 days of getting along. Oliver paused for a moment, then said, "As for first impressions, well, Theodore definitely stands out. He's such a bright and cheerful guy, really sweet and caring, especially for someone so young. After all, Theodore was the first person he'd met when he'd woken up in this world, the beloved main lead, and the one who'd warned him about his heat cycle too. Henry's just really hot, flawless from every angle. No wonder he's a big star, he's got that commanding presence." Oliver said, "Ice-cold vibes," he secretly thought to himself. Oliver smiled again and said, "I haven't had much contact with Lucas, but I can feel that Lucas has a really good temper and is very steady. He is the type I want to be." He was easily scared and dreamed of being as calm and steady as Lucas. Levi and Sebastian have a really good relationship. Levi is so meticulous and his outfits are mind-blowing, I really want to ask him for some advice. Sebastian is like a happy puppy, so easy-going, just seeing him makes you feel happy. Finally, when it came to William, Oliver could not help but give a thumbs up. "When I first met William, I thought he might be hard to get along with. But turns out he is full of jokes, really humorous, straightforward, and he is great at livening up the atmosphere. I really like William." Benjamin could not hold back his laughter. He was thinking that if he played that last sentence to Matteo, would that guy's face turn dark instantly. When it came to the last one, Oliver thought sheepishly for a while and then said, "Mr. Matteo, he is really nice, very gentle, and he has helped me a lot. When I first came to the show, I was so nervous that I made quite a few gaffes. Mr. Matteo not only did not mind, but he also kept responding to all my requests." He paused, then added, "Meeting Mr. Matteo on this show is a blessing for me." Isabella was grinning at the monitor, clearly intrigued. Benjamin was quite satisfied with the interview footage, but he still asked Oliver one last question. "Do you have anyone you are leaning towards to be with until the end?" Oliver was stunned, losing all his previous ease. He lowered his eyes and after a while he said slowly, "Yes, but I do not know if he will choose me." The Omega suddenly felt a bit down. He really did not have much confidence that Matteo would choose him in the end. Isabella shot Benjamin a sharp look, asking that question so soon was really unnecessary. They could have waited until later episodes. Look at how deflated Oliver looked now. She had a special fondness for the gentle and polite Omega now, and she felt sorry for him. She knew how hard it was for him to be among these glamorous guests, having to bear so much outside doubt. Even she did not think much of Oliver on the first day. Benjamin scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. "Oliver, do not think too much. This is just the first stop. There are plenty of chances. You have had a long day, you can go back and rest now." Oliver nodded, stood up, and walked out. The guests were interviewed one by one. Late at night, the production team reviewed the footage. When asked about the purpose of being on the dating show, William raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course, it is to find a partner, handsome alphas and beautiful omegas. I am good with either." This made the production team burst out laughing. A mysterious smile appeared on Levi's face and he said, "I heard Sebastian was going to be on the show, and since I was also invited, I said yes." Isabella kept thinking and suddenly felt something was off. She turned her head just in time to catch Benjamin's gaze. They have been a trusted pair across several shows, and just that one glance was enough for Isabella to understand. Apparently, both of them are feeling something. Maybe the show is going for an storyline this year. The show crew kept watching, and the movie Emperor in the monitor said coldly, "Company's requirement." Matteo, on the other hand, faced the camera with an air of dignity and said sparingly, "Invited by the director." Benjamin coughed a couple of times and said, "Cut these two parts and move on to the next question." When it came to impressions of the guests, "I think Oliver is way too modest. He would not let me call him Oliver," Sebastian said, first lowering his eyes to think for a moment, then grinning, revealing two cute little canines. "At first, I did not even notice Oliver, but later I found out he is so gentle, good-looking, and he can cook delicious food. He is really nice." Lucas suddenly put on silver-framed glasses, looking even more stylish. Since he was closest to Theodai, his answers were mostly about Theodai, but his gaze would occasionally glance over Benjamin, who was earnestly asking questions, and then quickly move away. Benjamin did not notice, still fully focused on his work, and exchanged another glance with Isabella, wondering if a romantic connection might be forming. They originally thought Henry would just say no impression, but he actually mentioned Theodai too. "This Omega looks so young. Are you guys really sure you did not invite a minor?" Benjamin just wanted to roll his eyes. This guy did not even look at the guests' profiles. The guy was a genuine 21-year-old, bright and beautiful college student who had not been beaten down by society yet, so of course he looked young. Finally, it was Matteo's turn. Mr. Matteo cooperatively mentioned everyone, but like Oliver, they both tacitly saved each other for the last to be evaluated. Oliver and Matteo smiled gently. "Every time I see him, I feel so hungry." The alpha's face was calm, but his words carried such a strong sense of aggression. When the staff present watched the footage again, they still wondered if they were hearing things. Could this even be broadcast? Isabella was silently praying for Oliver, worried about what the future might hold after getting involved with someone so powerful. The one being prayed for was lying on the bed at the moment. His smooth long hair was spread over his shoulders and back, and a few strands slipped down onto the pillow. He was wearing a milky white cotton pajamas, and his right calf would lift up and then drop down from time to time, looking very relaxed. He was propping himself up with his forearm, looking at his phone. Benjamin had assigned them a promotion task, which was to follow the other guests and repost the promotional Weibo posts. Oliver opened his Weibo. His nickname was Oliver 219, just the ordinary combination of his name and birthday. He had only posted one Weibo, and it was the official announcement post of the show's guests that he had reposted. He did not even write any promotional words in the repost, just 4 words, "Repost Weibo." This clearly looks like a Weibo account the original owner, newly registered specifically for the dating show. To Oliver's surprise, he actually has over 100,000 followers, and both the comments and private messages in the background have over 99. He clicked into the comments under that only Weibo post and understood the reason. All the comments below were either calling him wife or complimenting his good looks. There were also those shipping him with Matteo, and some even had rather remarks. Oliver suddenly felt the air getting hotter. Oliver then opened the private messages and quickly skimmed through them. There were fans praising his looks, fans cheering him on like a mother, and even career-oriented fans giving him advice on dressing up and pursuing Matteo. Of course, there were also those who thought he deliberately played the ugly duckling at the beginning to create a reversal and stir up hype, and some who were scolding him for riding on Matteo's coattails. One private message particularly caught Oliver's attention. "You do not really think you are worthy of Matteo, do you? He will marry me sooner or later." Oliver burst out laughing. Where did this delusional person come from? The second male lead had earned a lot of readers' tears because of his paranoia and loneliness. It was really hard to associate the word marriage with him. After laughing, looking at these diverse private messages, Oliver was quite calm. He knew very well that participating in such a high-profile dating show would surely face scrutiny from all sides, and he had been mentally prepared for this. He had been alone since he was a child and was never a fragile person. Otherwise, he would not have adjusted himself so quickly when he transmigrated, adapted to the role, and started the mission. Moreover, given the second male lead's family background, if he really wanted to be with Matteo in the long run, he had to convince those strange relatives of the Innan family, and those wealthy Omegas who liked Matteo. Oliver let out a long sigh, but his eyes were filled with determination. He opened the official Weibo of the show, and what caught his eye were the task photos of the guests taken during the day at the water park. The photo of him and Matteo lying in an embrace on the floating water bed was right in the middle of the 9-grid layout, in the most eye-catching C position. Oliver's eyes widened. This photo of him and the second lead was way too intimate for comfort. This made him recall the scene during the shooting in the day and the impromptu marking that happened later. The Omega was visibly blushing again. Oliver pinched the screen to zoom in on the photo. He stared at it for a while, his ears getting pinker and pinker, then he quietly saved the picture. Yeah, he just thought this photo was really artistic and aesthetic, no other thoughts. Definitely not because Matteo looked so cool. Oliver clicked on the program's following list and followed the other 7 guests. He noticed that Matteo's Weibo account had 0 follows. Just like a domineering CEO, so aloof. It was already the early hours of the morning. If it were not for the long nap he took in the afternoon, Oliver would probably have been asleep long ago. He set his alarm and drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Oliver was woken up by the vibrating alert of his phone. It was a WeChat message from Amelaye, asking if he was coming for a styling session today. Oliver woke up immediately. He quickly replied, then threw on his clothes, washed up, and rushed downstairs. It was still the same RV as yesterday. Amelaye looked at the Omega, who rushed in with a big smile. No need to rush, it is only 7 of the clock. Styling you will not take long, you do not need much makeup either. We will mainly do something with your hair. Oliver nodded gratefully. Sister Amelaye was really his savior. He thought that so many people on Weibo praised him, all thanks to Amelaye's elaborate styling. Amelaye thought about today's schedule and whispered, "Today's activity seems to be related to water, so we would better keep it simple." "Okay, I am fine with any hairstyle. I trust Sister Amelaye's skills." Amelaye did not expect Oliver to be so sweet-tongued. She had been in the industry for 6 years and had seen quite a few arrogant artists. Someone as good-looking and modest as Oliver was really a rare find. She got more motivated to work. She picked a light blue jacquard shirt with a stand-up collar for Oliver, which made his face look as warm as jade. Oliver returned to the cottage. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of food. A young man in a sky-blue hoodie was cooking porridge. When he saw Oliver come in, he greeted him with a big smile. Oliver walked closer and replied, "Good morning, Theodore. Is there anything I can help with?" In the original story, although Theodore was not very good at cooking, the other guests had barely set foot in the kitchen. So he volunteered to take on the relatively simple task of making breakfast, which made the guests even more impressed. Who would not love waking up to a handsome young man making porridge for them? Theodore said, "Just wait and eat, Oliver, I am almost done. We can have breakfast as soon as the porridge is ready." Seeing this, Oliver sat down in the living room and casually opened Weibo. Yesterday, he only checked his own and the program's posts and did not even notice the hot searches. This season of Love Mailbox has been highly anticipated since its announcement because of its luxurious guest lineup. Now that the show has officially started live streaming, it is constantly trending. He even made it onto several hot search terms. Matteo and Oliver writing letters to each other. Oliver taking off his glasses, Ning Wiayayu on the floating bed, Ning Wiayayu running away during the live stream. He could understand the first 2, but for the last 2 mentions of Ning Wiayayu, could it be the CP name for him and the second male lead? All he could say was that netizens were really creative. The names they came up with never disappointed. This CP name actually seemed to fit their current situation quite well. Although Oliver was complaining in his mind, a hint of sweetness unconsciously showed in his eyes. Seeing that the porridge still needed to cook for a while, Theodore sat down next to Oliver and noticed he was looking at Weibo. Theodore also opened his account and pointed to his following list for Oliver to see. "Oliver, we are following each other now." Oliver took a look and nodded with a smile. He then checked his own following list and found that all 7 guests had followed him back. "Wait a minute, 7. Oliver double-checked. Henry and Matteo, the two he thought would never follow him back, had actually followed him. Theodai seemed to have noticed something and suddenly leaned over, saying in a playful tone, "Oliver, look at Mr. Matteo's following." Oliver's fingers trembled as he tapped open Matteo's Weibo, only to find the follower count had changed from 2. Matteo was facing the mirror, slowly buttoning up his shirt. The phone was on speaker, and Benjamin's voice came through. "Mr. Matteo, I clearly said mutual follows last night. Just following Oliver now is a bit too obvious, do not you think?" "So what? The other guests have all followed you, you should follow them back." A wicked smile tugged at Matteo's lips as he said, "I am here to participate in the show. The production team does not need to manage how I use my Weibo account, right? Are not you afraid the other guests will have a problem with it?" The alpha in the mirror increased the curve of his lips, as if practicing the best angle for a smile. His face adjusted to a gentle smile, but his voice was ice cold. "I do not care." Benjamin rubbed his forehead in the RV. He did not expect Matteo to be so head over heels in love. His love jealousy extended even to Weibo follows. He could only follow his Omega, right? After a moment, Benjamin shook his head and chuckled. If his friend could really find his true love through this show, then he would feel like he would accomplished a great deed. He had felt quite guilty about asking this busy person to participate in the dating show. Benjamin picked up the iPad, went through today's schedule, stroked his chin, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He decided to give his friend's love a little push. Theodai made breakfast and called everyone out. Everyone chatted and laughed as they had breakfast. Oliver sat on the far left, Theodai was on his right, and Sebastian was across from him. Matteo came out late and sat diagonally across from Oliver. Oliver secretly glanced at his phone and found that Matteo still only followed him. Why did the second male lead only follow him? This could really give people the wrong idea. Oliver could not help but wonder, so did Matteo have feelings for him too? Or was it just the temporary possessiveness towards an Omega due to the temporary mark? He buried his head in his food, not daring to look up at the second male lead. No one asked about Matteo's follow either, as if everyone had silently agreed to let it go. Either they did not care whether Mr. Matteo paid attention or they already assumed that Mr. Matteo had a crush on Oliver. Although the temporary mark did not mean they were together, they all thought that given Matteo's personality, he definitely would not mark an Omega he did not like. So there was no need to meddle in the couple's affairs. Matteo propped his chin with one hand and sized up the long-haired Omega. From this angle, he could not see what he wanted to. After the meal, Oliver rushed to do the dishes. He had just turned on the faucet when he saw Matteo enter the kitchen. Oliver lowered his eyes, greeted, and pretended to focus on washing the dishes, but his heart was actually pounding. Matteo gently stood still behind the Omega's side, watching his fair fingers rub against the bowls and chopsticks. Suddenly, Matteo raised his hand and stroked Oliver's nape. The unexpected touch made Oliver shiver all over. "Mr. Matteo." Matteo didn't answer right away, just let his long fingers glide through Oliver's hair like he was gently combing it, before finally speaking. "You're feeling better today, aren't you?" Oliver mumbled back, voice tight, "I'm completely fine now, no issues at all." Seriously, although he had put on the gland patch and took an inhibitor yesterday afternoon, he was still in the heat period after all, and the alpha was provoking him like this. Sensing Oliver's trembling, Matteo chuckled and turned to leave the kitchen. The PD informed the guests to gather outside the cottage. The cottage faced the sea, with a beach at the back and a spacious lawn in the front yard. When you pushed open the main door, there were few cars on the accessible road. This was how the holiday villa area was in the morning. The guests walked to the front yard and found that Benjamin was already there. As soon as he was outdoors, Benjamin would hold his beloved megaphone. He thought it made him look authoritative as a director. But Isabella just laughed, teasing him for sounding like a tour guide. "Today is the third day you guys have been on Dongaksaye Island. When it comes to Dongaksaye Island, apart from the Water Kingdom, there is also a really famous tourist attraction. Of course, our show cannot miss it." Benjamin grinned and said, "That is the hot spring city, which brings together the bathing cultures of various countries around the world." William immediately got excited. He was afraid of heights at the Water Kingdom and did not have much fun there. The hot spring city, which was all about pure enjoyment, was just perfect for him. Oliver was also looking forward to it. He had never soaked in a hot spring before. The hot spring city on Dongaksaye Island is divided into Thai, Japanese, Italian, and other themed hot spring areas according to different countries, allowing tourists to choose and experience on their own. Benjamin continued, "You 8 people will be acting together during the day today, so discuss among yourselves and decide which hot spring area to soak in. The hot spring area provides accommodation, and you can stay there at night." William shouted, "Director, you are so nice." Theodai cheered as well. But Benjamin raised his hand and said, "Do not be too happy just yet. I am afraid you will beat me up later. I haven't finished talking. Only 2 people will have the chance to stay in the hot spring area at night, and the rest will have to go back to the cottage." Henry sneered. He knew that with Benjamin's style, it was impossible for him to let them have it so easy. Levi asked, 2 people, how do we decide which 2? "Well, it is neither decided by the program team nor by you guys. We will leave it to the audience." Benjamin squinted his eyes, looking like a fox. "When we get to the hot spring area later, the show will start a vote. The deadline is 5 p.m. The 2 people with the most votes at that time will enjoy a night's accommodation in the hot spring area. So if you want to stay in the hot spring area, interact more with the live chat and drum up some votes. Leave it all to the audience," Benjamin said with a smile. William clenched his fists, looking determined to win the vote, and Sebastian was also eager to give it a shot. Oliver, on the other hand, did not really care. He mainly wanted to experience the feeling of soaking in the hot spring. He did not mind whether they stayed outside or not. He was not picky about the environment. He used to sleep soundly in a basement when he was at his puresta. Benjamin suddenly added, "Oh, I just remembered. The production team is short on funds, and they have only booked 1 king-sized bed for the hot spring accommodation. That means if you stay outside, 2 of you will have to share a bed." William and Sebastian froze. The confident air they had just now vanished in an instant. Matteo, who was always gentle and refined in front of the camera, now had pitch black eyes. What if Oliver had to share a bed with someone else? The group discussed it briefly and settled on the Thai-style hot spring. Calling it a discussion was generous. Mostly William, Alakas, Sebastian, and Theodai were talking, while the other 4 didn't really care where they went. The production's bus dropped them off at the Thai hot spring area. Right away, golden domes stood out, ornate with lavish gold leaf and colorful murals. And as the 8 guys stepped down, they instantly drew stares from passing tourists. Inside the main hall, a woman in a flowing sarong greeted them. Oliver glanced around, surprised at how opulent the bathhouse was. Every inch of the interior bristled with intricate carvings steeped in religious and cultural flair, leaving him momentarily dazzled. But even though Oliver was curious inside, he managed to keep a calm face. Only the fingers rubbing the hem of his clothes slightly betrayed the turmoil in his mind. It was a skill he'd perfected over years, keeping himself cool under pressure, appearing unfazed in unfamiliar settings, something most people never saw through. Matteo caught a sideways glance at Oliver's hand, and a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He seemed to sense Oliver's emotional shifts instantly, no matter how well the other man tried to hide them. William looked unusually distracted. Normally he'd be buzzing around like a hyperactive butterfly by now. He slowed down more and more until he was at the back, catching sight of his own cameraman. William waved him over with a quick flick of his fingers. The camera rolled in close. He lifted one hand to block part of his face, leaning in like he was sharing a secret. "Don't vote for me, okay? Even though I'm the fated partner, I haven't even thought about sleeping with someone yet. Seriously, don't pick me, thanks, my." As a Hideki internet guy, William knew some people would rebel, but he figured his fanbase was big enough to keep things in check. Mostly, he just wanted to warn fans not to vote for him, especially since he'd been all excited when first hearing they could stay outside. Clearly, William had underestimated the reach and momentum of a national dating show's casual audience. The crew claimed they were tight on budget, only able to book 1 double room, but still managed to take over the largest hot spring pool in the Thai complex. First, everyone headed to shower and change clothes. Oliver stood under the showerhead, water streaming down his smooth skin. He glanced at his system reward notice, silent, unreadable. Of all things, it had to be this. Yesterday he'd been worrying what to do if they ever had to take off their shirts, and today, Theora is doing it right here. Could I just wear a t-shirt while soaking in the hot springs? But if everyone's bare-chested and he's the only one in clothes, wouldn't that look kind of weird? Oliver waited all over, then decided against taking off his top, just slipped on his swim shorts and wrapped a bathrobe around himself. Benjamin was in one of the rooms at the hot spring area, barking into a walkie-talkie. "Stay sharp, folks, they're here. Get everything ready, wide shots, medium close-ups, and tight details all set." He added, "We're a family-friendly dating show, so keep it clean. Close-ups focus on the upper body only." He wasn't forgetting last season's director getting reprimanded for going too far with the camera angles. The alphas all made quick work of their prep, stepping out one by one, tall, lean-built, giving viewers a full front row seat to the view. Matteo lounged near the inner edge, his usual look being that of a classic gentleman. Slim frame, always in tailored suits or crisp shirts, classy and composed like fine porcelain. Now though, hands behind his head on the ledge, arms thick with muscle, chin tilted up, fog curling around him, abs faintly visible beneath the steam, radiating raw power and intensity. Levi and Sebastian sat side by side. Henry stayed alone across from Matteo, forming a loose triangle between them. Then Alakas and Theodai showed up. When the two saw a pool full of superior alphas, Theodai felt a bit shy at once. Alakas, however, was okay. He just took off his bathrobe and got into the water directly. Seeing this, Theodai followed suit. He was not sure if it was just his imagination, but he had a feeling that Henry was staring this way. Then came William, who first stood by the shore and confidently admired the view of the pool, even making Sebastian blush a little, before finally stepping in with a satisfied smile. Nearby, Levi shot William a dark glance. Oliver's hesitation over whether to wear clothes had cost him time. He was the last one in. The moment he stepped inside, every eye locked onto him at once. Holy crap! Panic flared through Oliver's chest. He had to keep it together on the outside. His hands moved slowly down, fingers trembling as he fumbled with the robe's ties. Under so many stares, his movements felt clumsy and unsteady. A sharp gaze pinned him like a vice. This kind of pressure, he'd felt it before. Only one person could make him feel this way, the second male led. Oliver shut his eyes, took a deep breath, and yanked off the robe in one swift motion. The pale, cool skin of his Omega body glowed softly under the warm light, its porcelain tone highlighted by delicate flushes of pink, impossible to ignore. William's mouth dropped open, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Sebastian and Theodai wore identical stunned expressions. Oliver plunged into the water like he'd just sprinted the 100-meter dash. From the moment he shed the robe, that stare grew dangerously intense. He could feel it. If he didn't get in now, he was sure Sebastian would devour him on the spot. Oliver swam over to Theodai. Being with Theodai, who was also an Omega, made him feel safer. Benjamin was buzzing with excitement. The whole point of this part was to let the guests show off their bodies, spark that primal hormone rush. Oliver had just cranked up the heat in one fell swoop. Theodai's spot was as far from Matteo as possible. Submerged completely now, Oliver finally felt a sliver of relief. He looked up right into William and Sebastian's eyes. William stared at him with that unreadable mix of fascination and something darker. Moments later, as if he just could not hold it in any longer, William swam over to Oliver's side on his own initiative and whispered in his ear, "Can I ask, how do you manage to be so pink? Do you use some kind of product, or have you had plastic surgery?" Oliver, he had thought William was up to something mysterious, but he never expected this question. He sighed, exasperated. God's gift. Not wrong, he was designed from a divine perspective after all. William whistled low under his breath, then gave Oliver another quick once-over. No wonder Matteo was so quickly charmed by Oliver. If it were him, he would be smitten too. This Omega is just way too tempting. Inside the hot spring, the lines were clear as day. Betas and Omegas chattered away on one side, never a dull moment, laughter spilling out every few seconds. Alphas on the other side, dead quiet. Still that same triangle formation from earlier. Matteo and Henry barely spoke, making Sebastian awkward just to breathe loud. Benjamin glanced at his watch, almost noon now. They'd been in Hot Spring City for nearly 2 hours. He gave a small smile, time to move on. Henry was the first to stand, having had enough of the soak. Oliver felt a bit lightheaded and was ready to get out too. Seeing that, Lucas and the others climbed out as well. Everyone stepped onto dry land, pulling on their robes before heading for the door. Henry reached the entrance, then paused mid-step. Benjamin was already there, blocking the way with his body, not letting him pass. Henry's expression turned cold. He stepped back a pace to let Benjamin in. Benjamin walked through, scanning the room full of robe-clad men, then pulled out an iPad. "This is our latest vote tally." Oliver's face tightened, no surprise there. He'd known from day one that Benjamin was a pro at manipulating both cast and audience psychology. Springing the results now meant anyone unhappy with their standing still had nearly an entire afternoon to claw their way back up. Benjamin glanced at the screen, then swept his gaze across the group. Those caught in it felt a chill run down their spines. "We're revealing only the top 4. Right now, 4th place goes to Matteo, 3rd is Henry." The 2 leaders looked unfazed, no visible reaction at all. But if you looked close, you'd catch a flicker of irritation in Henry's eyes. He didn't like being so close to the top 2, one slip and he could easily be pushed into 2nd. If that meant sharing a bed with a stranger, he'd quit on the spot. Oliver just sat there, cracking jokes under his breath. His current status as the exotic wasn't doing much for his odds, and he was probably looking at 7th or 8th place anyway. Not exactly a big deal. Benjamin began announcing the top 2. 2nd place goes to Oliver. "Did I just hear that right?" Oliver's mouth hung open, dazed, glancing at Theodore and William beside him. "Wait, what?" he asked, half in disbelief. Theodore barely suppressed a smirk. "No, you're not hearing things. Official 2nd place." Oliver's eyes went wide. He instinctively turned to look at Matteo, and the sight stole his breath. Matteo remained poker-faced, unreadable as ever, but no trace of warmth in those dark, ink-black eyes. His gaze locked on Oliver like a spotlight. Oliver felt it plain. The second guy was seriously pissed off right now. He'd heard that when an alpha marked his omega, possessiveness ran deep. Any chance of sharing a bed with someone else tonight, and Matteo might actually do something drastic. And his body still throbbed, faintly, insistently. William did not answer Oliver's question just now. He had a bad feeling since he heard the 3rd and 4th names, and this feeling got stronger and stronger until Benjamin announced that Oliver was the 2nd place. Sure enough, Benjamin said, "1st place goes to William. Let's all congratulate William for now leading the pack. Keep it up. And that luxury king-sized room tonight is yours." William snapped, "To hell with the luxury king-sized room. All he wanted was a private one to sleep alone." If it were not for the camera, William would have loved to give Benjamin 10 eye rolls. But then he paused. 2nd place is Oliver, sleeping in the same bed with him, whom not entirely out of the question. William was always good at convincing himself, and now he brightened up again, just about to speak to Oliver when a glance caught Mr. Matteo's face. He'd never seen Mr. Matteo look this grim before. William's emotions were written all over his face. Clouds 1 second, sunshine the next, making everyone around him barely suppress laughter. Oliver couldn't even chuckle right now. He'd just gotten another damn system alert. "Ding, host, time to clock in new task 6. Keep your vote ranking in the top 2 and find a way to push the 2nd male lead up by at least 2 spots. Matteosa currently 4th, so 2 spots forward means top 2. System, just say it straight. Task 6 is to sleep in the same bed with Matteo tonight. Host understands. The system's wording must remain precise, no shortcuts." Oliver couldn't even tell you how little precise and system had in common. System 188, as always, dropped the task and went silent, no ear for Oliver's mental rant. It gave its host full room to work without interference. 188 thought it was being a thoughtful, dedicated, caring little boss. Benjamin said, "The resort has spa lounges, poolside barbecues, billiards rooms, and cinemas. Feel free to explore this afternoon. If you're unhappy with the vote results, engage more with Le 7e viewers. You might just shift things. We'll regroup here at 5 for the final rankings." With that, Benjamin left, leaving everyone staring at each other. Lucas said, "No big activities planned this afternoon. Perfect, we can actually catch a breather." Theodore nodded. William and Oliver thought, "That's because someone's carrying the load." If you don't care about the vote outcome, afternoon's all yours to relax. But if you're stressed, you'll be too busy scheming how to please this stubborn audience to even think about having fun. Matteo was off answering another call again, while Sebastian was already calling everyone out for lunch. Theodore had already stepped outside but then turned back and strode quickly to where Henry stood still. "You coming?" he asked. Henry raised an eyebrow, then strolled after him at his own slow pace. Oliver sighed, glancing at William. He'd already figured out William wasn't keen on the big bedroom, but he still had to check anyway. "William, what do you think about this vote result?" "I could handle sleeping alone, no problem, but sharing a bed with someone, still not really my thing." William remembered Matteo's brooding stare and instinctively swallowed. "Truth is, I'm fine with you. I mean, we've slept together before, but you don't know how Mr. Matteo looked just now. Honestly, if I ended up sleeping with you tonight, I'd be dead by morning." Oliver's face lit up, like he'd found a kindred soul, so it wasn't just him who felt that icy vibe from Matteo. They exchanged a look, silent agreement sealed. Get Matteo into the top two, no excuses. On the way to lunch, William told Oliver about his little chat with fans before hopping in the hot springs. Oliver nodded slowly, guessed the audiences really got a mind of their own. William gave a dry laugh. "Tell me about it. I called them my little darlings, and still, next thing I know, they voted me number one." Oliver smirked, already turning over how to push the male second into the top two. Lunch was long over, but Matteo hadn't come back yet. Oliver figured this was the perfect time to quietly swing some votes. No way Mr. Matteo would vote for himself, so it had to be him. Lucas turned to the group. "This place is famous for its Thai spa. Is anyone up for a massage?" Theodore and Sebastian both nodded eagerly. Levi just followed wherever Sebastian went. Henry studied Theodore thoughtfully, then agreed too. William hesitated. He really wanted the spa but worried it'd eat into vote crafting time. Oliver noticed William's hesitation and said to him, "Go with the others, leave the rest to me." William felt guilty about leaving Oliver behind to enjoy himself, but then Oliver winked at him and said, "You know, if you stay here, someone might say something that totally wins over the audience and they'll flood your votes again. Don't worry, let me take a shot." William was still nervous about this unpredictable bunch of viewers. In the end, he nodded and handed everything over to Oliver. Before leaving, he gave a little thumbs up. "If you're stuck, just come back and get me." Oliver smiled and waved him off, watching the group disappear down the hall. The restaurant was now empty except for Oliver. His expression instantly darkened. His little brain had been spinning all morning trying to figure out how to help the second lead get votes. He'd realized that if he and William pushed viewers toward Matteo, those prank-loving fans would just go the other way and bomb both of them with votes instead. That's why he decided to handle it alone. Oliver was worried Matteo might show up any second, so he quickly scoped out a good spot. He flipped through the spa brochure, then headed toward the screening room. Most guests who came for the hot springs usually went straight to massage or grabbed a game of pool. Few ever made it to the screening room. The theater still had its flashy Thai-inspired decor, with a lounge area up front filled with sofas. Massive round columns stood between them, giving the space a grand, imposing feel. It was high noon, almost no one around. Oliver reached the lounge and plopped down on an empty sofa. He signaled his camera assistant over. The cameraman immediately understood. Oliver was about to do something, and he quickly adjusted the camera to focus on Oliver's face. Seeing that, PD Jack handed him a phone. Oliver took it, and his eyes widened when he saw his own face on screen. It was live, his stream was running, with the chat scrolling fast. Oliver was stunned. He'd never felt so close to his audience's energy before. And when he scanned through the comments, most were friendly and supportive. That warmed him up, but also made him even more nervous. He bit his lip, eyes darting a little. This was his first time doing live content under pressure with a mission on hand. He didn't know how to start. After thinking it over, he decided just to go straight in after all. Trying to play games with these clever viewers would only end in disaster. Oliver started with a polite bit of small talk. "Hi everyone, have you eaten yet?" "Haha, such a humble opener." "Yeah, ate already." "Not yet, but just looking at Oliver's face is enough to make me hungry. Delicious." "Hey, so oily up there." Oliver caught that comment and couldn't help but smirk, sparking another wave of chaos in the chat. He cleared his throat. You all know about the midday vote results, right? Honestly, didn't expect you to put me second, thanks, really. No worries, totally deserved. Dead, thanks, Asu, unenthusiastic. Going to keep voting in the afternoon. Oliver pressed on, forcing a smile. Since you've already voted me second, mind keeping it up, just one more thing I'd like to ask. He paused, then added, besides voting for me, there's something else I need your help with. After thinking it through, Oliver realized he couldn't justify pushing for Matteo without showing his own feelings. He'd read plenty of dating show fics and knew how powerful shipper energy could be. He was going to ride that wave. Plus, Matteo wasn't even here. Busy with work, definitely wouldn't have time to catch the stream anyway. If he said it loud enough, maybe it'd just get through. With that thought, Oliver took a breath and went for it. I mean, you know, everyone knows I've got feelings for Mr. Matteo, right? What kind of feelings? Not sure what you're talking about. Not really following, spell it out so we get it. Oliver bit his lip, staring into the camera, eyes practically scolding the chat for teasing him. That look at me like I'm a dog in love vibe made him seem all pouty and playful, pure Omega energy. One glance at the chat, and Oliver knew that damn buff was back in full effect. He blinked hard, then straightened up. This overnight stay, it's a real chance for me. I need your help, please vote for Mr. Matteo. The last words came out so softly he didn't even dare look at the feed. My wife told me to vote for her husband, what now? Guess we're stuck with him, alright fine, I'll do it. Seeing husband in the chat, Oliver's face burned instantly. He still had to keep up his act, determined, Omega chasing her man, so he forced a bright smile. Thanks so much guys, my happiness is totally in your hands. No problem at all. From today on, I am the love bodyguard for Ning Wiayu. Oliver chuckled at the stream comment, but his mood wasn't light. This was it, officially declaring his feelings for Matteo. No turning back now. Still, Oliver never planned to leave any escape route. He'd made up his mind. He was going to end up with Matteo no matter what. He'd do absolutely anything to make it happen. After tossing a few more lines back at the chat, Oliver handed his phone to Jack, stood up, and headed into the screening room, just in time for some movie magic to kill the afternoon. After they'd gone, seated 2 pillars down on the sofa, sat the cool, aloof Alpha. The massive pillar blocked anyone's view. No one noticed Matteo had been there all along. He didn't bring a camera crew to work, so now he was alone. Matteo had just ended his call and sat quietly listening to Oliver's Levesetrium rant. His eyes were dark, deep, bottomless, like they were brewing some dangerous storm. This was the first time he'd heard Oliver so clearly confess his feelings, publicly, in a Levesetrium behind his back. Even went as far as begging viewers to vote for him just to get a bedashi. A slow, mesmerizing smile curled at Matteo's lips. So his Omega was really this desperate. The screening room had private booths. Oliver liked the quiet ones, so he picked one and followed the staff toward it. A set of footsteps echoed behind him. Oliver glanced over his shoulder. Wait, is that the second lead? Matteo had changed into a light gray custom shirt, elegant, refined, but his watch was now a Richard Imlay Autumn 66. The devil's hand sign on the dial, wild and free, clashing with the suit's polished restraint. Just like Matteo himself, looks all buttoned up and controlled, but underneath, a bottomless pit that could drown you. Oliver's eyes widened. He'd assumed Matteo would be either working or eating at the restaurant by now. Why was he here? He asked, Mr. Matteo, did you just finish up? Did you eat? Matteo, just got off work, not hungry yet. So, wanna watch a movie? I booked the room, Oliver offered, voice tinged with nervous hope. Matteo tilted his lips up in a faint smile, gave a small nod, and moved to sit beside Oliver as the staff led them into the private screening suite. Unlike the spa's cozy, traditional vibe, this room was sleek and modern, dim lighting, deep crimson leather sofas, and one full wall dedicated to the screen. The camera crew snapped into place quickly, then vanished, even the producer following them out, leaving just the 2 of them in total privacy. With everyone gone, Oliver felt suddenly exposed, just him and Matteo alone. He couldn't tell if it was because he'd just confessed his feelings on stream earlier, but now, facing him like this, the silence felt thick enough to choke on. Matteo sank into the sofa without a word, eyes fixed on Oliver's long-haired Omega, unreadable emotions flickering behind them. Oliver lowered his head and tapped the touchscreen interface, scrambling to pick a film fast, anything to break the tension. "Mr. Matteo, any movie you're in the mood for?" "Whatever's fine," Matteo said casually. "You choose." "All right," Oliver nodded absently, scrolling until he found one with a warm, nostalgic cover, something that looked like an old-school coming-of-age romance. After choosing the movie, Oliver ambled over and sat down next to Matteo, leaving some space between them. Still remembering that Matteo hadn't eaten, Oliver grabbed the menu off the table and ordered a few Thai desserts. Longan jelly with coconut milk, coconut cupcake, passionfruit sago pudding, pumpkin steamed egg custard. Matteo glanced over as Oliver darted between the table and screen, then let out a quiet chuckle. "You ordering all this for me?" Oliver gave a soft mhem, straightening up like an obedient student, back perfectly stiff, hands neatly on his knees. The server arrived with the treats, and right then, the movie started. Turns out it was one of those over-the-top, emotionally charged urban romance flicks. Looked like a high school drama on paper. Honestly, pretty good. Oliver got so caught up he actually slumped back into the sofa, posture relaxing completely. Matteo wasn't really into sweet stuff, but since it was something Omega had picked out just for him, he played along and tasted each one anyway. But then he realized Oliver hadn't even glanced at what he'd eaten. His whole focus was already lost in the film. This was the first time he would ever sat beside someone and been completely ignored. Matteo cleared his throat twice, pulling Oliver's focus away from the movie. Oliver snapped upright again, finally noticing that the second lead had already started eating. He quickly asked, "How's it taste?" "Good." Matteo said softly, "Not bad." He kept his eyes on the Omega and added with a faint smile, "Really sweet." Oliver relaxed then, relieved he hadn't picked something Matteo wouldn't like. The second lead was just too present. Once Oliver's attention had been pulled away, he couldn't concentrate on the film again. His gaze kept drifting back to him, almost without meaning to. Matteo was sharp enough to notice. Every time Oliver glanced his way, it sent a quiet thrill through him, and the corner of his mouth curled up just a little more. The film's dialogue buzzed in the background. Angry, "So this is how you want to be with me. You've gone through hell, sacrificed everything just for one night. Oh, hurt, who can help it if I'm crazy about you?" Shouting, "Can't you at least act a little dignified?" Oh, yelling back, "How could I possibly play it cool in front of someone I'm head over heels for?" It was one of those reverse trope romances, where the Omega forces the Alpha. And that line, Oliver couldn't help but think about how he'd been live streaming to gather votes, dodging everyone just to get into a room with Matteo. Matteo caught on too, he asked, "Is this the movie you wanted?" Oliver gave a nervous laugh. "I just picked it at random, seemed like a fresh plot." His smile faltered. Matteo looked at him heavily, his gaze drifting to the title on the touchscreen. The film was called Tonight, I'm Not Coming Home. Oliver followed his eyes and saw it too. Under the second lead's steady stare, Oliver felt like crying. He swore he hadn't even looked at the title when picking it. He just glanced at the cover. Matteo suddenly said, "I get it now." What? Oliver didn't know what the hell the guy was imagining this time, but something told him it wasn't going to be good. Matteo didn't answer. He was thinking. Oliver had been begging for attention on stream, dropping hints through movie lines and titles, all just so he could force a sleepover, make it clear he wanted them in the same room. Hadn't he finally cracked under pressure? He'd known since the beach, those eyes full of longing, that letter he'd gotten. He'd been aware for days. Matteo decided to reward this eager Omega a little. Grape-scented gland wrap, like it. Oliver blinked, thrown off. How did that even come up? Still, he answered honestly, "Love it, seriously love it. I'm wearing one right now." He turned around, facing away from Matteo, his pale fingers brushing back the loose strands at the nape of his neck to show him the gland wrap pressed against his skin. Matteo's eyes went dark with heat. Oliver had only just become an Omega 3 days ago. No idea how much this kind of gesture meant to an Alpha. "Everything you want, take it, take me." Matteo's hand reached out towards Oliver. Oliver was still trying to figure out how Matteo even knew the gland wrap was grape-printed. Then it hit him. Yesterday, Matteo had asked if he had any extras. Was this not a prop from the show? Had it actually been a gift? He was about to ask when suddenly, A long, fingered hand brushed against his scent gland. The touch lingered, growing bolder as it slid from his nape forward, until the entire palm circled Oliver's throat like a claiming collar. Matteo released his pheromones. Cedar and sea crashed over Oliver, freezing his thoughts mid-breath. All awareness narrowed to Matteo's calloused palm spanning his throat, the alpha sent short-circuiting every rational thought. Behind Oliver, Matteo's hand tightened with calculated pressure, drawing the omega fully against his chest in a possessive embrace that blocked all escape routes. A low, breathy moan escaped him. Being trapped in the most vulnerable spot Showoldvi made Oliver panic, but the warmth at his back, that familiar cedar scent, it wrapped around him like a safe harbor after being lost at sea for too long. He was utterly reliant on Matteo now. Matteo's lips were millimeters from Oliver's ear, close enough that the slightest shift would brush against them. Oliver heard the low growl of an alpha whispering right by his ear, "I was in the lounge while you were streaming." Oliver's mind went completely blank, the truth cutting through his mental fog like a knife. Matteo had heard every shameless word he would spouted during the levesetrium. That meant the second male had heard his confession. He wasn't upset that Matteo knew how he felt, no, not at all, but he'd always imagined it happening in a proper setting. Under blooming flowers, surrounded by well wishes, spoken with quiet solemnity, face to face. Not like this. Oliver's voice cracked, choked up before he could form a full sentence. How was he supposed to explain? How could he just say it was all part of the task, fake words meant to fake a romance? Noticing Oliver's distress, Matteo furrowed his brow. He could not wrap his head around why the Omega was discovering that he would realize Oliver's feelings make the guy happy. Still, he loosened the grip around Oliver's neck and shifted his arm to rest over his shoulder instead, pulling him fully into a tight embrace, swathing him in warm cedar and oceanic pheromones. The sudden softening of that dominant scent washed over Oliver like a tide, easing the ache inside him just a little. He told himself it didn't matter, after all, he'd already been chasing this alpha hard, playing the obsessed Omega to the hilt. Now it was out in the open, no point pretending otherwise. Oliver resolved to double down on this whole, lovelorn Omega chasing his alpha act he would committed to playing. He was still in heat, emotions all over the place, mind fragile as ever, and there was no way he could resist the comfort offered by his alpha. Within seconds, he melted into Matteo's arms like warm wax. The air around Matteo smelled sweet with grapes. Oliver curled against him, drowsy and relaxed, the movie long forgotten. Oliver drifted off slowly. Matteo's fingers flexed against Oliver's shoulder blade, the embrace suddenly feeling like flimsy armor against the primal hunger roaring through his veins. He wanted more. On the monitor, two blurred silhouettes merged together in the darkened theater. Benjamin stared at the screen, recalling Oliver's desperate pitch during the live stream, couldn't help but smirk. "These two, our show has actually become a barrier to their closeness," Benjamin said to Isabella, who was watching the monitor beside him. Isabella nodded in agreement. "Exactly. They cannot officially confess their feelings before the show ends, let alone be together. Any affection has to stay hidden for now." Benjamin let out a low whistle. The longer you hold it in, the bigger the explosion's going to be, especially with someone like Matteo, who's been bottling things up for years. God only knows what'll happen when he finally lets go. Isabella covered her mouth with a soft laugh, and the staff around them all wore knowing smiles. Oliver was gently nudged awake by Matteo. He'd once again fallen asleep in the man's arms. "Sorry," Oliver mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "I don't know how I just zonked out. Maybe it was too relaxing." He looked sheepish after all. He'd invited Matteo to watch a movie and had left the main event behind to doze off. But Matteo seemed downright delighted by the unguarded trust. His voice dipped low, soft with amusement. "No worries. You don't have to think twice about anything when you're with me, just sleep." Oliver blushed faintly and shot him a sideways glance. Was it just his imagination, or did that sound almost tender? Matteo stood up. "We should head over, it's nearly 5. Oliver immediately straightened his clothes, a faint blush still on his cheeks, then followed Matteo out. By 5 o'clock, everyone had gathered, waiting for Benjamin to announce the audience votes. Benjamin still held his iPad, scrolling through the final results. The numbers have shifted a little since noon. William's eyes lit up instantly. He shot a quick glance at Oliver, who gave him a soft, warm smile in return. William had been painfully careful all afternoon, sticking close to the group and avoiding any live chat interaction, afraid of messing up Oliver's plan. Benjamin, our second place is still Oliver, no change there. Oliver didn't react much, he'd expected it all along. Then Benjamin chuckled just once. Thanks to someone's efforts, the top spot is now Matteo, Mr. Matteo. Theodore stared at Matteo like he'd seen a ghost. Was it really possible? Had their boss just secretly rallied votes for him this afternoon? Henry narrowed his eyes, studying Matteo. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea that someone so cool and reserved would go out of their way to play up a public vote. But Matteo remained completely calm, meeting everyone's stares with quiet confidence, even managing a faint smirk. Oliver couldn't bear to ruin the second lead's image in everyone's eyes, so he timidly raised his hand. The someone Benjamin mentioned is me. The crowd's expression turned instantly complicated. Theodore stared at Oliver with idolatry. Oliver was seriously next level when it came to chasing his crush. Actually stepping up in front of the audience like that, he was genuinely impressed. William decided he'd rewind the live stream later. He was dying to know exactly how Oliver had managed to win over such a tough crowd. Benjamin clapped his hands. Then congratulations, Matteo and Oliver are winners of one night's luxury king-size suite in Hot Springs City. Everyone else jumped in, cheering and applauding. In the middle of it all, Oliver's gaze collided with Matteo's deep, dark eyes. They locked eyes in the crowd, then both quickly looked away. Oliver felt like he was back in high school when the whole class would tease a secretly dating couple. Only this time, they weren't even dating, and there was nothing secret about it. The whole world was watching him chase Matteo down. Only difference, they weren't even together yet, and this wasn't some sneaky secret either. The whole world was watching Oliver's entire love chase unfold live. Just thinking about it made his heart start hammering again. Once the results were announced, the guests started heading off, leaving only Oliver and Matteo behind. As Benjamin left, he handed over the keyucid with a grin, gave Oliver a friendly slap on the shoulder, then winked at him. Oliver ran his fingers over the cool plastic of the card. Finally, it felt real. He was actually spending the night in the same bed as the male lead. A sudden wave of shyness nearly overwhelmed him. Matteo stepped forward and gently took the keyucid from his hand. What's with the days, let's go. Oliver trailed behind, practically walking in step, nearly matching him foot for foot. Matteo's eyes sparkled with amusement. He absolutely loved watching Oliver fumble and flinch whenever he was near him. It gave him an indescribable thrill. The production team hadn't cut corners on the suite. This place was seriously lavish. Thai gold leaf danced across emerald and ivory-patterned walls, and the bed, easily 2 meters wide. Oliver figured he could fit in a whole bunch of himself without any issues. Long curtains hung down to the floor, blurring the outside world into soft shadows, adding just the right amount of flirtation to the air. He was actually going to spend the night in this bed with the male lead. Oliver's mind couldn't help flashing through a few, inappropriate images. He shook his head hard, definitely just the fever messing with him. The system popped up out of nowhere, interrupting Oliver's thoughts. Ding, congratulations host, task 6 complete, reward unlocked, perky curve, please claim it. Well, look at that, every single reward the system promised back in the beginning had finally come through. Oliver suddenly remembered something. The system once said the reward could drive every alpha wild. So, did that include Matteo? He glanced over at Matteo, lost in thought. Wait, what's Mr. Matteo doing unbuttoning his shirt? Where's the no-nonsense CEO persona we were promised? Oliver's pupils widened. He showaldly looked away, respecting Matteo's privacy, but he couldn't tear his eyes off him. Matteo's hands were lean and long, the tendons flexing faintly as he worked the buttons. Gorgeous, really beautiful. The movements themselves were smooth, almost delicate, yet somehow radiated a quiet intensity that clashed with the softness of the motion. Oliver's heartbeat kicked up. Mr. Matteo, he asked, voice tight, are you going to shower? He hated himself for even thinking Matteo was flirting. Wasn't he being ridiculous? Matteo, yeah. Oliver quickly said, oh right, go ahead. Matteo's shirt was halfway undone, chest just barely revealed. and he gave Oliver a long look before turning toward the bathroom. Oliver exhaled, finally relaxed. He always tensed up around Matteo. That guy had this oppressive presence that just loomed over you. While Matteo was in the shower, Oliver seized the chance to check on the system's reward. He scanned the room, confirmed there were no cameras running, just a single lens tucked into the corner of the wall. Benjamin had made it clear before leaving they'd set up 2 camera angles in the king-size room, but filming was entirely up to Oliver and Matteo. They'd just need to notify the production team when they were ready. If they didn't want to be filmed, that was totally fine too. Love Letter never played up privacy breaches. That's why they rarely livestream guest rooms and always shut down filming during late-night hours. Oliver let out a mental sigh of relief, then he thought about the perky curve reward. He knew exactly what that meant, no need for explanation. Quietly, he reached back and ran his fingers over his own hips, smooth, rounded, but honestly, no major change from before. Oliver mentally cursed, "System, are you sure every alpha digs this?" "Absolutely, trust me, you're going to leave the second lead speechless. And let's be real, your body was already top tier before the boost. We actually felt awkward handing out rewards because we didn't need to tweak much. Adding more lift would be thrown off your overall balance, so we just adjusted a little." "You really are looking out for me." Oliver let out a soft sigh, eyes lowered. Honestly, he didn't care what kind of reward the system handed him. His only goal was seeing the mission through, keeping the world stable and getting closer to Matteo. So while he'd grumble about the system's perks, he'd never actually be mad at it. He flopped onto the couch and pulled up Weibo. Sure enough, his live stream from earlier had hit the trending charts. 2 related topics were now dominating the feed. Oliver campaigning for Matteo and rather die than sleep apart. Oliver didn't even need to click in to know what people would be saying, either screaming, "I'm shipwrecked," or calling him a frog dreaming of swans, accusing him of stalking Mattiosa vibes. He was still staring at his phone when Matteo stepped out from the shower. Oliver looked up. Matteo stood there bare-chested, wrapped only in a towel. The taut, sculpted muscles he'd seen blurred by steam earlier were now crystal clear under the light, water droplets tracing down his hairline, sliding over defined ridges and vanishing into the fabric of the towel. Oliver's mouth hung slightly open. He was frozen in place. Back during the day, he'd been too far away to really notice, too busy being flustered to steal a glance. He hadn't realized just how good-looking Matteo actually was. He glanced at Mattiosa's 6-pack, then quietly pinched his own abs. No comparison, seriously, no way. Matteo looked down at the Omega sprawled on the couch, dazed, and smiled with a slow, smoldering warmth. "Like what you see." Oliver blinked hard. He thought he'd misheard. Something about tonight felt off. Matteo was acting weird, like a peacock showing off its feathers. "Yeah, wow, you should probably dry your hair before you catch a cold." Oliver stammered, then shot to his feet and bolted for the bathroom without waiting for an answer, fleeing like hell. Oliver shut the door, leaning against it with his back, head tipped up as he took a few shallow breaths. Something wasn't right. He closed his eyes and went over it again when had Matteo started acting strange. Was it after hearing him on that live stream in the theater lounge? No, he felt like it was even earlier. During the movie, they'd brushed shoulders. He'd shown Matteo his new gland patch, then suddenly, Matteo pulled him into a tight hug. A flash of realization struck Oliver. He snapped his eyes open, rushed to the mirror, turned around and lifted his hair. There it was, the grape-patterned gland patch, visible in the reflection. The gland patch. It hit him then, this morning, while washing dishes. Matteo had suddenly appeared behind him, brushing his fingers through his hair. At the time, he'd thought Matteo had come in specially to check on his health. How sweet of him. Now it made sense. Matteo was probably just making sure he'd actually put the patch on. Grape-patterned gland patch, this has to be from Matteo. Mattiosa pulling the same moves again, giving him an apache with his favorite fruit, grapes, on it. Then getting all touchy-feely during the movie. And now walking around after a shower wrapped in nothing but a towel that's barely hanging on. The more Oliver thought about it, the more he freaked out. Was Matteo actually into him? After stewing for a while, he made up his mind. The shower still smelled like hotel body wash mixed with Mattiosa pheromones. Oliver ripped the gland patch off and instantly felt Mattiosa's scent grow stronger, so overwhelming it made his legs weak. He barely managed to brace himself against the wall and hurried through a quick shower. Then he grabbed the dry robe prepped in the room, gave his hair a quick blow dry, and only left once he was sure it wasn't dripping. Just before opening the door, Oliver looked at the scent gland patch he had taken off, hesitated for a moment, then decided not to put it back on. Instead, he held it in his hand. Not all gland patches are single-use, some can be removed and reused, and the higher the quality, the longer they last. Still, even the best ones don't hold up for more than 3 days. The one Matteo gave him was clearly far superior to the one the original host had been wearing. When Oliver stepped out of the bathroom, Matteo was scrolling through a report on his laptop, then abruptly inhaled. That thick grape sweetness slammed into him like a physical force, shattering every alpha's calm facade. Matteo looked up, eyes reddened, at the slender Omega wrapped in a thin bathrobe. This level of pheromone concentration meant Oliver wasn't wearing a gland seal patch. What was this? A challenge to mark him again? Didn't he know he was still in heat? Oliver acted like he didn't feel the danger at all, stepping slowly toward the alpha who looked ready to pounce. His pale skin flushed with color, he handed the vial of pheromone patch to Matteo and, trying hard to keep his voice steady, said, "Since it was you who gave it to me, why don't you help me put it on?" Staring at Matteo's burning gaze, dark waves swirling like they'd swallow him whole, Oliver felt a tidal wave crash through his chest. Matteo stared at him in silence for a moment, then smirked, a subtle, unreadable curve of his lips, as if accepting a challenge, and took the scent patch from Oliver's hand. "Turn around." Oliver obeyed, facing away like he had in the theater earlier, but then his shoulders trembled slightly. Back then, he'd been innocent and unguarded. Now that quiet shake gave him away. To keep Matteo from touching his hair again, he carefully swept it to one side, exposing a smooth, flawless neck. His gland was completely bare, laid open before Matteo's eyes. Just like that day with the temporary mark. Oliver kept his eyes shut, as if that would ease the blush creeping up his neck, but after a long silence, what came wasn't the cool brush of a bite, but warm breath. Matteo leaned in close to his gland, and the thought made Oliver flinch, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself, clinging for comfort. The marks fading, Oliver heard the alpha murmur behind him. Oliver's voice wavered slightly. "It was just yesterday morning, how can it be this fast?" Matteo chuckled softly. "Yeah, temporary marks are like that. Once the trace fades completely, the mark disappears too." Hearing that, Oliver suddenly found himself wishing the mark would stay longer. Just one more moment of connection between them. He wasn't even sure how he'd gotten so twisted up by Matteo's influence. He was starting to sound like a mess. A soft rustle of fabric came from behind. Matteo was reaching out, about to place the pheromone patch on Oliver. "Wait, don't." Matteo heard Oliver's words and froze mid-motion, his hand stopping short as he stared straight at him. He heard Oliver's breath hitch, then come out in a shaky little rush. "I'm worried this heat cycle might last a whole week. If the mark fades so fast, I'm scared it'll fail again like before at the Water Kingdom. So could you?" Oliver's ears were burning red. He couldn't go on. He knew Matteo hated when Omegas came on too strong. He'd always said he preferred reserved types. But he couldn't pretend anymore. "Screw dignity. Dignity doesn't get you the guy." Matteo's breath suddenly deepened, sharp and thick. He could feel it. Omega was asking him to remark. Bold as hell, yet still too shy to say it straight. That only lit a fire in his old instincts. He wanted Oliver, wanted him to say it out loud. A low chuckle slipped from Matteo behind him, then the man leaned forward, pressing close against Oliver's ear. "Even if the mark fades, the suppressant's strong enough. Otherwise, would you really need a new alpha every heat cycle for years?" The corners of Oliver's eyes went red. He'd always been shy, especially around Matteo, and this was the first time he'd felt such clear rejection. Before, no matter what he asked, Matteo had always gone along. The more Oliver thought about it, the deeper he sank into hurt and disappointment. He'd been spoiled by Matteo's patience, so naive to believe he'd get everything he wanted just because he asked. They'd barely known each other 3 days, pathetic, really, when you think about it. Maybe Matteo was just being polite on camera, going along with all his little moves. Oliver didn't answer right away, then finally forced out a shaky, "And no, it's not only you've marked me." His voice cracked with barely restrained tears. Oliver broke down crying. Mattios's pupils snapped tight, every nerve in his body flaring heard that sob, and something wild surged through him. So he really did cry, just like I thought. The idea from the first day at the beach game suddenly clicked into place. Matteo gripped Oliver's shoulders, gently turning him around until their eyes met, red-rimmed and raw. Both of them had red eyes, one from heartbreak, the other from pure electric excitement. Matteo murmured softly, "So I'm really the first alpha to mark you?" Hearing that gentle question, Oliver looked up, fighting back tears, and gave a tiny nod. Suddenly, Matteo laughed, his usual shadowed look vanished, replaced by warm pretense and real relief. The sudden shift in his expression left Oliver stunned. He'd never seen Matteo this open before. Mattios's hand on his shoulder gave a light tug, pulling him into a tight embrace. Sure, the sight of Oliver's red eyes sent heat through him, but he didn't want to scare him off. Time to soothe. Oliver's eyes flew wide. Matteo was hugging him. Not from behind, not for marking, but a real face-to-face hug. A noticeable height difference meant Oliver ended up tucked into Mattios's shoulder, the scent of pine and saltwater washing over him. He felt a large hand gently pat his back, just like that night when he'd been temporarily marked. Soft, careful, tender. Mattios's voice came from above. "Don't cry, if you need me, I'll mark you again in a heartbeat." Those words exploded inside Oliver like fireworks, erasing every last shred of hurt and resentment. Slowly, Oliver lifted his arms, wrapping them around Mattios's waist, pressing his face into the crook of his shoulder for 2 quiet scrapes. "I need you." The moment the words left his lips, Oliver suddenly found himself airborne. His grip instinctively tightened on Mattios's shoulder in panic. Matteo lifted him like a child, cradling his waist and hoisting him up with ease. Oliver yelped, "What the hell are you doing?" Matteo didn't answer, he just carried on like that, setting Oliver down gently on the bed before climbing in after him. A playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "What, you said you wanted me to mark you, didn't you?" Oliver flinched back. "We could have done it on the couch." Matteo snorted, "Last time I marked you, you passed out cold. If we'd done it there, you'd be unconscious again, and I'd have to carry you here anyway." He grabbed Oliver's ankle and pulled him closer, his voice soft, coaxing. "Here, you'll be able to go straight to sleep afterward. No hassle." Oliver let out a startled gasp as he was dragged forward, the mix of heat and scent flooding his mind like syrup, already half swayed by the alpha's pull. "Fine, okay," he muttered. He rolled onto his side instead, back turned to Matteo, jaw set. "I'm ready, do it." A dip in the mattress signaled Matteo settling beside him. The scent of cedar and ocean wrapped around Oliver Etiteur, clearly an alpha's deliberate, soothing overture. Long arms curled gently around him, a soft brush of lips against his neck, a quiet warning before the storm broke. Oliver shut his eyes, then the world dissolved into rushing waves, swept away into the deep sea of sensation. Thick curtains fell shut, hiding everything within. The crew had finished editing footage from Hot Springs City by midnight, but no call came from Matteo and Oliver. Benjamin rolled his eyes. "Let's just call it a night. Those two are probably too busy being lovey-dovey to let us film." One of the two Benjamin had mentioned was now sound asleep, head resting on the other's arm, lost in a sweet and peaceful dream. The one called Matteo stared down at Oliver's peaceful face, his gaze thick with a tenderness so deep, even he hadn't realized it existed. After a long pause, he closed his eyes too and drifted into sleep, cradling the Omega in his arms. Oliver felt like he'd just had the longest, most peaceful dream, something he hadn't experienced in ages. No need to worry about waking up early for work, no stress over whether this month's bills would cover his expenses. He was wrapped in a warmth that made him want nothing more than to stay right where he was, drifting off sweetly beside it. His eyes fluttered open, long lashes lifting, as they landed on Mattios's chest. The drowsiness vanished instantly. Oliver's pupils widened. Last night came rushing back in flashes. "Oh God, did I actually drink fake booze?" Then panic over whether the second guy was leading me on, then practically throwing myself at him and begging to be marked. And now I slept all night in his arms. It must be this room, this bed, the whole damn setup. What's with the damn romantic curtains, seriously? Oliver's face burned red. He glanced at Matteo, eyes closed, long lashes resting against his cheeks, still fast asleep. Sunlight slipped through the gaps in the canopy, painting soft gold across Mattios's face. The man looked angelic now, nothing like the aggressive version he'd been last night. Oliver stayed perfectly still in Matteo's arms, quietly admiring his face, cheeks flushed. "Matteo, damn, you're gorgeous." Sharp features, high cheekbones, a straight nose, his lips held that faint, cool curve even when not smiling. Oliver buried his face and quietly took in a breath of that cedar, an ocean scent, like a full recharge, complete. He couldn't stay here any longer. Staying would only make him greedy for more, for everything. Slowly, Oliver eased himself upright. He climbed out of bed with careful precision, afraid to wake the alpha. Unbeknownst to him, Matteo had already opened his eyes, earlier than Oliver even stirred. To be exact, he'd been watching the Omega for an hour before Oliver woke up at all. Watching Oliver disappear into the bathroom, Matteo stretched lazily and rolled onto his back, raising the arm that had cradled Oliver all night to shield his face. He thought, "How can I still not get tired of looking at you?" The cold water slapped against his skin, trailing down his jaw. Only then did Oliver fully come to. A subtle pressure in the back of his neck reminded him Matteo had deepened that temporary mark. Oliver reached up to touch the spot on his neck where the gland was, now covered again with a cooling hydrogel patch. It must have been Matteo who'd put it on after he fell asleep. The Omega in the mirror tilted their lips upward, a sweet little smile playing on their face. Oliver just looked up and caught sight of himself in the reflection. How the hell does he manage to look so smug? Oliver quickly splashed water on his face, trying to wipe away that stupid grin, but it was no use. Oliver finally let himself laugh because honestly, how could he still doubt his own feelings at this point? He was head over heels for Matteo. Oliver liked Matteo. Just thinking about it made his cheeks burn and his heart race. After years of being single, this was the first time he'd felt anything this strange, this electric. By the time Oliver stepped out, Matteo had already changed into fresh clothes. Before heading to Hot Springs City yesterday, Benjamin had made everyone pack a change of outfits, just in case they got picked for an overnight stay and needed a new look the next day. Matteo was still wearing that impeccably tailored black shirt. The weather was warm enough for short sleeves, but that wasn't his style. His calm, restrained appearance clashed so wildly with the intense, possessive side he kept hidden, something Oliver couldn't stop thinking about. The idea of what Matteo was like behind closed doors, only Oliver knew that now. That thought sent a shiver through him, mixing with a quiet thrill, something dangerously close to possession. It was all brand new, feelings he'd never had before. When Matteo saw Oliver emerge, he gave a small smile, then disappeared into the bathroom. Just then, Matteo's phone on the counter buzzed to life. Oliver leaned over and glanced at it, Benjamin calling. He called out through the door, "Mr. Matteo, it's Benjamin." "Oliver, get it," Matteo's voice called from behind the bathroom door. Oliver hesitated for a moment, then gently picked up Matteo's phone, his ears turning pink. He didn't have many friends, and he'd always thought that answering someone else's phone was something only people who were really close could do. Benjamin said casually, "Is Mr. Matteo awake yet? Had a good time last night, didn't you?" Oliver cleared his throat. Benjamin, it's Oliver, Mr. Matteo's in the shower, he asked me to take this." Benjamin sucked in a sharp breath, clearly caught off guard, but quickly composed himself. "Oh, it is Oliver. Hey, how was last night? Enjoying the Luxury King suite the production team booked?" Before Oliver could answer, he added in a hushed tone, "You are doing okay, right, Mr. Matteo did not, do anything weird to you?" Oliver paused, then frowned. Was that really what that meant? "I passed out as soon as I lay down last night, slept like a rock." Oliver replied after a brief pause, then added carefully, "Mr. Matteo was really looking out for me. Don't worry, director, everything's fine." Benjamin chuckled awkwardly. "Good to hear. Still, you were in a sensitive phase, showing up for this was kind of risky. But since Matteo already flagged you as exempt, it is fine if he's your partner. If it had been someone else, the producers might have had to reshuffle things." Oliver nodded. "I get it, thanks for looking out." Benjamin grinned widely. "That's our job, no worries, just don't sweat it. You're not heading back to the cabin. Oh, walla, I'll head straight to the Eastern Xia Island yacht dock. Our shoot's on the water today." Oliver glanced at his watch, 10 o'clock already. "Grab lunch first," Benjamin added, "then meet us at 1 p.m. We've got a full night ahead, we'll be filming late." Oliver gave a soft reply, "Got it." He ended the call just as Matteo emerged, slicked back strands revealing a smooth forehead. His sharp features polished to perfection, clear-eyed and effortlessly refined. Oliver stared for a beat too long before snapping back, then quickly repeated Benjamin's message. Matteo gave a quiet nod, he'd heard it all. The outfit Oliver wore had been prepped by Amelaye yesterday. A simple crew neck-base layer beneath a flowing cloud ink silk robe, calm, meditative, almost zen. Only problem, he didn't know how to tie his hair. All he could do was comb it back and let it fall loose over his shoulders, probably going to end up with a wind-blown mess by the time they left. He ran fingers through the silken strands, frowning in mild distress. When Matteo stepped forward, squinted at him for a second, then pulled out his phone and dialed. Oliver heard Matteo say into the phone, "Get up here to my room now." Oliver wondered who on earth Matteo was calling, someone who actually had to come to the room. A knock at the door, he dashed over and opened it. Two tall, long-legged alphas stood outside, one in a tailored suit with gold-rimmed glasses, stern-faced, stone-faced, the other grinning wide, his dark hair just past his shoulders, loosely tied into a loose ponytail, radiating careless charm. He carried a black case under one arm. They both blinked when they saw Oliver, brief surprise in their eyes, then smooth recovery. The man in glasses and a suit spoke up. "Mr. Oliver, hello, I am Mr. Matteo's assistant, Owen." "Oh, so that was you on the phone earlier." Oliver gave Owen a polite little smile. "Hi there." The other guy, though, was already acting like he owned the place. Suddenly leaning in close to Oliver's face, eyes locked on his, lips curled with playful mischief. This guy gave Oliver the vibe of a beta version of William. Before he could react, Oliver felt the collar of his shirt yanked sharply back, pulling him out of range. Matteo's gaze flicked over, voice low and edged with warning, "Asher." "Come on, I just wanted to get a closer look at Oliver's striking looks, such a small amount of jealousy." "All right, I will stop teasing your special someone now," Asher said with a light laugh, his tone playful yet laced with amusement. Treasure, Oliver's cheeks flushed bright red in an instant, fingers instinctively twisting at his shirt hem. He glanced at Matteo, who merely stepped aside to let them pass, said nothing, and didn't even scold Asher. That silence only made the heat in his face burn hotter. "Fix him up," Matteo told Asher. Asher waved a hand dismissively. "Relax, I know what's up, you called me here just for this, you're handing it over to me." The room was huge, with a dedicated makeup station right by the hallway leading to the bathroom. Asher stepped up to Oliver, who looked completely bewildered, and gently guided him toward the chair. Then he unzipped the black case he'd been carrying. Inside, an entire suitcase full of makeup and hairstyling tools. Oliver stared at it, then remembered Amelaye had something similar. Was Asher a stylist too, like Amelaye, and was he really here just to help Matteo prep him for the show? Asher caught the flicker of thought in Oliver's eyes and smirked, leaning in slightly. "I'm a friend of Mr. Matteo's, plus I'm handling his look for this dating show, you can call me Asher." He winked and lowered his voice like he was sharing a secret. "And yeah, he specifically asked me to come do your hair." Oliver nodded, quiet and respectful. "Thanks, Asher-sensei." A warm little buzz spread through him. Matteo had noticed he wasn't good with his own hair and actually sent someone over just for that. Asher moved like a pro, gentle but quick, pulling Oliver's hair into a half-up style, then securing it with a delicate ink black clip. It matched his outfit perfectly, simple, elegant, effortlessly refined. Oliver had always admired anyone who could make his messy hair look put together. "Back when I was on the show, Amelaye took care of my hair every time. She's not here today, and honestly, I had no idea what to do. So seriously, thanks, Asher." Asher laughed at Oliver's genuine gratitude. "No need for all that formality, just call me by my name. Or if you're weirded out, like how you talk to Amelaye, just call me Zion, okay? I've got a nickname in the biz." Oliver could not help but smile back, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he cheerfully called out, "Zion, big bro." Matteo stepped forward. His face wore that familiar soft smile, but his eyes held no amusement at all. Asher shot him a look and smirked. "Oh wow, here comes the jealous one." Matteo ignored him, eyes fixed on Oliver with an unflinching stare that made the Omega shift uncomfortably, almost instinctively stepping behind Asher. Matteo said flatly, "We should go," then he turned and walked straight toward the door. Oliver jumped up immediately, quickly thanked Asher, bid farewell to him and Owen, then hurried after Matteo out into the sunlight. They'd slept in late and spent half the morning packing. Driving from Hot Springs City to the yacht dock took a solid 30 minutes, so they ended up having lunch right there, splitting a Thai meal. Just as they finished eating, the production team's car pulled up. Throughout the ride, Oliver couldn't stop buzzing inside. Every new scene, every twist in the schedule felt like a breath of fresh air, because his past life had been so dull, spent chasing survival day after day. Things like these, youthful moments, water sports, all sorts of fun activities, he'd only ever seen on screens or read about in stories. Never experienced it firsthand, not even close to today's yacht. They stepped out and there it was, a 90-meter-long 3-decker luxury yacht, sleek yet timeless, unmistakably expensive. Oliver felt like millions were waving at him from the deck. Matteo's expression remained perfectly calm, as if he'd seen this kind of scene 100 times before. Oliver, William's voice called out from afar. Oliver looked up in the direction of the sound and saw William waving from the yacht's deck, leaning over the railing. The other guests had already arrived. Excited, Oliver waved back, then turned to Matteo and said, "Theodore here, let's get on board." They climbed aboard and Oliver stood right where William had been a moment before. Only now did he truly grasp how massive the yacht was, warm white as the main interior tone, accented with turquoise, soft gray, and navy, fusing futuristic classicism with that crisp ocean breeze vibe. The deck was empty except for crew members and guests. The production team had clearly rented out the entire thing. This was the same group that yesterday couldn't afford more than a single king-sized room. Oliver stared, speechless. Still, the show's got deep roots in their playbook. Nobody ever beats them. The massive luxury yacht had a deck wide enough for everyone to gather. Benjamin had gone full resort mode today, wearing mirrored sunglasses, a crisp linen shirt, looking like he'd just stepped off a tropical vacation. He grabbed the familiar megaphone branded with the show's logo, gave it a couple of short blasts for effect, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Benjamin flashed a grin and said, "All right, folks, today marks our second to last day filming on this season's romantic adventure. The teams treated us to the most luxurious yacht in Dongaksaye Island. Tonight, we're all sleeping aboard." William wanted to cheer, but remembered yesterday's director tricks and bit it back hard. Benjamin caught William's little move and said, "No limits this time, everyone's staying on the boat." William finally let out a relieved laugh, and Sebastian and Theodore lit up with excitement. Benjamin went on, "We're all on the yacht now, how could we not throw a party? The sunsets here in Dongaksaye Island are world famous for being stunning. This evening, we'll be hosting a music bash right on the deck." Sunglasses hid Benjamin's eyes, leaving only the flash of his wide, knowing grin. The group instantly tensed up. Every time Benjamin smiled like that, trouble was brewing. Then he added, "Music party, of course we need acts, each of you's got to bring one. Since the act lengths and order will vary, no more audience votes this round. After each performance, the whole Acreola vote." Oliver murmured, "Any requirements for the act?" Benjamin replied, "It's a music party, anything with music counts. Singing, dancing, playing an instrument, even just doing stand-up comedy." He gave William a sideways glance as he said that. William, not like he hadn't already been mocked for his failed debut and total lack of musical talent. He was practically itching to roll his eyes again. "And don't worry, no one's doing this for free. The top vote getter gets an invite. They can pick another guest for a private candlelit dinner on the yacht." Benjamin cleared his throat and added, "You know, the kind where it's just you two in the whole place, with dreamy views and total romance going all night long." The guests reacted to Benjamin's words with a mix of expressions. In that moment, the romantic tension of the dating show finally began to crackle in the air. Someone's eyes flashed with quiet determination. Benjamin announced, "You've got 5 hours to prep from now on." He then turned straight to camera and said, "Hey viewers, see you live at 6 p.m. tonight. As for the order later, just draw straws in the WeChat group. You've got 1 hour to lock in your act, and don't sweat copyright issues, the crew's got you covered." Benjamin dropped another big money line. For a show this huge, getting music rights was absolutely no problem at all. The yacht had 3 decks, 8 large guest cabins, plus 4 staff rooms, plenty of space. Oliver thought it felt more like a cruise ship than anything else. After splitting up, everyone headed off to find their own practice spots. The crew had set aside several rooms as rehearsal spaces. stocked with pianos, violins, cellos, guitars, ukin, ujeng, pipa, and even a full drum kit. Too bad Oliver didn't know how to play a single instrument. Things like that were standard for kids from stable homes. He was just trying to survive day to day. There had been no time or money to learn music at all. Oliver stepped into a practice room and ran his fingers over the ukin tucked in the corner, his eyes alight with genuine longing and quiet envy. Sometimes he really wished he'd been born into a family where both parents were alive, where he could have grown up wrapped in love and care. Matteo leaned against the doorway, watching it all unfold. He saw Oliver crouch down like he was handling something precious, gently brushing his fingertips across the strings before pulling back, straightening up, then stepping aside. Oliver thought, I can't play any instrument, so singing's my only shot. Stand-up comedy, definitely not my thing, but at least I've got decent pitch. I should be able to get through a song at a party. Still, what the hell should I sing? He turned, spotting Matteo by the door. The second guy always shows up like a ghost. Does he even make a sound when he walks? Oliver almost yelped. Oliver patted his chest soothingly, eyeing Matteo with curiosity. He really wondered what kind of act the guy would pull off. Mr. Matteo, he asked, have you decided what you are going to perform yet? Matteo didn't answer right away. Instead, he said, you like the ukin. Oliver realized his earlier move hadn't gone unnoticed. He lowered his gaze. The ukin has this calm, faraway tone. Just hearing it quiets my mind. I really love it. Matteo nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, so are you going to play it? Oliver shook his head. I don't know how. I want to learn but never had the chance. The instrument's expensive. I couldn't afford it. Matteo pressed his lips together, studying the slender Omega before him, who looked quietly deflated. A strange wave of something stirred in him, his first real curiosity about Oliver's past. What kind of life had that quiet soul led? Even a ukin was beyond reach. How different their worlds were. How could he have ever known this man before the show? If it hadn't been for this dating reality, they might have never crossed paths at all. Two people from completely different lives. Oliver thought the same, though their understanding of different worlds wasn't the same. Matteo saw it in class, in status. But for Oliver, it was something beyond that, something that stretched past dimensions entirely. That's why Oliver knew full well their meeting was nothing short of a miracle, and he cherished every moment spent with Matteo all the more. He quickly pulled himself together, slipping back into his usual warm, easygoing demeanor. I am thinking of singing something, any song you would like to hear, Mr. Matteo. Let me see if I can pull it off, Oliver said, stepping forward. The Omega's eyes were clear and warm, full of him. When Matteo met that gaze, his heartbeat stuttered for a second. Matteo pushed down the flutter in his chest and said, sing anything, whatever you feel like. Then he added, I will play the violin. Oliver's eyes lit up even brighter. He was practically vibrating with excitement at the prospect of Theodore's performance. This was the ultimate boss-level moment, live and in person. Odds were he'd never see anything like it again in his life. An hour passed and most of the guests had finalized their acts. They'd all sent their choices over WeChat, then drawn lots to determine order. Theodore drew first, William got second. William even dropped a dramatic voice note, groaning like he was being dragged to his doom. Given that Theodore was from music school, naturally the perfect fit, he'd set an impossible bar for everyone who came after. William was already mentally drafting a stand-up routine, figuring it might be safer than trying to compete directly with Theodore. The original romance show had built up Theodore's golden boy reputation step by step, every activity carefully tailored to his strengths. Today's yacht party with a music theme, perfect for him, not some random sports or dance challenge. The lineup was finally set. Henry III, Oliver IV, Sebastian V, Ulrika VI, Matteo last, and Levi closing things out like a true pro. These guests were all top tier by any standard. Playing an instrument, no sweat. But since it was live and public, they still took it seriously, spending the whole afternoon rehearsing in their rooms. Oliver had worried his playlist might not exist here, but turns out most of the songs were available. Seems like the original author didn't mess much with the world beyond the abo setup. He thought long and hard, then decided on one he'd loved since before this world began, Mountains and Seas, Dreaming In. Whenever he was writing late at night, that song would pull him straight into the story's world. Even more importantly, the lyrics matched his mood to a T. After a few practice runs, Oliver figured he was ready. He stood up, took a sip of water, then froze when someone knocked at the door. "Come in," Oliver called out. The door opened to reveal Amelaye, the stylist, wearing a beret and flawless makeup, looking like she'd stepped off a fashion editorial. "Amelaye, what are you doing here?" Oliver said, surprised but delighted. "I was worried about your look after seeing you out earlier today, came to check." She smiled and swept her eyes over him, then paused at his hair. "Wait, you didn't do this yourself, did you?" Oliver chuckled. "No way, my hands are too clumsy for something this clean. Mr. Matiosa friend Zion, he did it." Amelaye blinked hard. "Zion, wait, let me double check, his real name is Asher." Oliver nodded, giving her a puzzled look. Her eyes lit up, she clapped her hands and spun around him twice, studying his hair like it was priceless art. "Zion's one of the biggest names in entertainment and fashion. He turns down requests from top stars and luxury brands all the time. And yet he showed up for you." Oliver stared, stunned. He hadn't realized that casual alpha guy who'd been so friendly this morning was actually a legend. So yeah, everywhere you looked, there were hidden gems. Matiosa friends sparkled just as bright as he did. And here he was completely out of place next to them. Oliver's lashes dipped, hiding the sudden swell of self-doubt and confusion. Amelaye didn't notice Oliver's mood. She gave the Omega one last check, and seeing his look was absolutely perfect with nothing to fix. She gently smoothed down his hair, wished him good luck for the performance, then headed out. The vast room settled back into silence. Oliver stared at the lyrics in his hands, eyes unreadable. The sky deepened into orange as the sun over Dongaksaye Island began its slow descent, turning the entire yacht into a warm glow. The guests' performances were about to begin. The live chat erupted with chatter. Then, all at once, the scrolling stream went quiet, before exploding back in a flash of rapid-fire messages. The guests filed out from the cabin. William, Theodore, Ulucas, and Levi had even changed into fresh outfits for the show. William wore a little H&L-style coat with studs in his ears, looking like a boa banda idol about to take the stage. Theodore swapped his usual tee for a crisp white shirt, soft and pure-looking. Ulucas, on the other hand, ditched his usual white shirt for a black denim jacket, immediately cool, almost guarded in tone. Levi stood out the most, black American-style tailored casual suit with a sharp, sculpted silhouette, trousers just brushing the floor, metal accents at the waist, oozing high-end minimalist edge. The crew hadn't been idle all afternoon. They'd set up a low platform on deck, placed a standing mic and piano in front, lined 5 or 6 white round tables out front, loaded them with snacks and pastries, added balloon centerpieces and LED string lights. Suddenly the party vibe was alive. They took seats at the 2 central tables, one for alphas, one for betas and omegas, and handed the rest out to staff who'd won tickets. Oliver wasn't in the mood. He never liked these spotlight moments, always felt a little resistant to showing off like this. So he just sat there quietly, listening to the others talk, offering small smiles now and then to show he was still paying attention. Matteo glanced across the crowd at Oliver. Omega looked off, which made Matteo frown without even realizing it. Benjamin arrived on stage with a thud, stepping in as tonight's impromptu host. He'd gone full glam for the look, swapped his usual shades for a bold red version, even did something wild with his hair. Surprisingly, it worked. He looked sharp, totally in sync with his laid-back energy. "Welcome everyone to Love Letter S Dongaksaye Island Yacht Party. Our 8 guests have all put serious work into tonight's show." Benjamin waved the program like a trophy. "I've already seen the lineup. Every single act is going to blow you away. Now we're going in order from this afternoon's draw. First up, our youngest guest, Theodore." Theodore stood up at the sound, offering a shy smile to the crowd amid the applause before making his way to the piano and sitting down. He took a deep breath, placed his hands on the keys, and all traces of shyness vanished, replaced by an unshakable confidence that only comes from being utterly at home in your element. The music rang out bright and lively, like a teenager sprinting across a summer beach, free and bold. Then, to everyone's surprise, Theodore began singing along with the melody. His clear voice, paired with the upbeat melody, instantly lifted everyone's mood, impossible not to feel the joy. No doubt about it, Theodore's performance was a total hit as the party's opening act, pulling every single person right into the festive spirit. Oliver watched quietly from below, glancing sideways at Henry. The icy demeanor of the film's star remained unchanged, but his finger, resting on the table, tapped gently in time with Theodosia music. In the original story, it was this very performance that sparked quiet feelings among the guests, including Matteo. Oliver suddenly understood why he'd been feeling so off. He was terrified. Terrified that Matteo might, just like in the original story, be drawn to Theodosia's confidence and brilliance. Even after being temporarily marked by Matteo, he couldn't shake the fear that it was all fleeting, just a moment of pity or kindness, not something real. He stole another glance at Matteo, and straight into the second lead's deep, unreadable gaze. Matteo, why wasn't he watching the act? Why was he staring right at him instead? Oliver's heart skipped, his mind flooded with confusion and a sudden rush of delight, his breath seeming to pause mid-inhale. Confused, yes, but also thrilled that Matteo was looking at him. Dazed, Oliver thought, are all people in love this sensitive? Turns out, romance really does make you obsessive over nothing. The audience erupted into cheers as Theodosia stepped away from the piano and off stage, his usual shy charm returning instantly. But now that everyone had seen his flawless performance, that shyness only felt like a kind of humble grace, making him even more endearing. Benjamin signaled for the crew to start tallying votes, and then called William up next. William dragged himself onto the stage, stepping reluctantly in front of the stand mic, everyone wondering if he'd really go through with a stand-up routine after all. Suddenly, William took the mic off its stand, held it in his hand, and moved the microphone stand aside, giving a nod to the sound technician. A pulsing pop beat kicked in, and William actually started dancing. The guests were stunned. Benjamin had seen the lineup, so he wasn't surprised, just cheered louder than anyone else. William did not want to do it either. He'd honestly planned on doing stand-up, but his manager had pushed hard. Use this chance to hype up your past idol status, get some buzz, and the show's team jumped in too, arguing it was a win-win. In the end, William couldn't say no. Life's tough. William was selling his soul on stage. For it had been ages since 3 minutes of music felt so painfully long. Finally, the singing and dancing came to an end. William stood there, breathless, yet still managing to strike what he thought was a flawless ending pose for the camera. William's on fire. Oliver jumped to his feet, clapping hard, and shouted along with the crowd, a little too enthusiastically. He'd been moved by William's clumsy but earnest performance, and decided right then he wasn't going to let himself drown in that old, heavy mood anymore. Whether Matteo liked someone or not wasn't up to him, he couldn't control it, and wallowing here was pointless. It only made things worse. After clapping, Oliver let his hands fall into fists on his thighs. All he could do now was send his feelings straight to Matteo, just that. The rest, he'd just have to leave it to fate. In his head, Oliver silently prayed. For once, maybe the fickle luck that usually gave him such a hard time would treat him gently this time. Henry took the stage next, wearing nothing but a plain white t-shirt, less polished than his first appearance, looking effortlessly casual and cool. Known for his icy stare off-screen, Henry today chose something soft and soulful. He played an emotional ballad, and even his face softened with it. The guitar echoed under the golden sun and sea breeze, wrapping everyone in a warm, tender calm. Theodosia stared intently at the man on stage, fingers dancing across strings. Music speaks. Here it was telling him everything beneath Henry's cold exterior, quiet depth, real feeling. He realized he'd actually come to this dating show for a reason after all. When the song ended, no one shouted or heckled, just sincere applause, heartfelt and quiet. Benjamin watched Henry with quiet pride. This was the first time in ages the man had given a performance like this on their show. Oliver sat there, shaken after watching the first 3 acts, each one better than the last. He could barely keep his hands from trembling. Always had been like that since he was a kid. He'd get so wound up before big moments that his body would shake. Usually, it hit hardest right before, then during, surprisingly calm, but once the moment passed and he relaxed, his face would go red in an instant. He'd been shaking a little during Henry's set, thankfully, small enough that his loose shirt hid it from view. Benjamin noticed everyone had finished voting for Henry, then turned to Oliver and said, "Our next performer is our very own Oliver. Oliver, please come up on stage." Oliver stood stiffly, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He straightened his back and walked toward the stage like he was marching into battle. Oliver stood before the standing mic, the crew adjusting its height for him. Standing on stage felt surreal, every gaze pinned directly on him, every flicker of expression down below crystal clear. What anyone else thought didn't matter, not even their sneers or side eye, just as long as Matteo was listening. As long as Matteo liked it. Oliver closed his eyes. The sound engineer saw the cue and hit play without a word. The dreamy intro faded out, then Oliver's voice filled the room, soft, pure, like water trickling over stones. It wasn't about fireworks or showmanship, it was a song about longing. His voice, deep and clear, unpolished yet haunting, poured straight into hearts without effort. No flashy high notes, no choreographed moves, no slick eye contact with the crowd or camera. All he had to give was truth, raw and overflowing. Oliver stood still in the center of the stage, often with eyes shut. Yet everyone felt it, like he wasn't singing to an audience, but whispering something sacred to just one person. If I never wake up, maybe this ending could change. At the final two lines of the chorus, Oliver finally opened his eyes, locked onto a spot in the crowd and sang, "I'd rather sink into the sea of dreams." The music faded out, and the audience sat in silence for a moment, as if pulled by Oliver into the depths of longing, lost, and unable to surface. Theodore's eyes were red, music always hit him hard, and what he'd heard shook him. He found himself wondering, how deeply did Oliver really feel for Mr. Matteo? William, who show'd been cheering and lighting the room up, just sat there, throat tight. Couldn't shout. Could only clap softly like he'd swallowed a stone. His quiet applause snapped everyone back to life. Then hands rose all around, one after another, joining in. Only then did Oliver finally exhale. He'd been nervous the whole time, he'd feared the mood might have gone flat, that his voice wouldn't land right. But now, the response was real, warm, and he could relax at last. A slow smile spread across his face as he walked back to his seat. Theodore looked at him with watery eyes. Oliver, that was unreal, honestly better than most pros. Oliver's cheeks burned. "Thanks, Theodore, but I just winged it, you're overdoing it a bit." Theodore pouted, then straightened up. "That kind of feeling, that ain't just singing. Own it, Oliver, you were amazing, I almost cried." William and Lucas nodded along beside him. Oliver's cheeks flushed pink, a warm smile spreading across his face as he sincerely thanked everyone. He stepped off the stage, face burning from the rush of adrenaline and nerves. Oliver couldn't bring himself to look at the male lead. Instead, he quietly replayed in his mind that moment on stage, the eye contact he'd shared with Matteo. Just like the lyrics said, he'd give everything, no matter the cost, to make sure Matteo got his happy ending. That look in Matteo's eyes, something he'd never forget. Usually so distant, like a still pool beneath shadowed cliffs, those depths had burned with an intensity that felt like fire consuming everything in its path. That was the moment Oliver knew Matteo hadn't just heard the song, he'd understood it. Then came Sebastian and Lucas. Sebastian actually played the flute, and not like a beginner. Years of practice had sharpened his skill to something truly polished. Lucas was even more surprising. The drum set in the rehearsal room, it wasn't for show, it had been built just for him. The usually composed beta now swung his sticks with wild abandon, unleashing energy that lit up the whole room. Suddenly, everyone realized Lucas hadn't just directed music videos for top-tier boy bands and girl groups. The kind of guy who'd reached the peak of this profession, he wasn't someone bound by rules or tradition. His soul was bold, daring, fiercely ahead of its time. Benjamin couldn't help but grin, he loved these guests, each one hiding a whole other life beneath their calm exteriors. You'd never guess it unless you looked hard enough. Then came Matteo. He stood in the center of the stage, violin resting against his shoulder, his profile sharp and elegant. He chose Golden Hour. Oliver had always loved this song, but he never expected Matteo to pick it. In the original story, Matteo played Schabertza the Earl King, a completely different mood altogether. The climax of Golden Hour carried that feeling like sunlight finally breaking through storm clouds, sudden and bright. Matteo's masterful playing turned the moment into something almost tangible, a single ray of dawn struggling to push through layers of sorrow and doubt, until it finally burst free, flooding the earth with warmth, washing away every shadow. After that, only love and happiness remained. Matteo played with total focus, his eyes never straying from the music. He didn't look at a single soul in the audience. Oliver wasn't looking at Matteo either. He had his eyes closed, listening intently, feeling as though he were that very ray of light struggling toward the earth, while the ground below already spread open its arms, ready and waiting to welcome the sunlight home. It felt as if Matteo were singing straight into his heart, soothing the deep roots of Oliver's self-doubt and confusion. His throat tightened, a sudden sting behind his nose. Benjamin turned to the production staffer beside him with a sigh. "Mr. Matteo switched songs at the last minute. Did we even clear the rights?" The staffer shrugged. "No worries, it's in our library." Benjamin exhaled. "Good." He sat toward the back where he had a full view of both the audience and every guest on stage. He glanced at Oliver, eyes closed and lost in the music below, then shifted his gaze to Matteo on stage. The staff member let out a soft sigh. Mr. Matteo must have been so worried about Oliver being upset, he changed the entire song after listening to Oliver sing, even though he would spent the whole afternoon practicing it. Benjamin snorted. "Oh, come on now, Matteo's just full of drama." He added silently, "A madman with a crush, that's terrifying." Levi was the last performer of the night. The sky had turned a deep crimson, the sun slowly kissing the horizon before slipping beneath the waves, plunging everything into shadow. Holding the mic, Levi said, "This one's called Let's Fall in Love for the Night." Then he stepped back from the mic and walked straight to the piano. Unlike Theodoresa folk-style sing-along, Levi was playing solo, pure piano. The music started light, like that first spark of meeting, then deepened into something tender and burning, like a soul desperately reaching for another. "Look at me, love me." Levi's feelings poured out through the hauntingly beautiful piece, raw and unguarded. Even Benjamin, usually so unreadable, was stunned, let alone the crew, all clutching their voting tablets like they'd just seen magic. Oliver stared at Levi on stage, playing with such intensity, and thought of the original Levi from the book. In the story, Levi didn't show any real feelings for Theodai until much later, just a single rose, then choosing him in the finale. Before that, he'd always been polite but distant to every beta and omega alike. Back then, this song hadn't even been part of Levi's setlist at all. Oliver frowned, puzzled. Had his arrival shifted the story? But if Matteo changed the song to comfort him, then why did Levi do this? Who was this piece really for? The crowd was on edge, everyone's breath held until Levi finished. Then applause erupted like a wave. Benjamin checked the darkening sky and urged the crew, "Hurry up with the votes." The LED strips lit up across the stage, and the yacht flared to life with dazzling lights on every deck welcoming guests as night truly fell over the island. As soon as Benjamin got Levi's vote result, he raised an eyebrow. "The winner of this round's vote is," Benjamin teased, pausing for effect. William was frantic. "Cut the crap, director, just read it already." He voiced what everyone else was thinking, though secretly, most of them had already guessed who'd come out on top. Benjamin shrugged. "All right, fine, your wish is my command, the winner is Levi." Sebastian clapped his hands and let out a triumphant yes, ecstatic for his lifelong friend finally getting the chance to invite someone special. After all, it was the first time in years that he'd seen Levi so openly show what he truly felt. No one knew who exactly he had his eyes on. But whoever it was, Sebastian was ready to play support, fully committed. Everyone expected Levi to win. After all, first place meant the coveted dinner date. Levi's performance had been strong from the start, and curiosity had clearly gotten the better of them all. They were dying to know who he'd picked, so they'd all thrown their votes hard and fast. Benjamin grinned at Levi. "Now you can invite your mystery guest up to level 2 for dinner." But Levi didn't move, just stayed seated still as stone. The usually charming Alpha now turned his head, his expression serious as he looked at Sebastian beside him. After a slight movement of his lips, he finally spoke the long-held words, "Sebastian, would you like to have dinner with me?" Oliver's jaw dropped. He stared across the table at the Alpha, stunned. Even Sebastian, usually so composed, looked dazed. Had he just heard right? His brother was asking him to go on a date. After all this time, choosing an Alpha like him over some soft, sweet Omega. Sebastian felt like he was dreaming. Levi kept his lips pressed together, eyes fixed on Sebastian as if waiting for a verdict. He was done pretending, done with being just brother or friend. He couldn't stand watching Sebastian flirt with other betas or omegas anymore. He needed a real claim, something that let him hold Sebastian openly, without shame. That's why, from the very start, Levi had chosen a song with a title so blunt it practically screamed its meaning. He'd banked on everyone's curiosity to push them into voting for him. And tonight, first place was never in doubt. The intensity of Levi's gaze finally snapped Sebastian back to reality. He wasn't dreaming. His Levi had just used the hard one-dinner invitation, right there in front of thousands, and asked him. Oliver watched as Sebastian awkwardly scratched his head, making his chestnut curls spring up in all directions. After a long pause, he finally looked away from Levi and gave a soft nod. Only then did Levi seem to come alive again, breaking into the first real smile of the night. Someone in the crowd dared to yell out, "Congrats, you two," setting off a chorus of laughter across the room. Levi's smile widened into something almost dazzling, while Sebastian remained in a daze, still half lost in his own thoughts. The two of them stood up under the watchful eyes of everyone, guided by staff toward their evening's destination. Once they were out of earshot, William let out a long, dramatic sigh. "Jesus Christ, I'm literally winded. What just happened was insane, I almost forgot to breathe." Oliver felt the same. He couldn't help but wonder if Levi had only jumped into the chaos because he'd finally seen Sebastian chasing Theodai all along. The more Oliver thought about it, the closer he felt to uncovering the truth. He shot a complicated glance at Theodai, so the original rivalry wasn't as solid as he'd assumed. In the end, it really came down to Henry being the real MVP. Good thing he stuck by his main ship all along and didn't waver for Theodai or anyone else. His peace of mind was intact, thank God, thank God. Oliver exhaled too, just like William. That whole evening had been absolutely wild. He needed time to process it all. Benjamin jumped up with excitement, speaking rapidly to everyone that they would be dining at the round table soon, then rushed off with a group of staff members to oversee Levi and Sebastian's private dinner. The deck, once packed with noise and life, suddenly emptied out, leaving only the guests and a handful of PDs and camera crew scattered around. The yacht staff pushed a trolley over soon after. They all sat on the deck, breeze cooling their skin as they finished dinner. Once done, the show's crew came by to hand out room numbers. Tonight wasn't about them. Everyone was wiped out, so after a few casual words, they each headed off to their rooms. The second floor had the ocean view dining area, so there were fewer rooms than on the third. Was it intentional? Theodai, Lucas, and William ended up on the second floor, but Oliver got shoved into the third with the other alphas. Now Levi and Sebastian were enjoying their private time together on level 2. On 3, only Oliver, Matteo, and Henry remained. The moment Henry got near Oliver, he could feel the thick alpha aura radiating off him like a physical wall. Henry, guess those two marked again. Henry gave Oliver a quick nod, then turned and strode off toward his room. Oliver watched him go, something about the way he walked making him feel oddly like Henry was fleeing, like he'd just bolted. He glanced down at the kyuket in his hand. His room was right by the stairs, 2 steps away at most. Oliver swiped the card across the lock and the door clicked open. He stepped forward, then a hand shot out from behind him, grabbing the doorknob and yanking the door shut again. Oliver jolted, goosebumps flared up his arms, he spun around fast. Of course it was Matteo, the second guy always showed up like a ghost. Matteo didn't let go of the doorknob. Instead, he used his grip to lift his other hand and press it flat against the door beside Oliver's head. Oliver was now trapped between the door and Matteo's body, completely boxed in. How come Matteo's still doing the wall trap? Seriously, one hand's enough, this guy's using both. Oliver's lashes flickered as he tilted his face slightly sideways, too close. He could feel their breaths mingling. He heard Matteo chuckle low under his breath. The alpha, having cornered his prey long enough, straightened up and took 2 steps back, creating a safe gap, letting the hunted escape his territory for now. Oliver let out a quiet breath, feeling like he was toxic. Matteo had finally let go, and yet he still felt a pang of reluctance. Matteo spoke, voice cool and low, "Don't overthink it." Oliver's eyes, dark and glistening, locked onto Matteo, a flicker of confusion in their depth. Matteo did not explain further. He just stared at Oliver intently for a moment, then said softly, "Get some rest early." With that, he turned toward where Henry had gone and headed back to his own room. Oliver's mind was a whirl, then he turned and pushed the door open again. No wonder it was a top-tier yacht. An entire suite like this had twice the space of last night's luxury king room in Hot Spring City, complete with a living area, custom furniture, modern and floor-to-ceiling balcony doors that opened straight onto the ocean. The view unbeatable. This was, by far, the most luxurious room Oliver had ever stayed in across his whole 23 years. But he didn't have time to appreciate it now. He kept circling mafioso words like a trapped bird. Don't overthink it. What exactly did that mean? Oliver stepped out onto the balcony, hoping the cool sea breeze would clear his head. He pulled up his phone to check viewer reactions from today's show, opened the Fat Duck app, found the replay, and fast-forwarded straight to his performance. Scrolled through the live chat just as he'd expected. Most comments were saying the song had a sad tone. Suddenly, 2 pop-up messages hit Oliver like a flash of lightning. This track has that heavy beat energy, like you can't hold on to someone you love, so you only meet them in dreams. Feels like Oliver's using the song to confess his own feelings. He'd sung it to show off his determination, his "I'm going to get my man" resolve, but with the reality of how different their lives were, there'd been a quiet kind of doubt creeping in. If viewers could sense that, and Matteo was this sharp, he must be noticed too. So he's telling me not to overthink it, like Matteo actually wants me to stop being so pessimistic about us, Oliver murmured. Oliver's jumbled thoughts were interrupted by Golden Hour, playing on his phone. Listening to the song again, he could still feel the tenderness and tolerance that were uniquely Matteo's. Oliver let out a soft, relieved laugh. There was still time ahead, and he believed in himself, just like the song said, "You'll find your way through the clouds." Since we're already watching the live stream replay, Oliver figured he'd check in on Sebastian's side too. He hadn't seen Love Mailbox's real-time broadcast yet, and he had no idea how it actually looked. Oliver clicked into the live stream and found multiple camera angles viewers could switch between at will. From the wide shot, the massive dining room really was just them two, no one else, not even a camera person. Looks like they'd set up the gear and cleared everyone out. Levi's voice came from the screen, unusually gentle. "Sebastian, I know tonight's events left you feeling unsettled. That was my mistake." Sebastian bit his lower lip and shook his head. "It's not your fault, it all happened so fast I didn't have time to process." A quiet pause, then Levi said, "We're on a dating show now, forget about our past, just treat me like one of your suitors for the next few weeks." He gave a wry little smirk. "And as for your answer, there's rules in place you can't tell me yet, at least not until I've got 3 weeks to prove myself." Sebastian lowered his lashes, barely nodding once. Levi raised his windalasa, and they clinked softly in silence. "Honestly, this couple's vibe feels nothing like the sweet romance I imagined." Oliver had imagined the candlelit dinner would be warm and comfortable, even if not as intimate as feeding each other, especially with Sebastian there. But instead, the atmosphere felt heavy and tense. He couldn't help but see himself in Levi, both chasing after someone who felt out of reach. Stop thinking about this, he'd just gotten over the emo spiral, now he was spiraling again, not good. Oliver shoved all his emotional chaos back into that damn fever phase, muttering under his breath. "How long is this cursed fever going to last? Can't it just leave me alone and give my brain back its cool, level-headed self?" Suddenly, the system piped up. "Did your host ever actually have that kind of mind?" Oliver, wait, why did that feel like an insult? Oliver scowled and shot back, I totally do." The system replied flat out, "Oh, didn't notice, guess you've got a hidden side after all, can't wait to see it in action." Oliver wanted to strangle the thing, its usual tone was always so sincere, which only made the sarcasm worse. Thanks to the system's distraction, Oliver stopped overthinking and just turned around to go inside for a shower. In a room deep in the hallway, the air carried the scent of cedar and ocean, alpha pheromones thick in the stillness. The room was dark, the white walls now serving as a blank screen. Matteo had unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt and slid his belt free, tossing it aside. He was watching the live stream replay, but only focused on the long-haired Omega segment. No pop-up comments, just the image projected onto the wall. Watching it again and again. Oliver woke to the cry of seagulls overhead. Staring at the sleek, expensive, unfamiliar furniture around him. It took a few seconds for Oliver to realize he was in the cabin of the yacht. Last night, exhausted both body and mind, he'd crashed early. Oliver glanced at the time, just past 7, earlier than yesterday, which was a good sign. Today's look was once again courtesy of Amelaye, who taught him how to do a half-updo. Amelaye demonstrated as she pinned Oliver's hair into a half-up, half-down style with a delicate hairpin, the look reminiscent of yesterday's, but softened by a subtle wave from the curling iron. Gentler curves in his otherwise cool features made him seem almost approachable. This time, though, Amelaye didn't have Oliver wear a light-colored top. Instead, she had him swap into a long black coat with butterfly-shaped buttons, and paired it with sleek, flowing white trousers that hung heavy with weight. Staring at himself in the mirror, Oliver suddenly found himself thinking, Matteo always wears black. So if he's wearing black too, does that mean he's a little closer to him? The moment the thought popped into his head, Oliver couldn't help but laugh at himself. He mentally rolled his eyes. Really, he was hopeless. On the second floor, the ocean view dining room had buffet breakfast ready. It took Oliver a few extra minutes to finish getting dressed. By the time he arrived, most of the crew were already there. As the name implied, the view was unbeatable. The sea stretched endlessly beyond floor to ceiling windows. So after breakfast, Benjamin stayed put and called everyone together to announce today's schedule. "All right, everyone," Benjamin said, "today's your last full day filming on this island for Love Mailbox. Tomorrow, we head back, take a few days rest before the next stop." Each destination was supposed to be a week, but factoring in travel time, real shooting only lasted 5 or 6 days. Oliver heard Benjamin's words and felt a strange tug in his chest. Time had flown by, but then he thought, yeah, it had been packed with so much chaos, each moment leaving him flustered and off balance. Benjamin continued, "You've got the whole day free to explore the island however you like. 30 tons of hidden gems and activities for visitors to check out. But make sure you're back at Aqua Kingdom Carnival by 7 tonight for the light show." Oliver had almost given up on seeing the light show. It wasn't even on his radar anymore, but now here it was, right before the end of filming. William asked, "So, free means I can hang out with whomever I want?" Benjamin nodded. "Go as a group, go solo, your call." William let out a quick "essa" and immediately turned to Oliver. "Come on, Ola Ewan." Since the big bedroom vote incident, William felt like he and Oliver had forged something real, like partners in crime. And he'd even picked up on those fan nicknames from online, calling Oliver with that warm, familiar nickname. Oliver didn't have many close friends. Being treated so casually by William left him flustered for a second. Then he just nodded, too surprised to say no. William grinned and shot a quick glance toward Matteo, mentally apologizing. "Sorry, Mr. Matteo, but I'm borrowing your wife for 1 day. When it comes to free shopping time, you go with your bestie." He'd pretty much given up on finding someone serious. Truth was, he'd sat down last night and calculated his options. Turns out the only alpha left who wasn't completely off limits was Henry, but that ice-cold stare of his, total mismatch with William's vibe. He wasn't about to relive that awkward mess at Aqua Kingdom again. Matteo, surprisingly, didn't even blink when William asked Oliver to hang out. He wasn't the slightest bit bothered. Or maybe he just never saw William as a real threat in the first place. Sometimes you've got to let your little prey stretch its legs. Besides, Matteo had his own things to take care of today, no time for aimless wandering. What stunned everyone was Sebastian stepping up and asking Theodore to join him, not Levi. And Levi, he just watched quietly, didn't react at all when Sebastian extended the invite. Theodore felt stuck between two worlds, nervous but not bold enough to say no. Still, he agreed to go with Sebastian. Lucas, ever the big brother, couldn't stand seeing Levi left out and immediately invited him along. Then, he dragged Henry into it too, still watching from the sidelines like a spectator. He looked toward Matteo next, hesitating just slightly. After all, everyone knew how close Matteo and Oliver were, but today, Oliver was clearly going with William. Matteo caught Lucas a glance and gave a calm smile. "I've got work to handle," he said, "you guys go ahead." Most of the cast were from Eschaubes or similar fields. They knew Mr. Matteo wasn't like them, that his schedule ran on a different track entirely. Everyone nodded in understanding. They gathered up their things and headed out. William had already picked the perfect spots. He took Oliver to see the Thai-style cultural parade, then straight into the water-splashing music festival. By the end, both of them were soaked from head to toe, but grinning like they'd just won the lottery. The music festival wrapped up at 5, and William had planned a floating pool tea session afterward. But time ran out. They hurried back to the cottage to shower and change into dry clothes. Amelia's carefully put together outfit for Oliver was soaked through, and he sighed. Islands are all about water activities, hardly avoidable. No time to bother Amelie again with outfit choices. He just grabbed the loose white shirt from the original body and used the half ponytail trick he'd learned that morning. Surprisingly, it looked decent, though up close. A few strands at the back stuck out awkwardly. William blinked when he saw the white shirt, momentarily reminded of Oliver's first day look, and laughed. Back then, you were wearing that hideous pair of glasses. If Benjamin hadn't messed with your specs, would you've actually worn them till the end? Oliver chuckled wryly. Probably, no big deal, I don't rely on looks to make it in this world. William shook his head, but you could live off your looks if you wanted. After a full day together, they'd grown completely comfortable, no more stiff politeness, just easy banter. When they climbed into the show's van and arrived at Water Kingdom's meetup point, it was exactly 7. Punctual enough to be last in by the skin of their teeth. Theodore waved them over. Lucas gave them a quiet, amused look. Looks like you two had fun, showed up right at the buzzer. Oliver's eyes lit up. Yeah, William showed me the water-splashing festival, it was insane. William raised an eyebrow with pride. Then a sudden chill swept over him, exactly like that time he'd won first in the Bed chamber vote. He shot a quick glance at Mr. Matteo. Sure enough, Matteo was scowling again, just like before. Who the hell told him Matteo was this famously calm and gentle guy, more like a possessive black-hearted tyrant? Matteo turned away, his gaze softening slightly, but he rarely regretted anything. This time, though, he'd clearly overestimated his own tolerance. He'd thought he wouldn't care that William took Oliver out. But seeing Omega's free-spirited, radiant smile, something hot and fierce surged inside him. Not jealousy, was it? Then why did the sight of someone else making him laugh like that sting so bad? He should keep Oliver chained to his side, maybe lock him away entirely, so those wandering eyes only ever looked at him. If Benjamin knew what his friend was thinking right now, he'd probably roll his eyes and lecture on the fine print of emotional boundaries, and maybe throw in a few legal terms for good measure. Oliver had been stealing glances at Matteo ever since they gathered. He hadn't seen Alpha all day, and now that he was finally here, his eyes kept drifting toward him like magnets. One look and it was clear, Alpha's mood had soured again. Oliver always sensed Matteo's emotional shifts with an uncanny sharpness, sometimes even catching them before Matteo himself did. Was it something at work this morning? Matteo had said he'd be handling business matters. Was that why his mood was off? Oliver thought to himself, I'll have to find a way to cheer him up later. The meeting spot was the north parking lot of Aqua Kingdom. Quieter than the main entrance but still buzzing with tourists drawn by the light show. Benjamin had already lifted his megaphone to announce, then quietly put it down. The noise around them made him shout. Lights start at 8. You're free to wander for now, regroup in the central plaza at 8 sharp. Seeing blank stares from everyone, he suddenly flashed a strange grin. But here's the twist, you can't watch the show together. Heads turned, confused. Sebastian asked, wait, so we're split into groups? Benjamin nodded. Romantic vibes are ruined by crowds, so it's 2-person teams, you pick your partner. But no repeating pairs from today. If you teamed up during the day, you can't be together tonight. Lucas said, so the more people we hung out with earlier, the fewer options we've got now. Benjamin smirked. Exactly, like Lucas, you'll have to pick someone other than Henry or Levi tonight. Honestly, I'm half afraid you'd all group up in a bunch during the day and end up watching the show solo later. That's what he said, but Benjamin had it all figured out. Matteo and Henry were never going to be part of a big group anyway, so he'd relaxed into designing this team-up rule with confidence. William glanced at Oliver longingly when he heard the new pairing rules, but he also knew if he didn't hand him back to Matteo soon, he'd have another first-hand lesson in what top-tier alpha pressure really felt like. Oliver thought Benjamin was a master of manipulation. If someone actually hit it off and started clinging to each other all day, this rule would just tear them apart for sure. Benjamin let them figure out their own pairings, just make sure they showed up at the plaza by 8. William wasn't even close to feeling anything for any alpha. He was still torn, unsure who to pick. Then suddenly the curly-haired alpha appeared beside him. Sebastian had made another move. He'd asked Theodai earlier in the day, now he was targeting William instead. William froze. Right then he felt Levi's stare land on him again. Now he finally understood what Theodai must be felt like that afternoon, a mix of shock and dread. He was done with this pair of ahs. William might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but after years in the scene, he'd learned how to read people like a pro. It wasn't hard to see Sebastian didn't actually want him or Theodai, he was just using them as shields, avoiding Levi at all costs. He almost said no, but then he saw the raw plea in Sebastian's eyes and bit his tongue instead. Everyone finally got it, Sebastian was literally running from Levi. As a writer, Oliver had already mentally scripted a full-on tragic romance of chase and escape, his gaze softening with sympathy as he looked at the shadowed eyes of Levi in the corner. Suddenly, the system pinged. Detected host's low emotional state yesterday. Considering your condition, we didn't assign the music party task. Now issuing task 7. Please invite the male second lead to watch the light show together until its conclusion. Oliver hadn't needed a system prompt, himself planning to ask Matteo to come along anyway. But why emphasize until the end? Oliver turned to Benjamin and asked, "What time does the light show wrap up?" Benjamin glanced at the brochure. 10 o'clock, but you don't have to stay, we're usually packing up and heading back to the cabin by 9-ish. Oliver's stomach dropped. If they were leaving that early, how was he supposed to complete the task? He blurted out, "What if we really want to stay till the end?" Benjamin looked at him in surprise, opening his mouth to say, "The light show repeats every hour, there is no need to stay until the end." Before he could finish, Isabella, who had overheard their conversation nearby, suddenly stepped forward and interrupted him. Isabella held up her phone, silently showing Benjamin an article from a public account. After reading it, he exchanged a subtle glance with Isabella, then suddenly burst into laughter. He grinned wide, eyes flickering with something complicated as he fixed Oliver in place. Staying till the end, absolutely possible. The production team's happy to cater to your every wish. Got any other requests? Go ahead, fire away. Oliver felt a chill under Benjamin's stare, hesitated, then shook his head. Just asking, honestly, nothing else. Levi suddenly spoke, "Can I go alone?" Benjamin's smile froze, replaced by a soft, almost pained look. "If you're really set on going solo, sure. But you'll need another person who also wants to be alone, or Samionella end up without a team." Henry chimed in, "I'm down for that too." Benjamin, "All right, fine." He looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon. None of these top-tier alphas ever made life easy. Sebastian's chest tightened at Levi's words, as if a boulder had landed on his ribs, making it hard to breathe. Theodai bit his lip, glanced at Henry, then suddenly relaxed and quietly stepped over to La Casa's side, officially teaming up. Oliver hadn't even had a chance to ask the male second lead yet, only to realize everyone else was already paired off, leaving just him and Matteo standing alone. He couldn't help but think, this is too perfect. But he couldn't help but worry, what if Matteo didn't want to be alone either? He'd better confirm it fast. Oliver inched his way over to Matteo, lightly tugging at the edge of his coat, a little habit when he was nervous. Matteo glanced at Oliver as he edged closer, raising one brow silently without a word. Oliver's throat worked as he looked up, voice soft, "Mr. Matteo, would you mind joining me for the light show?" He added quickly, "All the way to the end." For a moment Matteo stared blankly at him, then gave a slow nod, clearly enjoying the flush creeping across Oliver's cheeks under his gaze. "Sure," he said, cool and unhurried. "What's with the see it through to the end bit? Is that really all Oliver's after, just dragging out time with him?" A faint smirk tugged at Matteo's lips. Teams were set, and the guests began filing into the park one by one. His phone buzzed once in the pocket of his coat, and Matteo pulled it out as he walked, glancing at it with a lazy flicker of attention. It was a WeChat message from Benjamin, who sent Matteo a tweet link with the headline, 10 beautiful legends of Dongaksaye Island, do you know them all? Matteo's eyes narrowed, cold, and unreadable. He couldn't figure out why Benjamin would send something so pointless. Benjamin sent another, "Just click it, I swear if you don't you'll regret it for life." He finally tapped the link anyway, some made-up folktale about spirits and nonsense. But since Benjamin insisted, he skimmed through to the end. The last legend told of a hidden kingdom beneath the waves. One line caught his eye. Matteo froze mid-step, and so did Oliver beside him, both blinking in confusion, staring at him. The words read, "When two lovers kiss the instant the fireworks burst at the end of the light show, they'll stay together forever, never apart." A storm stirred deep in Matteo's eyes, hungry, all-consuming, as he turned to look at Oliver beside him. So that was why he'd insisted on staying till the end. Oliver met Matteo's gaze, and for a split second he froze. Why the hell does the second lead suddenly look at him like that, like he's about to devour him whole? That kind of stare isn't good for a guy's heart. Wait, just now, after checking his phone, Matteo's eyes changed. Oliver glanced at Matteo's screen and caught only a few lines of text, some article maybe. Matteo powered off the phone and slipped it back into his pocket. His voice was flat, unreadable. "We've got half an hour till the light show starts. Let's wander around the area first." Oliver had been thinking the same thing. They headed toward the central plaza, passing a souvenir shop. He figured he'd pick up something to remember the moment, so he mentioned it to Matteo. The two stepped inside. Oliver's eyes locked onto the mascot from Water Kingdom, the little wave creature. Without thinking, he grabbed the biggest one, about half his height, and it fit perfectly in his arms for a nap. But then he remembered his 4-digit bank balance. He glanced at the price tag, nearly $1,000 for that size. Even the smaller 13-inch version cost $459. Only if I survived this reality show, without eating or drinking afterward, could I afford it. Oliver awkwardly put it back, told himself to come back when he had more money, then settled on a tiny wave-shaped keychain instead. Meanwhile, Matteo stood on the other side of the aisle, eyeing an Omega plushie for a long moment before putting it down too. He furrowed his brow slightly, then pulled out his phone and sent a message. Afterward, Matteo glanced at the white, pink cat-eared headband in front of him, hesitated for a beat, and finally took it down. Oliver had already checked out and stepped outside. Matteo finally strolled out, moving slow as ever, one hand casually tucked behind his back. He stopped in front of Oliver, lips curled in a soft smile, his black coat making him look even taller than before, the same elegant poise he'd had since their first meeting. It was enough to steal Oliver's breath away. The refined second lead slowly lifted his hidden hand and revealed a cat-eared headband in his grip. Oliver's mouth twitched. There was no way to describe this scene. It felt like some fantasy princess who just waved from her carriage, then suddenly swapped it for sunglasses and headed straight to a nightclub. That kind of jarring shift. Oliver knew Matteo wasn't buying this for himself, but still, he couldn't help asking anyway. "Mr. Matteo, are you actually going to wear that?" Matteo paused, then let out a low chuckle, his eyes sharp, almost amused, like Oliver was the fool. "You really think I'd wear this? Or do you just want to see me in it?" Finished, Matteo squinted, then actually slipped the cat ears onto his own head. He was in a good mood today and decided to spoil Oliver's every whim. Oliver stood frozen, mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. Words wouldn't come out. The Levestrium reaction was exactly the same. "Wait, did I accidentally join the wrong stream? Is this really Mr. Matteo?" Nope, you're definitely not mistaken. Back in the old days, heroes bowed for beauty, now Mr. Matteo's playing cat for love. I can't believe anyone still says Oliver only has one arrow. Wait, wasn't Mr. Matteo supposed to be the cool, aloof, emotionally restrained CEO? Who's this guy now? Fine, I'll admit it, I'm obsessed. Today I'm screaming Ningui Ayu is real. Matteo suddenly moved, still slow, still deliberate, drifting closer to Oliver until he crossed the safety line. He looked down at the stunned Omega, a smirk curling just for him, a wicked little smile. Then in one flash snatched off the cat ears and gently tucked them into Oliver's hair, placing them right on his head. Only then did Oliver snap back to reality, instinctively touching his head, the soft, fuzzy feel of the hairband under his fingers. He'd fallen for the second lead's trap again, ambushed. The long-haired Omega with white-pink cat ears blinked up at him, eyes glistening with moisture, cheeks puffed out in silent fury as he forced out the words. "Mr. Matteo, you were just trying to distract me. This whole time you planned for me to wear this thing, did not you?" Matteo kept it casual, but his pupils flickered slightly, feasting on Oliver's raw reaction. Yeah, that's exactly how it should be, not a forced smile, not nervous trembles. He wanted more of those rare expressions. Matteo said, still calling me Mr. Matteo, you used my name once before, remember? Oliver paused, scratching his head trying to recall when he'd ever called him that. After a moment it clicked, he remembered. The first day, after answering a question, so overexcited he'd said Matteo while thanking the second lead. Wait, why am I even thinking about this? He's dragging me off track again. Oliver's eyes went wide. You're changing the subject. Matteo gave his usual quiet chuckle, then couldn't hold it in, a full laugh burst out, eyes alight with delight at teasing his prey. This little fool. After laughing his fill, Matteo looked at the pouting Omega and said, all right, those cat ears were definitely bought for you. I'd look ridiculous in them, but you, perfect fit, right? A kitten should wear cat ears. Oliver's face burned instantly, and then Matteo added, stop calling me Mr. Matteo, I don't like it. He stared, then asked blankly, so, what should I call you? Matteo didn't answer. He just gave him a look, like he'd already figured it out, and walked off with those long legs of his. I see it now, Mr. Mattiosa, totally into teasing his wife. Oliver looks like such an easy target, who wouldn't want to mess with him a little. Just skip the formalities, call him hubby already. Count me in. Same here. The two of them were still tangled up when the light show was about to start. Oliver sprinted after Matteo, barely making it to the central plaza before 8. By then, thousands of visitors had already gathered, thank goodness the space was huge. And since it was a weekday, not peak season, they weren't packed shoulder to shoulder. Oliver glanced around at all the unfamiliar faces, didn't spot any of their other guests anywhere. No idea where everyone else was either. Suddenly, the crowd nearby stirred, a ripple through the air. The giant screen lit up with numbers. It was almost 8 o'clock, time for countdown. When the timer hit 0, thousands of LED lights exploded outward from the central plaza's buildings, like ripples spreading in a pond, ushering in the dreamy light show in full force. Colors swirled and shifted across the facades, forming shapes that danced and melted into one another, a masterclass in visual poetry, matched with music hand-picked to perfection, pulling everyone into a world that felt both unreal and alive. Oliver kept gasping in wonder. What he was seeing was breathtaking. He'd looked it up earlier. This show had been crafted by the same director who worked on the Olympics and the Spring Festival Gala. No surprise, it was a full-on sensory feast. He watched tirelessly for 2 whole hours. As the show went on, the music shifted to a holy and warm chant, and the lights softened. The atmosphere was so touching that it even made him feel like crying out of nowhere. So many nights, it was by imagining beautiful scenes like this that Oliver had managed to hold on. Matteo watched Oliver for as long as Oliver watched the show. Unlike Oliver, Matteo didn't believe in fairy tales. To him, this world was nothing but cold calculation and brutal survival, no beauty at all, just endless games of power and prey. He couldn't care less about the lights. If it weren't for Oliver's wish to see them, he'd have left long ago. The screen flickered again, this time displaying the time, 21:59:50. 10 seconds left, then it's over. That's when the fireworks will bloom above, and Oliver will kiss him. He's already bracing himself for it. 10:09:87. The crowd chants along with the screen, the electric buzz of the moment pulling Oliver in his grin wide, laughter spilling out as he joins the countdown roar. A 3, 2, 1. A cascade of fireworks shot into the sky, bursting open in dazzling brilliance, fire trees ablaze. A riot of color that painted the dark night and sent the crowd into a frenzy. Oliver stared up at the spectacle, breathless. Mr. Matteo, look, it's breathtaking. Matteo barely flinched, offering only a quiet His sharp gaze locked on Oliver's face like he was waiting for something. Oliver was still caught up in the show, tugging at Mr. Matteo's arm to point out each burst. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a dozen couples locked in passionate kisses right beside them. He quickly looked away, pretending not to see, but the sudden halt in his motion gave him away. Sure, it was normal this time of year, but there were so many couples, and Oliver had never been this close to someone else's intimacy before. His ears turned a soft pink. Matteo saw every single one too, and didn't miss the flush creeping across Oliver's cheeks. He'd been waiting for Omega to make a move, but this kid was all nerves. content just to drag him around like it was fireworks night, no progress at all. Mr. Matteo could not help but smirk, wondering if the fireworks were even half as stunning as he was. He let out a quiet scoff. Omega clearly liked him, believed in some old myth about forever together, but had the nerve of a mouse. Guess he'd have to take matters into his own hands. Oliver blinked, awkward for just a second, then got sucked back in by the swirling sparks dancing across the sky, brushing the moment aside. A long, clean hand suddenly closed under his jaw. Veins stood out along the wrist as it gave a gentle but firm tug, turning Oliver's face away from the sky and straight toward him. Oliver was forced to tilt his head up, straight into Matteo's deep black eyes. What now? Not again. Shock flickered across Oliver's face. The fingers pressing against his cheeks pushed his lips slightly out, and he tried to pull back but didn't budge. Matteo's grip looked light, but it was firm enough to hold him in place, leaving no escape. All Oliver could do was stare right back. What are you? Oliver's face darkened in an instant, his pupils widening as if caught in a storm. The burst of fireworks, the shouts, the music, all vanished like breath on glass. The world went utterly silent, a vast and hollow sea. His soul felt ripped clean out, frozen in place as Matteo leaned down and pressed his lips to the corner of Oliver's mouth, soft, fleeting. One touch, then gone. Time stretched impossibly long, then snapped back like a footprint in snow. Oliver stood motionless, lost to time. Even after Matteo released him, he didn't move, stuck, as if the kiss had anchored him there. His mind screamed, "Host, male lead just kissed you, male lead just kissed you, male lead just kissed you." Oliver's soul, barely reassembled from the shock, snapped back with a groan. You don't need to yell it 3 times, I can see. System, wait, aren't humans always saying say it 3 times for important things? Sure, no full kiss, but this is huge. He's clearly into you. Oliver said nothing. His thoughts were a mess. Why had Matteo done that? Was it real same feelings or just the moment's heat? Reason told him Matteo wasn't the kind to be easily swayed, but his heart still couldn't wrap around the idea that Matteo might actually like him. Oliver had no confidence in himself. He didn't see what he had to offer compared to the other guests, and he just couldn't picture why Matteo would even find him appealing. Matteo thought he'd been careful, just a brush of lips, barely enough to satisfy him, but he'd pulled back to avoid spooking the Omega. But now Oliver looked pale as snow, face drained of color. Matteo frowned. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. In his mind, the Omega would blush bright red, eyes shimmering with quiet joy, or glare half angry, half shy at him. Not like this blank face, but trembling beneath, raw with unease. He'd already made the move. Why was Oliver still so afraid? Both men were lost in their own thoughts. Silence stretched between them, sharp and thick in the middle of the noisy crowd. To viewers watching online, it looked like a charged moment. 2 people caught mid-silence, hearts racing, too flustered to speak. Mr. Matteo just leaned in toward Oliver. What the heck happened? That angle, it looked like he kissed him. Too fast to make out, Mr. Matteo even angled himself away from the camera on purpose. The size difference is insane. They're like night and day, Mr. Matteo's whole frame blocking Oliver completely. You can't see a thing. Doesn't matter, I'm telling you, they kissed. Look at how quiet they both are now, this atmosphere, pure electric. I felt exactly the same when I first kissed my first love. That silence just hung there until the fireworks ended. Matteo said flatly, all done, let's head back. Oliver nodded stiffly. The other guests left after a few minutes of the light show. Only their group stayed till the end. The production team even saved a car for them. Once inside, away from the noisy crowd, and in the quiet stillness of the car, Oliver finally snapped out of it, his mind replaying everything that just happened. The system's voice looped in his head like a recording. The second male initiated the kiss. His face, pale seconds before, flared bright red under the cover of night. Oliver stole a glance at Matteo. He was propped up on one arm, staring out the window. No way, Oliver realized he needed to distract himself. His face was burning too much. Oliver took out his phone, opened Weibo, and planned to check out the trending gossip. And there it was, Ningui Ayu's fireworks kiss, right at the top of the trending list, forcefully barging into his view. Behind the entry, there was a deep red hot character. Holy crap, he'd nearly forgotten they were live. Oliver wasn't used to live shows. Most of his content was edited clips, So he kept forgetting every move he made was being streamed in real time. His fingers trembling, he tapped the trending list, muted it, then opened the top post, a clip from the broadcast. He saw Mr. Matteo had deliberately turned his body to shield Oliver from the camera, just a slight bow of the head, but that was enough. Oliver exhaled softly, but before he could even catch his breath, the second post sent him reeling, nearly dropping the phone. The next tweet, a high-res photo from a photographer's shot, medium angle, taken from the side some distance away, but still crystal clear on what they'd done. In the image, the tall alpha gently lifted the Omega's chin with one hand, leaned in close, and softly kissed his slender face. Though it was just a screen away, you could feel every ounce of care, tenderness, and devotion in that gesture. Oliver suddenly realized from a third-person perspective, Matteo had been so careful when he kissed him all along. The caption under the post read, "Candid moment caught at the light show reminds me of that legend from Dongaksaye Island, where a kiss during the fireworks finale is said to bind two people forever. Wonder if this couple can make it real." Oliver's pupils flickered, so that was why Matteo kissed him. Was he really hoping to be together with him forever? The phone's glow burned bright in the dark car, casting sharp shadows. They were both in the backseat, close enough that Matteo only had to tilt his head slightly to see Oliver's screen. Matteo reached out, "Let me see." Oliver didn't want to hand it over, but Matteo had his own phone. Even if he hadn't seen the photo now, there was no way he'd miss it later. Once it hit social media, everyone Woldvi already shared it in high rays. So he bit his lip and passed it over. Matteo scanned the image, then gave a flat verdict, "Nice shot." Oliver blinked. Was that even the point? They'd just made their first real move in public on the show's very first leg. It was practically locked in now. If Matteo pulled back from here, he'd be called a player for sure. Matteo handed the phone back to Oliver, but his own phone buzzed with an incoming call. He answered the phone, and Benjamin's voice came through. Even though Matteo did not put it on speaker, Oliver could hear Benjamin's words crystal clear. The reason was simple: he was speaking at an incredibly high volume. Benjamin had already known something was off the moment he saw Matteo lean in. He'd cursed under his breath when staff told him it hit the trending charts. The second he saw the photo, he nearly passed out. He knew Oliver had only stayed till the end because of that legend, and he'd shared it with Matteo to help, figuring Oliver was too shy to actually go through with it. So he sent over the tweet, hoping to nudge his friend into clearly showing his feelings. Oliver not following through. Woldvi been fine. This was still just the first stage of the show. Too clear appearing too early might actually hurt the show's momentum later on. But Oliver hadn't done anything, and Matteo had taken the plunge instead. "You two were way too careless," Benjamin snapped. "That was a crowd of thousands. Sure, the main cameras avoided it, but every bystander with a DSLR or telephoto lens caught it. Those people were there just to shoot the light show, and their shots are as sharp as ours." Matteo kept that same unbothered look. "I blocked the camera's view. I did my part. As for everyone else, I can't control what they do." Benjamin paused, then said quietly, "I get it, you're head over heels right now, burning up with tension and all that, but you're only at the first stop. There are still 3 more to go. You two need to rein things in a little, let people wonder. That kiss, it made everyone think you're already locked in. How do we even pull off the final confession night after this?" Oliver's face was already red, and Benjamin's words, "head over heels, burning up," only fanned the flame further. For a second, he actually felt like they were out in the open now, even though nothing had really happened yet, not officially anyway. But maybe Matteo wasn't indifferent after all. Maybe there was something there, just a little. Oliver thought of the Weibo post he would just seen and felt as if honey had been poured over his heart. He never expected that the second male lead, who seemed so clear-headed and rational, would believe a legend that was clearly made up to promote the scenic spot. Matteo's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he shot back at Benjamin. "Leave it on hold. Should I go flirt with someone else?" Benjamin choked a little. "Well, no, of course not. Do whatever you want. I can't talk you out of anything anyway. You hear that, Oliver?" Oliver gave a quiet hum in response. "You know how stubborn Mr. Matteo is. If you're not into it, just say no. No need to force yourself. The cameras are rolling after all. He won't do anything to you." Matteo said flatly, "Can we stop gossiping about me through my phone?" Oliver wanted to laugh but held it back, then finally let out a few words. "I didn't say I wasn't willing." Benjamin was utterly speechless. He had no interest in keeping up with the couple's drama and quickly mumbled two more things before hanging up. The car fell quiet again, but Oliver noticed the air felt lighter than before, like the boss's mood had lifted. Just catching the glow from his phone screen and the streetlights outside, Matteo spotted Oliver's flushed face. The Omega had just told Benjamin he wasn't unwilling, innocent, eager, completely open, and it made something deep in Matteo itch. A hollow feeling bloomed inside him, like he needed to fill a space no one else could touch. They reached the little cottage close to 11. As Oliver stepped out, Matteo suddenly raised his phone and snapped a quick shot of him. Oliver blinked in confusion, leaning over to check the photo. There he was. White furred cat ears, long hair, looking utterly dazed. Then it hit him, he still had that damn cat ear headband on. He'd been so caught up watching how the second lead kissed him in other clips that he hadn't even noticed himself. Oliver silently took off the headband, clutched it in his hand, said goodbye to Matteo and headed back to his room. He entered the room and flipped on the light. When Oliver saw the scene inside, his sleepy eyes widened instantly. A sea wave plushie, nearly half his height, was lying right on his bed. Oliver rushed to the edge of the mattress, grabbed it up, flipped it over, still had a tag dangling from its paw, clearly brand new. Only Matteo would know he wanted this, and actually go get it for him. A warm wave washed over Oliver, his heart thumping hard, nose tingling, eyes growing damp as he stared at the plushie, like he was looking straight through it to someone else. So Matteo had seen, maybe he'd been watching all along. The high-end grape gland on Oliver's neck pressed softly, comfortably, perfectly against his skin. Now there was another giant plushie in the room too. He wasn't the only one who could pick up Matteo's mood swings instantly. Matteo always seemed to notice his flustered glances and quiet longings, too. Matteo, is he the real Asantea Cleas? Oliver let out a soft, red-eyed smile, pressing the plush toy close against his chest and gently rubbing its face against his cheek. When he was little, he'd made wishes every single night after learning about Asantea Cleas, dreaming that maybe, just maybe, someone would see through them and grant one of his deepest wants. All he really wanted back then was 2 extra candies, not having to fight over food with other kids, or for his mom and dad to come home, even just a hand on his head when he felt sad would been enough. Later, he learned how cold the world could be, just another orphan from the shelter, nobody paying attention, let alone helping him make dreams come true. Oliver flopped onto the bed, then reached out with one hand to pull up his phone and open the photo album. He'd secretly saved a picture taken by a photographer, a shot of that alpha, eyes full of quiet intensity. There he went again, tracing the contours of that face with his fingertip, feeling for the first time the faintest whisper of what it might mean to be happy. Suddenly, a message popped up, Benjamin tagging everyone in the guest group, reminding them not to forget to write their letter on the final day at each stop. Oliver, oh right, totally forgot about that. Just then, Jack knocked and handed him an envelope, same familiar soft pink paper with little hearts all over it. Oliver ran his fingers over the slightly textured surface of the paper. The mood this time was completely different from last time. Last time, on the first night, he'd been so focused on just getting through the task that every word felt like a chore. He spent ages scribbling out one sentence, love letter. Now, no forced tasks. He didn't want to write flashy rhymes or anything too suggestive, just plain, honest words. He wanted Matteo to truly know how grateful he was for their meeting. He'd finally reached the moon, and not only had it stayed within reach, but now it even leaned down just for him. When Oliver handed his letter to Jack, the system finally got a moment alone. It was practically crying out. His host was always surrounded by people, and whenever he did get some space, all that ran through his head was thoughts about the second lead. As a good assistant who truly cared, it just couldn't bring itself to interrupt. Congratulations, host, you've completed Mission 7, the final task of Phase 1 in this dating show. Special reward unlocked, permanently toned physique, except when you have kids. Oliver, wow, even the disclaimer is precise. He rubbed his temple and groaned, can't you give me anything useful? Like something that actually helps with daily life, or maybe boosts my brain a bit. System, this is a second lead romance system. Rewards are limited to those aiding romantic progress. And as recently confirmed, your requested improvements won't significantly affect your relationship with the secondary lead. Oliver shot back, "How can that be? You're shallow, love isn't just about looks." The system replied in a flat, emotionless electronic tone, "You really don't find the male lead attractive at all." Game over, system wins this round. Oliver was silenced by one sharp remark, so he threw up a bluff to change the subject. "You've been hanging out online too much, learning all kinds of weird internet slang." The system mainly absorbs content from shows for learning purposes. This particular phrase, it's straight from the chat comments when you were watching the male lead soak in the hot springs. Oliver just stared, speechless again. He was done talking to the damn thing. Talking any longer would drag into the early hours. He cut the conversation short, yawned, and headed straight for a shower before bed. A solid night's sleep. The past few days had been chaotic. Oliver's schedule was all over the place, his internal clock completely off kilter. Today was checkout day, and the show crew had booked him a noon flight. Plus, he needed to sort through some mail, so no late risings allowed. Still, Oliver got up at 6:30 sharp. He'd come back too late last night to pack, but unlike the other guests with 3 or 4 suitcases, he only had one, so getting ready early wasn't a problem. Oliver packed his clothes and toiletries, then picked up the grapevine-shaped stress toy and the cat ear headband Matteo had bought him last night, a smile tugging at his lips. He placed both items into his suitcase with careful tenderness, as if they were something precious. But Oliver looked at the half-human-height stuffed toy lying on the bed. It would not fit in the suitcase, so he would have to carry it in his hands. By 7-ish, everything was packed. Oliver went to the door and checked the mailbox, just in case someone had sent him a letter. A quiet thrill fluttered through his chest. Would Matteo write to him again? Oliver opened the pink mailbox, this time 2 letters inside. The first one made Oliver's smile widen. It was that familiar, messy handwriting. William wrote, "To Oliver, really enjoyed getting to know you. Next time let's sneak away from Matteo and hang out." Unlike the first one, which had been casual, this time William even included a salutation, clearly putting more thought into how he was addressing Oliver than before. Oliver opened the second letter. He'd already guessed what it would say. "When you get home, leave the plushie on your bed, hold it while you sleep." That flat, unemotional line threw Oliver's heartbeat completely off rhythm. "Sleep with it?" Oliver glanced back at the little seashell lying flat on the bed, his mind flashing to the moment he'd woken up in the second lead's arms. A warm flush crept up his ears. Oliver snapped the letter shut, slid both letters back into their envelope, then pulled out the 3 he'd received earlier, tossing them all into the box. After a pause, he took it out again, pulled out Matteo's 2 letters, and tucked them separately into a hidden pocket in his suitcase. Done, Oliver gave one last look around the small room, the longest he'd lived in since arriving here, then quietly shut the door behind him and headed downstairs with his luggage. Today was tight on time. Breakfast was provided by production. After eating, Benjamin came over to announce last night's letter results. Besides Matteo and William, both already known to Oliver, and the openly declared Levi, everyone else had changed their targets. Sebastian sent his letter to William, Theodai went for Henry. And surprisingly, both Henry and Alakas ended up writing to Levi. William knew what was going on. Sebastian's note was just a thank you for agreeing to the invitation last night. Theodai had always had feelings for Henry. This outcome wasn't exactly shocking. But what about Henry and Alakas? What happened out there yesterday during their daytime outing? Did something spark between them? Sebastian's fingers instinctively curled into a fist as he glanced at Henry and Alakas. Levi stayed cool, expression unreadable. None of the 3 had actually done anything. Henry's letter was still just a string of lazy ellipses. Alakas had written only out of kindness, worried Levi might feel bad about Sebastian's obvious avoidance, so he sent a quick note to cheer him up. Benjamin grinned, "That's the outcome. You've all worked hard, go rest up, see you next week." Oliver did the math. He'd get 3 full days off, not counting today. They didn't leave together. Levi had to fly abroad for his brand's business. Sebastian was due back at training. William, Henry, and Alakas each had their own industry gigs. Matteo needed to handle work in another city. So it turned out only Oliver and Theodai were on the same flight home. Standing at the villa's entrance, Oliver stood beside Theodai as they waved off one guest after another. When Matteo was about to leave, something gripped his chest. The sadness he'd held back all morning surged forward like a wave. It felt like a brief, beautiful dream ending too soon. Everyone else had gone, only Oliver remained, still caught in it, unwilling to wake up. He was scared that time apart might dull whatever tiny spark Matteo had started feeling for him. Watching Matteosa retreating back, Oliver realized, for the first time in his life, that 3 days off felt agonizingly long. Just then, the second lead took 2 steps, stopped, and turned around, coming to a full halt right in front of Oliver. Matteo had work to attend to, and unlike the relaxed elegance of the past few days, he was dressed in a sharply tailored black business suit today, radiating an aura of authority that made him look even colder and more striking, untouchable. Matteo glanced sideways and caught sight of the plush toy leaning against Oliver's suitcase handle. His eyes flickered with a hint of amusement too fleeting to catch. He raised his phone toward Oliver, "Accept it." Before Oliver could figure out what he meant, Owen's voice called out, reminding Matteo to keep an eye on the clock. Without waiting for Oliver to process, Matteo gave him a long, intense look, then turned and vanished into the swarm of assistants and staff as he climbed into the car. Only after watching him go did Oliver finally pick up his phone. The WeChat app popped open with a friend request notification. Ian wants to add you as a friend. The profile picture showed the blurred border where deep blue skies met endless seas, a place that seemed forever still, yet brimming with stormy energy. Seated in the back of the speeding Maybach, Matteosa's rigid black suit suddenly broke form with a flash of vivid pink. He held a pink envelope tightly in his hand. The Alpha leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, expression unreadable, icy calm on the surface. But beneath that stillness, his mind was anything but quiet. As soon as he shut his eyes, Oliver's handwriting would appear in his mind like a ghost. "Meeting you was the only miracle in my life." If that was true, then he wasn't about to let go. Earlier, Oliver had worried he wouldn't have anywhere to stay, had even considered subtly asking the production team if they knew his home address, or just booking a few nights in a hostel if worse came to worst. But as soon as he stepped off the plane, a memory surfaced, clear and sudden, the address of the original's apartment. The show had all the guests' info on file. They naturally knew where Oliver lived. Benjamin was on the same flight, and at someone's request, personally drove him home. The production team had the guests' info, so they naturally knew where Oliver lived. Benjamin, who'd flown in the same plane, followed someone's request and personally escorted Oliver back home. After dropping Oliver off, Benjamin helped him carry the suitcase out of the trunk with thoughtful care. Then, mindful that Oliver had gained some public attention lately, he gently suggested he consider moving to a safer neighborhood soon. Benjamin dropped him off at the building, then kindly helped carry his suitcase from the trunk. Given Oliver's growing fame, he added with a nod, "You might want to look into somewhere safer to stay down the line." The building was only 4 stories high and lacked an elevator. Oliver's apartment sat on the top floor. Benjamin offered to carry the bag upstairs too, but Oliver quickly waved him off, smiling gratefully. "Thanks for bringing me home, Benjamin. I've just got 1 suitcase. I can manage it myself." Benjamin gave Oliver that soft, fatherly look, like he was watching over a kid who insisted on doing things the hard way. Seeing him refuse again, he finally sighed and stepped back. "All right then, I've delivered you home. I'm officially off duty. Get some rest." Oliver smiled faintly, waved as Benjamin climbed into his car, then turned to haul his suitcase up the stairs. An Omega's constitution is too weak. While he can lift this suitcase with one hand on flat ground, he cannot manage it when going upstairs. He can only tuck the doll under his arm, grab the handle with both hands, and struggle all the way up the stairs. By the time he reaches the 4th floor, he is already out of breath. The second he opened the door, Oliver froze. His skin prickled like someone had just run ice over his spine. The layout of the apartment, even the furniture placement, it was an exact copy of the tiny old building he'd rented right after college. His mind screamed into the void. System, what's going on? This place, it's identical to where I lived before." The system chimed in, calm as ever. "Don't panic. This is intentional. Since the original story never touched on the host's actual address, I used your memories to set up a living space." Oliver's heartbeat finally slowed, just barely. "Next time, give me a heads up before you pull something like this." The system, usually obliging whenever Oliver asked, was especially accommodating this time. promptly agreeing the moment he'd spoken. Oliver dragged the suitcase inside. A week away, and everything was coated in a thin layer of dust. He exhaled, set the plush toy on top of the case, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. The familiar layout made him feel like he'd truly come home. After the initial shock, his shoulders relaxed, energy surged through him. He scrubbed away with rhythm, turned on some tunes for company, didn't even notice his phone lighting up with a new message. By the time everything was spotless, it was already dusk. Oliver collapsed onto the couch, only then noticing he'd gotten a WeChat alert. Back home yet? Matteo sent 2 hours ago. Oliver shot upright, spine straight, eyes locked on the screen, fingers flying to reply. Grapes with skin there, I got here at 3 p.m. Just been cleaning up and didn't see it till now. Oliver hadn't even finished sending his message when Matteo replied. How was that possible? Wasn't he supposed to be at work? 1,000 things rushed through Oliver's mind. Are you free right now? Oh, what are you doing? Did you eat yet? When are you coming back to City A? He hesitated, though worried about bothering Matteo. His slender fingers tapped idly on the keyboard, typing and deleting over and over. In the end, he settled on a cute little cat emoji and sent it off. Matteo didn't answer. Oliver's chest sank. He cursed himself for sending that silly emoji. It had shut down any real conversation. His eyes drifted to the second male lead's nickname, and suddenly he realized how rushed he'd been before. He hadn't even set a note for Matteo yet. He opened the notes section, just typed Mr. Matteo, when it hit him again. Matteo had said he hated being called that. He deleted the boss again, replaced it with Matteo, then tossed his phone aside, blanking out completely. A moment later, he snatched the phone back, like he was afraid of changing his mind, and changed Matteo to brother. After hitting send, Oliver stared at the 2 words, his face flushing crimson in seconds, ears and neck turning pink all over. Just a little private indulgence in my own phone, shouldn't be that bad, right? It had only been a few hours since they'd parted, and already he was dying to see Matteo. Missed him so much. Compared to the glittering nightlife of City A, City B felt quiet, even stiffly formal. But tonight, Issue Group's estate on Tejoyu Mountain blazed with light. Cars kept rolling in, sleek and expensive, each driver either filthy rich or loaded with power. All here for the birthday of the elder Issue family patriarch. Matteo had just wrapped up a meeting, swapped his suit in a flash, and rushed over. He slumped into the backseat, rubbing his temples tiredly before stepping out. These pompous gatherings of fake smiles and empty toasts were everything he hated. But Issue family and Inan family had deep business ties, and Ethan, the head of Ning Group, who was also his blood grandfather, had already warned him to bring a gift. In this world, you still had to give face when it counted. In a corner of the grand Baroque-style ballroom, Alexander lounged listlessly beside Samuel, glancing toward the entrance now and then. Samuel sat in his wheelchair, glancing at his grandson's lackluster demeanor with a faint shake of his head before speaking. Do not worry, Ethan told me himself, the person you are waiting for will definitely come today. Alexander snorted through his nose. Birthday party, he'd better show up if he knows what's good for him. Just then the door opened, and in strode a breathtaking alpha, flawless and statuesque. But Ioni's suit immaculate, face framed by an effortless, soft smile, elegant, poised, instantly stealing every gaze in the room. The alpha scanned the crowd, then locked eyes with Samuel and started walking toward him. Alexander straightened up sharply, lifting his chin like a king. This was his second time meeting Matteo, last time at the Inan family's welcome home dinner for him. Back then, he'd known instantly that this man was his fate, and had screamed at home to be allowed to marry him. He'd heard Matteo kept everyone at arm's length, despised Omegas who hung around too close. But even someone like that couldn't ignore a direct order from the family patriarch. Still, Alexander was not going to waste time chasing attention like those other Omegas. No need to try. The alpha would come for him on his own. A smug little smile tugged at the corner of Alexander's lips. Just for a heartbeat, enough to let the world know he was already ahead in this game. Matteo stopped in front of Samuel and offered his birthday wishes. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Samuel gestured toward Alexander and said, "This is my grandson Alexander. You two should have met before. He is 4 years younger than you. Since you are close in age, you will likely have more in common than with an old man like me." Alexander flashed a smile he'd perfected since childhood, sweet, polite, disarmingly innocent. His baby face made people say he looked harmless, the kind of grin that melted hearts and left you powerless to resist. Matteo finally noticed the Omega standing nearby, lifting his gaze and locking eyes with Alexander's. The corner of Alexander's mouth snapped rigid. The Alpha before him wore a calm, polished smile, but his eyes were icy, sharp as blades. Under the chandelier light, those dark pools seemed hollow and menacing, sending a chill down Alexander's spine. Never had an Alpha looked at him like that. Ever since he was born, he'd been doted on, shielded, adored by everyone around him. Who in their right mind would ever dare glare at him like this? Matteo heard Samuel's words and instantly read the game they were playing. Only then did he deign to offer a glance, cold, dismissive, to this spoiled Omega raised on luxury and privilege. Sure enough, Samuel's eyes brimmed with that familiar arrogance and greed he'd seen too many times before. Disgusting. Said they'd met before. He had no memory of it, just another shallow, rich kid playing the same tired game. Matteo turned away, and in that instant, a pair of warm, clear amber eyes flashed into his mind, the kind that held love like sunlight pouring through leaves. He missed his little grape. Matteo still wore that soft smile, but looked closer, and you would see the curve never shifted, like a mask he'd practiced until it felt fake. To Samuel he said coolly, "Just came by to wish you a happy birthday. You're looking sharp. I'll tell my grandfather it's good news and ease his mind. Family's waiting back home, so I'd better not stay." Polite but distant, every word edged with refusal. Alexander's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Matteo to cut him so cold. "You." Samuel raised a hand, stopping him mid-sentence. Calmly he said, "Fine, I'll pass on your message to your grandfather," his sentiments noted. A flicker of mockery crossed Matteo's eyes. He was about to tattle on him to Ethan. So what? By this generation, the Innan family had turned into a bunch of empty suits, dull, predictable games that only amused Matteo in his otherwise monotonous life. They posed no real threat. Even if Ethan was furious, he'd still have to beg him, rely on him to take over the Ning group, the sprawling, sinking empire they were trying to keep alive. Matteo gave a respectful nod, his eyes sharp and merciless beneath the surface, as he turned without another word and walked away. Alexander's perfectly sweet face twisted into something ugly. Inside, fury boiled. It was the first time an Alpha had dismissed him completely and utterly. Why? Could it be because of Oliver, that Omega from some orphanage? What did he possibly have over him? He'd had someone look into Oliver, just a nobody from an orphanage with nothing to back him up. What chance did he have against him? Matteo owned property in City B2, a penthouse nestled in the city's most exclusive downtown district. As soon as he got home, he headed straight for the shower. Any trace of that gilded party atmosphere, all glitz and greed, would make him feel queasy. Like scrubbing off some filthy stench was the only way to cleanse himself. Standing under the spray, eyes shut, water sluicing over his body, he almost swore he caught a faint whiff of grape sweetness. Matteo abruptly turned off the shower. His usual icy composure shattered, the calm in his gaze now flickered with something darker, a dangerous red hue. Those were eyes starved of desire, burning with unsated hunger. Oliver wasn't the only one needing him, Matteo needed him too. And what he wanted went far beyond just an Omega's pheromones. Oliver, fresh from his shower, sank into his cozy little bed like a cat curling up on a sunbeam. He'd changed the linens that afternoon. The whole mattress was wrapped in that warm, familiar scent, and he felt completely at ease. The only thing bothering him, it was already past 10, but no message from Matteo. Seemed like the cat emoji was officially dead on arrival. Honestly, I have no idea what the second leads up to. Shouldn't he be done with work by now? If I sent Matteo a message right this second, would it even bother him? Oliver tossed and turned twice on the bed before finally making up his mind. He'd send just a light one. Matteo had been in the shower 40 minutes, finishing with an ice-cold rinse. When he stepped out, he was drenched in chill. The phone, tossed onto the bed, gave a faint buzz just as Matteo was wiping his hair, barely glancing at the screen. His pupils tightened almost imperceptibly when he saw the message alert, then he leaned down and picked it up. "Eating grapes, don't spit out the skin, Mr. Matteo, still not off work." Oliver sent the message and immediately shoved his phone aside, too nervous to check it, but then panicked at the thought of missing Mattios's reply, so he cranked up the notification sound till it screamed. He buried himself deep under the blanket, as if that tiny cocoon would offer some protection, ease the flush of embarrassment creeping over him. Suddenly his phone rang, not a quick beep, but a full incoming call tone. Oliver scrambled up, lunging for the screen. "Brother has invited you to video chat." "Help, why's the second male lead just video calling out of nowhere?" Oliver's heart pounded like a galloping horse as he scrambled off the bed, fumbling wildly to open the built-in wardrobe mirror and quickly checking his appearance. Once he was sure he looked presentable, Oliver climbed back onto the bed, trembling slightly as he lifted his phone toward his face and tapped the green call button in the bottom right corner. Wait, why isn't he wearing a shirt? Oliver stared at the screen, frozen. The alpha's arms were taut with muscle, his collarbone sharply defined, his expression cool and detached. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted his own face in the tiny window at the top right, his cheeks literally flushing red. He cursed himself inwardly. Unbelievable, unbelievable. It's just a bare shoulder, nothing new. He'd seen it before in real life, so why was his face burning like this? Mattios's face on screen looked even more striking than usual. He'd been expressionless, almost sharp with intensity, but the moment he saw Oliver, his features softened instantly. The Omega had tousled hair and was wearing a creamy yellow plaid pajama set, giving off that fresh out of college vibe. So soft you could squeeze juice from him. Oliver spoke first. "Mr. Matteo, why do you suddenly go for video?" "You asked me if I was off work." Matteo raised one brow slightly, tilting his head with a mix of mild confusion and playful teasing in his voice. "I figured that meant you were missing me." Oliver felt like he was about to melt. He'd done it again. Was this the moment when Mr. Matteo went full dramatic? If any of his staff caught a glimpse of this scene, their eyes would probably pop right out. He cleared his throat to hide his fluster. "I just didn't hear back from you. That cat emoji, didn't it look cute?" A low chuckle came through the phone, and for a second Oliver swore it sounded softer, warmer than usual, as if the screen somehow made it more intimate, charged with quiet magnetism. "Yeah, cute." Every word from Matteo felt like a blow to Oliver's chest. He was barely holding on. He hesitated, then asked, "Mr. Matteo, are you drunk?" "If you're that wasted, just go to bed. You've got work tomorrow. No need wasting time calling me." Mattios's smile faded. His gaze turned sharp, piercing right through the screen as he held Oliver's eyes for a beat before speaking quietly. "I don't see talking to you as wasted time." Before Omega could say a word, he added, "I'm not drunk, I'm completely clear-headed." Mattios's words slipped in like a soft breeze, sending a shiver through Oliver. His chest went light, his eyes stinging with sudden moisture. The camera caught every flicker of expression. Matteo didn't miss a thing. That look, that exact gaze, he thought, this is what I've been chasing all night. Only Oliver could give him that look. No matter how poetic he got when writing in real life, Oliver just blurted it out straight. "You called me, I'm really happy about that." "Mr. Matteo, seriously, thank you for the gland, the little wave plushie, everything. I don't even know how to say how grateful I am." Mattios's expression softened. "Didn't I already say, you don't have to thank me. If I didn't want to do it, no one could force me. And please don't call me Mr. Matteo. Have you thought of something else to call me yet?" He noticed Omega biting his lip, eyes darting around like he was stuck on a tough decision. Matteo finally caved, decided to let it slide for now. "If you can't think of anything, then just keep calling me." The words hadn't even finished when Omega softly interrupted. He heard Oliver's voice, soft and warm like silk, calling out, "Brother." That whisper was barely audible, but it set Matteo on fire. Matteo felt like his whole shower had been wasted. Same night, some people clinging to Oliver, others stuck in late-night meetings. The Fat Duck Studios building loomed at the heart of City A. On the floor, Benjamin sat with producers, writers, and PDs gathered for a post-Umatem meeting. "Thanks for staying late, it's tight on time, so we're doing this now. First up, good news." Benjamin smiled. "Our show just broke last season's Confession Night ratings record in the first leg, and it's currently #1 across all streaming platforms." The numbers were impossible to ignore. Everyone in the room lit up. Working on a long-running dating reality series like this was never easy. especially when you had classics from past seasons hanging over your head, constantly compared and scrutinized by viewers. This season's shift carried huge pressure for director Benjamin, but with the first leg killing it, that was a solid win in their toughest battle so far. Isabella flipped through the guest files and said, "It is clear we made the right choices. Based on past seasons, the first episode is usually a period of uncertainty, with real connection starting to develop in the second one. This season, the pace is truly fast. Some guests are already at a point where they could jump straight into a heartfelt confession moment." Everyone knew exactly who she meant, and a few crew members couldn't help but exchange wide-eyed, gossip-filled glances. The writers were already mapping out the romance arcs, while Benjamin stood silently by, his expression unreadable as he listened. Right now, Levi had a one-way arrow for Sebastian. Theodore clearly liked Henry too. Lucas, William, Henry, and Sebastian, those four were still up in the air. Only Ning for you was officially a mutual connection. First episode mutual picks aren't unheard of, but if it's too smooth, that kills the dating show vibe. Suddenly, Benjamin flashed his trademark mischievous grin. "Still not spicy enough," he said with a shrug. "Love is not just sweet, it's messy. What do viewers actually love? Not just two people rushing toward each other, but the jealousy, the sleepless nights over someone who won't return their feelings, the full-blown emotional breakdowns, and of course, the epic drama showdowns." Just adding a little spark wasn't enough. He was going to crank it up, make them burn, really taste what love feels like, sharp, sweet, wild. It was already 3 a.m., and Oliver lay wide awake on his bed, hugging the little sea wave plushie, staring at the ceiling. No trace of sleep in him. Every time he closed his eyes, he'd see Matiosa's burning gaze, and that last line before the call ended. The alpha voice tight, controlled, like he was holding back something raw. "Oh, wait for me." Oliver buried his face in the pillow, groaning inwardly. During their video chat, Matteo had been so tender, so dangerously smooth. His voice wrapped around him like smoke, and he'd lost control. One second he was caught up in the moment, and then he blurted out that secret nickname right to his face. How did he even manage to sound that mushy? And he actually said, "brother." God, turns out you really do turn into a total dork when it's the one you like. Sure, he'd already messed up plenty in front of Matteo. This was just another notch, but still, his toes curled from sheer embarrassment. Once the heat died down, though, Matiosa's words left him even more confused. "Wait for me? What did that even mean? And oh, did he hang up so fast?" He wanted to keep talking. The storm of thoughts drifted away like morning mist, until dawn broke bright and clear. Oliver woke up to sunlight flooding his room. He'd slept straight through to noon. Starving, he checked the fridge, nothing but empty shelves. In the cupboard, he found one sad packet of ramen. He slurped it down while mapping out the next few days, grocery run, clothes shopping, then finally carved time to brainstorm his new novel. The show only ran for a month, but he still had real work to do too. Just as Oliver finished eating, his phone screen lit up. It was a bank transaction reminder linked to a WeChat. He glanced at it, eyes narrowing at the string of digits confirming a deposit. 1, a 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 6 figures, no way. Oliver's jaw dropped. Not even all his savings combined had ever reached that number. No wonder everyone wanted into showbiz. Even an ordinary guy like him, just showing up on a dating show like Love Letters, could earn this much. Forget Henry, the A-list movie star, he must be raking in millions. Thank God the producers paid up. He'd been seriously considering taking a side job to get by. Oliver grabbed his keys and headed out, remembering Benjamin's warning, so he slipped on a mask. But he clearly underestimated both his own recognizability and how popular the show had become. One glance was all it took. The mask did nothing. As soon as he stepped through the front gate of the complex, someone spotted him. A teenage boy who'd been laughing with his friend suddenly froze mid-laugh. His eyes flicked to Oliver walking by, then widened in shock. Without missing a beat, he jabbed his buddy's arm and burst out, "Dude, look at that guy. Long hair, is that Oliver from Love Letters?" His voice carried like a siren. The second the words left his mouth, every head in the vicinity snapped toward Oliver. Some people even started jogging over. This scene reminded Oliver of the zombies chasing people in Train to Busan. It was only midday, and nearby restaurants were spilling out crowds of lunch-goers. The surge of people gathered fast. As word spread, Onlookers poured in, some who'd never heard of Oliver still followed just because everyone else was moving toward him. The rising wave of excitement and pressure trapped Oliver between the crowd closing in from all sides. He couldn't move forward or back. The human wall blocked every exit. Behind him, the apartment complex offered no escape either. He didn't want to risk revealing his home address by turning around. Sweat prickled at Oliver's forehead. This was completely new territory, no idea what to do or how to handle it. Then, from the edge of the crowd, a sharp gasp cut through the noise, followed by a sudden parting like water splitting before a wave. At the far end, a black Bentley idled at the curb. Out stepped Matteo in a tailored three-piece suit, his posture commanding and cold. He moved through the mob with quiet authority, making straight for Oliver, frozen in panic. Matteo's expression was grim as he swept a glance over the crowd. His presence alone, the sharp edge of a top-tier alpha, doused the frenzy like a fire extinguisher. The roar died down in an instant. If it weren't for him holding back to come straight from B-City, who knows what state Oliver would been in by now. A strange feeling welled up, relief, unfamiliar and almost foreign. For someone like Matteo, this was uncharted territory. Matteo signaled for Oliver to follow, and they moved as one, him leading the way, clearing a path through the stunned onlookers. His usual aloof aura was even more pronounced when his mouth turned down, radiating an unmistakable authority that kept passengers at a respectful distance. None dared get close, not a hint of the chaos they just witnessed surrounding Oliver. Instead, everyone retreated to safety and started filming him with their phones. Oliver sighed inwardly, "Sorry, Benjamin, looks like we're trending again." Matteo opened the back door of the Bentley himself. Oliver blinked in surprise, giving him a quick grateful look before blurting out, "Thanks, Mr. Matteo," and scrambling into the car. The Alpha frowned, then slid in beside him. As soon as he settled, the driver pulled away fast from the scene, vanishing into traffic. Oliver stared wide-eyed at Matteo, who'd suddenly appeared at his doorstep, barely able to contain his excitement. "Mr. Matteo, what are you doing here?" Matteo's voice was flat, low. "Didn't I say wait for me?" Oliver finally caught on. The second lead hadn't been joking. He'd actually meant it literally, waiting for him to come back to a city and meet up. Matteo's gaze was heavy, and if you looked closely, there was something almost wounded flickering beneath the surface. "Oh, hurry, you still calling me Mr. Matteo?" Oliver's face flushed crimson under his mask, his fingers curled slightly as he murmured, "It's just we're out in public." The quiet warmth of an Omega's presence had a calming effect, immediately soothing Matteo's frayed nerves. The corners of his downturned lips returned to their usual gentle curve. He raised his right hand and placed it by the window, propping his chin as he said teasingly, "Got it. Let's save that title for when we are at home then, to give you some time to get used to it." Oliver nodded frantically, too embarrassed to even think about removing his mask. Terrified Matteo would catch sight of his burning face and tease him again. Then, from the front passenger seat, Owen, ever the picture of professional discretion, pretending all along he was invisible, suddenly spoke up, making Oliver jump. "Mr. Matteo, you and Mr. Ajayang are trending, should we take it down?" Oliver immediately fumbled in his pocket for his phone, pulled it out, opened Weibo, then stared at the screen with a blank expression. Before Matteo could respond, Benjamin's call came through. "Mr. Matteo, do you have separation anxiety? What is the big deal about not seeing each other for a day? You are trending on the hot searches again." Benjamin's loud voice made Oliver's head spin. Matteo didn't answer. Instead, he said quietly, "His security's compromised now, he's exposed. Staying there isn't safe. I'm bringing him in for a couple of days." Oliver froze, his breath catching in his throat at the words from the Alpha beside him, a low hum buzzing through his skull. He didn't just hear that, did he? The second lead was actually taking him home, no heads up at all, not even a hint of warning. On the other side of the screen, Benjamin's mouth opened and snapped shut several times before finally forcing out a string of words. "Don't get caught on camera. If this gets leaked again, you two are straight out done with the show. The rules are clear, no official coupling before filming wraps up. Get it? At least not in any way that looks like it's real to outsiders." Benjamin's voice had never sounded so serious before, and Oliver felt a knot tighten in his chest. Matteo just gave a quiet, indifferent hem. Oliver took a shaky breath, leaning closer to the phone. Benjamin, don't be mad, Mr. Matiosa, only doing this for me. I was stuck at the gate of my building by a crowd. It was terrifying. If he hadn't pulled me out, who knows what could have happened. Benjamin always melted when faced with Oliver's genuine warmth. He softened instantly. Oliver, I saw the clip. It really was scary. I'd planned to help you switch apartments after the next episode, but I didn't expect you to be recognized so fast. Oliver chuckled, embarrassment tugging at his smile. I even wore a mask, didn't do a damn thing. Benjamin snorted 2 short laughs. Your hair's just too iconic. A hat might have helped a bit. For now, stay with Matteo for the next couple of days. If you need anything, just text Jack. I'll handle it. Suddenly, Matteo spoke up. He doesn't need that. Benjamin sighed. Fine, you're here, no need for Jack then. The production team will drop a statement explaining why you two met today. That's it, I'm out. A faint blush crept into Oliver's eyes. He knew most people would find Matiosa possessiveness overwhelming, but for him, it was exactly what he craved, intense, protective, and deeply reassuring. It made him feel truly needed, irreplaceable in Matiosa world. The Benetlia rolled from the suburban outskirts into the heart of a city's busiest boulevard, where low-rise homes gave way to sleek skyscrapers piercing the sky like steel needles. The car pulled up at Uksin-Hey-Ejayadayan, a penthouse enclave in a city's CBD, overlooking the river with panoramic views of the city's most iconic skyline. At 300,000 per square meter, it was one of the most prestigious addresses in the country. Matteo had a 600 square meter penthouse here for convenience at work. Oliver couldn't stop feeling like he'd stepped into another world every day since arriving. He never thought he'd live in a place like this, especially not with prices that made even dreaming of owning a single square meter feel absurd. Matteo led him through the grand, opulent lobby and into an elevator where he typed in a code, telling Oliver to memorize it. Nervously, Oliver nodded, like a small animal trailing its alpha, obedient and quiet. And that soft docility made Matiosa lips twitch upward without him even realizing it. The elevator doors opened straight into the apartment. Oliver froze, eyes wide. This kind of layout was completely new to him. So this was what Matteo had keyed in earlier, the code to get inside his home. Open plan and flooded with light, sunlight poured through floor-to-ceiling windows into a living space dominated by sleek black and white minimalist furnishings. The Italian modern design felt cool, almost sterile, until you noticed the bold, vibrant oil paintings on the walls, their wild colors cutting through the coldness like a sudden burst of energy. The clash of styles hinted at something deeper, a man with 2 sides to his nature. Matteo said, it was all so rushed today, there are still a lot of things not ready at home. You can make do with these for now. He fetched a pair of brand new pure white slippers from the shoe cabinet in the hallway for Oliver. Watching Oliver slip them on, Mattiosa's brow twitched slightly. He mentally noted he should had Owen bring over some grapes instead. What were you planning to do when you left? He asked. Oliver replied, no food at pick up groceries and grab a few clothes. Matteo nodded. Good, stay here for the next couple of days. The mall's too crowded. I'll have everything sent over. Use anything you need. Just let me know if you're missing something. A flicker of gratitude passed through Oliver's eyes. Even though Matteo always told him not to thank him, he still had to say it. Got it, I won't go out, thanks. Oliver paused, turned his head slightly, eyes downcast, fingers nervously tugging at the edge of his shirt. Then, haltingly, he whispered the name he'd been holding back all this time. Thanks, big brother. Mattiosa's breath hitched just for a second. His hand, sharp, angled, and tense at his side, curled into a fist, the veins on his knuckles standing out. He croaked, don't mention it. The weight of that word hit harder than he expected. For the first time in his life, Mr. Matteo felt flustered, quickly shifting gears to break the tension, leading Oliver down the hall toward the bedroom. He put Oliver in the guest room next to his own, instead of having him sleep directly in the master bedroom. That was already quite a show of restraint. Even as a guest room, it was far bigger than anything Oliver had ever lived in. Still minimalist in design, but the bedding, a soft, buttery yellow set, was nothing like the cold austerity of the rest of the space. Like someone had deliberately chosen it to match his taste. Matteo gestured toward the desk by the window. You're writing a book, right? I left you a laptop. Oliver slowly walked over, his back to Matteo, and gently touched the brand new 27-inch white curved monitor. He didn't dare turn around, couldn't speak. Afraid that if he opened his mouth, his voice would crack, exposing everything he couldn't control inside. This was what it felt like to be noticed, to be cared for, and how utterly devastating happiness could be, so intense it nearly choked him. Matteo had work waiting. He settled Oliver in and left quickly, glancing at the dark circles under his eyes and warning him to rest properly. Oliver nodded obediently, watching silently as he disappeared into the elevator. By the time Matteo returned home after finishing up, it was deep into the night. A warm floor lamp glowed beside the living room sofa. Oliver had left it on for him. For the first time, coming home didn't mean walking into a cold, empty darkness. Matteo eased his footsteps, careful not to wake Oliver. He reached the bedroom hallway, then froze. The door was slightly ajar, just enough like an invitation. Something stirred beneath his eyes, a quiet storm. Was Oliver really that trusting? Didn't he ever think about being taken advantage of? Or was it intentional? Oliver protested in silence. He'd barely slept the night before, dozing off only after dawn, and even then just for 3 hours. Add in all that mental strain, and once Matteo left, he'd been dizzy, wandering through the vast open-plan apartment like a ghost until late evening. How had he ended up with the second lead at his place? He'd never imagined this twist when stepping out midday. After he relaxed, tiredness washed over Oliver. He had been sitting on the couch waiting for the second male lead to come back, but his eyelids were drooping. It was as if the soft big bed in the bedroom was calling out to him. Just a quick nap. Oliver was confident Matteo's return would rouse him. He drifted into the room, collapsed onto the mattress, and didn't even bother closing the door before falling asleep. That was why Matteo found the scene waiting for him. Oliver lay on his side, half buried in creamy yellow sheets, still dressed in yesterday's clothes, no blanket, body curled slightly. His shirttail kicked up, revealing a sliver of pale waist. In his sleep, Oliver suddenly had the feeling of being targeted by a hungry wolf. Scared, he opened his eyes abruptly and met a pair of deep, dark eyes. Oh, Matteo was back. His vision blurred with fatigue, and Oliver instinctively blinked twice, his lashes fluttering. To Matteo, it looked like a drowsy little creature finally waking up, eyes soft, glistening, staring right at him, shyly blinking. They say omegas are clingy, need a good night kiss before bed. So was Oliver asking for one. Every wicked cell in his body was screaming at him to grant Oliver's request. Matteo had never been one to resist his urges. When he wanted something, he took it. He leaned down, his eyes filled with a tenderness even he hadn't noticed until now. A soft kiss landed on Oliver's smooth forehead. "Good night," he murmured, his little grape. Matteo had already gone back to his bedroom to shower, and Oliver, whom he thought was tucked in after the good-night kiss, was now wide-eyed, staring blankly at the ceiling, exactly as he'd been last night when alone at home. The second guy's kiss had snapped him fully awake. Why the hell did he just kiss him, right when he was still half asleep? Butterflies were fluttering wildly in Oliver's stomach, driving all his drowsiness away. He threw off the quilt that the second male lead had covered him with before leaving and sat up. He glanced at the clock, 11 p.m. Oh no. Now he'd definitely ruined his sleep schedule, tired all day, wide awake at night. Oliver rubbed his temples. He shouldn't have given in to the bed's temptation and come here to nap. Who knew you could still jet lag without leaving the country? His stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't eaten dinner yet. He wondered if Matteo had eaten, probably did by now. It was late after all. Just to be safe, Oliver knocked on Matteo's door, hoping to ask if he'd eaten. No answer. Likely still in the shower. Oliver wandered into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and stared at the fridge stuffed with high-end ingredients for a moment. All he wanted was a simple midnight snack. These high-end foods just didn't feel right to touch. He rummaged around until finally finding a few eggs, then decided on making noodles. Matteo stepped out of his bedroom after finishing his shower and heard noises from the living room. He frowned. Didn't he already say good night? Why was Oliver up again? As he walked into the dining area, a warm aroma hit him, the scent of cooking food. There was Oliver, sitting at the table slurping noodles like it was his last meal. Oliver was wolfing down the noodles like there was no tomorrow. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up from the bowl and saw the alpha, wearing a black bathrobe, approaching with his hair still damp. "Didn't eat before you fell asleep?" Matteo asked. "I was too tired," Oliver said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Figured I'd just take a quick nap and then we could eat together when you got home. Didn't mean to sleep this long. A flicker of guilt passed through Matiosa's eyes. I Showaldvi told you I'd be late tonight. Next time if you're hungry, just eat. No need to wait for me. He still thought like someone living alone, hadn't realized there was now someone waiting for him at home. Oliver grinned. I wasn't even hungry at the time and I Showaldvi asked you first. You eat yet? Grabbed something at work, just this for dinner. Matteo glanced at Oliver's simple bowl, guilt tightening in his chest. He'd already had his assistant stock the fridge with all sorts of snacks and meals for him, but he'd just arrived and maybe Oliver was too nervous to touch anything. I should have pushed off my work and come back to have dinner with Oliver. Oliver took a bite of noodles and said, night snack's supposed to be light, eating too much will mess with your stomach. Saw all the ingredients in the fridge, you coming back tomorrow, I'll cook you something proper. The words were out before he could stop himself. But then doubt crept in, the kitchen was cold, barely used. Maybe someone else handles his meals already and he didn't need to bother cooking at all. Sitting across from him the whole time, silently watching Oliver eat, Oliver's male lead let out a slow blink of surprise, then broke into a soft smile, eyes full of something dangerously tender. It was the gentlest expression Oliver had ever seen on Matteo. A low, smooth voice murmured, I'm really looking forward to it. Matiosa's gaze lingered on Oliver's face. No one had ever truly wanted to cook for him before. Not his mother, who'd only seen him as a ticket into the Innan family. Not his father, who tolerated him out of duty and now feared him in silence. For years, home had felt like something optional, barely there at all. His biological mother, who had been counting on relying on him to get into the Innan family, and his biological father, who had loathed his existence but now had to curry favor with him, had always made him feel that home was a dispensable place. But now, looking at Oliver eating noodles slowly under the warm light, Matteo suddenly realized that home could be such a wonderful place. After finishing, Oliver rinsed the bowl and wiped down the counters. When he stepped back into the living room, Matteo was still sitting there, waiting. Matteo finally let him go, giving Oliver permission to head back to bed. As soon as Oliver stepped into his room and started to fall onto the mattress, he froze, realizing too late that he was still wearing today's clothes. He didn't have anything else to put on. Matteo caught the shift in tone and smirked, teasingly lifting one corner of his mouth. You going to help me with that? Predictably, Oliver's cheeks flushed, adorable. He loved winding him up. There was no way Oliver could say no to anything Matteo asked. Back in the master bedroom, the tall alpha wrapped in a black robe sat on the edge of the bed, savoring his Omega's VIP hair drying treatment. Delicate fingers threaded through thick black strands, making Matteo sigh and shut his eyes contentedly. When Oliver judged it dry enough, he switched off the dryer. Matteo stretched out like a cat in sunlight, relaxed, blissful, and Oliver, he'd gone through the whole thing with care, hands already aching from how gently he'd worked. Matteo finally let Oliver go, giving him permission to head back to his room for sleep. As soon as Oliver got back, he was about to flop onto the bed, then suddenly realized he was still wearing his daytime clothes. He didn't have anything else to wear. He'd been whisked away in such a rush that he hadn't brought a single thing with him. Matteo was still half dozing, savoring the memory of Oliver's gentle hands, when suddenly he heard a knock at the door. He sat up straight and called out, "Come in." Oliver entered with a flushed face, stopped at the foot of Matteo's bed, too shy to stand too close. Matteo asked, "What is wrong?" Oliver lowered his eyes, fingers nervously twisting together as he gathered courage before whispering softly, "Bro, could you lend me one of your pajamas?" Matteo felt like Oliver was going to drive him insane, so innocent, yet always dropping lines that made his pulse spike. And the worst part, one little sentence could send heat racing through him, eyes stinging with want. As soon as it came out, Oliver realized how awkward it sounded and quickly added, "I didn't bring any clothes, and I really don't want to sleep in my daytime outfit, so I just thought I'd ask." Matteo closed his eyes briefly, like he was trying to cage down the wild thing clawing at his chest. He stood up and led Oliver into the master bedroom's walk-in closet, waving a hand. "Help yourself, pick whatever you want." Oliver scanned the space, mostly custom-tailored suits and dress shirts, followed by impeccably cut coats. "Just find me a pair of pajamas," Oliver said, "something you've worn before, no need for new ones, I don't care." He just needed to get through the night somehow. He was honestly about to crack. Mr. Matteo sighed, a rare sound from him. I sleep in nothing at all. Now he got it, the guy didn't even have pajamas of his own, which meant Oliver had no choice but to pick something from this neatly arranged lineup. Oliver sighed in resignation, finally spotting a folded white t-shirt tucked away in the corner. He pulled it out and held it up for Matteo. Can I wear this? Matteo's gaze trailed from Oliver's slender, pale fingers to the shirt, his pupils narrowed ever so slightly. It was a t-shirt he'd bought sophomore year, back when he'd been rough around the edges, too worn down by school and startup grind to care about what he wore. This one had seen him through 3 years, still soaked in his scent, every inch of it probably still holding on to traces of who he was. Looking at the innocent Omega, Matteo murmured low, just change here and then head back to your room. If it doesn't fit, you can keep picking, no need to run back and forth. The Alpha's intentions were painfully obvious. He just wanted to see Oliver in his clothes. Once he was out of the closet, he'd have no chance to watch anymore. Oliver was a sweet little fool, blissfully unaware, even touched by what he thought was genuine consideration. He gave Matteo a soft glance before shoving him gently toward the door and disappearing inside to change. Given their builds, Matteo's white t-shirt was indeed way too long on Oliver. It reached the middle of his thighs. Staring at himself in the mirror, Oliver reached for a pair of loose pants. The system, silent all day, suddenly chimed, "Host, ever worn your boyfriend's shirt?" Oliver got the idea almost instantly, but he wished he had not understood what the system meant. Too late, the system was pushing him to skip the pants entirely, and just wear Matteo's white t-shirt bare-assed. "This is your one shot," it droned, "don't blow it." Oliver stared back at his reflection, the fabric clung to him like a memory, smelling faintly of cedar and saltwater. For the first time all day, he felt lightheaded. With one final gulp, he dropped the pants and grabbed the old shirt from earlier. Then pushed open the closet door with nothing on but that oversized t-shirt, locking eyes straight with the Alpha. Matteo hadn't moved after being shoved out. He just sat there, expressionless on the couch facing the doorway, waiting to catch sight of Oliver the moment he stepped out. The door creaked open, first a head emerged, still tucked into that giant t-shirt, and when it spotted him sitting there, panic flickered across its face before the figure bolted back inside. 2 seconds later, though, it pulled the door wide open again, stepping out completely, exposing himself fully to Matteo's gaze. Matteo's gaze locked onto Oliver the instant he saw him. Oliver shot a quick glance at the quiet second male, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Brother, I'm ready now. Thanks for the clothes, I'd better go." Oliver bolted. He ran so fast he didn't even get to say goodnight. Matteo stared at Oliver's retreating figure, his eyes reddening. That little prey who'd teased him and then vanished, irritating as hell. Not angry, not the kind of fire that burns. Oliver hadn't just fled back to his room, he wasn't safe enough, not even close. He'd thrown himself under the covers like a frightened animal, finally calming down. Then it hit him, on day one, Matteo had made it painfully clear he hated being deliberately tempted. And wasn't that exactly what he'd just done? Insane, he was losing his mind. Oliver could still feel the way Matteo had looked at him, like he wanted to devour him right there on the spot. His face burned, neck flushing red as he twisted and turned in bed, pulling the blankets tight around himself until he was a cocoon of sheets. He couldn't sleep, not at all. Instead, his mind buzzed with restless energy. Oliver had no choice but to play on his phone for a while. Remembering that Benjamin said he would issue a statement to explain what happened during the day, he clicked on the program Forgettable and saw that at 3 p.m. the program team had posted a message, which roughly meant that Mr. Matteo happened to pass by on his way back from a business trip and saw Oliver being blocked, so he got out of the car to help. It was not a private date. Everything else was true, but no one believed it. Oliver, seriously, you all just predicted this. He winced, guilt washing over him, then set the phone down. Lying in bed still wearing the second male's clothes, Matteo's cool scent lingered faintly, just there, impossible to ignore, like he was never really gone. It was like Matteo was softly singing him to sleep. He couldn't help but recall an abo fic he'd read before, where AEO males in heat would go into nesting mode, wrapping themselves in their partner's clothes if they weren't satisfied. Now he finally understood why. Normally, it'd be an alarm clock or some grand dream that woke someone up, but Oliver was stirred by the sheer will to cook a proper meal for Matteo. Surprisingly, he didn't have a headache this morning. Even though he hadn't slept much last night, it had been oddly peaceful. The second he woke up, Matteo's pheromones wrapped around him like a warm blanket, so good that Oliver almost didn't want to take off the white t-shirt still clinging to his skin. Maybe I'll just wait till after cooking to change. Walking around bare-legged in broad daylight felt too exposed, so he pulled on a pair of pants instead. Matteo had already gone to work. He sent a WeChat message to Oliver saying that he would come back for dinner in the evening. With the day stretching ahead, Oliver planned to brainstorm his next book, grab a light bite at noon, take a quick nap, then get started on prepping ingredients. He'd actually already had an idea in mind. Don't let Oliver's cool, aloof looks fool you. His soft personality hid a knack for writing supernatural infinite loop stories. The kind that once scared a 30-year-old reader so badly they ended up sleeping with their parents for a whole week after finishing his book. Once he got into the flow of writing, time always slipped away. By the time Oliver had mapped out his plot, it was already afternoon, no more nap left in him. He didn't even feel hungry when he got busy, just snacked on a few chips to tide himself over before diving into chopping and prepping. The cylindrical building next to Hay Peak is Matteo's company, Ijinxing, named after the phrase admiring the lofty peak. One follows its example. Riding the wave of internet boom, and with Matteo's sharp instincts, the company had quickly grown into a globally recognized mobile tech giant. Their flagship products, a line of smartphones so popular they constantly topped charts, both at home and overseas. That was exactly why the Inan family was desperate to bring Matteo back. For employees at big tech firms, overtime was routine. Their boss, he'd usually stay until well past 10 at night. Even if he left early, it was still close to 9. But this evening, Ijinxing's small employee groups were buzzing with excitement, as word spread that the boss had left right at 6 of the clock sharp. A few bold souls even snuck into the executive floor and confirmed it. Matteo really did leave at 6 sharp. Everyone was stunned, jaw-dropping in fact. Their boss, the guy who once showed up to work after getting a flu shot, stayed until nearly midnight just to finish his reports. Owen lingered in the lively employee WeChat group, adjusting his glasses with a sigh, sometimes knowing too much was more trouble than it was worth. Only he knew about the boss's secret romance, and he was practically dying to say something. When Matteo got home, orange sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the furniture in warm hues and softening the otherwise cold aesthetic into something unexpectedly cozy. He stood silently in the entryway, taking it all in. It had been ages since he'd seen a sunset on a workday. Oliver heard the sound and dropped his spatula, rushing out from the kitchen. "You're back." Matteo looked up, pupils narrowing just slightly. Omega was in an apron, smiling at him, underneath, still wearing the same white t-shirt from last night, now hanging loose on Oliver's frame, collar crooked and revealing a glimpse of delicate collarbone. Matteo gave a quiet then suddenly realized how hungry he was. Oliver watched him take off his shoes. "Just wait a sec, there's one more dish almost done." With that, he darted back into the kitchen. Matteo followed, leaning against the doorway and watching Oliver move with quick, practiced motions. When Oliver noticed Alpha standing there staring, his hands fumbled a little. His stir-fry went slightly off rhythm. After finally plating the last dish, Matteo stepped in. "This place is full of smoke," Oliver said. "You haven't even changed clothes, don't get grease on you." Matteo just stared back, expressionless, making Oliver's skin prickle. When Alpha didn't smile, his presence was overwhelming. So Oliver quickly grabbed the plate, desperate to get out of the kitchen and put some distance between them. As Oliver tried to pass by, Matteo suddenly stopped him with a light grab. Oliver kept his eyes forward, gripping the tray tight. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a long, elegant hand lift a strand of his hair. Oliver's gaze followed the hand instinctively, watching as it trailed his strand of hair toward the second male lead's lips. Matteo dipped his head, brushing a soft kiss against the length of Oliver's hair. In that instant, Oliver could not help but feel that Matteo's gesture carried a quiet reverence. He heard Matteo say, "A thank you." Oliver moved slowly, still fumbling with a few ingredients he wasn't entirely sure how to handle. He kept checking recipes as he went, even sacrificing his afternoon nap, but still couldn't get everything ready in time for Matiosa's arrival home. The sun had fully dipped below the horizon, and as the skyscrapers of a city CBD flickered on one by one, the pulse of this international metropolis began to stir. Matteo stared at the table, 8 dishes plus a dessert, and his heart churned with emotion so deep it felt ready to crash over him like a wave, waiting only for the right moment to sweep Oliver away. "So many dishes, you must have been cooking forever." Oliver gave a small smile, not bothering to specify how long he'd spent. "Meh, I didn't make much of anything, didn't want leftovers going to waste. Remember that quiz game? You said you loved fish. I did squirrel mandarin fish, spicy steamed fish head, and that little tomato braised sea bass. Go on, try them." As Oliver named each dish, Matteo tasted one after another. Each bite was followed by a string of lavish praise, words so sweet they made Oliver's head spin, convinced he'd just unlocked the secrets of gourmet magic. No more writing novels, he could easily turn pro in the kitchen. And every time he looked up, Matteo offered that same gentle, warm smile, the kind Oliver loved most, his eyes locked on him, full of quiet devotion. It was enough to make Oliver's pulse race. He ended up eating another bowl of rice, all while stealing glances at Matiosa's face. Even though he'd carefully limited the portions, there were still leftovers. Oliver packed them into the fridge for Matteo to grab later when he came home from work, lunchtime fuel waiting in the cold. Just as he was finishing up, he glanced over and saw Matteo already clearing the plates, rolling up his sleeves like he was about to tackle the dishes. Oliver rushed over to help, only for Matteo to give him a quiet look that stopped him in his tracks. "You've done enough today, no way am I letting my chef clean up after himself." Oliver watched worried as Matiosa's hands, now smeared with grease and oil, dipped into the sink. "These dishes are greasy, it'll take forever to scrub, let me do it." Matteo chuckled softly at that. "If they're hard to clean, isn't that even more reason for me to handle them? What kind of man do you think I am, some pampered prince who's never touched a dish in his life?" Oliver hesitated, then nodded honestly. Matteo didn't argue, just smiled wider. "Wait till I get back later. I'll cook for you too, and trust me, it won't be less than what you just made." Oliver's eyes lit up like tiny stars. "Yes, I'm so excited." He was stunned. Wasn't the second lead supposed to be clueless in the kitchen? But then he remembered Matiosa's past, and the sparkle in his gaze dimmed just as fast. Right, even if Matteo had it all now, being a bastard didn't exactly mean he'd been spoiled rotten. So was Matiosa's childhood like his own? Did anyone ever really care? Oliver stared at the back of Matteo as he loaded the dishes into the dishwasher, eyes stinging with sudden ache. His worry meant nothing. After dinner, Matteo surprised everyone by not heading to his study. Instead, he stayed in the living room with Oliver, flipping through channels on the TV. But clearly, his mind wasn't on the screen. Just as they were watching, both their phones buzzed at once. Benjamin had dropped a message in the guest group chat. First came a voice note, complete with that overly sweet bubble popping effect. "Hey, my loves, how's your rest going?" William replied instantly. He sent a long message, basically saying the production team had already arranged flights for everyone, and they would be setting off early tomorrow morning to begin filming the second leg of the show. The location was set in an ancient historic city in the central region, a well-known cultural town across the country, Alankin Town. Oliver had been staying with Matteo for 2 days. The thought of leaving hit him hard, his mood sank instantly. Matteo sat in the armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression just as dark. So many cameras watching every move they made on live stream. That meant he and his Omega had to keep their distance. Just thinking about it sent a surge of irritation through him. He glanced at Oliver, sprawled listlessly across the couch. Of course, the minute an interview was mentioned, his Omega's energy vanished. Was he really that desperate to stay close? Then he would better make it up to Oliver properly in advance. Still lost in his thoughts, Oliver suddenly heard Matteo say, "Come here." Oliver hesitated but still did as he was told, climbing off the sofa and moving obediently toward Matteo. Then suddenly, without warning, Matteo seized his wrist and yanked him down. Oliver tumbled right onto his lap. Oliver's eyes snapped wide. "What?" Matteo shifted slightly, adjusting him until Oliver was properly seated on his thighs. He'd done this before during a temporary mark, but back then Oliver had been out cold. Now he was fully awake, hyper-aware of every inch between them. The proximity of Mattios's face made Oliver's breath catch. It felt like the air itself had vanished. Matteo pulled Oliver completely into his arms, finally feeling satisfied. His hand slid slowly down Oliver's spine, sending a shiver through him, then stopped at the delicate curve of his neck. A soft voice brushed Oliver's ear. Mattios whispered, "The mark's gone." Those words instantly made Oliver's head spin, blood rushing to his cheeks. Was that really what Matteo meant? Did he want to remark him? But his heat was over. Matteo didn't need to stabilize him with pheromones anymore. Not being in heat yet still wanting to bond with a mark, doesn't that mean Matteo feels something for him too? Thoughts tumbled in Oliver's head. He stared at Mattios's sharp features, eyes glistening, then slowly pushed himself upright from his embrace. His slender fingers reached for the nape of his neck. Oliver gently swept aside the long strands of hair covering his gland. His voice was soft, barely audible, trembling slightly. But every note carried like a spark in silence, igniting something deep inside Matteo that made him want to hold on tighter, harder. Oliver whispered, "Brother, mark me." Mattios's chest tightened. Truth was, he hadn't meant to mark Oliver right then, hadn't even planned it. Omega was too fragile. Every time he bit, Oliver passed out cold, so if Oliver didn't bring it up, Matteo wouldn't push. The way he'd lifted Oliver into his arms brought back that day. They'd first marked each other, fleeting, unspoken. Counting the days, Oliver's heat cycle had passed. Their mark had faded completely. It hit Matteo then, a quiet sigh of realization. He hadn't expected Oliver to be so forward, again asking him to continue the marking. The desperate need for an alpha's mark, that was just insecurity screaming loud. Guess he'd been falling short, hadn't given little grape enough proof that he wasn't going anywhere. God, he wanted to claim him for good forever. Oliver's memory of last night was hazy. All he could recall was the moment he'd spoken. Then the gentle warmth in the other man's eyes twisting into something raw and fierce, a split second before those teeth sank into his gland. Then darkness again, woke up just after dawn. He was back in his own bed, so Matteo must have carried him here. That memory made him blink, then smile faintly. He swore he'd heard Matteo murmur something like, "God, I wish this damn show would just end." What would we do after it ends? Oliver's cheeks flushed, and he dared not think too much. This time the bite hadn't ached like before, no dull throb, no sharp sting. Was he just getting tougher from all the bites? Or was Matteo going to run out of strength one day? The thought popped up, and Oliver burst into laughter at his own silliness. He didn't even know it deep down, he'd already mapped Matteo into his future. Tomorrow they were officially starting the second leg of the journey. Oliver was half tempted to sneak home and pack a bag, then Matteo hit him with a message. Owen's heading over to the house soon to drop off some stuff. Oliver sent back a sticker pack, still that same cat head series he'd saved days ago. Half an hour later, Owen wheeled out of the elevator with a cargo cart, struggling under the weight. The thing was stacked high with bags and boxes. He pushed it into the living room, then dashed back into the elevator for 2 more suitcases. The usually immaculate executive assistant, his crisp hairstyle now slightly tousled, looked utterly spent. Owen took a couple of deep breaths, stood up straight, and adjusted his glasses. Oliver immediately grabbed a glass of water and urged him to sit down and rest. Owen said, "Thank you, Mr. Oliver, but I am fine, I still have work to do. This is something Mr. Matteo had ordered for you, take a look, and if there is anything else you need, feel free to reach out." He'd added Oliver on WeChat, then tossed in one last thing. "Mr. Matteo also said to check the coat closet." Before Oliver could ask a single question, Owen was already halfway down the hall. Oliver, yeah, no wonder corporate assistants are never easy. Owen looked like he'd been running on fumes. He flipped through the items, basic necessities, from toothbrushes and cups to slippers and band-aids, bigger stuff like bedding and luggage too, all of it either decorated with grape patterns or in that soft milk yellow shade. Oliver had no idea how Mr. Matteo even knew he liked those colors. But the sheer volume of stuff, was this a hint that he was supposed to stay here long-term? He rubbed his face with both hands, trying to cool down, then wandered toward the master bedroom. It was actually the first time he'd been in Mattio's room during daylight. The bed sheets and duvet cover were pure black, just like him, polished on the outside, quiet, distant underneath. Oliver felt awkward poking around, so he headed straight for the walk-in closet, and immediately let out a small gasp. In the middle were still the neatly arranged clothes of Matteo that Oliver had seen the night before. And the small door on the right that had been closed before was now wide open, and a row of clothes inside could be seen from the outside. Oliver stepped in. What met his eyes were all kinds of new Chinese-style jackets and shirts, plus regular hoodies, t-shirts, different silhouettes of outerwear, and a whole spread of pants in various fabrics. What blew him away, the sleepwear line, full seasonal range from spring to winter with several pieces sporting grape prints. For a second, he thought Matteo might actually be more into grapes than he was. Coming back to himself, Oliver stared at the mountain of clothes, his eyes blurring with emotion. What on earth did he do to deserve Matteo treating him so attentively? Since the owner was not there, Oliver did not feel comfortable staying in the master bedroom for long. He quietly backed out, closed the door gently, and decided to unpack his luggage after Matteo came back from work. He figured he'd start in the living room, sorting through what Owen had brought over. Except that by the time he finished one pile, another was already waiting, and then another after that, until it felt like he was stuck in a loop. Matteo stepped out of the elevator and froze when he saw Oliver sprawled on the sofa, eyes vacant, totally still. Dude's a shopping addict. I mean, it's all for me, but seriously, how much is too much? One pack done, another waiting, one done, another already there. It was like he'd fallen into some endless cycle. He probably dreams about unpacking now. Matteo just laughed when Oliver vented. I still feel like I haven't bought enough, he said. I'll get the rest next week. Oliver, fine. He was practically dead on his feet already. It took him an hour just to catch his breath, and by then it was pitch black outside. Suddenly, Matteo walked out of the bedroom, holding a pack of gland patches in each hand. He asked Oliver, do you want to wear this grape-flavored gland patch this time, or the creamy yellow one? Oliver glanced up lazily. Grape's fine. With that settled, Matteo turned back toward the room. Just as Oliver closed his eyes again, he snapped upright, realizing something. Wait, was Matteo actually helping him pack? So startled was he that his aching legs and back instantly felt fine. He rushed into Matteo's bedroom where the door was open. Inside, he spotted a white suitcase on the floor, Owen's earlier delivery, with several neatly folded clothes already packed inside. Oliver's clothes. The system murmured quietly, so that's what dad energy really means. Matteo reappeared from the closet with another one of Oliver's new pajamas, spotting him standing there. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be resting. Oliver looked up at him, wide-eyed and flustered. I don't need you to pack for me, it's too much trouble, really. He'd started calling him bro more and more lately, and now, in this moment, he didn't even care about being embarrassed. All he felt was warmth swelling inside his chest, like someone had filled him up from the inside. Matteo's logic was simple. Now that he'd decided to accept Oliver's feelings, he had to take responsibility, including making sure Oliver was looked after. So when he saw how tired the kid looked, it just felt natural to start packing his bags. They stood there for a moment, locked in silent tension, before finally giving in and tackling the task together. Oliver couldn't stop marveling. The second lead was seriously gifted at organizing. His clothes were folded so perfectly square, it made Oliver's own effort look embarrassingly sloppy by comparison. Sure enough, Matteo shot a quick glance at Oliver's haphazardly stuffed suitcase and the crumpled mess of clothing piled in random spots, like he couldn't bear to look anymore, and turned away sharply. After a few seconds, he finally gave up, motioned for Oliver to sit back, then dragged the suitcase over and started all over again. Blushing furiously, Oliver curled up on the sofa in Matteo's room, hugging his knees tightly as he watched, silent and obedient, while Matteo took care of everything. After a few minutes, he buried his face into his knees and quietly wiped away a tear, one born of quiet joy. They'd be leaving for the airport at 7 sharp the next morning, so after finishing up, they grabbed something quick to eat before calling it a night. Right before departure, the production team insisted that Oliver and Matteo leave separately. Matteo took his own car to the airport, Oliver was picked up by a show-provided vehicle. Matteo went downstairs first. As they waited for the elevator, he suddenly reached out and pulled Oliver into his arms, ruffling his hair playfully. After letting go, Matteo glanced at Oliver's sleepy-eyed, drowsy face, still half in dreams from not getting enough rest, and smiled softly before stepping inside the elevator. By the time Oliver fully woke up, they were already boarding the plane. Another 45 minutes of travel after landing would bring them to the filming location, already mid-afternoon by the time they arrived. Alankin, an ancient city with 1,000 years of history and rich traditional Chinese charm, quietly stands in the heartland, welcoming visitors from around the world with open arms. Oliver looked up at the white-walled, dark-tiled courtyard framed by mountains and water like something out of a painting, finally feeling it all sink in. The second leg of Love Mailbox had officially begun. As a renowned tourist city, Alankin is home to numerous historic buildings, and the traditional Chinese courtyards built to welcome visitors are simply countless. The production team of Love Mailbox still went all out to book Eunhee Hotel, Alankin's most famous inn. Traditional Chinese courtyards are built with mountains at their back and water facing forward, ponds shaped like crescent moons to trap good energy, pavilions and walkways winding through bamboo groves, stone arrangements scattered just right, all blending into a serene, timeless elegance unique to Chinese design. As the guests passed under the moon gate and stepped into the main courtyard, they were instantly captivated by the breathtaking beauty before them. William tugged Oliver's arm, buzzing with excitement as they snapped photos, deliberately posing with a serene expression, only to earn an eye roll from Benjamin passing by. Benjamin led the group on a quick tour around the property, giving viewers in the live stream a look at where they'd be staying this leg of the journey. After the walk, everyone stepped through the covered corridor and settled into the indoor drawing room. William couldn't wait, so howdy we splitting rooms. Last time the production team had sorted them by personality onto different floors, each with a private room. Benjamin gave William a slow, satisfied glance. That's exactly what I was about to say. He cleared his throat theatrically and grinned. So, due to budget constraints this time around, yeah, we're not doing single rooms like last stop. Seriously, I'm dead this excuse again. Production always blames funding issues when they pull stunts. William's face froze. Wait, didn't you just rent the whole place out? How is there not enough room for everyone? Benjamin scratched his head and gave a sheepish chuckle. Well, staff need somewhere to sleep too. Henry shot back coldly. Just cut the yacht budget from last time, Monia'd be fine then. Benjamin flicked a look at him. Got to spend wisely. No yacht, no romantic party. Sebastian, his chestnut curls bouncing slightly as he seemed just a bit thinner, asked, So what's the plan for rooming? Benjamin scanned the 8 guests, then called out to the crew in the corner, Bring it up. A staff member carried over an old wooden box and handed it to Benjamin. You'll be sharing rooms, 2 people per room. As for how you're paired, Benjamin stretched the word out. We'll leave it up to fate. He added with a knowing smirk, Fate is also this season's central theme of Love Letter. Matteo looked up at Oliver, only to catch his Omega's face pale, fingers nervously twisting the edge of his shirt. His brow furrowed. What was wrong? Was he unwell? William hesitated, voice tinged with concern. Not a double-bed room, right? Benjamin said flatly, Relax, 2 beds. All right, the box I'm holding has 4 colored balls, 2 of each color. Matching colors mean sharing a room. Come on over and draw. The guests lined up one by one to pull their balls, and every single one they revealed was black. Levi twisted his ball slightly, then pried it open. Inside, a smaller sphere and the color, orange. Everyone else followed suit, popping open their own balls in quick succession. William called out to Levi, Wait, I've got orange too. Levi gave a small nod and smiled back at him. Sebastian glanced at Levi, lips pressing together in quiet thought, then cracked open his own ball, purple inside. Lucas held up the purple ball. Sebastian were roommates. With that, 4 pairs were confirmed. The remaining 2 were a perfect match of 2 alphas and 2 omegas. Mattio's gaze darkened. He'd actually, unlike himself, prayed silently when he took the ball, just once, let me get the same color as Oliver. It wasn't like him at all. Henry opened his ball without hesitation, blue. He didn't care who he shared a room with, so it was just a quick, casual move. Benjamin suddenly stopped Theodore from cracking open his ball and turned to face Matteo. Matteo, you're up first." Matteo raised an eyebrow, then twisted the ball with practiced ease. Inside, a calm green sphere rested in his palm. Different from Henry's color. The silence was thick enough to hear someone nearby gasp softly. Everyone locked eyes on Theodore and Oliver. Screen chatter slowed to a crawl as the audience held their breath, waiting for one final reveal. Oliver kept his head down, fingers still curled around the ball. Theodore glanced at him, saw he wasn't moving, and without a word took charge and opened his own. He smiled as he slowly opened the ball, deliberately dragging out the motion for greater showmanship, which made the chat comments jokingly say that Theodore and Benjamin were getting mischievous. The black sphere split down the middle, revealing a vivid shade of teal underneath. Theodore's ball was teal. Only then did Oliver finally lift his hand in silence, pulling out the small blue ball from inside the black one. Matteo frowned hard. This wasn't just a simple situation. He had a family to think about. How could he possibly share a room with another Omega? He turned to Benjamin and asked, "Can we switch rooms?" Benjamin answered right away, "Yeah, sure." Before Matteo could press further, he added quickly, "We'll get 2 room swaps later on, though whether you actually get one depends on how well you do. Right now, though, no spoilers." Matteo's glare was razor sharp, like it could pierce right through him, but Benjamin just laughed it off and pretended not to notice. Each color corresponds to a specific room. Purple and orange are on the ground floor, blue and teal up top. You're free to head in and settle in. We'll regroup here later tonight. Oliver stayed quiet throughout. From the moment Benjamin picked up that box, he knew there was no escape. In the original story, Matteo had ended up sharing a room with Theodore. Oliver could not quite put his finger on how he was feeling. All he knew was that his heart felt like it had been stuck with countless needles, a painful and sour sensation. It felt like worry, like sadness, maybe even something else, jealousy. The group split down the hallway. Henry was already halfway up the stairs. Theodore hesitated, glancing back at Oliver and Matteo before following suit. Oliver trailed behind, pushing his suitcase with a distant look in his eyes. Suddenly, a big hand snatched away his suitcase. Oliver turned his head and met Matteo's pitch-black eyes as deep as a pool. Neither said a word. Matteo hefted Oliver's bag in one hand and started up the stairs. Oliver followed silently behind. 2 rooms came into view, each with a pair of mailboxes mounted on either side, matching the occupants inside. The show's logo, a pink envelope, was plastered on the inner room door in blue. The outer one bore a teal version. Clearly, the color matched the room assignment. Matteo stopped at the doorway of the inner room and handed Oliver over to it. Oliver mumbled, "Thanks, Mr. Matteo." Matteo let out a silent sigh. He was being called Mr. Matteo again. Little Grape must be mad. He said, "Don't take off your sweatband when you sleep." Oliver's eyes stung, and he glanced up at him before lowering his head, muttering, "Yeah." A large hand brushed gently over the top of his head, just like earlier, when Matteo had turned to step into the elevator. Was Matteo leaving him again? The touch faded. Oliver felt warmth building behind his eyes, ready to spill the moment Matteo turned away. Suddenly, the hand that Oliver had hanging by his side was lifted. Strong fingers, knuckles sharp and defined, took hold of Oliver's pale, delicate hand, then slowly slid their own between his, one by one, deliberate yet firm. Fingers locked together. This was their first time holding hands. Oliver's downward gaze caught the exact way Matteo lifted his hand, how he cradled it completely in his own. The warmth and strength from Matteo seeped into his skin, shattering every worry, every doubt in an instant. They'd hugged plenty, even shared a kiss on the cheek, but this was their first real hold. Not as intense as a kiss or embrace, but achingly tender, so careful like Oliver truly was cradled in Matteo's hands. Matteo took Oliver's hand and gave it a gentle little shake. If it were not for the camera, he would have brought it to his lips for a kiss. But right now, all he could do was stay in the blind spot of the corridor camera and use his body to shield their intertwined hands. Looking down at Oliver's reddened eyes, Matteo whispered, "It's okay, I'm just next door, you can come find me anytime." Oliver gave a soft, quiet mihm. Matteo opened the door for Oliver. After he went in, Mateos' eyes instantly turned gloomy. He stared at the door with a blue envelope stuck on it for a while before turning around and leaving. He could feel Mateos' alpha pressure even through the door, same level as him, top tier. It was a warning. Could he still quit the show now? As soon as Oliver stepped into the room, he saw Henry sitting by the window, radiating icy calm. He gave a quick call, Henry. Henry barely nodded, just enough to acknowledge. Silence dropped instantly, thick and heavy. Neither of them felt like talking. Oliver scanned the room, way bigger than a standard hotel twin. Walnut tones dominating, ornate wooden furniture, delicate bamboo screens, all polished to a serene elegance. His gaze landed on the two beds in the center. The space between them was generous, far more distance than he'd expected. On the surface, Oliver stayed cool as he started unpacking, but inside, mystified. He wasn't good with words. He had no idea how to handle someone like Henry, a walking ice fortress. Thinking about it only made him admire Theodai more. How on earth did he ever thaw that glacier? Henry remained motionless in the pierced lion armchair by the window, scrolling through his phone, not even bothering to unpack. Oliver thought for a moment and then asked, "Henry, you take the bed by the window and I will take the one inside." Henry looked up at him, said okay, then lowered his head again as if there was an invisible barrier between him and Oliver. He couldn't be too close to someone with an alpha's aura. In the next room over, Theodai was quietly putting things away, careful not to make a sound, didn't want to disturb Matteo, who sat stiffly reading reports on his laptop. He didn't dare glance toward Matteo either, the one person among the 7 guests he found hardest to be around. Mr. Matteo looked like a gentle scholar, calm, composed, but his presence was overwhelming. His smile never reached his eyes. When he wasn't smiling, you'd almost feel guilty just looking at him. Only Oliver is not afraid of Mr. Matteo. Oliver is really something. The golden glow of the setting sun draped a warm hue over the entire Alankin, and the guests had mostly settled in by then. PDs knock on every room door, calling everyone to gather. Benjamin's already seated in the lounge, sipping tea and waiting for the rest. Seeing everyone had arrived, he stood up and said with a smile, "How are the rooms? This is Alankin's finest inn." Olukas nods in agreement. William quietly grimaces, sure, it's gorgeous, but he still has to share space with an alpha who's got someone else on his mind. Honestly, it's exhausting. Benjamin said, "Go out through the main entrance and walk about meters. You will come across a long street. It is a traditional alley with distinct Alankin charm, and that is where you will be spending your time shortly." Sebastian asks, "So we're just going shopping?" Benjamin replied, "You could say that. Alankin is a world-famous ancient city. Since we are here, how could we not bring back some souvenirs? The only thing you need to do next is go shopping." William eyes him skeptically. "Wait, really? Just buy stuff and nothing else? Now that's my specialty." Benjamin nods at first, then his smile widens. "That's right, but here's the catch. You can't let anyone see what you bought. Afterward, hand your souvenirs over to your PD for safekeeping." Oliver blinks in confusion. This wasn't in the original script at all. He'd read it several times. The flow was clear before. Was this another ripple from his own arrival, like when the second lead suddenly changed the song mid-performance? Matteo suddenly speaks up, "So, can we go solo or can we wander together?" Benjamin raises an eyebrow at him. "Either way works, just be back before 9. Though no one's sure what the point is, they're long since used to the show's habit of pulling random stunts on a whim. Best just go with it. Guests drift out of He Hotel in small groups, following their PDs toward Ongan Street. Darkness swallows the last streaks of sunset. The moon takes over as the sky lights up, and the shops along Ongan Street flicker on one by one, ready to welcome night owls hitting the streets. It's also a hotspot for content creators, some with operos filming vlogs, others snapping photos of people, so blending in under cover of night isn't too hard. William barely opens his mouth to call Oliver, when he sees Matteo step up beside him and glance over without a word. He got what Matteo's look meant. It was like telling him to keep his distance and not to interrupt him and his wife while they were strolling around. William rolls his eyes, shifts focus, thinking of asking Theodai instead, only to see him walking toward Henry. He finally found Olukas. Wasn't that a relief? But before he even reached him, his peripheral vision caught Sebastian heading straight for the guy. William immediately picked up the pace. He wasn't about to share a stroll with someone like Levi, who already had eyes on another alpha. No way was Lucas going to get snatched. Everyone watched as William burst into a sprint, skidding to a stop right in front of Lucas and blurting out an invitation to shop together. Lucas blinked, completely puzzled. Why was William suddenly so eager? But he didn't hesitate, grinning and saying yes on the spot. Left behind were only Levi and Sebastian at the back. Oliver still tried to glance at that duo, wondering if they'd tag along together, but Matteo hooked an arm around his shoulder and tugged him away. "Me watching other alphas while you're right here," Matteo teased, a smirk curling his lips. Oliver chuckled nervously. "I was just curious, okay? I don't even know where Levi and Sebastian stand with each other." Matteo thought back to the way Levi had looked that afternoon, not glowing like he did in week 1, just flat, quiet, gone. If he did not reciprocate Oliver's feelings, would he also become as depressed as Levi? Just the thought of his Omega suffering sent a sharp wave of fury flickering through Matteo's eyes. Oliver was scanning storefronts, mentally deciding what to buy when he heard Matteo murmur softly, "I don't know how they'll turn out, but ours is already written." The words hit Oliver like a punch. His fingers curled instinctively, gripping for something, anything, to steady his racing heart. Was Matteo's idea of the end the same one Oliver had been dreaming about? His restless fingers were enveloped by a large, warm palm. Oliver suddenly looked up and met Matteo's smiling eyes. Mr. Matteo gave Oliver's hand a firm, satisfied tug. "Come on," he said, "let's go shopping." Maybe Benjamin was right. Maybe he really did have separation anxiety. Only hours apart and already losing his mind over it. Screw the cameras. He wanted to walk hand in hand with Oliver, loud and proud, letting everyone see this man belonged to him. Behind them, 2 cameramen trailed like ghosts, earbuds buzzing as Benjamin's muffled voice crackled. "Camera up higher, yeah, perfect, keep it steady." One of the guys whispered, "Benjamin, this angle's weird, we're only getting half a body. The rest is just sky." Benjamin snapped, "Did I fucking want this shot? I can't take it anymore, where's the PD? Get them to tell those 2 to stop holding hands." "Camera guy dia depended, the PDs are in the bathroom." The second Benjamin's voice crackled through the earpiece. Tight with fury, Oliver's PD Wu and Matteo's PD Ajeo had already vanished into the restroom, nowhere to be seen. "Just join the stream, why does this view look so weird? Kinda hard to make out, just see 2 heads close together." To be honest, the image is blurry, but that awkward angle says it all. Who films guests with only their heads showing at the bottom, seriously? Staff pulled up the last comment and showed it to Benjamin. "Screw it, let them do whatever they want." Though the main street swelled with growing crowds of tourists, Oliver remained utterly oblivious to the surrounding clamor. His entire awareness narrowed to the steady warmth where Matteo's hand engulfed his own, fingertips tingling where their palms pressed together. Oliver still remembered they were filming a show. He tried to pull away slightly, only to have his hand held even tighter. Heat creeping up his neck, Oliver thought bitterly. Benjamin had tried to pull away, but Matteo just wouldn't let go. The moment this realization hit, Oliver's stiff posture gradually eased. His hand, still held in another's, responded with a gentle squeeze, fingers instinctively interlacing with the larger palm beside him. Matteo felt the shift, a quiet smile flickering in his eyes. They walked like that all the way to the end of the long street. Oliver stared at the open road ahead, realizing they'd actually made it out. He turned quickly and said, "We haven't bought souvenirs yet." Matteo chuckled, "I know." Oliver frowned, "Then why didn't you say anything?" Matteo kept walking, calmly turning the Omega around and heading back down the street. "Because I wanted to hold your hand a little longer." Holy hell, his heart was going to explode from how much that guy's messing with him. "It's almost 8, we should get going. Benjamin said we have to be back by 9. Matteo nodded, his gaze catching the faint red flush on Oliver's ears. His mood instantly lifted, a little of the afternoon's cloudiness lifting too. Oliver wasn't paying attention to what kind of shop they passed. He just yanked Matteo toward the nearest large storefront without hesitation. Inside, he whispered, "Mr. Matteo, if we can't let anyone know what we pick, we'll have to choose separately." This time he tightened his grip slightly. Matteo finally relented, but not before giving one last firm squeeze, punishing Oliver both for the formal Mr. Matteo address and for trying to pull away. Oliver stepped into the corner of the store, took a deep breath. He'd imagined this moment differently. He thought Matteo would keep his distance here, but instead, he was clingy. Though the word felt absurd when applied to someone like Matteo, that's exactly how Oliver felt. Oliver shook his head, then decided to focus first on selecting souvenirs. What should I get? Back then, travel was rare. He'd barely ever left the city, let alone gone far. Usually just some nearby towns for the day, and souvenirs meant a postcard or keychain from wherever he went. But now it's different. He has someone worth giving everything for, so this gift needs to be perfect. Oliver scanned the shop, eyes darting over racks and displays, until one item caught his attention like a magnet. He knew exactly what he wanted. Oliver gestured to the item, indicating to his PD Jack, who'd been tailing him all along, that this was what he wanted. Originally, they were supposed to shop on their own, but after Benjamin spotted the two pairs moving in sync through the monitor, he changed the rules. He didn't want them accidentally meeting at checkout, so now guests picked items and told their PDs, who'd buy them instead. Oliver stepped out of the shop right away. His eyes landed on a striking figure in the crowd. An alpha in a long dark coat, tall and elegant, radiating quiet authority. The alpha had been watching the door all along. Now he saw Oliver, and that distant expression softened instantly. Matteo was waiting for him. The thought made Oliver's eyes crinkle at the corners, his lips curling up before he could stop it. This time, Oliver didn't wait for Matteo to reach out. He stepped forward and slipped his hand into the other man's palm, just like they'd done on the way in, walking back together. By now, Oliver and Matteo had circled the entire length of Ongan Street, so it only made sense that they ended up returning to the inn last. The moment he stepped inside, Oliver found Benjamin sitting in the chair, radiating quiet annoyance. Benjamin shot them a wounded glance, then his eyes widened, his gaze locking onto their intertwined hands. Oliver flinched like a teenager caught making out in front of the teacher. He yanked his hand back, but it didn't budge. Matteo stayed cool as ice, meeting Benjamin's sharpening stare with a faint curl of his fingers against Oliver's palm. Oliver sucked in a breath, his face went hot. He couldn't even look at him. "Get going, you two," Benjamin said flatly. "If you're going to stick together like that, don't parade it in front of me." Oliver turned crimson, shoved Matteo away, and bolted upstairs. Oliver burst into the room, slammed the door behind him, and doubled over, catching his breath. He'd run so fast, it was all Benjamin's fault. What kind of thing was sticking together anyway? Just as he caught his breath, Oliver spotted Henry still in the same spot where he'd left him that afternoon, same hoodie, damp hair, clearly just showered and ready for bed. If not for the change of clothes, it looked like nothing had changed at all. They exchanged a quick nod. Oliver hadn't even sat down to grab a drink when someone knocked on the door. It was the PDs delivering the nightly letters, one for each station's first night. Oliver took them, walked back inside, and handed one to Henry. He wrote fast now. He had someone specific in mind, and so much he wanted to say. Fast as he was, someone else was faster. Oliver stared at his roommate's letter, done in 2 seconds, and fell silent. The room went still. Next door, the same hush hung in the air. Matteo had just opened his paper when he saw Theodore emerge from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. He didn't react, just looked away, then wrote with effortless grace, sealed it like a nobleman from another century. Suddenly remembered something, Matteo's pupils snapped wide open, his elegance instantly replaced by a sharp, dangerous glare. What if Henry sees little Grape out of the bath? He can't be allowed to see that. Damn it, he absolutely has to switch rooms. Benjamin was still sitting downstairs, watching Matteo reappear, and said, "You're not changing tonight." Matteo's face darkened like storm clouds. Benjamin sighed, pleading at length with all the persuasive skills he could muster. But Matteo remained planted like an immovable monument. No amount of talking could shift. Finally, Benjamin caved with a frustrated sigh. "Christ, you are impossible. Just tough it out one more night, the swap happens tomorrow. But keep it under wraps with the others, got it?" Matteo got exactly what he wanted, murmured thanks, then finally strode away with calm precision. He knew full well he wouldn't be getting a room change tonight. After all, he and Benjamin had been classmates for years. Benjamin looked mild-mannered on the surface, but deep down, unshakable, stubborn to the core. His real goal was just finding out when exactly he could move so he'd know what to expect. And lucky it was a double room. Oliver had only managed to hit the bed early because of Henry's need for an early night. Otherwise, with his messed-up sleep schedule lately, he might have been tossing and turning all night. Oliver lay half-dreaming in the warm sheets, doing one last check before sleeping, his neck gland patch. The second lead had told him not to take it off at night. He'd stuck it on right after his shower and buttoned his pajamas neatly. Yep, totally secure. As night deepened, even Alankin, a bustling tourist city, grew quiet, and the entire town slipped into peaceful sleep. But on the second floor of He Hotel, Oliver suddenly snapped awake. He'd woken up hungry. All he'd had all day was that airplane meal at noon, then a dizzying walk down the long street with Matteo, frantic last-minute souvenir shopping, rushing back before 9. Totally forgot about eating altogether. And honestly, the real reason was simple. He didn't feel hungry around Matteo. All he could see was that hand being held by him. Wonder if Matteosa even hungry. Oliver slipped out of bed quietly, fumbled around in the dark for a while, finally found a pack of cookies, left by the second lead this morning to stave off hunger on the go. Turns out they came in handy at midnight. He was careful not to crack the biscuit wrapper loud enough to wake Henry, so he tiptoed down the hall and ate them there, only feeling his stomach settle a little once he'd finished, then finally crawled back into bed and passed out. Not even 10 minutes later, Oliver jolted awake from deep sleep, startled by a sharp knock on the door, followed by a piercing blare of a megaphone. Rise and shine, rise and shine, rise and shine. What in the world? Oliver fumbled for his phone, glancing at the time, only 6 a.m. He glanced over at Henry, who was blinking awake too, looking just as confused as he felt. Oliver really wanted to drift back off, but that damn megaphone kept blaring. No way he could sleep through it now, so he dragged himself up and started getting dressed. In the split second he hesitated, Henry was already out of bed, rinsing his face and heading to the door to see what was going on. The urgency in the air rubbed off on Oliver. He sped up his routine without thinking, not even bothering to tie his hair before rushing out. Before leaving, he still paused to check the mailbox. Only one letter waited this time, but Oliver knew exactly who it was from. With a goofy grin spreading across his face, he snatched it up and practically tore the envelope open, his fingers trembling with anticipation. I'm craving grapes. That familiar handwriting, Matteosa. Craving grapes, so Matteo likes them too. Maybe grab a few from the supermarket later, he could use some, and it'd be nice to surprise him. Oliver tucked the note back into his pocket, turned around, then started heading downstairs while still thinking about it. The more he chewed on it, the more he realized Matteo was hinting at something. Wait a second, grapes. Oliver froze halfway down the stairs, eyes narrowing slightly, a faint tremble beneath his lashes. He remembered all those grape-printed things Matteo had bought him, mugs, towels, that little notebook. And his own cologne, grape-scented too. Was the grape in the letter really about him? So, in Matteosa's eyes, was grape code for him. Then, wanting to eat grapes meant. Oliver's racing thoughts snapped back to reality as the car horn blared again. He then hurried downstairs, pausing mid-step when he saw all the guests had already gathered outside. Benjamin stood holding the offending loudspeaker aloft, his expression unshakably calm as he met the groggy, resentful stares of the group he would just roused from sleep. Spotting Oliver, he finally shut it off and grinned, "Sorry, folks, but I had no choice. Otherwise, you'd never have woken up." The guests' morning schedules were legendary. Only Oliver had risen early for his look. Everyone else, with no morning plans, sometimes slept till 9 or 10. Henry's expression was icy. "What the hell is so urgent that we had to be dragged out?" Benjamin said, "I reminded you last night to get back before 9, so you'd rest up. Today, big stuff." Loving Mailbox is jointly produced by Fat Duck Films and Apple Satellite TV, with the latter being a highly influential national broadcast channel that frequently receives official collaboration requests. When the Alankin Cultural Tourism Bureau learned about the show's upcoming filming visit, they reached out to the production team, inviting all 8 guests to participate in their official promotional video shoot. Benjamin said, "That is the situation, so you will be spending the entire day visiting various scenic spots across Alankin and filming promotional content with official partners." William gritted his teeth. "This is huge, why didn't you tell us yesterday?" Benjamin laughed. "When have we ever announced a task in advance?" True, he had a point. Every mission was always sprung that morning. "Time's tight," Benjamin added. "You'll still need makeup and styling, so I had to use an unconventional approach. Sorry in advance." He set down the megaphone. "All right, folks, with so many locations on the itinerary, we will split up for today's shoot, still working in pairs. Now about grouping. Remember yesterday when I said fate's the theme of this leg? We are sticking with the color-coded balls from yesterday's draw. Match colors your partners, simple as that." Matiosa's eyes sharpened instantly. "We already shared a room last night, now we've got to hang out again." Benjamin gave his usual mysterious smile. "Exactly why fate matters, don't worry. 4 p.m., all of you meet at a Jiatong temple for the final shoot." He picked up a sheet of paper from the table. "Due to time constraints, we will not be drawing for locations this time. The production team and Alankin have already assigned your spots based on your appearances and personalities. Levi and William will head to Lining Palace, Sebastian and Alakas to a Kenglin Viewing Pavilion, Mateo and Theodai to the Alankin Museum, and Oliver and Henry to Xin Ayu Academy." Once assignments were set, Benjamin urged everyone toward styling. With no time for delays, this round's mail results would be delivered by each guest's PD during their makeup session. Oliver followed his PD to the RV, and sure enough, Amelaye was waiting for him there. She smiled as he stepped in, Oliver mourning. Leaning slightly closer, she added, "Haven't seen you in a few days, look even more refreshed." Oliver flushed instantly. "Thanks again, Amelaye, really counting on you this time." While getting styled, Jack filled him in on last night's letter results. Levi had still sent to Sebastian, William to Alakas, and surprisingly, Alakas had returned the favor. Even better, Theodai and Henry had written to each other too. Oliver was thrilled, his favorite pairing finally had some momentum. Then Jack dropped a bombshell. Jack said Sebastian sent a letter to Mateo. Mateo listened to the back and forth chatter from John and Asher nearby, his mind drifting to the 2 letters waiting in the mailbox this morning. He'd been in high spirits, eager to see what little Grape had scribbled this time, another love note from his secret crush. But when he saw 2 envelopes, his mood sank. Omega's sensitive by nature. If someone sent him mail, he'd spiral over it for days. After all, he'd been so obvious about it, so who was this idiot still daring to send a letter? He opened one. "Mr. Mateo, sincere wishes for you and Oliver." Mateo, what in the hell? Not writing to the person he's actually into, instead sending some generic blessing to me. At that moment, after hearing John's words, Mateo confirmed his thoughts. This letter was indeed from Sebastian. It was clear he was writing to everyone indiscriminately, yet somehow always avoiding the one person who truly mattered to him deep down. Mr. Mateo shook his head at the realization, muttering to himself, still as clueless as ever. And he'd forgotten entirely about his own brief, clumsy attempt to pull away from Oliver at the start. Asher was tweaking Matiosa's hair nearby, leaning in with a mischievous grin. "Come on, can you even spill what your Omega wrote?" Mateo shot him a cold glance, silence his answer. Asher snorted, "Fine, don't talk, I'll just check the replay later." Mateo closed his eyes, just thinking of Oliver's letter made his lips curl up ever so slightly. I wish this street could go on forever. He felt exactly the same. Amelaye had gone all out to prepare Oliver for Xin Ayu Academy, clean-cut, elegant, with just a touch of makeup to pop on camera. The car carrying Oliver and Henry arrived at the entrance of Xin Ayu Academy. Oliver descended slowly, his movements deliberate as the vehicle came to a full stop. In a flowing moon-white Chinese robe, his long hair half up, half loose, pinned with a jade clip. Maybe it was the makeup, but those usually soft almond eyes now held a quiet, distant intensity. From afar, the robe fluttered in the breeze like mist drifting off an ancient hilltop. Ethereal, otherworldly, as if the screen itself might start to bleed with it. Xin Ayu Academy had stood for centuries, home to multiple top scholars and over 100 Ijinshai graduates. 5 courtyards deep, more than 100 rooms, carved bricks, ornate brackets, timeless and serene. The main director this time was Leo, a veteran with international awards under his belt. Since the guest had only one day to shoot, the crew split into 4 teams, the other 3 handled by assistant directors. After reviewing the lineup, Leo decided he'd take charge of the Academy unit himself. Had arrived early, prepped everything, just waiting for Oliver and Henry to show up. Crew members escorted Oliver and the others to Bayawan Ejay, where Leo was already waiting inside. As they entered the first courtyard, Oliver's eyes widened in surprise. It was spring, but here, blanketed in white. The crew had faked a snow scene. Leo spotted the group approaching, recognized Henry right away, that tall alpha who'd played his lead before. Then his gaze shifted to the man beside him and froze. He'd seen photos and clips of all the guests, knew this snow was staged especially for the long-haired Omega, but seeing Oliver in person, still a shock, like staring at something out of legend. Oliver caught sight of a middle-aged man with thinning hair waiting by the door, then heard Henry whisper beside him, "Leo. Turns out he's the director of the promo reel." Oliver immediately echoed his name, calling out with a quick, eager tone. Leo grinned and nodded repeatedly, completely unassuming for a legendary filmmaker, moving straight into action by outlining the entire shoot schedule without hesitation. Henry's stylist, hearing about today's plans, swapped his jacket for a modern meets ancient black mandarin collar coat, just the right balance to match the promo's aesthetic. Leo clearly approved of the look, waving them off with a firm, "No changes needed, let's roll." Henry's scenes wrapped up in record time. Oliver stood by, quietly impressed. No wonder he was an acting legend. His everyday expression stayed flat as a board, but the moment the camera rolled, he came alive like a different man. When it came to Oliver's turn, he'd been half afraid he'd have to act and inevitably mess up every take. Thankfully, the director gave him an easy task. Just sit by the window reading, then wander into the courtyard for a quick moment with the plum blossoms. Leo and the producer exchanged a glance, eyes locked on the monitor, couldn't help it. Snow and red plum blossoms, a figure standing tall like a vision. Leo stroked his chin, thinking, if this shot airs, Oliver's going to be everywhere, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it. The shoot looked simple on the surface, but Leo was exacting, every frame polished to perfection. Once they wrapped, the crew jumped in the car straight, make it to Ejai Tong Temple or risk being late. Perched high up, Ejai Tong Temple requires visitors to climb a stretch of mountain steps. Jack was practically half carrying Oliver up the stairs by the time they got there, exhausted and gasping for air. Oliver vowed right then to get serious about working out after this. The rush made sense. The team had to finish filming at Ejai Tong Temple before sunset. Morning crowds were too thick, so they'd timed it perfectly. 4 o'clock was just over an hour before closing. The temple shut down at 5, and by then most visitors would be cleared out. The guests gathered at the entrance, and Oliver's gaze locked on Matteo. He literally stopped breathing for a second. For today's scene, the second lead wore a crisp white Chinese-style shirt, delicate embroidery catching the light with quiet elegance. No one knew who dreamed up the look, but someone clearly added gold-rimmed glasses too. The whole effect, utterly refined, almost unnervingly composed, like he'd stepped out of a painting. Matteo was studying his Omega in return, lips curled into that familiar soft smile, the kind that never quite reached the eyes, like there was always something hidden behind a mask. But when he noticed how everyone else was staring at Oliver, the smile dropped instantly. His gaze darkened, just a flicker of irritation slipping through. Oliver had always been hyper-aware of stares. He felt every eye on him and immediately darted to Matteo's side, seeking comfort by getting close. Matteo reached out and steadied Oliver as he rushed over, pulling him swiftly to his side, shielding most of the crowd's view. Benjamin and Leo walked up together. Leo, naturally, was taking charge for the final shoot. Benjamin grinned. "We talked it over with Leo, this scene. Let's keep it real, just act like tourists, no need to perform." Leo added, "No time for praying or incense here. We're focusing on exterior shots, follow me." They trailed behind Leo to the red wall covered in prayer tags. He stopped, gesturing to the side. Everyone who comes to Ejai Tong Temple ends up at this prayer wall. It's loaded with people's deepest hopes. This place matters a lot, and it's non-negotiable for our promo. Benjamin moved in, signaling the P.D.S. to hand out blank wooden tags to the guests. Leo said, "I want this scene shot from start to finish. 8 of you writing your wishes, then hanging them together. The group stiffened. In a place so solemn and hushed, no one took wishing lightly. Even William dropped his usual lazy air. After delivering the instructions, Leo stepped back with his crew, giving the cameras time to set up before nodding for everyone to begin. Oliver had been quietly turning over what to write since he heard the brief. His mind flooded with things he wanted. From something small like tonight's craving for grapes, the fruit kind, to one big dream, being with Matteo forever. He closed his eyes. Just thinking about how the original story never even gave Matteo a proper ending sent ice through his veins. His heart ached so badly he could barely breathe. Once, Matteo was just a character in a book that left him restless. Now, Matteo wasn't just someone he wanted to protect. He was the one etched into his soul. Oliver opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and started writing. Oliver opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and picked up his pen to write down one sentence. Leo glanced around once all were done. "All right, time to hang them." Leo saw that everyone was nearly done writing and called out, "All right, time to hang them up." That's just how we are. We all need something to believe in, some quiet anchor for our simple hopes. 8 tiny tags dissolved into thousands more. A breeze swept through, sending a wave of red fluttering, thousands of wooden charms swaying gently, as if the ancient temple itself whispered back, "I know what you're asking for." Benjamin watched the feed on his monitor. The usually playful man now had pink around the nose. Benjamin stared at the scene on the monitor, his nose tinged red, unusual for someone who was always joking around. Every expression was crystal clear to him, every wish laid bare across the screens in front of him. He glanced at a close-up feed, a small wooden charm tied with red string. The wooden charm read, "Wishing Matteo a smooth journey through life with a fulfilling ending." The golden afterglow spilled over as the bus carried all the guests back home. Maybe everyone had been touched by the solemn mood during the wish ceremony, or maybe they were just too worn out from filming all day. The cabin was quiet, almost hushed. Oliver hadn't slept much last night either. Today was his first time handling such a big shoot, nerves tight the whole time. Now that he was finally on the bus, sitting with Matteo in the back row, he let go and drifted off, eyes shut. Seeing Oliver's head slumped sideways onto the seat, awkward and uncomfortable, Matteo reached over and gently adjusted him. He shifted his own position slightly until he found just the right angle, enough so Oliver could rest easy against his shoulder. Then he slipped on his AirPods, opened his phone, and pulled up the live stream replay from Oliver and Henry's segment today. Amid snowy branches blooming with red plum blossoms, a tall figure with icy hair lowered her gaze to touch the flowers tenderly. Matteo stared at it for a moment, unreadable. His eyes drifted from the ethereal beauty on screen, her long hair like frost and moonlight, to Oliver now asleep against his shoulder in reality, as if some celestial spirit had finally come down to earth and landed right in his arms. Thoughts surged through him, wild, unrestrained, the possessiveness burning deep inside flared hot. He even wished Oliver were a little less striking, maybe even plain or unremarkable. Then no one else would notice him, and only Matteo could see what was his. The thought had barely surfaced when Matteo's lips curled into a self-mocking smirk, as if he too was disgusted by his own twisted impulse, yet utterly powerless to stop it, clinging instead to the warmth of the person beside him for relief. He rewound to the final moment of the wish sequence and froze, his pupils narrowed slightly. Matteo had expected Oliver's prayer to be about them forever, but never imagined it would say nothing of him at all, only a life for Oliver alone. Oliver just wants Matteo to be okay, that's all that matters. After a long silence, Matteo set the phone down and leaned forward, pressing a soft kiss to the top of Oliver's sleeping head. Lucky for him, he'd wished for little Grape to stay right by his side forever. His wish was not just for one future, it was for two. Back at Un-He Hotel, the sky had long since turned dark. Everyone had been quiet through the ride, but once they stepped out of the car, they seemed to come alive again, slipping back into their usual rhythms. Just as they entered the courtyard, staff appeared to guide them straight to the dining room. Production had laid out a lavish dinner to reward the guests for a grueling day. William had been holding it in the whole way back, but now he was all fired up, shouting straight at Benjamin, "Can we drink or what?" Benjamin offered up a tight-lipped smile, "Nope." He hadn't eaten anything, just sat by the door, staring at the others with that eerie, unsettling gaze. Oliver and Theodore both felt unnerved by the director's eyes. They were too sharp, too calculating. Theodore couldn't help but ask, "Benjamin, why aren't you eating?" Benjamin gave a soft, almost fatherly smile. "Not hungry, go ahead and eat." Under Benjamin's gaze, no one dared linger over the feast. Each of them wolfed down their food as fast as they could. Henry was the first to finish, grabbing his plate and bolting up. Benjamin shot to his feet instantly, blocking the door. The scene felt strangely familiar. All finished, Benjamin asked, voice low and steady, "There's more tonight." William looked stunned. "After all this, you're still going to drag us through another round?" Benjamin didn't flinch, just wore that same secretive, unreadable expression. "Come on." The guests exchanged glances, then fell into step behind Benjamin. They walked down a long corridor, silent and purposeful, until they reached the back courtyard, where a plain little cottage stood in stillness. Benjamin said, "Only one person at a time." Levi frowned. "What's going on?" Benjamin gave him a quick smile. "You'll find out when you get inside, the order's up to you." With that, he went inside first to wait for the guest. Everyone stared at Oliver, stunned. None expected him to volunteer first, especially since no one wanted to be the guinea pig for whatever surprise the producers had cooked up. He didn't want to either, but then the long silent system suddenly piped up. Host, mission alert, you've got your 8th task. Go in first and mutually select the male lead." Mutually select? What kind of selection with Matteo? Mutual selection? What the hell am I supposed to mutually select with Matteo? Oliver asked the system, but it played dead again. He was completely in the dark. This part hadn't even existed in the original story. All he could do was force a stiff smile under everyone's gaze, then push open the door and walk inside. The moment Oliver crossed the threshold, he saw a long table draped in black velvet. The dark fabric made everything on it stand out sharper, more refined. Benjamin stood with hands clasped behind his back, glancing up as Oliver entered. "Oliver, first one," he said, raising an eyebrow. Oliver nodded. "Benjamin, what's the deal?" Benjamin gestured toward the table. "See these items? Any ring a bell?" The table stretched several meters long, packed with about 20 different trinkets. Oliver swept his eyes from one end to the other, then froze when he spotted it, his own souvenir from last night. Each item had a number tag. His souvenir was number 20, the very last on the list. Benjamin handed him a slip of paper. "Pick one item, any except your own, and write down its number, then hand it to me." Oliver's mind raced. He now knew why his souvenir was here. The table had to include the souvenirs from the other 7 guests too. So this whole thing is about picking a keepsake to take home. Then mutual selection must mean he's supposed to pick Matteo's souvenir. Oliver straightened up, sharpening his focus. He started scanning the list from number 1. The variety was wild, no repeats. There were folding fans, keychains, scented candles, canvas tote bags, calendars, even a lipstick. Oliver frowned slightly. None of these seemed like Matteo's taste at all. Not until he reached number 15 did Oliver's brow finally relax. "That's it." He scribbled 15 on the paper and passed it to Benjamin. Benjamin glanced at item 15, a jade hairpin carved with intricate scrolling peonies, resting on a black velvet cloth. Benjamin's lips curled into a smile. "All right, you can go now, just make sure to send the next guest in, and do not give anything away, got it?" Oliver nodded, said thanks, and stepped out, making way for the next one. Sebastian brushed past Oliver. He was the second one to go in. Benjamin repeated the instructions to the curly-haired alpha, then handed him a blank sheet. Unlike Oliver, Sebastian didn't hesitate much. He skimmed through fast, paused only once near the middle, and kept going until he hit 20. He stood before item 20, eyes down, thinking hard like he was wrestling with something, then finally turned back to stop at 13. There sat a small round wooden niatlita, carved into delicate patterns. Sebastian stared at it quietly. He had a secret, one known only to his parents and Levi, his childhood friend. Being an alpha made it hard to admit, really. Back when he was little, he'd gotten locked in the dark room for being mischievous. After that, he never could stand the dark or tight spaces alone. So now, no matter what, there had to be a tiny niatlita glowing beside his bed. Sebastian was out quick, then William came in, but he took way longer than the two before him. He looked thrilled, like he was browsing through a boutique, really taking his time, comparing options like he was picking something for himself. After a while, he zeroed in on one especially elegant lip balm with a delicate phoenix in lotus relief. Then came Henry, impatient from the start, finally stepping up after William exited. As the fastest letter writer on Love Mailbox, Henry was once again lightning quick, dashing in and out without even glancing at the items, just pointing at a keychain at random. Lucas watched Henry bolt out in under 2 minutes and shook his head with a smirk before stepping inside himself. Benjamin looked at Lucas like he'd just spotted family, finally, someone easy to deal with. Lucas caught the look and raised an eyebrow, flashing him a knowing grin. Lucas picked a set of teacups. He knew his way around tea things, and right away spotted this was a high-end Celadon set with ice-crackling patterns, worth over 10 grand. Levi wandered in with zero energy, dragging his feet through the display like he was sleepwalking, clearly not himself today. Until he spotted a scented candle, Levi abruptly stopped, bent down close, and gently inhaled the fragrance. Manta Rose. The exact fragrance of his signal. Theodore came out just as fast, choosing a gold leaf hand-painted peony and bird-folding fan made from mulberry silk. Finally, Matteo, unlike Henry's impatient rush, he'd been lounging calmly in the little pavilion outside, letting everyone else go first with total ease. He always had patience. As long as he got what he wanted at the end, waiting was no problem. Inside, Matteo locked eyes on the table and understood Benjamin's game in an instant. The moment he thought of the souvenir little grape had bought for him being mixed in here, Matteo immediately snapped into focus, channeling the same meticulous, serious mindset he used when developing new products. Nope, not this one, not that either. Matteo went through them one by one. Benjamin snickered from the side. Maybe he should be given his friend a magnifying glass. Matteo paused for a few seconds at one keychain, then moved on without hesitation. His mind raced. He remembered Oliver's tiny wave-shaped keychain from the Water Kingdom souvenir shop, but dismissed it fast. If Little Grape were buying for herself, she might have picked a keychain. But if she'd bought one for him, she'd have put real thought into it. Oliver had spent ages in that shop, definitely not over a keychain. By the time he reached the last one, he was seconds away from beating William's record. Benjamin was already yawning beside him. Matteo stared at number 20, his eyes dark with storm clouds brewing beneath. It was a blue moon made from everlasting flowers. After Matteo stepped out, everyone followed the PD back to the sitting room where they'd first gathered. Benjamin arrived late, dragging his feet. He looked around at them and casually dropped a line, "We're switching rooms tonight." Lucas and Sebastian both blinked in surprise. William nearly choked out already. Benjamin nodded. Oliver was just as stunned because in the original script, room changes didn't happen until day 3. Why was this happening so fast? Truth be told, he'd been wondering if his own meddling had triggered a butterfly effect. But yeah, in a way, it kind of had. Benjamin had originally planned not to set the room change for the second night. But last night, after Isabella and the writers saw Matteo's overly familiar behavior toward Oliver on the long street, they carefully discussed the situation and decided that staying another day would significantly increase the risk of Matteo losing control, so they chose to move it up. Lucas asked, "How does the swap work?" Benjamin replied, "It's based on the items you chose." Oliver hesitantly spoke up, "So this wasn't actually about picking which one to take home." Benjamin let out a chuckle. "If the person who bought it's willing, sure, you can keep it." After laughing, he raised his paper. "Here's how the room switch works. Guess you've all figured it out already. These items are a mix of what you picked and some from staff members. Today's swap means if 2 people pick each other's item, they're automatically paired as roommates." Oliver, he'd basically just stumbled into completing the task by accident. He was confident in his choice. He knew it had been Matteo who bought it, and he trusted Matteo to pick his gift too. Benjamin added, "If no mutual picks happen, then the owner of the item decides whether they'll share a room with whoever chose theirs." William was about to pass out. This wasn't about picking souvenirs to take home, so what was he stressing over for half an hour? He blurted, "What if I pick something a staff member owns? Am I supposed to room with them?" Everyone on the staff burst out laughing. Benjamin gave him a long, slow look like he'd just cracked open a secret. You really wanna could happen. William suddenly felt a creeping sense of dread, just like during the big bedroom vote. Benjamin announced 2 pairs matched up. Levi and Sebastian, Oliver and Matteo. Benjamin could not help but smirk, wearing the look of someone who had just witnessed pure romantic gold, then added with a soft chuckle, "Congratulations." Levi shot a quick glance at Sebastian. The chestnut-haired alpha returned it with a single flick of his eyes, then dropped his gaze. Matteo smiled warmly, but there was something stormy in his eyes, like he was holding back a wave, waiting for the right moment to crash. Benjamin turned toward the trio sitting off to the side. Henry, Theodore, and Alucas, you 3, you've got yourselves a triangle. Turns out Henry had picked the keychain that belonged to Theodore. Theodore chose the fan La Casa item, and Alucas went for the tea set Henry's. After a beat, Benjamin said, "You're going to rock, paper, scissors. Winner picks who gets to decide whether they'll share a room with whoever picked their thing." In the end, Theodore won. He looked almost shy. Normally he could have just decided straight away, but instead he asked Henry, "Hey Henry, wanna bunk with me?" Henry remained poker-faced as ever. Just when Theodore was bracing for a no, he actually nodded. That left only Alucas and William. Benjamin looked at William first. William instantly clapped his hands over his ears like he'd already heard enough. Benjamin grinned. "The sculpture lipstick you picked belongs to a staff member." William, he knew it. These guests weren't the type to buy lipsticks as souvenirs. He'd chosen it just because he liked it, had no clue this whole thing was tied to rooming arrangements. William forced a weak smile. "So I'm stuck with Alucas or?" Benjamin paused, then changed course on the fly. "Normally you'd be staying with Alucas, but since the owner of your pick's right here today, we'll let them decide where you sleep." He turned to Asher, who was leaning against the corner with his arms crossed, playing the role of a passive observer, and said, "Zion, you want William staying with you." Asher looked utterly innocent. He just happened to be free today, popped by to check out the live taping, and dropped off a souvenir for the crew as a prop. How had he ended up dragged into this? He was about to say no when he caught Benjamin giving him a quick, sideways glance. Those eyes clearly said, "For the show's sake, go with it." Asher, all right. Benjamin clapped once, satisfied. Then congratulations, Alucas just got himself a luxury single room. Alucas glanced at William beside him and nearly snorted out a laugh before quickly biting it back. By now it was past 8 o'clock, so Benjamin called time on the session and told everyone to pack up and head off to their new rooms. Matteo conferred with Henry briefly and decided to leave both Omegas unchanged, let them switch places instead. He just didn't want to see his little goofball unpacking again. Oliver was about to head upstairs when he glanced back at Matteo trailing behind him. He flinched as if burned, spun around, and practically sprinted up the steps. Why did second lead stare feel so damn unnerving? Matteo walked at an unhurried pace, long legs eating up the distance, yet somehow staying just the same steady length behind Oliver, calm, deliberate, impossible to shake. Like a predator perfectly unhurried in its pursuit. In his deep black pupils there was only one image, a pale silhouette floating like moonlight. The everlasting flower Oliver gave him shaped into a moon, its meaning. Love that never fades. Even though Matteo hadn't sped up, Oliver still felt chased all the way to his room, scrambling inside like he was escaping something, and instinctively slammed the door shut behind him. Tonight, Matteo carried a weight that was heavier than usual. He hadn't even been in the room for 10 seconds when a long, steady hand pushed open the half-closed door. Matteo stepped through. One reason he hotel is Alan. Its most exclusive is that each guest room has a unique layout and decoration. Matteo stepped inside and didn't even glance at Oliver huddled in the corner first. He swept his gaze across the room, pausing briefly between the 2 beds as if checking how far apart Oliver and Henry had slept last night. The space was huge, the gap between the beds wide enough to fit another full-sized mattress with ease. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Matteo's eyes. Good, they'd kept their distance last night. Only then did he drop the intensity, turning toward the trembling little prey. "You don't have to move, I'll bring my stuff over in a sec." Oliver exhaled, relieved that Matteo was back to his usual calm demeanor, and nodded once, whispering, "Okay." Then he noticed Mattiossa's stare lingering behind him. Behind him what? Oliver turned, only to find a pink envelope sitting on his nightstand. He'd shoved it there in a rush after reading it that morning, meaning to tuck it away properly later. Afraid Matteo would think he was careless with the letter, Oliver rushed to explain. Mattiossa's expression stayed dark and unreadable, he just gave a slow nod. Seeing that, Oliver suddenly remembered his own morning analysis about wanting grapes, and a bold idea struck him. What if he tested it out just to be sure? Of course Matteo knew Oliver would taken good care of the letter. His earlier act had just been for show, a little tease to rattle the kid's nerves. He was already halfway to the next room to grab his luggage when Oliver spoke up. You said you wanted grapes in your note, I happen to be craving them too. Wanna go get some after I move your stuff? It should been a totally normal thing to say, but ever since Oliver figured it out, the word grapes now felt like a loaded glance. His cheeks warmed just saying it. A quiet pause, then a low chuckle brushed against Oliver's ear. Oliver looked up, meeting Mattiossa's gaze, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, but beneath it all something tight and unspoken. The kind I wanted, Matteo murmured, voice low, wasn't grapes. He held Oliver's eyes a second longer, then turned and walked out. Oliver froze for a beat, then suddenly collapsed onto the bed and rolled over twice. He finally got it, Matteo wasn't talking about grapes at all. His morning analysis had been spot on, the grapes were code for him. Still reeling, he barely had time to process when the door creaked open again. Oliver jolted upright. It was Henry. Henry came in to grab his suitcase, pausing briefly as he passed the Omega still sitting on the edge of the bed. Why's Oliver's face so red? Oliver forced down the heat in his cheeks and asked, Hey Henry, need any help carrying stuff? Henry didn't flinch, nah, just rest up. Looks like Henry made a smart move yesterday by not packing much. He's got nothing to do now but grab his daily stuff, toss it in the suitcase and roll out. When Henry reached the next room, Matteo was finishing up too. Just as Matteo turned to leave, Henry suddenly said, Your Omega's looking off kinda flushed. Mattiossa's brows twitched upward. Oliver had been bouncing around a minute ago, couldn't be feverish. Must've just been the blush. So what was it that turned him this red, enough for Henry to notice? Mattiossa's lips curled as he glanced at Henry and Theodai. Luggage can stay with you too, I'll be back in a sec. Oliver waited but Matteo didn't return, so he decided to shower first. Before stepping in, he poked through his suitcase. There were the grape print pajamas and the cream-colored ones from the second guy. After a long pause, he picked the cream one, too awkward to wear the grapes. By the time he got out, Matteo finally showed up. The second guy stood there in crisp white shirt, right hand on his suitcase, left holding a paper bag full of grapes. So Matteo was gone so long, he went to get grapes. Oliver said, Why didn't you just call me? Matteo gave a small smile, set his things down and looked at Oliver still fresh from the shower, completely unguarded. Henry said you weren't feeling well, your face was flushed, so I figured I'd go myself. Henry, what are you even saying? Matteo had just seen him earlier, he knew full well he wasn't unwell. Oliver got it, Matteo was using Henry's words to tease him. He stared at the grapes Matteo had set on the table, then gave up with a sigh. I get it now, what you meant by the grapes. Matteo paused mid-motion, so slight it was almost imperceptible, as he set down his suitcase. His hand clenched instinctively, the veins on his knuckles standing out, then snapped open again, as if forcing back a flood of emotion. He muttered low, "Mhem." "What do you mean, mhem?" Mattiossa's flat response drained the little energy Oliver had mustered. He gave up and just climbed into bed, watching Matteo tidy up where Henry had been standing earlier. The faint scent of cedar and ocean curled around him. Oliver's face burned as he thought. Back when Henry was here, the room felt huge, empty, cold. But now that it's just Matteo, space feels ititer, the air warmer, like breathing's not quite as easy anymore. Matteo moved fast. Once his stuff was done, he stood up and headed for the shower. The system pounced the moment Matteo left. "Congratulations, host. Mission 8 complete. Reward unlocked. Super flexibility. Now you can split without pulling a muscle." Oliver muttered, "I don't even dance. Why would I need to do splits? What's the point of this thing anyway?" The system let out a cold electronic chuckle, then cut itself off. Oliver was still stewing when Matteo came back from the shower. Unlike last time in the big room, this time Matteo actually wore a shirt, a white t-shirt. It looked crisp and clean, but Oliver couldn't help feeling a little let down when he remembered those 8 abs. He casually glanced over, his gaze skimming the white fabric, then froze. He suddenly remembered the white t-shirt he would worn at Matteo's place, with a barely visible blue logo right on the chest, identical to the one Matteo was wearing now. Oliver's pupils flickered. It wasn't just his imagination, but he'd combed through the second lead's wardrobe himself and never found another like it. So this one on Matteo, he wore the exact same thing, didn't he? Matteo caught Oliver frozen in place out of the corner of his eye, a smirk flickering across his face, like a predator savoring a trapped prey. He walked straight to the window side of the bed, turned toward Oliver, then suddenly frowned. How far apart are these 2 beds? Mr. Matteo clearly hadn't remembered how pleased he'd been earlier when inspecting the spacing between them. Under a clear, starlit sky, silence hummed with restless thoughts. The main light was off. Only a soft amber lotus floor lamp sat between the beds, its glow just enough to make out the other person's face. Oliver had been lying flat, but the second lead's gaze burned too hot. He couldn't take it. So he squeezed his eyes shut, rolled away, hunched his back, and instinctively crossed his arms over himself. About 10 minutes later, Oliver felt the pressure at his back finally fade away. Had Matteo fallen asleep? He waited a few more seconds, convinced there was no movement from the other side, then finally let himself look without restraint, turning gently back toward Matteo's direction. At the exact moment he turned, Matteo, who'd been eyes closed, snapped them open. They were now lying side by side, a few meters apart, both facing each other. Oliver startled, instinctively wanting to turn away, but couldn't bring himself to look down. Under the warm light, Matteo's long lashes fell like raven feathers, deepening his gaze calm on the surface, yet brimming with danger beneath. Their eyes met in midair, locking, circling each other. The room temperature seemed to spike. Oliver unconsciously tugged at his collar. That small motion cleared the fog from his head, his cheeks flushed, and he whispered, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Matteo's voice was low, "You." Just one word out of nowhere, but Oliver got it instantly. His lashes fluttered, he adjusted his tone, "Brother, why aren't you asleep yet?" Matteo said, "I can't sleep." The clueless Omega asked, "Why not?" Under the cover of night, the Alpha finally found his chance here, in front of the one he loved, to peel back the gentle mask and let a sliver of his true self show. He whispered, "Because I'm missing Little Grape." Even though Oliver already knew he was called Grape by the second male, hearing the nickname come from Matteo's lips hit him like a shock. His heart stuttered, his breath faltered. Add little to anything, and it instantly carries warmth, tenderness. Little Grape. No one had ever said that to him before, no one had ever called him like that. Oliver thought he should turn away, blush and shyly escape Matteo's gaze. But his body wouldn't obey, he couldn't move. He wanted to look at Matteo, wanted him to see him. Matteo's eyes traced the outline of the Omega across from him, unhurried, hungry. Never enough, no matter how long he stared, it was never enough. Still, in the end, he closed his eyes. They couldn't go on like this, would scare Oliver for sure. But Oliver didn't know that. All he saw was Matteo suddenly shutting his eyes, no longer looking at him. Panic rose in him. One thought echoed in his head. "Don't stop looking at me, brother." It felt like forever, and then just a heartbeat. Oliver finally whispered, "I can't sleep either." Now it was the Alpha's turn to pause mid-retreat. "Why?" Oliver's fingers twisted unconsciously in the blanket. "Because I'm cold." The blood in his veins froze, then boiled. Matteo sucked in a sharp breath. "You realize what you're saying?" He heard Oliver soften, barely audible, "Yeah, I want you to." That night, the last thing Oliver would remember from Matteo was, "Come here." Dawn broke soft and pale. One man slept curled in arms, another sat wide-eyed, dark circles under his eyes, utterly undone. The production team was surprisingly kind. Knew the guests were wiped out from last night, so no one came knocking all morning, giving them a full lazy lie-in. Oliver now sat on the edge of the window bed, dazed eyes, hair sticking up in every direction, looking like he'd just crawled out of sleep. The room was empty, just him. Toxic, seriously toxic. Every time I'm near the second lead at night, I do things I would never normally do. This time, he actually threw himself into my arms and claimed he was cold. Come on, it's practically summer now. How could he possibly be cold? Oliver couldn't help but cradle his head in both hands, fingers raking through his hair, making the mess even worse. He almost wished he could vanish back home, just not ready to face Matteo yet. After rolling around in embarrassment for what felt like forever, Oliver suddenly froze. This was Nobody.But. He quietly stood up, staring at the sheets he'd messed up from tossing and turning. Even though the inn staff cleaned daily, he still nervously bent over to smooth out the crumpled sheets, then fluffed the blanket into place, fixing everything back as it seemed like a way to wipe away last night's chaotic memories. But that wasn't possible. Though Oliver was painfully shy, he wasn't about to forget a single thing that happened with Matteo. Awkward or not, he'd remember it all. Breakfast sat on the table, steaming. Matteo hadn't been gone long. Oliver rushed to the sink, roughly ran his fingers through his hair, barely making himself presentable, though there was nothing left of yesterday's ethereal, icy beauty. He threw on a random outfit, scarfed down the breakfast William had left him, then headed downstairs. Just as Benjamin said, none of the Love Mailbox cast were morning people. Unless someone actually called them, they'd all still be asleep at 10 o'clock. Standing in the empty lobby, Oliver thought about his reflection in the mirror earlier, and finally decided he needed to fix his image first. He wandered over to the makeup van, and just as he reached the door, he heard 3 voices laughing inside. William's laugh was loudest. Oliver could have sworn the whole vehicle shook. He stepped in and found William, Amelaye, and Asher. Oliver thought, guess William and Asher got along well last night. Back then, William looked so sour he'd expected a scene. Asher spotted him first and grinned. Oh look, Oliver's awake, check out that hair, slept on it. William and Amelaye turned toward him, both giving a quick good morning. William gave Oliver a quick once-over, then smirked. Dude, did you fight with Matteo last night? Your hair's a total mess. He couldn't exactly say it was from scratching himself this morning. Amelaye knew Oliver had come for help, so she turned to Asher. Zion, you want to do it or should I? Asher glanced at William. You go ahead, I'm booked today. William's eyes sparkled with smug satisfaction. As a fellow insider, he knew full well how hard it was to book Zion. He'd never had a chance like this before, and he wasn't about to let it slip through his fingers. Oliver watched the two of them, then suddenly remembered the first time he met Asher back then. He'd mentally muttered that Asher was basically an alpha version of William. Who Woldvi thought these two would actually end up working together. Amelaye nodded and went right to work, effortlessly tidying Oliver's hair like a pro. A few minutes later, the same icy beauty from yesterday reappeared. Midway through, Oliver couldn't help but ask Asher, so, you're doing William's look today. What about Mr. Matteo? Asher rolled his eyes, so hard it was like he'd copied William's exact expression. Matteo handles his own style just fine, he said. Look at him, always playing the quiet, refined gentleman. But you should see his watches, they're never the same twice. And don't even get me started on his clothes. Only real high-pressure stuff like yesterday's promo shoot actually needs me showing up. Oliver paused, then nodded. Yeah, that made sense. Every time he'd seen Matteo, he was dressed in some new custom shirt, tailored suit, or overcoat. Not a single outfit repeated. His style was impeccable, elegant, sharp, effortlessly refined, made you want to admire from afar but never dare get close. Right then, Oliver sat in a meeting room at Unhe Hotel, his alpha presence as poised and refined as ever, now decked out in a brand new, pure black custom shirt, the black and gold watch on his wrist a deliberate contrast to his usual elegance. Still, the man's eyes held faint shadows under them, clear signs he hadn't slept well. A voice crackled through the earpiece from an employee report, but Matteo was lost in yesterday's memory. Holding little Grape close while knowing he could only look, never eat, that was a sweet kind of torture. Oliver and William had just finished their looks when Benjamin popped up in the guest group, announcing it was time to gather in the dining room. They headed over together, William walking with a little mirror held up, checking out his new style. He couldn't help but sigh, man, I'm peak aesthetic right now. Oliver raised an eyebrow. William, last night. Before he could finish, William cut in excitedly, dude, we were just vibing. If it weren't for today's shoot, I'd have been out getting drinks. Oliver smirked that into it. William's eyes lit up. Totally, we've got so much in common. At first I didn't even recognize Zion, just thought the name sounded familiar. It wasn't until my rep mentioned it later. Can you believe this huge name stylist is actually such a goofball? He elbowed Oliver playfully. Mr. Matiosa got moves. Not only did he pull in Zion, but he brought him on the show. Oliver shrugged, theater y old friends. William blinked. Wait, those two, no way they'd even click. But if they're close, that explains why Zion's helping out behind the scenes. His mind raced. The conclusion hit him. To get Zion on his side for more killer looks, he'd have to become buddies with him just like Mr. Mateo and Zion. So now was the perfect time to work on building that connection. William felt brilliant. He finally had a real goal for this whole thing, and suddenly he was fired up. Laughing and chatting, they reached the dining room. Oliver scanned the space once inside and spotted only Henry among the alphas. Benjamin glanced at his watch and said to the PD, "Go get them." No sooner had he spoken than two alphas walked in, one after the other. Unlike their gloomy vibe from the past few days, Levi looked back to his usual self today, confident, cool, with a faint smirk playing on his thin lips. He wore a single VCA Van Eyck and a Pelsa earring and matching chain, layered over a black base shirt and topped with a light gray coat that somehow made him look effortlessly stylish. Sebastian was in a relaxed hoodie, tall and broad-shouldered, his chestnut curls catching the sunlight like spun gold. Oliver shot William a quick glance. Something definitely happened last night. The two alphas sat down together this time, no longer keeping their distance like they had for days before. This was more like the first leg of the journey, close, familiar, easy. Levi settled in, his eyes drifting down as he remembered the souvenir Sebastian had picked up, those scented candles with a mandala rose fragrance. If he really didn't care at all, why would he go out of his way to buy something that carried a scent tied to him? A quiet smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ijai Tong Temple must have been pretty powerful after all. His wish had simply been for Sebastian not to keep avoiding him anymore. And now it was already true. Benjamin, ever the old man with that soft, proud look in his eyes, turned his gaze toward them again, so intense it made their heads itch. Benjamin thought it was really a good decision to change rooms in advance. If there was an award for the best wingman in Love Letter Box, he would definitely be the one to get it. Not long after, Mateo arrived. Without so much as a pause, he slid into the seat beside Oliver and gave William a little too close for comfort, just a single glance before locking eyes with Oliver again. William had braced himself, ready to glare right back if Mateo dared give him another one of those icy looks. Didn't he know even the most serious relationships needed room to breathe? But this time Mateo didn't say a word, just that flat, neutral look. William's confidence fizzled out in an instant, leaving nothing but awkward silence. Mateo hadn't slept well last night, but the sweet, lingering scent of grapes had wrapped around him all night long, and now he was in a surprisingly good mood. Watching Oliver with someone else, still not ideal, but not nearly as annoying as before. Benjamin finally nodded once everyone was accounted for and signaled the kitchen to serve. "You all had a full morning to rest," he said, grinning. "Today you've got 2 options, or even 3, we'll head out after lunch." Alakas frowned. "Wait, so the number of choices can change." Benjamin just gave a mysterious little smile and stayed quiet. William rolled his eyes, classic Benjamin, always playing games. Bathed once again in Benjamin's affectionate gaze, everyone ate even faster than they did last night. This time around, all 8 of them were going together, so they piled into the big van again. Before leaving, Benjamin paused and added, "Your souvenirs will be handed back at the very end of your stay here." The bus didn't drive long before pulling up to their destination. Henry was already halfway out when Benjamin suddenly stood. Benjamin grinned, saying, "We haven't even told you what to do yet, don't get ahead of yourselves." He pointed toward a cluster of ancient-looking buildings in the distance. "See that street? That's Lanahinsa Heritage-themed alleyway, the first stop on your itinerary today." The strong cultural atmosphere in Alankin is closely related to the local government's emphasis on the protection and inheritance of traditional culture. Over the years, Lanahinsa nurtured century-old shops while also inviting new ones in, creating a thriving stage for heritage crafts. That's why so many masters have moved here, shaping this street into what it is now, a must-see landmark. Benjamin continued, "From now on, you're free to wander the heritage lane. There are plenty of studios where visitors can try their hand at DIY craft workshops. If something catches your eye, give it a go, learn a little. If not, just stroll around, chat with the artisans, and help spread the word. We'll regroup here by evening before heading off to see the dance drama Feast of Bliss." William looked stunned. "Wait, today's itinerary is just like a leisurely walk around, that's it." Benjamin shot him a look, something unreadable like, "You're never going to get that, are you?" Theodore asked, "But isn't this two separate activities? Then Ohuda we hear earlier that some of us had 3-day itineraries." Benjamin replied, "We're a dating show, spent the whole afternoon crafting something meaningful. Of course, you're meant to give your handmade piece to the one you've got feelings for. If you choose to make a heritage craft, then Feast of Bliss is off the table. While everyone else watches the performance, you'll pick a spot, meet up with that person privately, and hand over your gift in person." Benjamin smirked. "So yeah, being invited out tonight means 3 stops, the heritage street, the show, and a romantic evening date." The group reacted differently, each lost in thought. Just as they were about to step off, Benjamin added with a shrug, "Oh, forgot to mention, we're limiting the date invite spots to just 2 people. That way we won't end up with everyone skipping the show entirely. Who gets invited, it'll be decided by how well your craft turns out. We've brought in experts who will vote on the final pieces." "Oliver, seriously, you forget something this important." The live chat erupted with jokes. "I was just wondering, what if everyone skips the show, then the whole thing's wasted." Benjamin's got 100 eyes and 1,000 tricks. "But what if both people want to invite each other?" Benjamin seemed to read the comments through the screen. "If both of you want to ask each other out, that's cool too. As for who sets the date, whichever one has higher votes gets to make the final call." He scanned the group. "It's 1 p.m., you've got 5 hours. By 6 o'clock, finish up and hand your finished craft to your PD. The results will be delivered by them. At 6:50, meet back here. Anyone still not on the bus, that means you're the lucky one with tonight's date." William finally got it. He realized today's schedule was a breeze for some, but for others, a love battle waged for the chance to secure an invitation. Compared to the crowded bustle of Oong and Long Street, Lanahinsa Intangible Cultural Heritage Alley felt oddly quiet, partly because it was still lunchtime, and partly because Lankan had so many famous historical spots that most tourists were drawn straight there instead, leaving fewer visitors for this quieter stretch. However, for the program crew, fewer people actually made filming more convenient. Besides, since this was an invitation from In's Cultural and Tourism Department, the Intangible Cultural Heritage store owners knew this was a great opportunity for publicity and were very cooperative. The alley had been carefully laid out with uniform gray tiled roofs and white walled buildings. Simple, understated, and grounded, just like the craftsmen who'd spent decades quietly preserving these traditions without fanfare. The group split up along the street, each heading off to different shops. They were told to go their separate ways by Benjamin, so the camera could capture a wider range of heritage crafts in action. Oliver naturally figured he'd give it a try. Even if he wasn't exactly handy with his hands, he'd never been great at craft projects since childhood, but he wanted to see what he could do. Before parting, Matteo quietly squeezed Oliver's hand, holding his gaze for a few seconds, like he was drawing strength from the moment, just to get through the long afternoon ahead. Of course, if one of them ended up winning the invitation, they wouldn't see each other again until after the ballet performance, at least not before 9 o'clock that night. Walking down the street, Oliver had his PD and camera crew tagging along, but they couldn't talk to him, so for all intents and purposes, he was alone in the crowd. His fingers curled slightly at his sides, recalling the warmth of Matteo's grip back on the Long Street, and suddenly this moment felt heavier than it should have. Unusually lonely. Oliver blinked once, then refocused, forcing his attention onto the colorful displays lining the alley. He wandered past stalls showcasing red lacquered floral patterns, clay figurines, dough sculptures, paper cuts, aluminum weaving, bird and insect seal script, and tiny nut carvings, every single one catching his eye as he studied them closely, searching for something he thought he could actually manage. An hour passed with no real progress. He hadn't found anything promising, but he'd definitely seen things he never knew existed. Sitting on a bench to rest, Oliver suddenly noticed a shop ahead that caught his eye. He stepped inside and found display cases filled with glass art in all shapes and sizes. Flowers, plants, butterflies, delicate little animals, some even crafted into rings, glowing under the soft spotlight like tiny jewels made of light. The shop was empty except for the owner, who paused mid-motion when she saw Oliver's face, startled for a second before her eyes flicked to the camera behind him and registered what it meant. She straightened up immediately, smiling warmly as she greeted him. Without Oliver even asking, she launched into an explanation of the craft, pulling out several especially intricate pieces from the case for him to examine up close. From her words, Oliver learned this was lampworking glass, an intangible cultural heritage project at the national level, commonly known as fire glass work, melting glass rods at around 1300 C and shaping them into various forms by hand. Oliver asked, "Can I try this myself?" The boss smiled and said, "Of course you can." She led Oliver into the back room and pointed to a cabinet. Inside were all sorts of bizarrely shaped glass pieces. "These are leftovers from tourists who messed up. Somehow I found them interesting, so I collected them. This craft uses torches and intense heat. It's easy to burn yourself, which is why not many people try it." Oliver's eyes lit up. He was dying to give it a shot, but the system suddenly cut him off. "System knows you're itching to try this, but just checked. Your hands have to stay near the torch flame while shaping the glass rod. Even at a distance, with your current baby soft skin, you'd burn in seconds." He tried to argue, but the system snapped back. "If you want 10 blistered fingers, go ahead and try it. Oomph." And then it actually let out a little electronic oomph. Oliver groaned, rubbing his temples. Seemed like the system had picked up some weird new habit again. His physical condition would not allow it, so Oliver had to give up. Before leaving, he looked at the exquisitely beautiful glassware in the display cabinet with a hint of regret in his eyes. He'd really wanted to make his own little moon from bamboo. After wandering around for another while, Oliver finally settled on making a woven bamboo fan. It was simpler, easier to handle, and he could choose his favorite shape and design. Time was running short. This was the best option now. Once you're fully in the zone with something, time flies. Even a relatively simple task like weaving bamboo took longer than expected. By the time Oliver finished, it was almost deadline time. Oliver looked at the finished product in his hand and could not help smiling broadly. The camera operator moved in for a close-up. There it was, pale fingers holding a bamboo fan shaped like a cat's head, the surface adorned with a tiny, delicate moon sticker. Oliver handed the fan to Jack, glanced at his watch. The clock now showed 5:55. Right on cue, as soon as 6 struck, Benjamin dropped the restaurant's location into the group chat and invited everyone over for dinner. Oliver followed without a word. He arrived to find only William and Theodore already there. Theodore turned to Benjamin. "Are the others not coming?" Benjamin nodded. "You guys go ahead and eat some of Ithimri far away. It'll take time to get here. Just head straight to the meeting spot when you arrive." That made things tight, so the 3 of them didn't waste a second. They dug in, silent and focused. Watching them eat, Benjamin couldn't help but think, man, he was starting to feel just like that online friend said, more dad than player these days. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. He opened it to see the expert voting results sent by Isabella. Benjamin scanned the result and let out a low whistle. The others glanced at each other. No need to ask, they knew what it meant. No one had been told, so it was safe to assume they hadn't made the top 2. William grumbled, "My enamel mirror, no way is that not enough for a single invite." Benjamin gave him a sideways look. "Got someone you're crushing on, you're just salty about the invite." Unexpectedly, William did not fight back. He just gave Benjamin a look that said, "You do not understand anything." Truth was, when the production team first saw William's piece, they were stunned. Everyone figured he'd just be sightseeing today. Who knew he'd actually joined in, putting real effort into his DIY. Isabella and the writers were still wondering if they would miss out on any romantic developments involving William. But William wasn't chasing romance. He just wanted to give Uzayo a gift, take that first step toward mending their friendship. When Oliver and the others reached the meeting point, the bus was already waiting. Alakas and Henry were already on board. A few casual words passed between them before they found out neither had done the craft project. Alakas said he hadn't decided what to make and didn't really have anyone special in mind. He'd just been too chill about it all. He glanced at Benjamin up front, then quickly looked away. That was his usual vibe, treat the whole thing like a tourist trip. Henry sat by the window, face dark as thunder, too famous to escape. Every boss who spotted him lit up like Christmas, dragging him into promotions and interviews, trying to squeeze every minute out of his time. With cameras rolling, he couldn't just say no. One thing led to another, and now they were cutting it close on arrival. The others exchanged sympathetic looks. William, hearing that, shot back, "Wait, no one's trying to promote me." And just like that, the group gave him another round of pitying glances. Only this time, the look said something different. The pity in those two pairs of eyes was anything but the same. Benjamin suddenly cut in, 3 minutes till check-in. Matteo, Levi, and Sebastian were still missing. Oliver shot upright, eyes darting to the window. Just passeurs, but no sign of the guests. Oliver's heart tightened instantly. He wondered how Matteo was doing, since he had not come back yet. Was he left behind, or was he delayed by something on the way? Then, with only 1 minute left, a tall figure appeared in the distance, flanked by camera and PD crews. The last guest to board this vehicle. His charcoal gray coat flared as he stepped onto the bus, right on time. William couldn't help it, it's Levi. The final guest was Levi. Oliver crossed his arms, fingers tightening into fists. That meant Matteo and Sebastian had both earned tonight's date invitation. Hearing the PD's words, Sebastian's curls seemed to stand on end. "Wait, you're saying I came in second?" The PD nodded. "Yeah, you've got tonight's invite." Sebastian's mouth fell open. He hadn't even imagined his hand-painted hook could land second place. Last night, when he'd seen Levi pick the wooden Niatlita, a flood of memories hit him. Levi was 4 years older, when their parents were always working. They'd lived close by, and he'd been crashing at Levi's place for meals more times than he could count. Growing up, Levi had always been his closest brother figure and best friend. But he never thought his big brother had felt this way all along. The depth of the affection hit him so hard he couldn't process it all at once, and he ended up doing a bunch of confused things. But every time he saw Levi looking so down, especially since it was because of him, he just felt like he couldn't forgive himself. The appearance of the wooden carved night light made him even more determined not to avoid Levi anymore. He could not keep avoiding him for the rest of his life. He just wanted Levi to smile again. While wandering the intangible Heritage Street, Sebastian quickly figured out what he had to do, even though the project was totally at odds with his usual vibe. It was a craft called finger ballet, crocheting with yarn. Olankin had a master crocheter on hand, especially gifted at creating lifelike floral designs in 3 dimensions. Sebastian got lucky. She was actually there that day, giving him personal lessons and even stepping in to help with prep when time started slipping away. Sebastian was used to being wild and free, so this kind of careful work was completely new to him. At first, he struggled just figuring out where to place the hook, and several times accidentally poked himself. Luckily, the master stepped in to help, and after rushing through it at the last minute, Sebastian finally managed to finish a small, delicate rose-shaped crochet flower in soft cream gray pink right before time ran out. Now that Sebastian heard the result, he was sure it had been the master's help that did the trick. He could never have placed second on his own. Levi hadn't even settled into his seat when the bus pulled away, off to Olankin Art Center for their next stop. The schedule was brutal. Eternal Banquet started at 7:20 and they'd left the Heritage Street at 6:50. They barely made it with 10 minutes to spare before curtain time. The group practically ran inside, leaving viewers in the Levestrium cracking up. Normally dance performances weren't allowed to be filmed, but Olankin had gone all in on promotion for this one. In truth, Eternal Banquet was being staged especially for love letters, so filming by the production team was permitted, though they mostly focused on capturing the guests' reactions instead of the show itself. The troupe performing had national-level credentials, and their talent was undeniable. Their grace in motion, paired with stunning stage design and a story that kept shifting gears, quickly had everyone glued to their seats. Oliver couldn't help but marvel again at how much he was seeing these days, this kind of live performance. He'd never seen anything like it. When the dancers pulled off jaw-dropping moves like cloud front bridge and gold ingot jump, his mouth literally dropped into an O, convinced they could fly. Benjamin scanned the chat from backstage, looking downright pleased. The buzz was exactly what he'd hoped for. Now he could finally report back to management and Alankin with a clear conscience. No choice, they were drowning in attention. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. As director, he was stuck right in the middle, juggling endless challenges, stress eating his way through a receding hairline. Levi looked like he was fully focused on the stage, soaking in every move from the performers, but if you watched closely, his expression stayed flat, detached. No flicker of emotion, no sign he was caught up in the story or feeling anything with the characters. He was wondering who Sebastian would invite. Even though he wasn't avoiding him anymore, the thought of Sebastian having already hung out with Theodai and then going straight to he. Well, it didn't exactly fill him with confidence that he'd be on the list. Benjamin had said beforehand that the invites would only be revealed after the performance ended. Levi glanced at his watch, just 3 minutes since he would last checked. God, this was killing him. He stole a sideways glance at Oliver, who was completely absorbed in the show, looking utterly unfazed by whether Matteo would pick him or not. For a split second, Levi felt a pang of envy. If Oliver had even hesitated last time about getting chosen by Matteo, this round he was definitely in the clear. Matteo had been dead set on him from the very beginning. How could he possibly feel anything but secure? And honestly, they'd slept together last night. If Matteo didn't pick him now, the guy would be a full-blown fraud. His entire image would collapse. Oliver was watching the stage, eyes crinkling at the corners with quiet joy. His happiness wasn't just about the stunning performance, but also in the quiet thrill of wondering where Matteo might take him next. He was also dying to know what kind of handmade thing Matteo had made to win the invite. If his mind weren't buzzing with all this, he'd have been lost in the moment. Half an hour would flown by. 5 minutes to 9. The guests were piling back onto the bus and Benjamin was about to announce the invites. Just as he finished a call, Benjamin stepped aboard. No time for games, he came straight out with it. Mattiosa inviting Oliver, Sebastiansa inviting Levi. The result wasn't exactly shocking to anyone. Only Levi let out a barely noticeable breath, his whole body relaxing like a spring finally released. Benjamin turned to the two of them and said, "You're good to go, the crew's got your ride waiting at the door." As they stepped down, William called out, "Have a great night." Oliver's face instantly flushed pink, his shy nod barely visible as he looked away. Levi let out a small, genuine smile, his first real one all night. 2 minivans from the production team were already parked beside the bus, waiting for tonight's main couple to board. Ikenglin Observatory stands in the eastern sector of Alankin, a tiered tower soaring dozens of stories high, the tallest architectural marvel in the entire region. At night, row after row of lights lit up, golden and crimson hues tracing elegant lines across it. The tower glowed like a radiant corridor reaching straight toward the stars, adding dazzling brilliance to Lanahinsa skyline. Matteo stood on the rooftop platform at the very top, gazing up at a sky brimming with stars. He'd chosen this spot, the closest place on Earth to the moon, to give her what he'd been holding all along. Oliver's drop-off point wasn't far from the ballet center, just a 10-minute drive away. He looked up at the towering observatory, letting out an odd whistle that echoed through the night air. During the day, passing by had only made him admire its elegant old-world charm. But now, bathed in light, every detail, curved eaves, carved brackets, red columns with intricate carvings, seemed to swell into grandeur under the night's glow. Sebastian and Alakas had filmed promo clips here earlier. They'd said the view was unbeatable and the interior design equally stunning. Oliver stepped inside and sure enough, they weren't kidding. The building had clearly been meticulously restored, with lavish, refined finishes everywhere. Probably because it was a weekday, there were only scattered visitors, nothing crowded. Jack glanced at his phone. "Oliver, Mr. Mattiosa waiting for you on the top floor." Just as they arrived, production staff were already at the ground level to guide them. Oliver followed them up the stairs, each step making his pulse quicken a little more. Maybe it was the mystery ahead, or maybe just because he hadn't seen Matteo in hours. "I miss him." Talk about a scenic viewpoint. Oliver was already winded just from climbing the stairs. When he finally reached the top, he didn't head straight to the observation deck, instead ducked into the stairwell to check his hair in his phone's selfie cam first. Oliver took a deep breath and stepped onto the wide open-air rooftop deck. The space was vast, with an unobstructed view stretching out in every direction. A gentle breeze brushed against his clothes, calm and soothing. If it weren't for the height and the long climb, this spot would be packed with visitors. No matter how many tourists packed the platform, Oliver always spotted his alpha instantly. Matteo stood near the railing on the inner edge, head tilted up toward the sky. And he'd actually changed clothes. Alpha's tall frame was draped in a sleek black casual suit, looser than a business one, premium fabric, understated but dripping with quiet luxury. The only real showstopper, that silver-hued Hermes belt buckle glinting like moonlight. As if sensing something, Matteo turned, locking eyes straight with Oliver as he pushed through the crowd, heading right for him. In that moment, Oliver swore he could hear his own heartbeat thudding in his ears. Just standing there, Matteo didn't need to do a thing. Just those deep, black eyes like midnight pools gazing at him was enough to send shivers down his spine. Oliver's pace quickened unconsciously, his steps accelerating until he broke into 2 hurried skips. Then, like slamming brakes, he jerked to a halt 3 meters away from Matteo, close enough to taste the charged air between them, yet frozen in that electric distance. They remained locked in that gaze until a faint smile tugged at Matteo's lips. He spread his arms wide in silent invitation, his entire posture softening as Oliver closed the distance between them. Oliver's hands clenched into fists, then uncurled instantly. He shut his eyes and charged forward, burying himself right into Matteo's embrace. Oliver could feel the large hand tracing down his spine, then pressing firmly to pull them flush against each other. If it were not for those clueless cameras catching up and circling around like vultures, Matteo would have held on to that hug way longer. Oliver noticed, too, how the cameraman was practically staging their moment like a scene from a love story. His face flushed instantly, turning another shade of red. Once Matteo released him, he just stared long and steady, until Oliver finally gave in and muttered, "Mr. Matteo, you invited me, and I'm really, really happy. Mr. Matteo, I am so thrilled you asked me." At the address, Matteo's eyes glinted with mock amusement. There went little Grape with his stranger act again after that bear hug in front of everyone, no less. No one could doubt they were together now. Matteo shifted sideways, tugging Oliver gently toward the railing. "Open view here, perfect night scene. From this angle you can see half of Alenkin." Oliver followed his gaze outward. Below, a sea of lights from every building shimmered like rivers of stars, weaving through ancient rooftops with their upturned eaves, where old-world charm met sleek modern tech. The blend gave the whole city a reborn glow. Above, the sky bloomed with constellations circling a silvery moon, painting the night in magic. Stars found their way into Oliver's eyes, lighting them up like fireworks. He whispered, "It's breathtaking, so beautiful, this view, insane." It felt like the whole world was right there, like the moon within reach. Matteo waited patiently as Oliver took in the view, and when he finally seemed to have seen enough, he spoke. "Like it here." Oliver's gaze drifted back from the skyline to Matteo's face. His eyes shining bright, voice clear and warm. "Love it, I've never seen anything this beautiful before." Matteo smiled, "Glad you like it." Then he suddenly raised his left hand, fist closed tight, something hidden inside, impossible to see. Matteo's smile deepened as he uncurled his fist slightly. "Glad you loved the view, but the real treasure's right here." His voice trailed off, palm still shielding the mysterious object. "Wanted this to be the part that really, clicks for you." Oliver understood. He was about to get the handmade gift from earlier that afternoon. He straightened up instantly, eyes crinkling at the corners, pure excitement lighting up his face as he stared at Matteo's hand. Slowly, the fist opened, revealing the gift resting in his palm. Oliver's pupils snapped wide, his smile faltered, lips slowly dropping down. A faint tremble ran through his lower lip. In Matteo's hand lay a delicate glass sculpture, crystal clear and shimmering under the glow of city lights and moonlight. It was supposed to be a solitary silver moon, cool and high above the sky, but at its peak, a tiny cluster of purple grapes dangled from the tip. Matteo stared down at it. "The time they gave us was tight," he said. "Could have made it better if we had more. The grapes are a bit sparse." He paused, then glanced up, only to find Oliver utterly silent. As Matteo looked up, his heart skipped a beat. Just moments ago, Oliver's eyes had been crinkled with laughter, but now they were full of tears, silently spilling down his cheeks. The little grape, so often red-rimmed and glassy-eyed, but never truly crying in front of him, had always held it back, stubbornly swallowing the hurt. Only once before had he seen him break, at the hot springs town, when accidentally teased into tears, and even then, all that remained was a faint pink rim and damp eyes. This was the first time Oliver had cried in front of him, eyes fixed on Mattios's hand, blurred from the weight of it all. Oliver's unblinking gaze locked onto Mattios's hand, vision swimming yet refusing to look away. That hand should have been elegant and pampered, the kind accustomed to silk gloves and idle luxury. But now, angry blisters bubbled on the index and middle finger pads, while chalky calluses crusted over neighboring digits. Only the unscathed palm remained, cradling moonlit grapes like precious marbles in its cup. Oliver knew it was the same project he'd been warned against at the glass-blowing shop that afternoon, something the system flagged as risky, something he wasn't supposed to touch. But Mattio had done it, and made it look effortless. He remembered the cabinet of failed pieces the shop owner had shown him, some shattered, some warped, and couldn't bear to imagine how many times Mattio must have burned himself before getting this right. Mattio looked at Oliver, silent and crying, and suddenly felt the urge to press a hand over his own chest. Because his heart kept tightening, each beat like a sharp tug. Was this what it felt like to hurt for someone? God, it sucked. Mattio's mind emptied of all thought, consumed by a wild urge to crush his lips against Oliver's, to kiss away those heart-wrenching tears. Every fiber of his being fixated on the trembling figure before him, the saltwater trails glistening like shattered diamonds down those cheeks. Mattio never did end up leaning in for that kiss. He couldn't even move, not a muscle, paralyzed by the sight of that single tear sliding down Oliver's cheek, caught in some invisible trap. In the end, he only shifted his open hand slightly and let it catch one falling drop. Oliver trembled with each quiet sob, jaw clenched tight to keep from making a sound. He never wanted to cry like this, not in front of Mattio. He'd always held it together before, refused to let him see him break. But this time, he just couldn't stop. It wasn't just the moon grapes, the clever design, the thought behind it, but the hand that made them, raw and iscated from burns, sacrificed for a gift meant only for him. Mattio let out a soft sigh. Scared you? I should have worn gloves tonight. He'd actually planned to, he'd even grabbed a pair, but the doctor and Benjamin had insisted otherwise, worried about infection. Benjamin had gone so far as to threaten, if you scar up over this, Oliver won't like you anymore. Mattio didn't think a little burn was anything serious, just some ointment and time. The real goal was making the surprise perfect for his little grape. But maybe he'd gone too far, now he would just made Oliver cry. Oliver shook his head, too choked to speak, but reached out anyway, his fingers trembling as they brushed gently over Mattios's damaged knuckles. Mattio froze, his little grape was hurting for him. Oliver sniffled, voice thick with tears. What about your other hand? Mattio hesitated for a beat, uncharacteristically, almost shy, as if afraid to show Oliver his other hand. He changed the subject instead. I'm fine, already got it treated, should be good in a few days. How about this gift, you like it? Oliver's eyes were red-rimmed, voice thick with emotion, as he looked at him for a long moment, then gently lifted the moon grape from his palm. It's the most precious thing I've ever gotten, Oliver said, soft and sure. Relief washed over Mattio, he finally let out a breath, lips curving into a quiet, warm smile. He led Little Grape home, Little Grape leading the moon grape, both of them walking back to the inn together. Benjamin wiped his eyes behind the monitor, with Isabella beside him already using up a whole pack of tissues. No more tissue, Benjamin mumbled, pass me another pack. Isabella gave him a sharp look. Do not you have hands of your own? Cannot you see I am upset right now? Benjamin winced sheepishly and asked another crew member to help, couldn't bear missing a single frame on screen. Isabella wiped her eyes again and said, even if you try to cover for them, the audience can see clearly, there is no hiding it. Benjamin replied, I know, so I'm not telling them to hold back anymore. Isabella said, maybe this season of the romance show just cannot follow the usual way these kinds of shows think. The confession night will definitely be our grandest moment, but it should not feel like a limit. Benjamin nodded, wiping his eyes again. Yeah, he murmured. Screw the drama, screw what viewers want, his mission was clear. Be the ultimate wingman. Let them hold hands, let them hug, it's their show now. No holding back, no rules. When Oliver and Matteo finally made it back to their room, it was already 11, same time as last time after the light show ended at the little cottage. Only this time it wasn't nerves fluttering in Oliver's chest. He was not embarrassed like before, not when thoughts of Matteo's kiss still lingered. This time, pure joy and a deep ache of care too. Are you sure you don't need to be bandaged? Oliver asked, brow furrowed. Matteo smiled faintly, nope, not serious. Seeing Oliver still wearing that worried look, Matteo let out a soft chuckle. If you're this anxious, you can handle the ointment yourself from now on. Oliver immediately nodded, his face serious as if entrusted with some life or death mission, making Matteo's smile deepen even more. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, frowning, wait, can't you get it wet? How are you going to shower? Matteo had been about to say the clinic provided medical-grade waterproof patches, but then a mischievous thought struck him. Honestly, he said, I haven't even thought about that. The tub's big enough, could manage okay. Just washing your hair might be tricky. Oliver shot right up, I'll do it, I'll wash your hair. Matteo barely held back a laugh, clearing his throat to sound serious. Then I'll leave it in the hands of my little grape. Oliver's eyes didn't go red this time, his whole face did. He stammered, I mean it's getting late, let's just get started. The words barely left his mouth when Oliver flinched at their implication. Scrubbing his flushed face, he blurted out correction, no, I mean I will help you wash up. Matteo couldn't hold it in anymore, he burst out laughing. Honestly, his little grape was just too adorable, he really wanted to tease him forever. Forever like that. Watching Oliver's flustered expression, Matteo knew one more laugh might cost him VIP shampoo service, so he quickly sobered up. All right, let's go. Warm light from the bathroom bathed them both, but there was no hint of tension or romance in the air. As a luxury inn, Eunhee Hotel's circular tub was far larger than standard ones, spotless and pristine. Yet Oliver still asked staff for a disposable tub liner. Matteo sat in the water now, hands raised high to keep them dry, foam covering his head completely. No trace of the usual dominant presence. Oliver pulled up a stool behind him and began gently running slender fingers through Matteo's hair, massaging his scalp with quiet focus for 10 full minutes. Matteo, I think it's safe to rinse now. Oliver's eyes were slightly reddened, but his expression stayed solemn as he nodded. Okay, he said, then finally washed the foam from Matteo's hair. He was a little steamed, but mostly just wrecked with worry, because now that they'd gotten to the bath, Matteo finally showed him his right hand, and it looked nearly as bad as the left. The shampoo session ended, but Oliver stayed put on the stool. He asked, what about your body, how are you going to wash? Matteo's breath hitched for a beat, then he said, just rinse off tonight, tomorrow I'll grab some waterproof tape. Oliver dragged out, you sure you don't want me to lather up your back? Just let it go. Matteo shut his eyes a second, voice low, you really wanna lose sleep tonight. That did the trick. Oliver's serious face melted in an instant, flushed red, as he scrambled out like a startled rabbit. Matteo let out a soft chuckle. Little Grape still had no guts, just scare him and off he goes. By the time they'd both finished bathing, it was past midnight. This time, Oliver didn't hesitate. He slipped into his grape-patterned pajamas, flopped face down on the bed, and cradled the moon grapes Matteo had made for him, totally enchanted. Made of glass, the grapes weren't a deep violet like real ones, but more translucent, soft lilac, tiny clusters hanging from the tip of the moon, instantly softening its icy edge. Oliver stared at it, fingertips brushing here and there, gently touching, poking, eyes full of reverence. Matteo leaned back against the headboard, expression unusually gentle. He didn't say a word, just watched Oliver dote over the little glass moon grapes like they were the most precious thing in the world. He thought, risking this much for a glance of that soft smile, worth it. The thought lingered right up until Oliver started seriously considering curling up with the moon grapes in his arms, like they were a pillow. Oliver could not bear to let go of the moon grape sculpture, though the delicate glass creation made him nervous. He swore he slept like a log without tossing, but kept imagining accidentally knocking it off the bed during the night. For what felt like ages, he rotated the piece in his palms, warmth transferring between skin and glass. Finally, with ceremonial care, he nestled it against his pillow, close enough to admire yet safely distant from the mattress edge. Only then did he remember to glance over at Matteo. And there he was, Matteo's face, once bright and easy, now shadowed, unreadable eyes fixed on him with a quiet intensity. Wait, wasn't he just in a good mood? What happened? Just looking at the moon grapes for a sec and Matteo's face goes dark. Matteo thought he made this to surprise Oliver. Holding the little grapes for ages means they really matter to him, he should be thrilled. But why would he want to sleep with them? Am I not better than some cold glass? Oliver sat up, pulled the blanket over himself, and leaned back against the headboard like Matteo. Thanks, bro, I actually stopped by that lamp glass shop this afternoon. I even went in, was really into it. Thought about trying it myself, but figured the burns would be worse for me than for you. He didn't blame the system for blocking him, he just hadn't done it. And that made him feel like a coward compared to Matteo, who'd actually gone through with it. The idea that someone would get themselves hurt just to see him smile tightened Oliver's chest. He would never dared imagine such devotion. To Oliver, Matteo was always this flawless guy, always nailed everything. That's why nothing really excited him, he'd always stay cool, detached. This was the first time he realized how deep Matteo's obsession really ran. So now he owed it to him tenfold, 100-fold. He decided to start by taking care of Matteo's daily life, especially when his hands were still healing. Matteo had no idea Oliver was thinking all this. After listening, he said simply, "Good thing you didn't try it, you've got that soft baby skin, you'd burn way worse than I did." That reminded Oliver of his own baby smooth skin reward. He froze for a second, no words came. After a long pause, he mumbled, "Bro, time to sleep, good night." Seriously, the moment the grapes got their due, we chat 2 sentences and then, a poof, he's already asleep. And on his own bed. Matteo watched Oliver lying down, pulled the blanket all the way up over his head. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you cold tonight?" Oliver's motion froze just for an instant, muffled through the fabric. "It's warm in here, not cold." The room settled into quiet. Matteo stared at the tiny, cocooned lump that was Oliver and finally gave up on the idea of cuddling with him under the sheets. He turned onto his back and closed his eyes. Deep in the night, the hour when Ulankin finally quieted down. Matteo was always a light sleeper, any little sound would rouse him. Last time it was crew members outside dropping off mail. This time it was Oliver's soft, stifled sobs. Barely a whisper just for an instant, but he was awake the moment it happened. Matteo opened his eyes, turning to look over, and found Oliver still wrapped up tight like before bedtime, facing away from him. The faint glow of a phone screen shone through the blanket, barely visible. Matteo's heart clenched. Little Grape wasn't sleeping at all, was watching his phone and had been crying. Could it be? He was rewatching Matteo's live stream from today. Oliver wasn't blind to the hint Matteo gave before bed. He wanted to do what they'd done last night, but there was something else on his mind, and sharing a bed with Matteo made it awkward. He had to see exactly how Matteo pulled off that moon grape. Once he sensed Matteo was fast asleep, Oliver quietly reached for his phone, slipped on headphones, and opened the live stream from when they split at the Heritage Street. What he saw made him instinctively cover his mouth. He never expected Matteo to be standing right by the corner of the block, watching him walk into the glass lantern shop. And then Matteo stayed put, didn't move until he saw Oliver look disappointed and leave, only stepping inside once Oliver was out of sight. The shopkeeper walked Matteo through the glassblowing process, from selecting glass rods to handling specialized tools. He demonstrated techniques like how to trim softened glass, shaping molten glass with a umver, and using tweezers to remove excess material while maintaining the piece's structural integrity. Matteo listened intently and picked it up fast, so fast, even the shop owner was stunned. But no matter how quick he learned, he was still a beginner. This wasn't some simple craft, it was high-skill, dangerous work passed down through generations. Naturally, there were stumbles along the way. Oliver watched as Matteo failed again and again to shape one perfect, clear purple grape, though truthfully, he'd already succeeded. He just wouldn't settle for anything less. The shop owner finally couldn't stand it. She offered to help make a few grapes for the bunch. "Thanks," Matteo said, voice soft but firm, "but I've got to do this myself." He even added tiny glass dewdrops on each grape, making them look juicy and real. Oliver's eyes were already watery, but when he saw Matteo burn his hand, that was it. He couldn't hold back anymore. A quiet sob slipped out, just enough to wake Matteo up. But Oliver didn't know Matteo had woken. He just quietly wiped away tears in the dark, hidden under the covers. He never cried much before he came here, not even when he was alone. Back then, the one thing people always said about him was that kid's tough as nails. But now, every time he is near Matteo, it's like his control just cracks. Suddenly, he hears Matteo shifting behind him, turning over, then climbing out of bed. Wait, he wasn't supposed to be awake. Oliver could feel the mattress dip as Matteo walked over, coming to a stop beside his bed. Matteo's voice is soft, low. It is past midnight, room temp dropped, you cold. Silence for a beat, then from inside the covers Oliver lets out a quiet meh. Mr. Matteo dives into the little grape-scented warmth of the blanket, pulling him close, mission accomplished. Heart full, finally sinks into sleep. Morning light floods in, the production team's being kind again and hasn't scheduled anything for morning. This time when Oliver wakes up, he's not alone. Matteo's lying right beside him. As soon as he sees Oliver stir awake, he gives a small, sleepy smile. The sight hits Oliver like a wave, dazed for a second before snapping back, only to realize he's still in Matteo's arms. Matteo had planned on holding on just a little longer, but then Oliver bolts upright. Panic flashes across his face. Your hand, is it okay? Oliver was terrified of jostling Matteo's injured hand in his sleep. His eyes kept darting around the man's frame before finally landing on the bandaged hand. The burns look worse under daylight than they did last night. Oliver flinches like he's burned, he shuts his eyes hard, then opens them again. Already the edges of his vision are red-rimmed. Matteo sees it right away and pulls his hand back fast. It's fine, nothing to worry about, all better by the time we get home. Oliver says nothing, just stares at him a long moment before giving a slow nod. Matteo gets up first, heads off to wash up. He's already got his assistant deliver waterproof bandages. He still had work to tend to. Today was already a full-on lie-in. Just before heading out, Oliver stopped him, carefully reapplying the ointment, then finally let him go. Once Matteo was gone, Oliver returned to bed and picked up his treasured moon grapes, staring at them for a moment. Even though he knew the room was empty, he instinctively glanced around, then quietly kissed the glassy fruit. After Oliver had finished tidying up, a knock came at the door. He opened it to find Jack holding yesterday's bamboo cat fan he'd made. Oliver took it, glancing back at the sparkling moon grape on his pillow, realizing right away his own fan was nowhere near as good. He debated for a beat, then stuffed the folded fan into his luggage. Better keep this from Matteo for now. Oliver glanced at the clock, already well past 10. Heading to the dining hall now, he was not even sure whether this counted as breakfast or lunch. He'd expected the place to be empty, but ran into Theodore instead. Theodore wore a light blue denim jacket and lit up when he saw Oliver walk in. "Morning, Oliver." Oliver smiled back and stepped closer, then noticed the small figure in Theodore's hand. Theodore caught Oliver looking, then just handed him the figurine for a better look. "I made this yesterday at the Intangible Heritage Street, picked clay figurines." Oliver took it and studied it closely. The little figure wore a plain white t-shirt. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Even though he couldn't make out the face, that icy expression was hard not to think of Henry. Seeing Oliver so focused, Theodore's eyes flickered away. "I just threw it together, nothing special." Oliver returned the figurine without saying anything, instead offering a soft reassurance. "I think it's really great, the expression is alive, and Onetta say it's adorable." Theodore's face instantly brightened, knew Oliver was giving him encouragement, and he murmured warmly, "Thanks, Oliver." They chatted away as they ate, the easy vibe between them feeling completely natural. Around 11, familiar faces popped up in the guest group chat. Benjamin sent a message, "Going live soon, everyone get ready." Theodore glanced at his phone and muttered, "Benjamin's pulling another surprise again." Oliver silently breathed a sigh of relief. He'd finally gotten the hang of styling his hair, or he'd have been totally screwed trying to find a melaye last minute. 5 minutes later, Benjamin pinged the group again. "Hey, sweethearts, anyone free to come in for a solo?" William dropped a voice note. "I was free just now, but you said sweetheart, and suddenly I'm not." Oliver and Theodore burst out laughing, ribbing Benjamin. Only William could roast him like that. Benjamin immediately tagged William, "You're first in." He dropped a room number. The production team had converted one space into a dedicated solo interview booth. William stared at his phone and yelled, "Hurry up, move it, Benjamin's calling me first." If he weren't holding tools, Asher Woldvi already grabbed a pair of earplugs. "Whoa, you're the one who started that." He quickly finished William's look. Then William bolted for the door, only to slam on the brakes mid-stride. He turned back, set a small mirror on the table facing up, wooden frame with a blue gradient landscape painted on it. William glanced at Zion. "This is the art I made yesterday afternoon, gift for you." Then he dashed off without giving Asher a second to react. By the time William arrived, the crew had already set up cameras and lighting. The stage was prepped, just waiting for him to sit down and get started. Benjamin kicked things off with some standard questions: how his impression of the guests changed since the second stop, what he thought about all the activities this leg had thrown at them. For someone like William, a veteran of endless variety shows and media circuits, these were child's play. He handled each one with ease. Then he saw Benjamin flash that familiar smirk as he pulled out a sheet of paper. William tensed instantly. This was the signal. Benjamin was about to stir up trouble. Sure enough, the next second Benjamin said, "We gathered some questions from fans on Weibo. Today's main segment is a Q&A." William took a deep breath and go ahead. Benjamin read aloud, "How does William feel about not having a ship yet?" Benjamin shot him a quick glance. "Hurry up, don't waste time." William brushed a hand through his hair. "They just don't appreciate my looks." Benjamin read the next question aloud. "So how would William suddenly get so hot looking yesterday?" William paused, then remembered yesterday was Zion's doing. That must have been it. "Wait a second, that can't be right." William suddenly snapped to attention and blurted, "So I wasn't good looking before." William's one-on-one ended in a wave of laughter. Next up was Theodore. This time, Benjamin's question seemed gentler than usual, but still sharp. "Was the little figure you made yesterday meant for Henry? If so, when are you planning to give it?" Theodore thought for a beat, then smiled. "I didn't think anyone would catch who it was. Maybe I'll hand it over if there's an opening." Theodore was next, and Henry sat on a stool with a blank expression, staring at Benjamin. Benjamin read aloud, "How does Henry feel about everyone dubbing him the 6 o'clock drama emperor?" Benjamin added quickly, "Just answer it straight." Henry said, "Next time, no need." Benjamin made a soft "oh," still curious about how Henry's letter would change without the ellipsis. After Henry left, Benjamin called Sebastian in. Sebastian, who had also returned late the previous night, clearly had not fully woken up yet, his curls standing up messily. Benjamin asked, "So how would Sebastian even come up with the idea to take Levi out for a drive?" Sebastian grinned, showing 2 prominent canines. "I could not think of a proper place, so I just drove Levi around Alenkin to check out the night view." Benjamin went on, "So, Sebastian, how did you make those grayish flowers yesterday?" Sebastian paused, hesitating before answering. Then he just said one thing, "That's a manta rose." Oliver was right behind Sebastian, and the second he stepped in, he saw Benjamin grinning at him, holding a piece of paper. His whole body broke out in goosebumps, alarm bells rang in his head. Benjamin was about to pull another one of his tricks again. As soon as he sat down, he heard Benjamin say they were answering a fan question, and Oliver shot straight up in his seat. His gut told him this wasn't going to be anything good. Benjamin read from the paper, "Does Oliver have a thing with Matteo?" Benjamin had barely finished reading when the room went dead silent. Even he froze, caught off guard. Oliver's eyes nearly popped out. "Is this really something I'm supposed to answer right now?" Benjamin crumpled the paper, then shot a glance at the nearby crew. "Who picked this one?" One staffer piped up, "These are the top 10 Weibo comments just printed straight out." Benjamin snapped, "Didn't I tell you to screen these first?" The staff all stared blankly at the ceiling, pretending not to hear Benjamin. He knew exactly why. These people were just as curious about the question as anyone else. Benjamin flipped the paper open again, deciding he'd do the filtering himself. "When's Oliver updating?" Updating, Oliver hesitated. Was this asking when he'd start a new book? Oliver said it is already in the works real soon now. Right then, he still had no clue why fans suddenly cared about the word update like that. Benjamin asked, given their current relationship, is Oliver's way of addressing Mr. Matteo a bit too distant? If it changed, what would he call him? He'd braced himself for sharp questions, but every time one came up, Oliver still had to mentally gasp. These fans really didn't mince words. Even Benjamin couldn't help but admit it, fans were clever. Current relationship, that was just a roundabout way of probing the waters. Oliver stammered, change it to Matteo. Isabella chuckled from behind the monitor, saying to the producers, once the solo interview video drops, the chat will definitely be flooded with comments like, change it to husband. When Lucas walked in, Oliver was still frozen in place, gave him a quick wave and drifted off like smoke. Benjamin said, so Lucas, what's your take on having a single room all to yourself? Lucas stared at him for a beat until Benjamin fidgeted, scratching his head, then cracked a small smile. Eat well, drink well, sleep well, freedom and joy. Benjamin didn't really care, just kept going. Hey Lucas, could you maybe try a cyberpunk-style music video sometime? I totally think my idol would kill it in that vibe. Clearly just a young fan trying to cozy up their star with Lucas. Benjamin shot a desperate look at the staffer collecting questions. For the love of all things holy, screen these better. Levi glanced at Benjamin, a faint smile playing at his lips, subtle, unlike Sebastian's easy grin. Though he'd arrived late too, there wasn't the slightest hint of fatigue in him. Benjamin wasn't trusting the crew's paper pile anymore. He scanned each question carefully before reading. Levi picked a Nietlita last time, then made a floral lantern at the Heritage Alley. Any meaning behind the lamps? Levi raised an eyebrow, surprised by how sharp the fan was. Yeah, really important. Benjamin tried to press further, then stopped. Levi had already shut down the conversation. This was about Sebastian's secret. He wouldn't spill a word to anyone. Matteo came last, always scheduled for after everyone else. The reason? Mr. Matteo had too many meetings. They waited until he'd finished up. Benjamin didn't hold back with Matteo, spat the question right out. Why make moon-shaped glass sculptures? And what's that got to do with your letter saying you wanted grapes? Matteo smiled politely, his eyes flat and cold. He hated being probed and had no interest in letting anyone know Oliver's favorite flavor was grape. Because I like grapes, he said simply. By the time Benjamin finished all the solo interviews, he was wiped out. These guests looked calm on the surface, but each one played a master class in evasion. Answers that dodged the point, quick topic shifts. Pulling real info from them, nearly impossible. Oliver waited just outside the interview room for Matteo to come out. Earlier, he'd gone to the dining hall on purpose, just in case Matteo struggled with his hands. He planned to wait until lunch and feed him himself. As soon as Matteo stepped out, he spotted his Omega waiting in the hallway. His eyes lit up the moment he saw him, a bright smile spreading across his face instantly. Matteo couldn't help but mentally summon a fan's live chat comment, "How do you even not want to snatch this?" Oliver came toward him and asked, "You hungry?" Matteo nodded, thinking Oliver was the one who'd been waiting for food. Truth was, he wasn't really hungry, but since Little Grape wanted to eat together, he was more than happy to oblige. They reached the dining area, where William and his manager were already seated. William spotted Oliver and waved them over with a cheerful grin, inviting them to join. Matteo really wanted some one-on-one time with Oliver, but he knew damn well Oliver and William were friends. Plus, Little Grape wouldn't back down from a buddy's request. Just as he started walking toward William, Oliver stayed put. His voice carried a hint of apology. "William, today's not really convenient, go ahead and eat without me." William gave Matteo a sideways glance, probably assuming Oliver was just bowing to his pressure. "All right then," William said with a shrug. Oliver offered a sheepish smile and waved at William before pulling Matteo toward the quiet corner booth. There was no way he could face what came next without some privacy. Matteo had just started browsing the menu when Oliver suddenly said, "Don't order too much, I already ate." Matteo paused mid-order, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Wait, didn't Little Grape say he wanted me to eat with him?" It took a second to click, but Matteo was sharp, he'd gotten it backward all along. Oliver wasn't the one needing company, he was the one wanting to spend time together. That realization washed over Matteo like a warm wave, filling him up from the inside in an instant. Just as Matteo reached for his chopsticks, Oliver stopped him. Oliver bit his lip, hesitated, then whispered so softly it was almost lost. "Brother, your hand's not steady, should I feed you?" For the first time, Oliver saw a full-blown question mark written across Matteo's face, and that quiet shock sent a flush creeping up his own cheeks. He knew exactly what he'd just done, stunned him. But he was still going to say it. He'd made up his mind last night to take care of the injured Matteo. Matteo felt a little lightheaded. Was he still half asleep, hallucinating? Little Grape actually offered to feed him. Seeing that Matteo did not reply for a long time, Oliver summoned up his courage and repeated it again. Matteo realized this wasn't a dream. He paused, then slowly curled the corner of his mouth upward. So that's what comes with a broken hand, unexpected perks. He even found himself thinking, weirdly, if he could make it worse just so Little Grape would fuss over him more. Matteo handed the chopsticks to Oliver with a soft smile, calm and harmless in appearance. Only the deep stillness in his eyes hinted at the storm beneath. Matteo said, "I am really not that convenient and I do need your help. I just did not expect you would offer to feed me on your own initiative just now." He was already ready to enjoy the little treat of being fed by Little Grape. Then Oliver picked up the chopsticks, paused for a moment as he looked at him, then switched to a spoon, using the chopsticks to transfer the food onto it before handing the spoon over to Matteo. "Spoon's easier to hold," Oliver said. "I'll load it up for you, you eat." Not like he was actually feeding him straight into his mouth. Oliver had considered feeding Matteo directly from the spoon, but then thought better of it. Still a public restaurant with people around, he couldn't risk drawing attention to Matteo's image. He'd save that for when they were alone later. His ears flushed pink as he mentally noted, maybe when they're alone later, then he'd do it properly. Just as they finished eating, Benjamin's message pinged in again, still in the guest WeChat group, saying everyone should gather in the lounge at 3 p.m. Oliver glanced at his phone and said, "If we're meeting then, it'll probably be another evening event." Matteo replied, "Yeah, you've got time to crash for a nap before that." Oliver asked, "What about you?" Matteo teased, "I've still got work, I'll join you in bed later tonight." Not that he meant it that way, he was just asking plain and simple. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the main lounge on the first floor of He Hotel, where all 8 guests were typically as punctual as clockwork, unless they had an early schedule. Benjamin was scanning the room with a satisfied grin, taking in the lineup of dazzlingly attractive faces. The evening's events already had him buzzing. This was going to be a visual feast, and the audience's eyes were in for a treat. He signaled the staff to hand out promotional brochures to the guests. Oliver took his brochure. He already knew what tonight had in store, but still, reading about it in a novel and actually living through it were two completely different worlds. The anticipation was real. He flipped through the booklet, confirming it. This was exactly the event they'd been promised. Benjamin said, "You've all seen it. Tonight's theme is Lanainsa, National Style Lantern Festival Adventure Night." The National Style Lantern Festival Adventure Night was a major biannual event hosted by Lankin. One of the top reasons the production team had ultimately chosen this location over all the other options that had come their way. Tonight, Benjamin continued, all guests attending will be dressed in ahanfu, some even wearing masks, and wander through the streets and alleyways. The entire town of Alankin will be lit up with colorful lanterns, plus there'll be parades of flower boats, floating lanterns for blessings, and all sorts of activities. He looked around at the group. "This is your itinerary for tonight." William perked up instantly, "So we're actually wearing period costumes?" Benjamin replied, "Absolutely, go full on if you're going to play the part." The guests knew Benjamin's game by now. This wasn't just about swapping out clothes and strolling around. There was definitely something else coming. Sure enough, Benjamin went on, "You remember me saying back on day 1, this leg's theme is fate. Tonight, you're all going to be searching for him through 1,000 faces in the crowd." He suddenly grinned. "We'll divide up the area based on Lanainsa Night of Odd Encounters, splitting it into 8 zones, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest, and the 4 cardinal directions. The crew will scatter you across different spots, take away your phones, and if you want to wander together with that one person in your heart, you'll have to find them amidst all this chaos." Ulukaz asked, "What if I don't even have someone special in mind?" Benjamin answered, then just go shopping. But still, switch rooms at the end. Whoever you meet is your roomie for the night. If you don't find anyone, you'll pick last. Sebastian said, but that's a pretty big area. What if none of us finds anyone? Benjamin grinned. Each of you gets one chance to call for help from the live audience. If you need it, just ask your PD. They'll hook you up with 3 minutes of direct chat. But remember, you can only ask for general direction, not exact locations. And if no one finds their person, then fate takes over back to the draw. William sighed inwardly. He hated being at the mercy of viewers again. Who knew if those fans were giving real leads or just messing with them? Henry remained expressionless, thinking, might as well draw the lot now and save ourselves the hassle. If Benjamin ever found out about this thought, he'd definitely rag on him for not understanding romance. Oliver asked, so we're just walking around to find someone. Given his build, if he and Matteo ended up on opposite ends of the map, he might as well walk all night and still not make it. Benjamin looked at him and said, if you've got a general direction in mind, PD can drive you there, but once you arrive, you're stuck walking. The hotspots in downtown will be packed with people tonight, so cars are only allowed on the outer roads. Oliver nodded, getting it. Seeing everyone seemed ready, Benjamin turned and opened the door leading from the lounge to outside. From the moment you step through this door, follow your PD. You can't meet up again, nor reveal anything about your outfit or appearance in any way. The challenge starts at 7 p.m. You've got 3 hours to find the one you're looking for. Outside, Oliver and Matteo caught each other's eye across the distance. Cameras and crew were on them, so no talking, just a quick glance before splitting off with their PDs towards separate spots for styling. The production team gave 3 half-hour blocks for makeup and wardrobe, but honestly, it wasn't much time. Picking clothes, adjusting headpieces, all that took effort. Still, the stylists had gotten advance notice, so they'd already been prepping since the message came through. By the time the guests arrived, everything was ready to try on right away. This time, Oliver wasn't getting styled in a van. He was brought by Jack to a room at He Hotel, where Amelaye was already waiting. Seeing him walk in, she said, we didn't ask you this morning because we'd already known the plan. Everyone's been saving their energy for tonight's big moment. Oliver was just as eager to see what Amelaye would pick for him. She pulled out a Ming-style robe in porcelain blue silk with gold thread, layered over a white undershirt, the surface embroidered with cloud motifs that shimmered in sunlight like rippling gold on water, dazzling and alive. Oliver stood back, barely daring to touch it. The craftsmanship was so exquisite he almost couldn't believe this was what he'd be wearing tonight. Amelaye said, how about this? I think it suits you. Wanna give it a try? If not, we've got more options. Oliver quickly replied, sure, but honestly I don't think I'll need any others. I'm totally loving this one. He trusted Amelaye's eye completely. She grinned so wide her eyes crinkled. Cool, today's going to be the easiest day for me, no hiadrap needed. The others are still wrestling with wigs and hair setups. As she adjusted things for Oliver, she shared with him, the production team really went all out on the wigs and hairpieces this time. They are aiming to match or even exceed the makeup and styling setup of historical dramas. It has to look just like real hair with no sense of awkwardness. The goal is to bring the audience a truly authentic visual feast of Chinese style. She rarely did full updos on Oliver. His hair's just too good not to let it flow freely. But this time, she pulled the top higher than usual, secured with a jade crown, giving him a more refined antique vibe, a carefree young nobleman from olden times. Once Oliver changed into the outfit, the look was locked in. Amelaye tightened the belt for him, eyeing Oliver, completely transformed from when he'd first walked in, and thought to herself, Mr. Matiosa going to be utterly smitten. Oliver glanced at Jack, who was busy answering calls on all sides and couldn't help but smirk. The production team was acting like spies. Every guest had to leave at staggered times, with routes carefully plotted so they wouldn't bump into each other. Jack and the camera operator even switched into a handfew, though they hadn't done their hair. When it came to Oliver's turn, he followed Jack out, winding through alleyways for what felt like ages before finally reaching the inn's front gate, where a minivan was parked. Once inside, Jack said, Oliver, mind handing over your phone? Oliver didn't hesitate, gave it up without protest. He had no idea where the show would send him next or where Matteo might end up. Deep down, he was silently praying Matteo wouldn't be on some totally opposite path, a thought to be too far to go. Then Jack handed him a silvery white bone butterfly mask. "Put this on when you get out," he said. After about 20 minutes, the car pulled over. Oliver stepped down and looked around. He was facing a maze of narrow streets, with Kengalinsa towering observation tower visible in the distance. "So this must be the east side." Jack said, "Oliver, you're now in the northeast." Oliver asked, "So is it starting already?" Jack checked his watch. 5 minutes until 7, officially starts at exactly 7. Oliver stood still, scanning the crowd of passengers and tourists. He felt like he'd time traveled into another era. The vast majority wore various styles of a handfew, some with masks, others without. Even the masks were stunning, elaborately crafted, many with long tassels draping down. No wonder Lanahinsa, famous overseas, this kind of large-scale, ancient-style lantern festival was probably only possible here. It'd draw crowds from all over just to experience it. He recalled the original novel. The one who was originally assigned to the Northeast was Matteo, so this whole setup had already veered off track. There was no way he could guess where Matteo was now based on the book alone. Jack said, "Time's up, go ahead and get moving." Oliver stepped forward into the winding alleyway. The streets buzzed with energy. The foot traffic was thick, far denser than on Ongan Street that day. Buildings lining both sides were strung with lanterns, making everything glow even brighter. The vibe was infectious. Oliver felt like he was part of a massive celebration, as if hundreds of thousands were all coming together to mark some grand festival. His heart leapt with excitement, his eyes darting from one sight to another before finally remembering. He still had to figure out where Matteo was hiding. "Honestly, I have no idea how this direction was set up. Was it random draw, or did the production team already plan it out? If it's the latter, Matteo might have ended up way across town." After thinking it through, Oliver decided to head southwest instead. He figured he'd walk the whole block and then tell Jack to drive him there. But as he kept walking, Oliver suddenly thought, what if his brother had the same idea and was already rushing toward him, thinking the producers would split them in opposite directions? After all, Oliver had been distracted by window shopping and lost time. Shouldn't he just stay put instead? Otherwise, we might miss each other completely. What a waste. Realizing that, Oliver dropped the plan to move southwest. He trusted Matteo would find him. Oliver relaxed and let himself get swept up in the festive energy of the lantern parade. Suddenly, the crowd ahead stirred, music started drifting through the air, and people began sprinting toward it, shouting, "Hurry, the lantern procession's coming." Oliver perked up. He'd just caught up with the parade. He'd seen it in the brochure. 100 or so stylish young performers, most of them popular Chinese-inspired internet celebs, dressed in exquisite handfew and carrying delicate lanterns as they paraded down the streets. Without hesitation, Oliver joined the rush. You didn't miss this kind of spectacle. The crowd was insane, shoulder to shoulder, jostling so hard Oliver nearly lost his footing. But he stayed sharp. He'd already slipped ahead before most even realized what was happening, so just in time, he made it to the front row and got a perfect view of the entire procession. He was completely absorbed when suddenly something felt off. Without thinking, Oliver glanced around, then it hit him. Where were his two big PDs and the camera crew? Jack stared at the sea of people, palms sweating, waving frantically for the camera to roll some establishing shots while he fumbled to reach Benjamin. Through the earpiece came Benjamin's lazy drawl. "I was about to ask you guys the same thing. Why are we still shooting scenery? Why not film people?" Jack snapped, "Benjamin, it's not like I want to shoot empty shots, it's that." Oliver vanished. On the monitor, Benjamin had been slumped in his chair. Now he shot up. "Wait, what? You said he was gone." Jack wiped sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his jacket. The lantern procession just showed up. Oliver took off after the crowd, and with so many people around, we got separated. We couldn't catch up. It's too loud on sight, he wouldn't hear us yelling. Now he's gone. Benjamin took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "Oliver's phone is with you, right?" Jack said, "Yeah." Benjamin turned toward another large screen showing tiny red dots. "Good thing we made all the guests wear trackers. Oliver's alone now, no be freaked out. I'll send you his location. Go get him ASAP." Jack looked at the sea of bodies around him, the noise making it impossible to hear. "Benjamin, I can't move, we're stuck in the middle, completely blocked." Benjamin sighed and called out to a nearby staffer, "Find someone free right now, go meet Oliver." The staff member replied, "Okay, but the foot traffic outside has increased right now. We will have to take a detour if we drive, and it will probably take an hour to get to Oliver's location." Benjamin ran a hand through his hair. Damn, he's a grown man, he shouldn't be in any real danger, but if the Livestrium audience finds out, someone might panic. Matteo sat in a car heading northeast. He just asked John how the direction was chosen. John claimed it was based on the PD's lottery results, but his eyes darted away, avoiding contact. Definitely lying. Makes sense, really. For an event this big, the crew wouldn't actually trust some random draw, they'd find a way to mess things up. And knowing Benjamin's style, he probably split them up on purpose, way too far apart. Just in case, Matteo decided to use the audience cue and a chance right now. He told John to pull up the Livestrium, but John hesitated. Matteo narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong, can't we ask?" John stammered, "And no, we can. He checked the Livestrium on his own phone first, then, with a sudden resolve, shoved it into Matteo's hands. Matteo took the phone, scanned the rapid-fire flood of chat messages. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze snagged on one message and his brow snapped tight. "Just came from Oliver's feed, they've been filming scenery the whole time, no sign of Oliver." "What in the world does that mean?" Matteo paused, then asked, "What's Oliver doing right now?" Matteo finally managed to pull out the key info from the chaotic flood of scrolling messages. He handed the phone to John, who grabbed it, only to realize he couldn't pull it back. Matteo's grip was iron tight. His knuckles stood out white, veins rising under his skin as if he'd forgotten about his own injured fingers. His eyes were cold, edged with something darker, like a mask cracking, revealing something harsh beneath. The voice was soft, but it sent a chill down the spine. "Talk," he said, "where's the man?" John swallowed hard. He knew there was no point hiding from Mr. Matteo, and finally admitted, he's gone." 1 second later, he saw it. The usually calm and composed Matteo had turned into something else entirely. Storm clouds gathering,